interesting would be the transmission, the manual transmission, but going to something that is a little more, it's becoming a thing, if you will, and that's the like the sequential type of shifter.
Yeah, Formula One type stuff.
Yes.
Now, of course, the recipe for the grudge race, the direct connection Hellcat engine grudge race with the YouTube influencers was they have to have the Hellcat engine and a manual transmission. Beyond that, you can put in anything they want, including, I think, a Dodge Charger pickup truck.
Yes, but there's a factory requirement, factory electronics. You can't use the Holley. You know, the Holley EFI system is, you know, noted and it's a popular go-to, but these competitors are also required to use the factory EFI system. So the tuning has become a challenge. You know, all of it, it's really worked out to be something a little more challenging than it was last year, where they were all given the same car. They all pretty much had the same thing to work with. They could modify, and as we saw Alex Taylor and her dad put the big tire on their car, and it really it showed improved basically. But with starting with a powertrain that's similar, but you know, giving the ability to put it in any type of a chassis and stuff, and chassis is going to really come into play as they go forward with this. Will it be an old school Barracuda, or will it be one of the newer Challengers? Or there's a Magnum in the field as well.
Yeah, there is.
So a long roof. So can a station wagon come through?
Yeah. And, you know, speaking of direct connection, which is where these things come from, this is the direct connection catalog. It is new, and of course, direct connection replaces Mopar Performance, which we know and love. But before Mopar Performance, we had direct connection from, say, 73 through 84. And direct connection parts are available from your local Mopar dealer, Dodge dealer, and they're factory designed. And again, the electronics that you mentioned earlier are available now with no guessing. So these are turnkey vehicles.
And people on the property, make your way down to the direct connection alley. It's pretty cool down there. There's a display of some cool Mopar or direct connection Chryslers and Dodges. And we have two Challengers going down now. Copper color on the right lane.
Good to see you.
And at that top end, very close to the wall there, Steve.
Yeah, you know, again, we have no stickiness on the track just yet. It'll change within an hour. The track will come around.
It'll come around.
You know, keep your wits about you. Little Red Express.
Little Red Express. That was not necessarily a muscle pickup, but a very cool truck nonetheless, the way it was dressed out with the stacks and stuff, kind of big rig. Up against a late model Camaro.
Yeah, that is Kurt Smith of Langsburg, Michigan, in the Little Red Express with the 360.
Jason with the arm drop, tire spin from the Little Red Express. Camaro is checking out. Headed on down Woodward to the wind line.
It is true that, you know, drag racing is a game of traction, and the first 60 feet have so much to do with what happens at the other end, you know. But better luck next time. Of course, these are time trials, so again, we have all day for everyone to get their act together and look it up.
And so people know what's going on in the crowd, and people watching us on YouTube. These drivers will make run after run after run, and trying to achieve, once qualifying starts, trying to achieve the quickest ET that they can in two categories, big tire and small tire. Once the quickest ETs are established, 8 of those cars will be selected cars and drivers, and then they will run off to determine a big tire and small tire winner. So right now, it's making some runs. Two Challengers heading on down. This is a good drag race, Steve. This is a good one.
It is. I saw some nitrous purge in the silver car, so a little bit of throttle in the body going on there.
But who got there first?
Right.
Green got there first.
You can never predict what's going to happen in the drag race.
Anything can happen in the drag race, and I've actually heard Alex Taylor say those very words, and she's sitting there. I think we're going to talk with Alex and Lucky in a few minutes, but Alex has even said anything can happen in a drag race.
And I'm digging the Scat Pack equipped Shaker Challenger. You know, I love how Dodge brought back all the great stuff. The pistol grip, the Shaker, of course, the Hemi. And the only thing you can't get yet is a Hellcat with a Shaker, because, of course, the Shaker would sit on top of the intercooler. It would be about 10 feet tall.
But some innovative enthusiasts might tack one on. That track hawk is something else. That's what's known in the business as checking out.
Yeah. Now that Jeep Trailhawk, all-wheel drive, Hellcat power, no traction issues.
That's a good street race vehicle. All-wheel drive, and enhance it with you know, another power adder, and it's a beast.
Yeah. Hey, what are these? I've never seen. These are weird. No, couple Chevys. Hey, Chevys are cool.
Malibu.
Nova and a Malibu. Right on.
Now, that's the type of race you might have seen back in the 60s here on Woodward Avenue.
Yeah. Yeah. The Chevy Nova means no go in Spanish. Well, that one goes pretty good. Big tubs in the back, 4-link, pretty cool. Some Brand X, I shouldn't say that, actually some blue oval love here. We have a more modern Mustang, probably camera powered, up against a more traditional SN95. Almost certainly no push rods happening here. These are all overhead cam engines.
Absolutely.
In the Ford cam. I've got one in a Ford Fairmont, a 4.6 camera, pretty cool. Also have a Mopar 413, I got them all. It's good. Yeah, that's GT500, that white car. That's the big dog.
And that's a big burnout, so.
Both of these are stick-shift cars. You can't get an automatic in the GT500, so these folks are going to have to know how to work that clutch pedal and the shift.
That black Mustang shows a conversation. Oh boy, a lot of noise happening. The GT finally gets it together. Down track. I'm wondering if that's a GT. I think that's a GT. However, it does have a Cobra face on it. Now here's one of the big guns. Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week perennial favorite and winner. I believe he won last year. That's Ken Schroeder.
If you know your SCCA road racing, you'll recognize that blue and white paint scheme as one of the original Corvette Grand Sports of '63. They went to the Bahamas in road race, so that's a little tribute to that. The Sunoco theme a little bit right there, but it's not a 377 in that one. That's something a little bigger. Look at that monster out of the hood. Twin throttle bodies. That's a V10.
That's an amazing car is what it is. And this car, as these things go, should get down Woodward very quickly. But I would think you might want to be conservative going out based on the track condition right now. Wait for the track to come in a little bit better. Low boost. There you go. We got the burnout. Figuring that was going to come. A little too aggressive for this time of the morning.
That was David Schroeder in that crazy Corvette.
David Schroeder, yes. I said Ken, that was my error, but David Schroeder. Schroeder is what you need to remember on this one.
56 Chevy Pro Street, also a drag week participant, pretty sure. I believe that's a gear vendor's equipped car. Of course, the gear vendor is basically an overdrive unit that bolts to the tail shaft of your existing transmission, doubles your speeds, so you can make a 5-speed into a 10-speed by gear splitting with your gear vendors, and they bolt right up to almost anything. They offer adapters for all popular applications, gear vendors.
Yes, that's Joe Barry from Colorado. I've known Joe a long time. Joe and I competed together years ago in the Pacific Streetcar Association back in California. That car has evolved from it's still actually pretty heavy, but it evolved from being, you know, just a street car into something that can do these drag and drive programs. Are becoming very, very popular. Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, of course, which is coming up in September, and there are a bunch of other satellite programs now that many of these people are running the circuit, if you will. They're doing pretty much all of them, and it's quite the test of person and machine, because there are ladies who are participating as well. And if you get a chance to visit a city where drag and drive comes through, especially Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, I implore you to go check it out.
It's what we call a by-run, a single vehicle. Of course, the track's a little too slick for two cars going down at the same time, especially cars this fast.
Yeah.
So the wait for the track come around and then let them go in pairs when that happens.
And these are big tire competitors, so again, I think they're going to do more checking out. The parlance is to see how much the track will take right now. They're just making runs to see how much the track can hold as far as power, and they will increase that power as they see necessary throughout the day.
And this is interesting, a Ford Falcon. This is Billy Hoskinson of Hebron, Ohio. I'm hearing a turbocharger. Not sure if there's an LS or a camera or what's under the hood, but that's a Ford Falcon.
That's interesting, and I'm going to take a flyer and guess that might be actually Ford powered. That's a cool car right there.
Yeah, big old turbos, intercoolers. Camaro, of course, in the other lane.
That's Tom Bailey in the other lane. Mr. 6 Seconds himself, perennial favorite at Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. He also has his own drag and drive program, Sick Week. And Tom hasn't figured out. Tom checks out in the left lane, drops the laundry up top. That's basically the chassis is right, and more so the tune is right. Didn't overpower those tires, Mickey Thompson tires, and got down straight as an arrow, and that's going to be something to watch as it goes through the day.
KJ, we just saw a parachute blossom on Woodward Avenue. Today only.
Cool? That's pretty badass, man. That's cool.
Got a demon in red right there. You know, these cars are getting to be very valuable at all the auctions, you know, Mecum, etc. And it's surprising, well, you know, it's good to see somebody racing one. And again, the Demon is that 9-second Guinness Book of World Record verified Challenger that you can buy from your dealer. There was 3,300 built. And again, time trials happening right here as the racers get a sense of the tune-up and the track. Got a couple, got a Chevy, a 55, and a Challenger, late model Challenger coming up here.
Stand by.
We have Lisa Gallegos in the, oh, I'm a little wrong there, sorry about that. It's not Lisa in the Challenger, that is B70. We'll get that one. That is Travis Martin. Okay, Mopar versus Chevy, one of the classic rundowns. 55 Chevy in the far lane. Chevrolet's first V8, man, right there, 1955. Gets a hold. And we can see the surface of the street, or the strip, getting darker as more and more rubber is deposited. This is kind of cool. Cadillac Cts-V with the LS family V8, all aluminum under the hood. LSX says at the window, could well be a 7-liter. Chevelle, 1971 or 2, S39 vehicle number, which of course is going to be Frank Furchi of Fenton, Michigan, up against
A lot of tire spin right now. Once again, these cars are pretty hopped up, and I think people are going to go back, and if there's a laptop necessary, get on a laptop and take some power out. And if there's no laptop necessary, maybe do a little timing changes, take a little timing out of these engines just to get them to stick and go down Woodward.
Speaking of sticking, we see the Grand Cherokee SRT8 of Paul Kazdorsky of Auburn Hills, Michigan. Now, he's got traction. He's got four-wheel drive. The Camaro has big, fat tires, but I have a feeling we might see that all-wheel drive, street tire-equipped Jeep pull a hole shot. We'll see. It's all about traction. Yeah, there it is. Although the Camaro's going to play catch-up, that's where horsepower comes in.
It's got enough horsepower to catch up.
Yeah. And another Jeep. This one, I believe, is a Trail Hawk with the supercharged Hemi up against a 5-liter, I should say a more modern Mustang. Probably get a 5-liter Coyote in there. Yeah, Grand Cherokee again, all-wheel drive on that one. I do see stickies front and rear. It's amazing to think that here in 2022 you put slicks on all four corners. Well, that's what you do when you got a drag vehicle with all-wheel drive.
Absolutely. Drag radials to the front, huh? Literally.
Right on. Right on, yes. Now that spray, that's nitrous oxide. They're purging the system to make sure that there's no vapor, nothing but pure nitrous to make its way to the engine. No hiccups, no blown up manifolds. But more than that, just a full pack into the cylinders when a button gets pressed.
Fighting it. You know, sometimes you have to think about it like this also. You saw the yellow Mustang in the right lane, off and on the throttle, off and on the throttle. You know, at some point you have to use your head as well, Steve.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to get over your head into the wall, damage your car, possibly hurt yourself. So to all the drivers that are in staging right now, think about that. If you don't have the truck or the car or the vehicle hooked up, get out of the throttle. You can come back around and make another lap. And as they say, live to race another day, that type of thing. We don't want anybody to go home hurt, and we certainly don't want any cars to be damaged out here on Woodward. So if you don't have the hook, just take it light and come back around and do it again.
A couple of Hellcats right here. Just 707 horsepower or more, depending on the year. And again, rear-wheel drive, but man, they run like all-wheel drivers with traction. Good to see that. And you got to love the Hellcat can be had with a 6-speed manual, though most are built with the 8-speed torque flight. Couple more Challengers right up here. Couple more Hellcats. There you go. Love that race Hemi hood scoop. Brass monkey wheels on the purple car. And that one is Kenneth Eden of Joelton, Tennessee. against Matt Zerber. Chevy pickup truck, yes, a square body, which are getting to be real hot these days. A C10 up against a 70 Malibu or Chevelle, undoubtedly packing LS power, at least one of them. It seems like almost everything is an LS these days, which is nothing wrong with that. Of course, the traditional small block, also a fantastic engine, nothing wrong with that either. And the big block, no problem with either or any. That's the beauty of hot rodding. You build whatever you want. The bow tie brigade on the block here, or on the starting line. My other life involves something other than drag racing, but this is cool. Yeah, black Chevy C10, very sinister with a big cowl hood on it. Looks good. Malibu also has a cowl hood, but that's the original right there. No problem. Something's going on, a technical issue. Again, vehicles like children and animals. You put them on the stage and you never know what's going to happen next, I guess, on the live TV. But with that said, they'll figure it out, no doubt. Pickup truck's a step side, short bed, 6.5 footer. And again, not a fleet side, but plenty of tire tucked under those fenders on the back of that.
That square body there is reminiscent of the muscle truck, the hot rod muscle truck. Don't know if it was inspired by the muscle truck or maybe it was before the muscle truck, but well, we have some special guests with us, Steve. Very, very special guests. And my friends, Lucky Costa, Alex Taylor of Hot Rod Garage. Welcome to the family, Alex.
Thank you. I'm excited.
How's everything been going?
It's been a busy month, I'll say that.
It's been a very busy month for you. You're here as the returning champion in the influencer grudge race. You excited about that?
Oh, I'm pumped to be back. It's definitely a curveball this year with a 6-speed manual, but we have an awesome Hellcat engine in there as well, and I feel like we got a chassis that's ready to go.
A Hellcat engine in where? Let's talk about what it's in.
Talk about it.
Yeah,
okay.
That's what we got to do.
So we have a 1955 Plymouth Savoy that we built in Hot Rod Garage, and it came in as a rolling car with a frame under it and floors. We cut everything out of it and built a full tube chassis car in 28 days.
28 days. I followed it on social media and everything that you shared, and I will say that I stepped in the back a couple of times just to take a peek. Didn't take any pics, just took a peek, and everything looked like it was really, really well done. I'm excited to see it go down the track. Lucky for you to have a new partner in crime now on HRG. How's that been working out?
I like the fact that it's a partner in crime because this girl is fearless.
Definitely, definitely. And as far as the show itself, are you guys wrapped with shooting? Is the season done, or is it?
No, we're like halfway through.
Halfway through.
Halfway through, and I guess some exciting stuff to see. I'm very anxious to see it. I haven't seen anything on the back end. You know that I have the power and authority, but I have not looked at anything on the back end, and I'm just waiting for this thing to drop. And I'm sure everybody on the internet and everybody on MotorTrend Plus, MotorTrend TV are really anxious to see how you guys work together, what you do together as far as your builds and going out and supporting events and everything. And you're just a very, very busy young lady. You're doing everything with HRG. You're also an avid drag and drive competitor. You participate in pretty much anything that's drag and drive now.
Yeah, it's been a busy year, but we've built some cool stuff on Hot Rod Garage so far the first half of the year, and we've got some awesome projects lined up in the back half.
And I think we've already broke some stuff.
We've broke a little bit, but we've also made a lot of stuff survive and made some really cool passes and done some cool stuff.
We've already scared the neighbors.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Oh, then you're in now. You're family.
For sure.
You've made your spot, and good for you. We're really, really happy for you. I'm proud of you, honestly. You're a Hoopty World Championship alum.
I know.
And you showed your grit and your ability out there, and you continue to do it with your dad, of course. And you had a friend named Greg who helped you with the 55.
So it was pretty neat. We had a good group in Hot Rod Garage, and it's just a major build to take on in such a short period. And my dad's a major part of my racing, and so it was really cool to get to have him outside alongside us, helped us build the chassis and everything like that. And our friend Greg came out, Greg Peterson, helped come do the sheet metal and stuff, and it was a great great team effort.
Yeah,
Well-
it worked out well. I just loaned him a bunch of tools, pushed my welders over, and kept my social distancing.
To be fair, we had a couple of positive cases of COVID, so we got separated and switched around, and we were working out of quarantine
Yeah,
garage.
it was hot quarantine garage.
Quarantine Garage. Listen, this is your opportunity. This is your big platform to talk your smack now as a defending champ. Who would you? Let's say who would you want to see compete against you for the grudge match
I
title?
know what you're wanting here, but I'm not ready to give that answer. I got to see it. So my mind's been out here all day. There's a lot of great builds. But right now, to be honest, it's one of those things where I feel like it's like run your own race, and I'm a bad smack talker. You should remember
Yeah,
this.
you're a terrible
I'm
smack
awful at it. And so like right now,
I
my
thought
mind.
maybe you got better over the years.
No, absolutely not. My mind right now is 100% focused on getting our car down the track and making it perform like it needs to.
Well, you have a car that, based on your history, you have that knowledge on how to get down the track, traction, tire.
It is.
And I saw a clip of that car leaving home over at Milan, and she got out of it for sure.
It's definitely set up and working. It's doing great, but we do have a 6-speed manual. Now, there's a couple different things, couple different nuances that I'm not necessarily used to, but I'm ready to give it a shot.
That's the equalizer. that is, and I think it was a great call by the people at Dodge to say, let's put 6 speeds in there, let's put a manual in there and have racers drive. A lot of that has been challenged even in the bigger levels of racing, where people have, automatic, put it in D, well, not put it in D, but you might slap 1, 2, 3, and you're not even slapping anymore. You have a solenoid that's moving, CO2 operated solenoid that's punching the gears for you. So to have drivers, especially out here on Woodward Avenue, where back in the day, that's what drivers did, was raced on this street. It's cool to see that that's what's going to happen now. Now, one of the things from a technical standpoint is in that powertrain, and when you haven't publicly said how much power and torque this thing makes.
It says 807 right on the hood.
807. Oh, okay. So we'll go with the advertised 807.
Yeah.
The advertised 807.
807.
There it is, right there.
But-
Love the patina on that. The 56 Plymouth.
gorgeous.
That's cool.
Hey,
It's
just so you know, that was washed it with Ajax and hit it with some patina sauce.
Love it.
No modifications
Yeah.
right there.
One of the things about that car, and it wasn't on my radar, and I'm a car guy, but it was not on my radar by any way, shape, or form. But now looking at it and the way it sits, and you think about the Tri-5 Chevys, it's the 50s car.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of the 50 Ford. I like that line as well. Looking at
Very
this,
similar,
those
yeah.
cars are all in the same vein, from that era. So it's pretty cool to see that Plymouth was thinking the same way and doing the same things. And it's actually a very good-looking car.
When they said the options, because we had 4 or 5 different cars we could pick through, I was picking like a station wagon because I'm from the beach. And they're like, oh, we don't think that's going to work out.
Right.
And then this came across, and I was just like, well, it's a Plymouth, so kind of a Dodge. And well, where would you get parts for that? Well, it kind of looks like a 55 Chevy, so
There you
it's
go.
right up that alley.
I wish they had a camera on Alex's face when you guys got the car or figured out what car you're going to use, because she probably rolled her eyes to the
I
side
did.
Oh, yeah.
like, what is that?
I did.
have no clue what that even is.
When it showed up, it looked like it was gray and
It
rust.
did. It was rough. But
It was like, wow, this thing's teal under here.
it turns out you can make even the uncoolest of cool pretty cool.
That's very true. That's very true.
What are you trying to say?
I mean, we got a cool car now. That's what I'm trying
Oh,
to
okay,
say.
all right. As long as we're talking about the car.
Now, Lucky, I got to say, we know you from Hot Rod Garage, but also, of course, Kevin Hart's muscle car crew. Kevin Hart, a
Right.
genius, a legend.
Yeah.
Was that intimidating to work with him?
Actually, you know what? Those guys were super nice, super fun. I mean, it was 3 days into it, and I was, cracking vertically challenged jokes. And, Kevin was like, oh, you got jokes. Like, you got jokes now. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that was a lot of fun working with those guys.
He's a genius and a rock star. I love his comedy.
Yeah.
And you do a great job on the show.
It was pretty fun.
Yeah.
Lucky you had a chance to work with me. Have you gotten better at making the correct turn instead of the wrong turn?
What do you refer, sir?
Well, you know what I'm talking about, Lucky.
I don't
Stuck
understand.
in the mud, Lucky.
I don't. Oh, that's right. When I took my all-wheel drive Mitsubishi and was trying to drive around you in the mud. Yeah, I recall that. I almost made. I did make it.
You did make it.
The car
With
failed.
a little
The
assist.
car failed.
There you go. Listen, man, we're very happy for both of you. Good luck with HRG. I'm going to be watching.
Awesome.
And I'm going to be watching. And every once in a while, I'll stop in the back and say hello.
Oh yeah, we hear
Don't
the door
forget.
open.
Right on.
It's easy to find you. You're the first guy in the studio every single day.
Every day.
Well, let's go to Hannah Newhouse with Keith Yancey for an interview from the pits, trackside here at Woodward Avenue.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks, guys. You guys had mentioned it here with Keith Yancey of Mopar CAPS program, Career Automotive Program. Tell me a little bit about what the CAPS program is.
Well, the CAP program, we're very proud of it. It is a 100 school-wide, across-the-nation plan for us to help get our students to become technicians in our dealerships.
Now, you guys are activating here at Roadkill Nights. You've got the tent. What else is going on?
Well, we had them here yesterday for a great meet and greet session with our local dealers. They also got to experience all the thrill rides and everything here at the event. Today, they're actually working with real technicians, working on these Dodge cars and really making sure that the security levels are there. So they're flashing them today, and they're getting some real-world experience.
And we saw it firsthand here. You had alumni already from the program coming up talking to you. But for those who are maybe interested in learning more about the program or signing up, where do they go?
Well, obviously, we have our moparcap.com website. We have our ambassadors here at this event, of course, and we're really, really popular on Instagram and Facebook. So there's a lot of different ways to reach us. On the CAP website, you can see all 100 schools and how to get involved in the program.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Keith.
Thank you.
Keith Yancey again. Mopar Caps, they're activating down here in the fan area. Lots of cool stuff going on behind me and a great program.
And of course, the Mopar CAP program stands for Career Automotive Program. It wasn't spelled out, but tomorrow's mechanics being trained today.
And I think that's very cool that there are still programs like that that train technicians to go into a dealership. You know, you come out of a program like that, you get a job in a sense right away at a dealership. You know, you might start out, for anybody interested in something like that, you might start out, you know, doing loafers, lube, oil, and filters. You might start out there, but eventually you're going to work yourself up through experience, you know what I mean, and working through the shop and becoming, I don't know if they're departments or whatever, but learning about all the vehicles in the Dodge and even in Jeep brands throughout the whole scheme of it. And it's just one of those things where today, as we go forward and these vehicles becoming more and more technical, et cetera, you need good people working on them when there are situations, and just even to service them, to keep them up and running. So I think that CAP deal is really cool for a young person. If they're into cars, they want to work on cars and get with a good company at the end of the day, be part of that.
A couple of cool cars here, a couple of brand or bow ties. I have a Ford Fairmont myself, I really do. That's a Fairmont Wagon. You don't see them on the road anymore, but wagons are cool. More weight on the tires, better traction potentially.
Wagons are really cool. You know, the trick to a wagon, especially here on Woodward Avenue, is just put steel plates in the back.
That's right, dumbbells
down on it and let it go ahead and eat.
Now, I do see a little exhaust pipe coming out in front of the passenger side front tire, so that's a turbo outlet. So that's something going on under the hood there. Of course, the Mustang is an SN95.
For those who don't know, Steve is referring to the little cut there in the front of the fender, the front of the passenger side fender. That's usually indicative of turbocharges. There might be another one on the other side, twin turbochargers.
In fact, I see the Mustang has one too. So a couple turbos. It's spooling up, making boost. Arms come down. They're staging right now. There they go.
Fairmont's out first. That's a good lap.
And those are small tire cars. Look at that.
Fairmont on the small tire takes the win. Yeah. Left lane.
Weight transfer, man. That's cool.
Another parachute dumped on Woodward Avenue. That's pretty cool, man.
0 to jail if you do that any other time. That's cool.
Well, you have a lot of people that do stuff like that now, kind of stunned with the internet. You know, people want to do the videos, not necessarily influencers or anything, but people have done that just on a public street, found a desolate area, and taken the picture or taken the video of their car flying down the street with the parachute dumped down.
An unusual pairing right here, not so much the 6.4-liter Scat Pack Challenger, but the Volvo. Now, here's the thing. Volvos are Swedish. They generally have a little 4-cylinder engine. That one has some big slicks in the back. And while Latin means I roll, or Volvo means I roll in Latin, this thing, I'm sure, rolls.
This thing actually does roll. Another, I don't remember the gentleman's name, but another drag and drive participant, been on Hot Rod Drag Week and all of the other ones. That Volvo in the quarter mile, I believe, is in the 7-second Volvo. So
another
that
wagon.
is no joke. LS powered with turbo.
And the beauty of the Volvo really is that, I mean, it is a Swedish car, but it's built like a tank and it's rear-wheel drive. It's kind of ready to go.
It's ready to do it. It's ready to do it.
Give it a heart transplant and rock and roll.
Having a little problem with the tire spin right now.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. When you have the bleach box, the water hole, if you have treads on your tires, try to go around it if you can, because more often than not, even with a burnout, treaded tires bring a little water up to the line and you sit and spin. But we'll see. Oh yeah, that turbocharged Volvo is sounding mean, snapping and popping. Man.
Something for fans to note, watching the action live or on the internet here. We'll wait for this race to go down. Check out. That is a blast right there.
Volvos are known for, like, college professors, and, back in the 80s, those were everywhere in New England when I grew up, and, like, there were, preppy mobiles.
Turtleneck sweaters.
Yeah, that's right. Those and Saabs, right? And another crazy pairing here. We have a 55 Chevy and probably a Chrysler Newport, about a 71 or 2.
It's a New Yorker.
New Yorker.
Right on. Chrysler New Yorker.
Yeah, you got your A-body darts, B-bodies, Roadrunners, and C-body, the full-size line here. I see Chrysler SS Mags. That's cool. 440 on the hood.
Kind of retro looking, It's looking the part. The green LEDs takes you to the Green Hornet a little bit, too.
It does? Yeah.
That's a cool car. There was a Sport Fury that had the same type of a line to it as well. But the New Yorker is a Luxo barge. Sean better get out of the throttle. There you go, Sean.
It's not going straight, and let it get out of it.
Sean Fink in that 55 in the left lane got to the finish line first. A little squirrely going down.
Got a Dodge Dart, 68 in the far lane, and a Chevy Camaro, looks about a 79 or so in the near lane. No hood on the Camaro. Got a tunnel ram, I'm guessing. A couple of carburetors up on top.
Steve, in the big picture, the grand scheme of this, how cool is this right now?
It is. It's awesome. Yeah, usually, it's 0 to jail if you go street racing on Woodward Avenue, but not today, thanks to Dodge and MotorTrend.
Cars in pairs going down Woodward Avenue with the arm drop.
Yep.
This is bitchy. This is badass.
And we have
Jason brings them up in stage. Arm drop. He's out first. Camaro struggling a little bit. Dart on a nice clean pass. It's small tire Dart. So it'd be fun to watch these small tires. They're the traction limited out here versus the big tire, but they're going down pretty good.
Yeah. Old school street rod on the right-hand side. Looks like a Dodge Brothers pickup truck or something sliced and diced. Of course, the Dodge brothers, John and Horace, founded Dodge back in 1914. 6 years, whatever it is. I was an English major. But
Long time ago.
Yes.
Many moons.
Yeah. GT500 in white.
Interesting point right now for everybody watching this in person and on the internet. Jason Ruckert is our official starter here, and he's doing what's known as an arm drop in street racing. And in the pre-race instructions and the discussion that they had about that arm drop, one of the rules, and it's hard to use the term rules in street racing, but the rule out here on the street is a chase is a race. And you saw that the little street rod checked out before those arms came down. Theoretically, if this was a race, the Mustang, the GT500, if it had sat there, would have been the winner of that race. But he did then pursue. So it's one of those deals where it's going to be interesting to see when they're actually racing how that plays out if somebody leaves first.
68 Hemi-Charger with a manual transmission versus about a 67 or so Plymouth Sport Fury with an automatic. Hemi-Charger takes the race.
Takes the race in a big way, and you saw the way it left. I mean, that was reminiscent of back in the day, actually. The way it hopped up out there,
Yeah, Ronnie Sox banging gears in his GTX or his Roadrunners. And we're going to see that with the Grudge race, as all those cars have 6-speed manuals, so keep your eyes peeled for that. But 5.0 Mustang and a Chevy S10.
Talked about sleepers. The Chevy S10 actually is one of the chassis, one of the platforms that actually is, and especially the square front S10 is one of the really good drag race trucks out there.
See a turbocharger poking out of the nose of the Mustang. The S10 also turbocharged.
Actually, it's twin turbocharged. If you look on the driver's side, you got 2 stacks coming out there. In the left lane, good save. But one of those deals where I would guess with that turbocharged Mustang, power is coming on. It's literally coming on as he leaves. He's leaving soft to have traction, but as he goes down the track, he's building more boost. He's getting more power, and that's breaking the tires loose.
And there's boost controllers for that. Some folks leave on low boost, and as they move, it comes on strong.
Exactly, and that's exactly what went down.
Couple of
dial it back a little bit.
Couple of Stangs right here. Of course, the first pony car was the Plymouth Barracuda. Okay, all right, it beat Mustang to market by about 2 weeks. But yeah, the Mustang's that's the pony car. Here we go. Couple Mustangs right here. Turbo car.
1920 chick. It's Lidio Iacobelli's daughter, actually, and she's been campaigning that car at Mile and Dragway and various Mustang sanctioned events. Got to the finish line first in the left lane.
Yeah, Milan Dragway, historic as heck, still around. The Ram Chargers, the Dodge factory team used to test their cars at Milan. A historic piece of property right there, still active. Just about as historic as Pomona out in California. Really, wow. Milan, man, a lot of stuff happened there.
That's pretty historic then.
Of course, a Dodge Dakota coming up against a 5-liter Fox-style Mustang, but that Fox, or the 5-liter, I think it's a van. This has a big old turbo hanging out. Not sure what's going on under the hood.
Yalla.
I know LS Motors have found their way into Foxes. It's not such a weird thing these days.
No, but, that's the swap. As is, I mean, when you think about it, with all of the Dodges out here, the Hellcat is the swap, and LS is the swap with the Ford Mustang. Traction problem.
Look at the tire smoke.
Blazing the tires.
That's some horsepower, though. I got to say, think about that. The coefficient of friction with a slick, and you're spinning at 70 miles an hour. That's some horsepower.
Again, I appreciate everyone's gumption, but it's a little still too early to really try to stay with that type of aggression. If you feel the tires spinning, especially that far down the track, just let it go. You know, you come back and make another lap.
If you're old like me, there was a song in the 70s called Billy, Don't Be a Hero, right? It's an old song, but don't be a hero. Let out if it's not going straight. I like this Chevy Colorado with the factory lightweight package.
First-gen Colorado.
It's chemically milled. That orange is chemically milled. It's salt. But it's got traction bars. Something's happened. That's the ultimate sleeper right there.
Exactly. Now, if this thing takes off, tires spin. Is that a satellite or a Roadrunner that is racing?
Could be either. You know. Gotcha. Yeah. Sometimes you make a clone out of satellite. They're similar cars. Like S10 with a stick shift tranny. Look at that.
And the satellite runner to the finish line first. We'll call it a satellite runner. Hannah is with Jesse Veal right now. Let's go to Hannah and see what's going on.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And we're located out here up underneath the Dodge Mastercard banner here. And like you guys had mentioned, I'm here with Jesse Veal. We're going to talk a little bit, though, about this Drive Plus Mastercard. What exactly is it?
So the Drive Plus Mastercard is a Mastercard issued by FNBO, and we do this for all the Stellantis brands. So Dodge, Chrysler, Mopar, Ram, if you've got a Ram, or TRX, you do TRX, you can get a credit card with that on it. So it's a beautiful thing. So we're taking applications today. We'll give you a free tumbler just for applying. And also for coming out to the event at the merchandise tent behind us, if you spend $100, if you get approved for the MasterCard, spend $100, you get a $100 statement credit. So what's better than free merchandise and a free tumbler? So
not only is the interface of the card itself actually pretty cool, but what are some of the benefits for Drive Plus MasterCard holders?
So some of the great benefits is think 5-2-1. So 5% back in dealer, 2% on gas and travel, and we think today where gas prices are, right? And some of the Hellcats are running around, 2% adds up pretty quickly in rewards. So they can use those rewards in dealer, future service work, and they get 1% everywhere else they use the credit card. So it truly is a top-of-the-wallet credit card for our customers.
Yeah, the card looks good and obviously works well in your favor as well. Now, You'd mentioned if people are here on the property, they can come over here, they can sign up today. But for those who may be tuning in, where can we sign up for one of these cards?
So if they go to drivepluscard.com, another thing to mention is if they spend, and there's probably some things over at the merch tent, if they spend $499 or more, they get 6 months interest free. They got to make their payments, but 6 months interest free is a great deal.
Hey, that's a pretty good excuse to go get $400. I mean, the Roadkill merch is pretty cool this evening. Hey, thank you so much, Jesse.
Thanks, Hannah. I appreciate it.
Again, Jesse Veal with the Drive Plus MasterCard. They're located down here in the Midway. You can sign up, lots of cool swag, and hey, pretty good perks for that card as well.
Yes, Hannah, the perks sound really, really good. 6% zero interest. That's 6 months. What was 6 months? 6%? I heard 6.
6 months. Yeah.
6 months, 0% interest is a great deal. So get on down to the Midway there and sign up for your MasterCard.
Yeah, we're still racing here on Woodward Avenue. We'll be all day and into the evening. Got a Challenger and an old school Plymouth Duster. The Duster's mini top. I do see wider tires in stock. Still has leaf springs in the back. So this will be an interesting old school versus new school matchup.
With the Duster, that graphics package, is that something that was a factory look?
It's not, but it kind of plays into the Motown Missiles paint scheme, which was a semi-factory sponsored pro stock Duster in the early 70s. Kind of plays the Motown Missile vibe, or Mopar Missile, you choose.
I thought it was associated with racing, factory racing or something like that, right? All right.
Yeah, the modern car didn't take the win on that one, but Speaking of modern cars,
Influencers.
Right
These
on.
are influencers coming up. So everybody take a good look. This is your first look at the influencers. We have our influencer challenge, our grudge race coming up later in the day, and this is their first hit of the track. In the left lane is Throttle. Throttle is a group out of Southern California, San Diego area, and they put together a Dodge Viper with the Hellcat package.
And those manual transmissions.
Those are
right
manual
now.
transmissions, and
Yeah, not a liability. I
it
mean,
got down.
Yeah, okay.
On the right lane, the vehicle is called the Pursuit Ute. It is really a cool car. It started life, I guess, as a Charger, and the back is gone, obviously, and it's a pickup truck, and it's police motifs, so it's the Pursuit Ute. And I think it's really pretty cool.
A couple more of those direct connection Hellcat 6-speed manual powered grudge racers, the Magnum in the near lane.
Christina Roki on the left, actually on the right side, looking at it in the, what do you call the color? Champagne,
yeah.
metallic champagne.
Yeah.
Metallic champagne Challenger. And then in the Magnum, we talked about there being a station wagon in the influencer field, and that's David Patterson in the blue Magnum. So this is going to be cool to see because, again, the Magnum has the longer, slightly longer wheelbase and the transfer. If you can get that to transfer in the back, and I would really hope to see if you open one of those open that hatch, plates bolted to that floor bed. Fold the seat down and put plates there and help get traction.
Notice the hole in the hood. Now, the Magnum was designed and built long before Hellcats arrived on the scene. So the styling of that will not accommodate the height of the intercooler. So therefore, they cut a hole. If it works, do it.
She let the clutch out.
Uh-oh. Something's going on with the Magnum. That sounds like a second gear launch.
Yes, it was in 2. He was in second gear and never made it to 3.
Okay. You got to remember, the manual transmission or any transmission, it's all about torque multiplication. You get the most in first, a little less in second. So if you leave in second gear, you don't have full multiplication. Now, this is kind of wacky here. This is an old school Dodge Lancer, 61 or 62, again with the Hellcat 6-speed up against a way more modern Challenger. But the Lancer was Dodge's version of the Plymouth Valiant, and this is the beginning of the A-body dynasty right here. Dusters, Barracudas, the Demons, all those cars grew off of the A-body bones seen right here in orange for the first time.
Colette Davis in the orange Lancer, and Weston Champlin is in the black. That's very good. Okay. There you go. You've got people in these cars for the first time. I'm not going to say that Colette doesn't have stick shift experience. She has plenty of that, but in a drag race environment, she doesn't, and she admits that. This is her first time drag racing. So
Colette's a drifter, I think.
Exactly.
Right?
So this a drifter in other disciplines. Off-road, she's driven a monster truck. So she's done quite a few things in motorsports, but this is her first time going into a drag race competitively, and I guess that might have been her first time, maybe at home testing or something like that. But letting the clutch out, and now letting the clutch out on a surface, the traction's coming in. She has that big tire. She saw that the car hooked, bogged, and she had to regroup and get down the track. Weston looked pretty good on the other side. Weston got down, and if you remember last year, Weston was a round away from actually getting to face Eric Malone. He burned the tires in his lap, the semifinal, going into the final, so he didn't make it there. But he's back, and he had his own challenges coming in, arrived without a clutch in his car. So yesterday, his crew had to slam a clutch into that Challenger, and it's good to see it out here and ready, and he got down pretty clean.
Got a couple of more contenders coming up. That Chevrolet, don't call that a Nova. That's actually a Chevy 2. The Nova is the hardtop or convertible version thereof, but that's a first gen right there. I believe 62 that appeared on the scene. It was Chevrolet's answer to, well, the Studebaker Lark, the Ford Falcon, of course, the Dodge Lancer and Plymouth Valiant. All those were the first American compact cars right around 1959, 60, 61. And of course, in the other lane, we've got a Demon. There it is with that wide hood.
That's the last of our influencers. That's Herman Young. He's out of Texas, and he's racing under the banner of Demonology. His presence online as an influencer is Demonology, and he takes it to another level with that. He says that he's out here in the influencer grudge race to gap-tize the competition. So
gap-tize. Big tires on that Demon.
Huge tire. Now that's reminiscent of back in the day where they actually used to take like a Sawzall and cut the wheel wells.
Yeah.
That stick shift is a game changer in this deal.
Great equalizer.
Absolutely.
For manual transmissions. Yeah. The little
This
Chevy.
is going to be fun to watch for sure, because that takes the most confident jockey and makes him a little bit intimidated.
Yeah. Got a 63 Dodge Polara on the far side. I'm liking the patina, but the plumbing coming through the hood and out the front fenders tells us it's not a 383 in that one, or even a Max Reg. It's something way more radical. Of course, the 37 Chevy, the orangish car, the garbage that barfed is the name of the car on the door. I didn't say that. They painted it on the door.
Armstrong.
Wow. Oh, a little oil
coming out.
We'll blow by. Hopefully nothing too catastrophic.
Made it down safely.
Yeah.
That was a good lap.
Yeah, the old Dodge is right there. Those things with white and candy stripes on the roof. Yeah, Ram Chargers right there. That was the platform. El Camino versus Ford pickup.
The Ford pickup, that's old body style Ford pickup. And I spoke with the owner of this one. It's 351 powered. Wow. Set of aluminum heads, actually kind of basic, if you will. It's really cool to see something that's budget-minded, not a lot into it. And he shared with me the performance as far as ET. I'm not going to list it here, but it gets down pretty good, so.
Yeah, the El Camino, similar to the pickup truck, of course, the Ute, as it were, in Australia, spawned the El Camino and the Ford Ranchero here in this country. And, of course, Dodge had the Rampage, which was a K-car-based pickup truck in the 80s. But beyond that, Dodge never got into the Ute game. They never answered the El Camino or the Ranchero. It would have been cool if they did. But anyway, here we have a couple of haulers. One's a Cowboy Cadillac. One is a more traditional pickup truck.
Brian Ekstrom in the El Camino. He's out of Minnesota. Brian comes down from Minnesota with his family. Really good guy. You see the driver. You can't see it. Maybe you can't see it on your screen, but the driver was looking down to his right, possibly at a laptop, making a last-minute change. And there you go. Rule 351, F-150, straight and true.
I got to say, I'm a little bit old school in the idea of tuning with a laptop. Well, yeah, it's the 21st century, and everybody's doing it.
Yeah, the screwdrivers are put away, Steve.
Right. Got a 67 Barracuda, and a 79 or so Camaro.
This is the Formula S Barracuda of our influencer Tony Arm from Corrupt Builds. Beautiful car. But Tony is someone who says he's not versed in drag racing. He built a wonderful looking drag car, but is not a drag racer. So this will be interesting to see how he gets the car down the track.
I'm liking the drag pack livery on that old school Barracuda. Of course, the direct connection catalog, you can buy drag pack livery for your Challenger or your drag pack Challenger. The Hellcat logos tell us there's no 340 on the hood of that Barracuda. Wow. Hellcat, a little stick shift. Look at that.
Beautiful.
Hellcat stick shift. Cool. Yeah, when it goes bobs, that's a stick shift.
Exactly, it's a stick shift, but notice that now in this distance, and this distance is not an exact 1/8 mile, 660 feet, it's about 600 feet. But notice in that distance, 2 gears, first and second.
Wow.
This isn't a third gear party by any means. First and second will get you down the drag strip in the influencer grudge match anyway.
Okay, who called the cops? Party's over. No, not so fast. This is actually a hot-rodded 68 Dodge Coronet, done up as a cop car, but with a Hellcat under the hood.
That's pretty cool.
The man has arrived. The red light, the cherry top is going, and he's up against the demon.
Notice it's severely leaf sprung with the rake in there, and those springs when he left, the way that car, the springs got hit like
The
that.
super stock leaf springs. Yeah. Wow, it's an international scout
How about
in
that?
orange and white. Makes me want to reach for an ice cream. I don't know what that's about, but I'll talk about that later. All-wheel drive, I think. Do I see a? No, that's two-wheel drive.
That's
okay.
a skinny
I
up
thought I
front.
I thought I saw a lock-in hub. Can't be. No way.
Headers coming down from it. Yeah, the powertrain is of interest now. What's powering that thing? It's a very short wheelbase pickup truck.
Up against a little Dodge Dart Sport, probably. Now those,
Swinger?
Yeah, probably Swinger. Yeah, Dodge Swinger. The Scouts originally came with slant 4 engines, a big cast iron V8 sliced in half, kind of like what Pontiac did with their Tempest in 61-2. And the slant 4 in that Scout is long gone. There's undoubtedly going to be a V8 in that. But you could actually get a turbo on a Scout in 1966 and 67. International actually sold Scouts with a little slant 4 and a turbo. Seriously, crazy but true. I saw one in junkyard one time. Couldn't believe it. But this is a V8 for sure, swapped in.
It looks good. It's really clean and straight. And today, as time goes on and you see cars and trucks like this, you know, the quote-unquote old school, they actually become cooler by the day.
Yeah. Oh, here goes that nitrous purge. Notice the full cage in the Scout and the dark.
Ejected. Gamble on whether or not it's an LS.
Yeah, could be either. I'd be blown away if that's a 345 International V8. I mean, that'd be hardcore. I can't imagine it. Those things weigh about 800 pounds.
Jason with the arm drop gets away quick. Look at that thing go. Wow.
That's cooking.
International Scout by a lot in the left lane.
Both those cars just went 130 in a 45-mile-an-hour zone. I'm calling the cops. Not today. It's legal. This is Roadkill Nights, brought to you by MotorTrend, powered by Dodge, and street racing on Woodward. Yup, it's legal today only.
Coolest day ever.
Firebird and a Mustang, both with supercharged. Look at that.
Both supercharged, coming through the hood.
Yeah.
671 blowers, probably 2 carburetors.
Yep.
This is going to be a good drag race if they can hook up. Now, one is on a big tire, one is on a small tire. No, they're both on big tires. One blazed a little too much. That Firebird and too much Austin. Stay out of the throttle. Once again, I'm going to be saying that like a broken record. I know, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the broken record, because these drivers need to understand that when that happens, get out of the throttle. Please, everybody down there, drivers, you hear me. I know you hear me. Use your head.
Gen 3 Camaro LS Turbo for sure versus the Olds 442, built just down the road in Lansing, Michigan, the home of Oldsmobile. RIP for Oldsmobile, one of GM's great brands. But all that said, I love the 442. 68, I believe that one right there. I love the vertical stripe. That's factory stuff. The cowl hood, not so much, but that's okay.
Jason drops the arms. Camaro checked out. Hooked up and gone. Good clean pass by the Camaro. Also assisted in stopping by the Parachute. That Olds, the 442, has a Torque Storm centrifugal supercharger. You don't see a lot of those, but apparently they're in action, obviously.
Yeah. Torque Storm coming on strong. I know they make superchargers for slant sixes. But speaking of blowers and huffers, look at the turbo mounted way high. Now, it used to be that turbochargers, you want them as close to the engine as possible, but I guess they're big enough or small enough now to where you can get away with the plumbing?
Well, just basically looking at the physical stature of that one, that's a big one. That's a big turbo, and that truck actually was a build truck. There was a build program on TV. I think it was called Grudge Wars or something like that. And it was a competitor. The team put that truck together, won the event, and then got to keep the truck for winning the event. So you're looking at something that was on TV, and seeing it in person is pretty cool. There's a little boom from the turbo. 2 turbo cars. That Mustang.
Wow. This is one of those things shredding air. That's
Yes.
angry metal. How cool.
That was a good drag race there. The Mustang, again, power coming on up top, and started to feel himself chatter, feel the tires chatter a little bit, and got out of it.
Little replay right here. Let's watch that action. Look at
There we go. Look at the Mustang and the
weight
right side of your
transfer.
tee.
That is so cool. I love that. Drag racing ballet. The front tires barely on
Skirting
the surface.
the surface, yes.
Another S10 in red. A little less exotic, but surely under the hood. This is a Nova.
Turbocharged S10. The S10 has the turbos mounted in the bed area. That's rear-mounted turbos. Actually a quick truck. It took his time leaving. Again, this is just arm drop, kind of a time trial deal. There's nothing competitive about this just yet, so it's not like you have to cut an arm drop or cut a light or anything just yet. But that's going to be a truck to watch later in the day for sure.
And another S10 right here.
Again, the square front S10, a popular sleeper type drag race vehicle.
That thing's probably a 160-mile-an-hour truck. That Pizza King better be bolted down and not magnetic, the sign on top, because that's going to come off. I'm sure they thought of that.
Now,
right?
using the shell, the bed shell there, might be for aero purposes, would you guess?
You know, the cam back. Yeah, the cam effect. It's possible.
There it is. S10 leads first. Firebird giving chase. Went over towards the wall a little bit. collected it and got through. That's a very quick Firebird, Camaro. I'm sorry, this is a very quick Camaro as well.
Now, I know quite often when the plumbing for the turbo is that far away, racers will use nitrous oxide to spin it up quicker so that you don't have the lag. Now, of course, here we have that Hemi-Powered Viper. It's a Hellcat Viper right there, I believe, right?
Yep. The popular term is spool jet. They put what's called a spool jet in there to assist in spooling. But yes, this is our influencer again from Throttle, and there is a Hellcat under the hood of that Viper. I understand that some of the Viper Nation wasn't happy about this build, but I think it's a really cool project. I think it looks good, and it's going to run pretty well. Cobra Mustang in the left lane. Edges out the Viper.
Speaking of Hemi-Powered Vipers, when the Viper program was just getting started, there was talk of doing it with either a 360 V8 or a revived Hemi. And in fact, there were development mules built with 426 Hemis back in 1988, 89. So it has been done.
The question is, where are they now?
Yeah. RX-7, look at that,
RX-7.
Old school.
Twin turbo RX-7.
Wow.
Up against a Fox Mustang twin turbo. I'm sorry, single turbo. Yeah. Single turbo Fox Mustang.
Yeah, that RX-7, those are getting to be very collectible today.
Oh, very
Bone
much
stock,
so.
like 20 grand for a clean when you start. But,
very much so.
But they're doing the right thing with this one. I like it. It's rear-wheel drive, ready to rock. That's the great thing. There's no rotary engine here. V8.
We'll stand on Woodward Avenue. How cool is that? Front tires off the ground.
Yeah.
As it came up, you could see that he pedaled it just a little bit to settle it down nicely, and then went through. That was textbook. That was excellent.
Yeah, weight transfer. That's what you want. And here's a replay. Look at that. How cool is that?
Thing of beauty.
Both of them bouncing down the track. That is awesome. Okay, got a Buick Skylark. Not a Grand Sport. I don't see any scoops or stripes. That's all good. Of course, the Firebird Ram Air engine under the hood. Probably a little more power than stock. Of course, the turbo on the Buick is given away by the pipe coming out in front of the tires. So that's a lot of modern in that retro body.
And then in the staging process, you hear him building boosts against the torque converter, bumps in. Jason with the arm drop, tire spin. The cool kids are saying nowadays a little too much sauce. They're calling it sauce. A little too much sauce right there in the tune-up. So they're going to have to dial that back a little bit and come around and try to get down Woodward again.
That is one of the liabilities of turbos. You know, whereas a belt-driven blower like on this Demon right here, it's making boost as long as the crank's turning.
Automatic.
You know, whereas with the turbo, you got to spool it up, and you can get psyched out by your opponent if he wants to mess with you. Unless he's also turbocharged, then it evens out. But got a Demon in red, and I guess a Demon in gray too.
It's gray, like a slate gray. That's a good-looking car, though.
Battleship Destroyer gray, I guess, right? That was the color. I like how the hood on the actual Demon has the race Hemi effect, whereas the civilian version, and of course no wide body on the civilian Demon. They're both just as fast. The Hellcat, I should say, on the gray Hellcat.
It's interesting, you know, those people in the Challenger Charger world are able to just look at a specific model and identify right away. You know, the badging, of course, gives things away, but there are other nuances within both platforms that, you know, you can be confused sometimes. Like, what is that one? Like, which one is it? Is it a Scat Pack or, you know?
Yeah. On that Demon right there, there's a fellow named Mark Trostel who's the head of SRT Design, and he told me that they actually brought in a 68 Hemi hood scoop to the design studio to actually get inspiration when he designed the Demon's scoop. Let's take a look at what's coming up today.
Coming up today here at Roadkill Nights, presented by MotorTrend, powered by Dodge. We have the Mayor Showdown at 1:55 p.m. The First Responders Showdown 2.0 at 2 p.m. The Grudge Match. Everybody's here to see the Grudge Match. Can't wait to see the Grudge Match. And that happens at 4 o'clock. And then our top 8 shootout. Top 8 big tire cars, top 8 small tire cars. They're going to shoot it out at 6:30 p.m. right here on Woodward Avenue.
And I got to say, I love the graphic here. Those psychedelic cartoon clouds right there, a direct throwback to the 68-69 Plymouth ad campaign. Very cool. Everything old is new again. Let's take a little break, and we'll be right back.
if we're going to do some racing, I'm down.
I know I'm going to give it my whole heart and soul out there.
If you can do it in your mind, you can do it on the track.
Back again for the 18th year. Hot Rod Drag Week goes full throttle. Over 400 drivers face off over 5 days.
So many cool cars to see, and the venue is going to be amazing.
Join the ultimate drive and drag event and see who wins fastest street car in America. Are you ready for this? Hot Rod Drag Week. Go to hotrod.com/events for more.
Mecum Auctions, the world's largest collector car auction company, returns to Dallas September 7th through the 10th at the K. Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center, featuring 1,500 muscle cars, Corvettes, trucks, classics, and more. Broadcast live on MotorTrend TV and MotorTrend Plus. We welcome everyone to Dallas to bid in person, and enhanced online bidding and telephone options make it easy to join the Mecum experience from anywhere in the world. Register to bid now at mecum.com.
What you waiting for? Streaming now.
This is the best.
Dax, Rob, and Jethro are back.
I'm not at all intimidated.
You seem intimidated when you say that.
I'm a little intimidated.
Same joy.
There we go.
More ride.
Oh, this is so dangerous.
Top Gear America.
Oh, my God!
Streaming now on MotorTrend Plus.
We are back live. MotorTrend presents Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, here on Woodward Avenue in Pontiac, Michigan. We're at the M1 Concourse, of course. And Steve, thus far, we've seen a good opening session, if you will, of drag racing.
Parachutes, wheel stands right here on Woodward Avenue, things that would kind of get you thrown in jail any other time than today. This, of course, Roadkill Nights event, seventh go.
Seventh go.
And blessed by the City Fathers of Pontiac, sponsored by Dodge, powered by Dodge, of course, and then here on MotorTrend. And what a great day. A couple of contenders coming up right now. Have a Durango all-wheel drive, I think, versus a Gen 2 or 3 Camaro. Look at that. Looks like an IROC Z-type car, Z28.
Spinning the tires right away. Clutch car, stick shift car. Went on by the Durango, though.
Yeah. Top end charge. There it is.
That was a good recovery. We'll see that come back.
Another pairing couple of classics. Of course, the SN95 Mustang versus the Gen 3 Firebird Formula. And that one is a Formula 305. There was also a Formula 350, which would indicate itself with a 350. But again, I'm sure there's not a 305 under the hood now.
The gamble on what's under the hood now would be one I don't want to take.
Yeah. Like a 383 or maybe an LS, you never know. But the original Formula wheels still in place.
Arms drop. Mustang gets out first and is hooked up and checked out on the left lane.
And while Klondike timers or the Christmas tree are usually associated with sanctioned drag racing on the street, usually the arm drop does the job, and they're being faithful right here.
The arm drop handled by our own Jason Ruckert of VP Racing Fuel. I polled Jason yesterday and asked him approximately how many times does he think he drops his arms during Roadkill Nights, and he said that based on the amount of cars that we have and the number of laps that each car makes, etc., he arm drops approximately 700 times throughout the course of the day, and he is the only one who will do it all day unless his arm breaks or something like that. No traction in the left lane. Pickup truck is a little bit sideways. Still off and on.
About a 53 Dodge.
Some players are just uncoachable.
Right. Now these are time trials again, so it's not win or lose here, but the eliminations are going to come up pretty soon.
Absolutely.
Well, it'll be a different story then. Another pickup truck, a big Ford versus a 72 Chevelle, but take a moment here. And the blower, you see, that thing sticking through the red Chevelle's hood is what we call a Roots-style belt-driven supercharger. Kind of old school, really. Folks there going with smaller Vortex and that kind of thing. But that right there, that's a great way to pump air. The only downside of those, they do require at least 75, maybe more, even 150 horsepower to run. To put on a 9 or 1,000 horsepower engine, it's a small price to pay.
Right, and there's a big tire, that used to be a quote-unquote look. you know, it might have
Pro
10
street.
horsepower.
Right, right.
But I don't think that's the case right now, but that was once a look, just have that appearance, and you were a bad dude, a bad person on the street. So that is a big 671, or, I mean, does anybody even race with an 871? Imagine if there's an 871. That's a lot of air.
It is, it is. And there was a time in the 80s when people would build what they call pro fairground cars, because they were kind of meant to win trophies at the Carcraft Street Machine Nationals, and there's a place for them and stuff, but this is not a pro fairground. This is a real deal traction monster with a big blower popping through it. That pickup truck, that might well be a sleeper too. Those things can haul butt. That might be a 9-second truck.
I'll call that a qualified sleeper. I walked past it. When you have a drag radial on the front of something like that, it's a sleeper. He is racing with a drag radial up front, folks, so this is going to be a truck to watch.
Yeah, all-wheel drive.
All-wheel drive, F-150, EcoBoost turbo, not certain on that, but possible, or Coyote with a turbo. More than likely Coyote with a turbo. Coyote is a 5-liter Ford engine.
No push rods.
Correct.
Cams, right?
Correct. That old school gave him the blues, though. Gave him the serious blues. The truck left very well, though. All-wheel drive, it checked out pretty good from the hole, but that blower started making power, man. Started making boost and got that thing through. Let's take a look at it again. You see that the truck got the jump, but here comes the horsepower.
Look at the toe-in on that pickup truck as the front tires crawl and scratch for traction. That is cool. You know, it used to be that Ford pickup trucks were, Marming, Harrington conversions or F-350s for the snow, but now all-wheel drive means performance on the strip. This is the 21st century, folks.
Absolutely.
Got push rods versus overhead cams. In other words, a Hellcat with a Hemi. Or actually, that's a Scat Pack with a 392 and the Challenger, of course, the Mustang. Never will you find push rods in a Mustang after, 1993, whatever it was, 94, when a camera came out. It's like selling a fan belt to or a coolant to a Corvair owner. It just doesn't happen. But anyway, classic pony car showdown right here. Now here's the thing about Challenger, which I happen to love. You can put 5 people, 5 adults in a Challenger. Can't really do that with other pony cars. Just saying. They're a little bigger, but they're more comfortable, front and back. I love them both, though. I love the Challenger a little more, but I love them both. Gotta love that shaker hood, man. And it really works. That ducts air into the air box. In the old days, that would have sent air right down into the carburetor or carburetors underneath it. But today, it still works, and it sells cars and looks awesome.
And just the name, the moniker Shaker, because that thing is literally used to shake as the car idles. That's very, very cool.
And especially with a 6-speed car, if you're banging gears, you can watch the shaker sort of jar over to the right with each. It's cool. It's a driver's experience as much as it is an observer's experience. Aftermarket wing on the Mustang. It says 500
GT500. Yeah, it's GT500 Mustang. Oh boy. GT500, here it comes. Having shifting concerns. A little squirrely.
Again, the equalizer. The GT500 is not available with an automatic ever. So, again, if you find driving a stick a challenge, you're not owning a GT500.
What happens is, I'm taking a flyer on this one too, but we have a drone shot. Oh, look at that, the drone shot at Roadkill Nights. That's over in the thrill area. We have a thrill ride, a drift experience that guests here and enthusiasts can go down and check out. I implore you to check out everything that's going on here at Roadkill Nights. But look at that shot there, Steve.
Yeah, the Dodge thrill ride. They have a drag strip simulator with the demons that actually pull wheelies. And this here, of course, is a Challenger giving some lucky participant a ride through the S's, and these guys do this all day long.
All day long.
And the cars do too, by the way. The Challengers, and they're basically they're not hopped up. They're bone stock Challengers. They do this all day long. It speaks to how effective these modern muscle cars are. From
durable, extremely durable, and the drivers have to be durable as well, because I would be dizzy after like the 3rd time.
Here's a classic battle right here, Camaro and Mustang. Although neither one has a stock hood. Look at that big bulge on both of them. There's probably an intercooler and a whole bunch of supercharger underneath both hoods. It's be interesting to see what happens. Small tires, though. Look at that. Those are like, what, 11s, 12s?
Small tire cars. Yeah. Small tire 11, probably about 11 is the widest.
Stick shift cars, both of them.
What's going on here with these stick shifts, my opinion, my assessment here, there could be jitters involved.
Yeah.
There's a big stage for a lot of drivers, and as simple as not stabbing first gear before you leave. You know, the car being in neutral because you're so excited, you're going through everything, you want to make sure everything is right. You stage, drop the car in first gear, guys.
Yeah. It's also kind of a violent experience to bang gears.
Yeah.
If you're power shifting, you got to concentrate and do it.
You're thinking about a lot of things when you're driving a stick car in any drag race. You really, and again, overthinking it can lead to some of what we're seeing.
This here speaks to the fact that Dodge is putting a Hellcat in everything. Yes, Jeeps and Challengers, and the word is, when's it going to come out in like the Neon, if they bring back the Neon or the Hellcat, a little tiny car. But just about everything they make now can be had with a Hellcat engine, which is awesome.
Yeah, the 392 Jeep was actually the outfit I work with. I work with MotorTrend's Truck and Off-Road Group, and we had the 392 Jeep selected as our four-wheeler SUV of the year.
And here we have that 79 Little Red Express pickup. This is, you know, in the late 70s, these trucks were exempt from emissions and certain regulations. So Dodge said, let's make the hot rods out of the trucks to get around the laws. So the 78, 79 Little Red Express, yeah, that's bone stock. The side pipes and stacks, that's how they work.
Is that a 360 powertrain?
360. It would be from the factory. Not sure it's in it now. Could be a 408. Might be a 360. That's cool.
Camaro came on in the left lane. Don't know if the truck let off a little bit, but the Camaro snuck up there in the end, the top end. Take a look at it right now. Here's your replay. See the Camaro charging. Looks like they went through the truck got there.
So he's braking, I guess.
Yeah, he's on D-cell.
Another modern muscle car pairing. This is an SRT Hellcat Challenger in green versus a Cadillac Cts-V. Of course, V means V8 LS. They also make them with a V6, which is pretty quick, but the V8's the one you want.
The V8's the one you want, and the V8 with cams. Yeah, really the one you want. The V8 with cams is a beast.
Wow.
Don't know if you saw the graphic on the fender of the Challenger there, but it said Lime Cat based on the lime green. That's pretty cool to name your car.
I got to say, laser cut graphics, final graphics. I mean, the door is wide open to people doing really classy stuff. Back, used to use a brush and paint it on by, if you were good, it was cool. If you weren't, it wasn't cool. I love the noseless El Camino versus the 56 Bel Air. That's cool. All the mechanicals on display for the world to see right there. That is cool. Speaking of cool, Be Cool radiator.
Be Cool radiator. Now, is that by way of having a mishap of some sort that took out the front end, or is that for cooling purposes, just to get some more air in the engine?
Sometimes, I mean, if you're on a quarter mile without your nose, aerodynamics can bite you if you try that trick right there, because air will go under you instead of around you. But here, we're probably not going to get to terminal velocity, so it should be okay right here. Big blue bottle in the back, nitrous oxide systems, or as kids say, NOS. There it is.
Here's the arms out. It's a cleaner pass for the 56, as you notice. It's a much cleaner pass. Probably went back again and got on the laptop, did a little tuning, dialing some stuff back to get down the street. But again, conversely, the track as a street is coming around now. So it's going to be really interesting to see how all of these tuners get it final figured out by the time we start qualifying.
Couple of bow ties in the Chevelle, the 64 Malibu SS in the far lane in red. See those two velocity stacks? Yeah, got dual quads on a tunnel ram. That used to be the cat's meow back in the 70s. Have a tunnel ram and have them sticking through the hood like a pro stocker. Now it's kind of retro, but it works.
Two quads in the tunnel ram, right?
Yeah. Yeah, big Edelbrock STR or a Wyand or any number of manufacturers made these big aluminum tunnel rams. And the whole point of a tunnel ram is to take advantage of the naturally occurring resonant frequencies that can give you a slight supercharging effect at certain RPMs. In fact, Chrysler's been using ram induction since 1960. And if you see any engine today with a big barrel-looking manifold, a throttle body in the front, that barrel has runners in it that if you straighten them out, which sticks through the hood, that's ram tuning right there. But here it is in its gloves-off form with that tunnel-rammed Chevelle.
that Malibu in the far lane there, and that's a 65?
4 or 5? I think it's a 4. Yeah, it's a 4. Yeah.
And the identifier is the grill.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that gap around it right there. Yeah.
Interesting that some vehicles, the identifier is the grill, some identifiers are the tail lights. So you don't know whether you're coming or going away.
The annual facelift, courtesy of Detroit. So confusing for people like us trying to call it right, you know. But, yeah, the Nova is that 62.34. They're all kind of the same. I hate to say it, but there's little differences. Ooh, look at that.
Up and over. Yeah. It's another stick car. 64 Malibu, banging gears going down Woodward. Nova at the finish line first. That's a pretty cool Malibu, but as I recall, they're not the preferred drag vehicle just based on their configuration.
Yeah,
it's not conducive to drag racing.
They're a little harder to find too. You know, 68 through 72. But wow, here's one of those drag week killer cars. I've seen this in Hot Rod magazine. Yeah, it's a legend right there.
Yes, sir.
I think he pulls a little trailer, doesn't he? On
Drag Week. A lot of competitors do now. You know, in the early days of Drag Week, people were putting stuff in trunks and in back seats, etc. But the small trailer has become the standard in the drag and drive programs where everybody's pretty much doing it. And then for fun, we'll watch Tom go down. Once again, straight and true, straight down. A little bit of a wiggle at the top. Drops the parachute, Bailey with another good run. But what I was saying is now for fun in these drag and drive programs, for fun, is to do burnouts with the trailer attached.
Here comes that Sunoco Penske Grand Sport themed Corvette. Now I'm seeing more than 8 injectors. Is that a V10 or what the heck is that? A Falconer? It's hard to say, but anyway, crazy Corvette versus a more sedate-looking 55. But the 55 might well be a sleeper. Look at those tires and that bump in the hood. There's something going on underneath the hood of that 55.
Dave Schroeder in the far lane there in the vet, reigning Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week champion. 55 got down nice and clean. I believe that 55 might be a stick shift also, if I'm not mistaken.
72 Chevelle or 71 could be in orange right there with the cowl induction hood open, the little flapper right there, getting ready to take a little cool air from the cowl area. Cts-V. Check out the start on those two.
That's a good shot there. 55 left first. Now that's your stick shift. That jumped out there, and there was a little tire spin from the vet. 55 should have been on its way, and got on through that.
Modern versus classic. The Cadillac pulling the lead. Who would have thought a Cadillac would make a very competent drag car? Well, again, we're in the 21st century and anything's possible.
Modern day hot rods, Steve. Modern day hot rods, and it's good to be able to say modern day hot rods. You know,
good old days are right now.
Still, that's true.
Yeah. Got a Demon in the far lane in red versus a first-gen Camaro with a massive cowl. So there's probably something LS-ish going on, I would guess. Big tires on the Camaro. Skinny's up front on that Demon, but the big old Nitto drag radials. Oh, no, there's some M&T. Okay, Mickey's on the back of that Demon. So they're going beyond the factory Nittos, which is okay.
We saw his first lap in the Camaro. The Camaro is very, very strong. We saw his first lap. Got to get his leave figured out. It seems like it's a late lever and a slow lever, but the top end on a Camaro is pretty massive. It makes me wonder, is it actually a big block with a turbo, not a small block? You have the big tire on it as well.
Got a Challenger and a Charger. These are both on the same LC/LX platform. And, you know, the Charger, when it came out with 4 doors in 05, people kind of said, oh, no. If you ask me, that's awesome. It's the first time Charger could be had with 4 doors, but it's become the muscle car family car. If you want a Challenger, but you have kids, get a Charger. It's just as quick. In fact, it's faster, 202 miles an hour, because of the Challenger's nose, which actually only limits that to 193. We're talking Hellcat. So the Charger's actually faster on the top end. Hellcat for Hellcat.
Both they left together. The Challenger is taking the lead on this one. The Charger bringing up the rear. As Chargers go, there's a brand new blue Charger parked outside the event center. And I took a good look at that car, and I said, you know something, this is really cool. It's a very nice performance sedan. You put the family in it. I'm about that life right now. So it's definitely a car that I would think about picking up if we ever start shopping for a sedan. It looks like that's the ticket. You get the best of both worlds: your comfort, your styling, and of course the Hellcat performance.
This Malibu got very sideways when we had the interview with Lucky and Alexa going on. So keep an eye on the Malibu. Hopefully it doesn't get too slick, but up against a Challenger RT, probably a 5.7 wide body add-on.
Going for it.
Yeah,
four-speed 70 Chevelle. Okay. It's an engine away from being just desired.
Right. Good clean pass. I mean, in other words, nothing got squirrely, which is nice. We don't want to see that. Got the Jeep all-wheel drive SRT versus the Mustang.
The Mustang S197 Mustang.
Bright yellow paint. That's a factory shade on that Mustang. The blackout hood looks pretty cool. Black wheels. I like that. Nice color use. Jeep is basically stock externally, but who knows what's underneath? We'll find out.
See the SRT badge on the fender. So there we go. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's like, that's probably about 5,000 pounds, something like that.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool to see weight move like that, you know. But then again, on a technical standpoint, braking is key with a heavyweight like that as well.
Four-wheel disc, big Brembos on those things.
Absolutely.
Nice green Hellcat coming up. Those big Brembos. Speaking of Brembos, right there on the front. Not a wide body. It's funny how the wide body is made. Challenger really look cool, and they look kind of naked without the wide body.
The wide body, that's the bulbous fenders.
Yeah, got them both here on display. Of course, the Demon, or the Hellcat, both Hellcats, but again, wide body in maroon, standard in green, as you were. Same hoods. Both automatics.
From both.
No, the burgundy car's a stick. Look at it bounce. Cool.
Good drag race.
And again, we're on Woodward Avenue and we're street racing, and no, we're not going to jail, but today only. Courtesy of MotorTrend, the City Fathers of Pontiac, Michigan, and of course, powered by Dodge, this whole event. Chevy pickup versus a modern Challenger Hellcat wide body. And again, the wide body effect debuted on the Demon, but is now available on regular Challengers, of course, Hellcats, etc. I don't think they're putting those on the GTs or anything yet, but with that said, Hellcat is passing and pulling the lead on the top end. Hellcat wins. Ford Mustang versus that crazy Volvo wagon. Just remember that Volvo means I roll in Latin.
Volvo is like wicked cool, man. That Volvo is serious.
Yeah, no more 2-liter 4-banger in that Volvo.
Straight and true every lap. Consistent. 7-second fast. Quarter mile. 6s in the quarter mile? Good gosh.
They did build a Volvo turbo wagon, and but not like this. The factory turbo wagons. Building boost. Wow, look at that Volvo go. I never thought I'd say that. Look at that Volvo go. Did I just say that?
You did say it. I heard it. Everybody heard it.
And this, of course, is Woodward Avenue right here in front of the M1 Concourse. This ordinarily is the scene of, tens of thousands of cars per day driving up and down this piece of public roadway, but not today. The City Fathers of Pontiac, Michigan, MotorTrend, and Dodge conspired to bring you this. By this time tomorrow, it'll all be gone like it never happened. This is a magical event right here, Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge.
Everything will be gone except the tack on the street.
Right, that's true. Yeah, it'll be sticky for another couple of months.
So residents, I'm not saying I'm encouraging this, but if you want to feel what it feels like.
Fairmont station wagon, Hellcat Demon.
A little bit of a bobble from the Fairmont in the right lane.
Look at the baby blue. That's factory paint on that Fairmont. I remember those things were just 2.3, 4-bangers or 6s, maybe a 255 or maybe a 302, but it's good to see one again after so many years.
Big Chrysler New Yorker coming out. Now, as the Zen master of Mopar, the Chrysler New Yorker, the Fury 3, what are our differences?
Well, they're both C bodies, full-size platform, and the Fury 3 was Plymouth's version of the Chrysler C body. Of course, Dodge had the Monaco, but that would be the full-size package. That's a 2-door, which is a nice treat. Usually the New Yorker was a 4-door, but that's a big one. That's a whale, you know, right there. But with the 440, it should go good.
Have a little bit of a challenge hooking up. The Mustang 1320 checks out, gone.
Cool little Mustang in teal blue, pretty car. Parachute not needed. You can see it rolling down, but if it is needed, of course, they can always pop that chute to slow things down, utilizing the air molecules and the drag of the car passing through them to supplement the brakes. Dodge Dart, Ford Mustang. 68 Dodge Dart with a cowl hood, packing something mean underneath it. Turbocharged Ford Mustang. Mustang a stick car. That'll be interesting to see how that goes down the track. Fiberglass VFN hood with a cowl on that Mustang. The nitrous purge on that Dart implies probably naturally aspiration, but it could be a turbo. But
no, I think that would be it's a nitrous purge. He's using nitrous oxide, not a turbo. Okay. Nitrous-assisted turbocharged cars, you won't see a purge per se.
Why waste it?
Type of visible purge.
Gotcha.
Just shooting it into the airstream, trying to get the turbo to spool. Have with us right now some very special people, ladies and gentlemen. We have my guys, Mike Finnegan, David Freiburger, the guys who are Roadkill, the guys that my first naysays ever.
Yeah, exactly.
How you guys doing, man? Thanks for coming up.
We're spectacular. I hope everybody realizes that KJ was in that episode where we did the Stubby Bob wheel standing pickup truck, and he said there's no way, and we bet $100 that I couldn't put the trailer into the ground.
I tell you what, you don't like to give money away, but that was a proud moment when I was able to pay that bet off, man. Congratulations to you guys for everything you've been doing, and as the fathers of the Roadkill program, to be out here on Woodward Avenue, MotorTrend presenting Roadkill Nights. You know, it's powered by Dodge, and it's outstanding. Outstanding. Go ahead, Steve.
Oh yeah, well, just digging on the fact that you guys are here. Of course, I work with David at Hot Rod Magazine. Hot Rod's still alive and well, doing great.
And Chrysler Power. Remember when we both freelanced at Chrysler Power?
That's right, yeah. Back on 1990, 91.
Yep.
Right on.
What do you guys think so far? I mean, we have an influencer grudge race. Of course, the inaugural was last year. We have a new crop of influencers coming in to try to take out Alex Taylor. What's your thoughts about this? Is there any insight? Is there anything that you know about a certain player that we should know about?
I was able to do the press conference with Dodge yesterday morning where they introduced each and every one of those cars. And I would say 2 people got the schooling from Alex Taylor in order to do tubbed cars. Everybody else is still on small tires. The big challenge this year is they're all in sticks.
Right.
Some of them are messing around with that Billy Bankshift deal with the clutch slipping program. Some of them have decided not to, and one of them is running no clutch at all, direct drive.
Direct drive. So that was a thought. I didn't know that had come to fruition. So it's just 1-to-1.
I think that's what it is. Weston Champlin is that guy.
Wow.
They couldn't get a clutch in it. He said, yeah, we welded it together. But I don't know how you even start it and get that handled, but hey.
Floor jack?
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Old school. Maybe they do it old Lions roller style.
That's right.
Yeah.
Reminds me of Jack Christman's blown fuel Comet, which was a direct drive car. And I guess he made it. Maybe an in-out box or something, I don't know.
That's going to be crazy to watch. Now, Mike, for people who weren't here last night, there was an event last night of burnout and sliding and drifting and all that type of stuff that's going on in the pit over there. But Mike, you shared with everyone a special presentation, and it was the coolest thing. As you put, coolest thing ever. It was the coolest thing ever. We want to share with everybody what went down yesterday?
Yeah, part of the reason I have almost no info about the influencers is I wasn't here. I was road tripping here in the Roadkill ramp truck. And on the back of the Roadkill ramp truck, hidden under moving blankets, bubble wrap, a car cover, some saran wrap, was his Hemi-Grammy.
The Hemi-Grammy.
Which we had broken together during a road trip a year ago. And so he didn't know it, but we stole his car, shipped it to my house in Georgia. We took the original Hemi out of Blasphemy, the one that he traded to me years ago, had it rebuilt. It ended up making 200 more horsepower than the broken engine that was in his car.
Meaning 700, by the way.
Yeah.
In a Gremlin.
In a Gremlin, right.
And so last Monday, David Newbern and I swapped the motors in the car, got it running, drove it around my neighborhood once, put it on the back of the Ram truck, and drove it all the way here while keeping it completely hidden from social media, hidden from fans, hidden from him.
That in itself.
He thought we were driving my 68 Charger here. And so he and I are texting back and forth, and I'm just being super vague.
Yeah, I'm like, what's going on? Hey, we're 200 miles an hour. You know, what's happening? And he's just like, one-word answer.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yes. 530 miles.
So he beat us here, and then when we arrived, we went behind the buildings, the garages, unwrapped the car, and then while he and I are standing out on the skid pad, Newbern drove the Ram truck in and showed him his car.
It doesn't really get any cooler than that, man.
It was mind-blowing.
You deserve that.
No expectation of anything like that ever happening. I was completely surprised. And for those of you watching and listening who aren't familiar with the Hemi Gremmy, it's a 1975 AMC Gremlin with a 426 base, 535 cubic inch Hemi.
That's demonology there, actually, in the right lane.
You're right.
One of our influencers. David, we've watched the influencers go down, and to your point about stick shifts, that is definitely a game changer in this competition. You know, you have a couple of drivers who have not drag raced, by confession, haven't drag raced at all, letting the clutch out for the first time. And then you have drag racers like Demonology, and he's used to an automatic. He's not used to doing this with a stick either. So.
Yeah. And then you've got our past winner, Alex Taylor, of course, posting videos online of the new 55 Plymouth Savoy that they built, just jerking tires 3 feet in the air and carrying them 60 feet. So it'll be interesting to see if we can see wheel stands out of that car here later today.
We had a little Fox Mustang get some air.
Yeah.
And that was really, really cool. So the track is coming in. It's going to get a little bit more tacky, a little bit more sticky. So by the time they have their event at 4 o'clock, it's going to be one to watch for certain.
Yesterday, I was able to assure those guys that I was the very first person to lose at Roadkill Nights. But then again, I am undefeated on Woodward against Finnegan.
Yeah, I've legit never won around here.
But you know what? I'm going to call
you.
you
more power. My cars are slower, and I get ahead of you.
I'm going to call you a winner, David, because you lost. But then again, Richard Rawlings hit a wall too. So.
There was that.
That happened. I got to say, David, you and I are similar in age. In the 80s, you know, when Chrysler was doing front-wheel drive cars, it was good, but who knew we'd have Hemis again? How does it make you feel? Challengers, Scat Packs, Shakers. Is this cool?
I legit want to buy one.
Yeah.
I am hardcore on that mission.
Yeah, the good old days are right now.
Which means that means I'm going to get a text message with a photo. It says Cage. So it's going to have one word, Cage, and it's going to be a photo of your new Hemi-Powered car.
Will it be nah, dude, or will it be yeah?
I'll be like, yeah, okay. You'll get a yeah, okay on that one.
Yeah, you did all right.
You'll get a yeah, okay.
I guess that's okay if you're into that kind of thing, you know, fast cars.
Yeah, but Mike, real quick for you, I got to share something with you, man.
Yeah.
I was walking through the midway here on my way back, and, you know, I've been playing with trucks now for a while, diesel trucks and everything, and I'm hearing this, like, well, you know, who would even have a truck running back here now with pedestrians, et cetera?
It was our Murata. That was another one.
It's one of those deals, like, where if you're a Mopar guy or a Chevy guy or a Ford guy or whatever, and you hear your engine, your ears perk up, and you want to see what you're hearing. So I'm like, well, let me go find out what that is, and it was a Ram truck, and I had forgotten you put the comments in because I saw the Chevy. I'm like, what is oh, yeah, that's right. 12 valve.
I'm a diesel guy because
there
of
you
that
go.
Engine. 100%.
There you go.
12 valve Cummins. You can start it with one wire. We put compound turbos on it. It makes like 1,300 foot-pounds of torque. That truck didn't even know the Gremlin was on the back of it on the way here.
Right on, man. And how did it do on fuel?
You raced it.
Oh yeah, we made a quarter-mile pass with the Gremlin on the back of the Ram truck.
I'm not going to say you did any racing coming out here, David, but you did have an encounter with a Roadkill fan.
Mike Cotton did have that encounter. Frequently on Roadkill, when Mike and I are road tripping, or any of us, we'll see fans who recognize us on the highway and pull up next to us. And in this case, Mike Cotton was driving, I was riding. We're in our 1980 Dodge Murata, which is a horrific pink leftover Pro Street car with a bone stock Smogger motor, big block Chrysler. It's a 400 in it. This thing's got its tongue hanging out. So on the freeway, a guy pulls up in a Prius, and he's like, hey, let's go. And he's waving at it. I'm just kidding. And Cotton's like, no, let's go, let's go. We do the 3 countdown. He nails it. We're losing to the Prius. And when we pull off the next highway exit, the engine is knocking.
Another one of our
That's Tavares there on the right.
That's Tavares, yeah, the Pursuit Ute. Didn't get down too well the first time. That one looked a little bit better. It's going to be interesting with that being cut out in the back, a pickup now. You know, you kind of nixing yourself a little bit by taking that weight. Yeah, exactly.
You'll see there's one car here from this influencer shootout that actually has weights stacked on the back bumper for traction. Dennis and Alex Taylor, he told me they got 53% on the back of that thing with engine setback and everything.
Wow.
Just because they knew they were racing on the street, essentially.
And that's 53 with the weight, and they also probably have the engine probably just at the edge of the firewall. Or past the firewall, yeah.
Yep.
Interesting. Well, look, guys, I'm not going to keep your time, man. I appreciate you stopping by and seeing us. You know you're my dudes, man. I've naysayed quite a bit. I've done some really good naysaying, and always understand that when I do, and I need the fans to understand this also, it's genuine. I really don't think that they're going to accomplish what they accomplished, but it's also done to push you, to really push you to try to achieve the things that you do on Roadkill, and it's been great so far. Just keep it up. Thanks a lot for stopping and seeing us.
Thank you. And by the way, the bucket game is strong today.
Thanks very much, man.
Strong.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right, see you guys later.
Chief Hater number 1. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break right now and be back in just a moment with more action live from Woodward Avenue.
All right, you guys aren't ready for this, man. This is from Tremec. It is their TKX. It's not just the latest offering in a 5-speed. This is the first performance-based aftermarket 5-speed designed for us in the aftermarket.
You said it, man. It's got awesome features. I didn't want to miss this one, man.
Yeah.
Everything from an in-load versus a top load. So they spent a lot of time getting this package shape down so it fits up under tunnels a lot easier. You can drop this in a Chevelle A body without a single mod of the tunnel.
Yeah, no floor pan work, not near the tunnel work. And look at all the features it has, man. Everything is designed for performance, from the guts to the gaskets to the packaging. And check out these shifter positions. All right, you can alter it. If you don't like the shifter here, you can move it here. If you don't like it there, you can move it up here.
Yeah, and the synchros inside. So this is the old TKO, a single centered bronze, a single friction surface. Now you've got a modern multi-cone, right, with carbon fiber lining on the inside for extreme bite, extreme durability, and 7,500 RPM shifts all day. Wider gears, everything's been shot peened, roller bearings on the end shafts. I mean, this thing is ready to go pound and hound the guy in the next lane.
All right, there you have it, man. The TKX from Tremec, the brand new 5-speed. Woo, it is sweet.
Oh, I'm fired up on this baby, man.
We're rescuing this Mini Cooper.
A Jeep Comanche.
Ford Mustang. The only issue is it doesn't run. I'm Dan.
I'm Aaron.
And I'm Shay. You grab it, fix it.
Out with the old, in with the new.
This is all about rescuing other people's projects. Be smooth sailing from here on out, hopefully. Hit it, Dan.
Starting.
We're going racing.
From pre-war classics to high-ticket exotics.
Sold 1,250,000 sold.
It's 2 days of the rarest rides.
We are selling cars today.
In glamorous supercars. All from Monterey, California. Mecum Auctions Monterey. Live coverage begins August 19th on MotorTrend TV and MotorTrend Plus.
Hey, Steve Mignoni here. We're back at Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, brought to you by MotorTrend, with some of the guys from the MotorTrend channel and network, etc. Steve Dulcich, and we have Mike Cotton and Dave Newbern. And tell us, what shows are you on right now?
Well, I do some regular roadkill here and there, and then we have a spin-off show called Roadkill Garage, which we do 13 episodes of, myself and David Freiburger, most of the time, as well as the Engine Masters show. We do 26 episodes of Engine Masters with Steve Brule over at West Tech, doing dyno testing of engine, breaking myths, doing fun stuff. And, well, I guess that's about it.
Yeah. You
You
guys are on the show as well, right?
Yeah, we do Freiburger and Finnegan. We're actually getting ready to start our 4th season.
And these can be all seen on MotorTrend TV for you guys with televisions, or, of course, MotorTrend Plus if you subscribe online. Now, of course, here we are. We're on Woodward Avenue, street racing, and nobody's going to jail. How does that make you guys feel? This is nuts, right?
Well, you know what it makes me feel like? It brings back those memories of hanging out with you over in the San Gabriel Valley.
The City of Industry, Capitol Avenue. Back in the day, the statute of limitations has passed, but yes, we did a little bit of that. We did dangerous things safely, but this is completely legal right here, which is awesome.
But we still get to relive that same vibe, right?
Yeah.
You know? And I can remember a few nights then right on Woodward Avenue back in the day as well.
Yeah. It's the crazy thing about this, as we know, that in the 60s and early 70s, the factories, General Motors, Jim Wangers would bring GTOs with Ram Air 5s. Jimmy Anderson would come out with a 472 Hemi and a Silver Bullet, and factory-sponsored street racing, which is kind of what we're doing now, but it's factory blessed with the city fathers saying it's okay too, one day and only. But it's a good thing, man. Drag racing. I mean, I love drifting and NASCAR and stuff, but drag racing to me is the one thing that anybody can do. If you can hang onto the wheel and make traction and go, it's the everyman sport.
Pointed in the right direction, right?
Yeah, keep it in the right direction if you can. So
This is a great event. This is like my favorite event that they've ever done. To sit here and be on Woodward is amazing.
Yeah.
To see all this stuff that's happening.
Yeah, and to see a police car right there going down Woodward Avenue, and it's not chasing the speeder; he's actually leading it. That's a Hellcat powered '68 Coronet, and it's a cool thing, man. Roadkill nights.
And this is not a smooth road. I mean, this is a rough, legit road. So I mean.
That's right.
Yeah, the work's cut out for them.
There's like some horsepower out here too.
Yeah, and it's funny too, because by this time tomorrow, it'll look like this didn't even happen. With one exception, there's going to be black strips on the road where the rubber's down. But all this thing is pulled up at night. We wrap up tonight around 9 o'clock, and they set into motion instantly, pulling up the guardrails and stuff. It's like it never happened tomorrow. It's a really amazing. It's like a Woodstock that happens in one day. Automotive Woodstock.
Got to keep them happy so we can come back next year.
Yeah.
We've done this event a bunch of times, so I guess they've got it down pat.
Yeah.
Roll it out, wrap it up, and drag racing goes in between.
Yeah, that little International Scout is a monster.
I was like, what was it?
Yeah,
that was incredible.
Some crazy little. The Slant 4 is no longer in that one, I don't think.
No,
the original
I don't think
International Slant 4.
The Slant 4, I think, was half the V8.
That's right. Yeah, the 304 or the 345. Yeah, right on. And what are you guys working on now? You guys have a Road Runner. The Road Runner, is that what it's called?
No, the Wreck Runner.
Wreck Runner.
And the reason it's called the Wreck Runner is the car was wrapped around the telephone pole. And
put away wet.
Yeah, Freiburger and Finnegan bought that car. They got it running and driving in a totally bent in half condition. And later on Roadkill Garage, David and I rebodied the car with the satellite body and all the parts off the Road Runner. So,
the thing I love about Roadkill is that you do things that shouldn't be done, but that's fine. It gives people permission to have fun and be hot rodders. But how do you drive a bent Road Runner? Do you steer into it, or
you just do the best you can, Steve. You should have seen the thing was just side crabbing all the way. They took it on the dirt track and just had a blast. I wasn't involved with it at that point, but the rebuilding of the car. We did it in 4 days, didn't even drive the car around the block, and then we took it on an 1,800-mile road trip. And it performed, well, I'll say flawlessly, but I may be lying a little bit.
And we have right now, by the way, Alex Taylor is apparently getting ready. Well, Alex Taylor, of course, in the 55 Plymouth, which is one of the grudge match direct connection Hellcat-powered cars. I love the patina. It's kind of an overused term, but, we go junkyard shopping a lot of, Roadkill's Junkyard Gold. And these kind of cars right here, as long as there's no structural rust, I love this stuff. You guys like patina?
Oh, yeah. That's real patina right there. There's a lot of fake patina out there, but that right there is legit, and it looks good.
Yeah, I call it a Texas suntan. That's all that is, and it's cool, and I hot rodding to me, like the car shine from the inside out, starting with good work on the crank, and then from thereafter, the paint and stuff. It's not for me, but
Alex already made a name for herself drag racing, and now she's a co-host on the MotorTrend's show Hot Rod Garage. So
Dude, she went 6s. Let that sink in your head.
Yeah.
6s and a quarter.
Yeah. That's not the 8th, the quarter.
The quarter.
1,320 feet.
And let's be real, like, you two sitting here is like the most automotive knowledge I've ever been next to. So I hope that you guys give me this vibe that I can take it, because I don't know half the stuff you guys talk about.
You don't know half.
All right, it looked like there was a little bit of trouble shifting gears there. That car's got a T56 transmission, and I know they had the transmission dropped out of it yesterday. Working on the hydraulic thread bearing, and they got it back together. It probably needs a little more sorting out and dialing in to really get it.
It is true. Back in '62, Chrysler introduced the first high-performance automatic, the Torque Flight push buttons. Made drag racing look easy, but real drag racing is done with a clutch pedal. I mean, it's a challenge. I'm not so good at it, getting just the right traction off the line. But if you can drive a stick down the track, you're a rock star.
My man.
Half the stuff you're saying is like.
Well, it's stick cars are it's either slip the clutch or the tire and getting that shift down and power shifting. You got to dedicate to that, and I get rattled.
Yeah, I might try it sometime.
Look at the suspension rise on that Camaro. That's pretty wild. It's not settling. It's actually rising up. The rear wheels are up, and that's pretty crazy. And, of course, the Olds 442. Good to see that right down the road, Lansing, Michigan, when that was built.
Yeah.
So, very good stuff. Now, are you guys, do you have any particular, love for Dodge or Chevy, or what's your core vehicle? What do you guys like best?
Whatever runs.
Yeah, that's a good answer. I like that.
That I don't blow up, but whatever it runs.
Yeah.
My favorite car is a 34 Ford 5-window coupe.
Yeah, that's cool. Now, you're a Mopar guy at the core.
Well, I've been a Mopar guy for a long
Right
time.
on.
And
Yeah,
actually, when I started out, they were the cheapest. If you couldn't afford the Chevy Camaro or the Mustang.
It's not like that today,
Yeah, the Mopars were throwaways for a while, but I kind of...
You're a magazine veteran, Mopar Muscle magazine. I read your stuff in there for years.
I was tech editor of High Performance Mopar before that.
Right on.
CSK. Mopar Muscle and...
Yeah, right
on. A lot of history with the Chrysler products. I've got several right now projects.
And speaking of the Bent Roadrunner, if people subscribe or sign up for MotorTrend Plus, can they see those episodes of Roadkill? Wow, look at that. That's that turbocharged S10 versus the Mustang. Man, that's crazy stuff. I got to say, I was at Hot Rod between 1998 and 2005. And at that point in time, turbos were not really a thing, but now, I mean, it's what you do.
No, they really came on the scene
of
hard.
Course.
And
especially
they worked.
After that. After fuel injection.
After
fuel injection.
Let's check the finish out right here. As these monsters, these turbocharged monsters. Look at that. That's a
fender.
And that S10 is just about maybe 300 pounds from going nose high. It's barely making contact. That's amazing. So yeah, great stuff. It is true though. Electronics are what really opened the door. When we used to try and Buick, of course, had turbocharged Regals with a blow-through carburetor, which is just limited.
That was the way they used to do it.
Yeah.
And it caused problems.
Right. So yeah, electronic fuel injection. Couple of S10. And I keep waiting for that pizza delivery sign to blow off the top of that thing, but it's not magnetic. That's bolted down. That would have been.
What's that?
The pizza delivery sign on the other S10. That thing would have blown off a long time ago. So yeah, this is great stuff, though. I mean, street racing on Woodward Avenue, and there's a legend. The history of this thing. There's books about it. And there's there should be a movie about it, frankly. But Mike Fonz, Jimmy Addison, names from the past. These guys used to duke it out. And now we're doing it here legally, which is fantastic.
No, that's the way to go. Yeah. I mean, I remember hanging around with a certain favorite Chrysler employee with a few muscle cars on Woodward Avenue, and we had a little bit of stoplight action.
I think his name rhymes with David Hakeem, possibly.
Yeah, maybe that was the guy.
Maybe something like that. Good dude. In fact, David brought the Hemi Challenge to the NHRA, and he's still very much part of the picture here.
Oh,
right on. Yeah. So what are the new episodes looking like? Can you spill a few beans on what's coming up next for your show?
I'll give it a second. On Roadkill Garage, I'm super excited because we've got a 1974 D100 step-side Dodge truck, and it's a really, really nice truck, but it needed an upgrade. And what could be better than a Gen 3 Hemi to do that?
Nice.
And I built a Stroker 392 out of a 5.7 block. Okay. I'm expecting NA like 650 plus horsepower, and it's got a 60/60 Tremec transmission out of like a 17 Challenger.
Okay.
So 6-speed.
Yeah. Going to
Still
keep the 8
projected
and 1/4, or what are you doing in the back? 9-inch or an 8?
I'm going to keep the 8 and 3/4.
Okay, yeah.
The Chrysler rear end.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
keep it Mopar through and through.
You're lucky it wasn't born with an 8 1/4. You know what I mean?
no.
Because that's the little one. You know? And yeah. Couple of Mustangs, a Fox, and an SN95. Falling down the track. Now again, these are time trials, so there's no winner and no loser. Which,
Right.
but that'll change when we get into the eliminations in a couple of hours.
That'll be pretty interesting to watch.
Yeah. And you guys, are you building any hot rods? What's new for you guys? What's on the episodes?
Well, we got our 4th season coming
We got some
in.
good stuff.
And
We got a
it's-
fake
yeah.
Lamborghini.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
We call it the Scamborghini.
Okay.
Instead of a
great.
Pontiac Fiero.
Yeah.
We got a 73 Opel funny car.
Right.
We got a lot of good stuff. What
Yeah,
else we got?
Now hang on. Go ahead.
Well, we did the vet cart, changed that up and made it a man
Yep.
cart.
Yeah.
Twin turbo minivan.
We redid the Miata.
Yep.
Yeah. Now you mentioned 73 Opel funny car. I'm thinking KS Pittman had a gasser, but is this a Cadet or a GT or what is this? This
I
Opel
think it's
funny
modeled
car?
after a GT. It's a,
It's a
apparently a
swoopy-
marine company made this body. It's like one of 7.
Wow.
Is what we were told.
Wow. Yeah.
But yeah, it's a legit funny car. It nose, the nose comes up. You sit in it, and it's it's ungodly sketchy.
And power plant?
It had a small block in it, 350. But now it's got a 400 with a blower on it, and it makes like 700 horsepower. So.
That's cool. Now, when you guys say blower, does anybody still use a root style?
That's all we
You
use.
are,
That's
okay.
all we use.
Yeah. You know, a lot of folks have written them off, Vortec, that kind of thing under the hood, but the old school blowers work good,
The
right?
cool factor is just off the scale with a roots blower.
Now, do you guys go EFI throttle body or
No,
car?
carburetor.
Okay.
Easy to
right
tune.
on.
Yep.
Yeah, very, very cool. Well, I want to thank you guys for being here with us, and where can people tune in, and what's next? Go ahead and tell the camera.
Oh. What's next? I guess more drag racing.
Well, yeah, well, not here now. I'm saying your shows, man. Hot Rod Garage and, of course, Roadkill, and you guys are rocking and rolling on the MotorTrend channel, and, of course, MotorTrend Plus online. Good stuff. Yeah.
I mean, we do a lot of episodes. There's a lot of content for grassroots enthusiasts, mostly. Our build show is not about how to throw as many dollars at a
it's
project.
real. That's what I dig about it.
And the other thing is, we emphasize taking the cars out and driving them and using them, not letting them collect dust under a car cover in a garage and, showing off to your buddies every once in a while. No. We like to take the cars out, experience it, use it, improve it, and just have a good time.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank Steve Dulcich, Mike Cotton, and Dave Newbern for being here. We're going to go to break right now, but we'll be back in a couple of seconds with more street racing right here on Woodward Avenue on Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge.
Lighting the way. That's something we've been doing for a long time. And through your support, our work keeps moving forward. When families in our community need help, United Way for Southeastern Michigan is there. We work to make sure families can put food on their tables, keep their lights on, and ensure all kids get a fair shot. We take action during a community crisis by putting dollars and resources where they're needed most. And we work every day to build a Southeastern Michigan that works for all of us. We are a beacon of hope for all those looking for a better life, not just for themselves, but for everyone in our schools, neighborhoods, and across our region. A thriving community starts with empowered people, and we all play a role in creating the change we wish to see. So won't you join us? A brighter future is ahead, and together we will light the way.
Season 7, dude. Oh, man, we're going to have a good time.
School is in
session.
That is snappy.
Mint. Wow. Onward. Boom. The dome light works.
We're trying to set it up for street and reliability
And burnouts.
and burnouts.
Oh, we're gonna die.
Yeah, we are.
Well, welcome back to Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. I'm Stephen Yanti, and my co-host KJ Jones is going to be back in a couple seconds. He's taking a little pit stop. But anyway, we're here on the side of Woodward Avenue in Pontiac, Michigan, outside of the M1 Concourse. We're street racing, and nobody's going to jail. That's because the city fathers of Pontiac, MotorTrend, and Dodge all conspired to bring us one day of drag racing. This is the 7th year we've done this. And again, they've closed off the road. We're doing dangerous things safely right here on Woodward Avenue. Of course, by this time tomorrow, it'll be like it never happened, but in the meantime, let's dig this one-day drag racing Woodstock. And coming up to the line right now are a couple of classics. We have a Chevrolet S10 pickup truck and an SN95 Mustang. Those little Cobra medallions on the front fenders tell us it's a 4.6-liter dual overhead cam engine under the hood and a supercharger. Look at that. The little S10 gets a whole shot and stick shifts in the Mustang. You can hear them banging gears, those slicks on the back grunching with each upshift. And the S10 takes the lead. Again, trucks aren't always slow, clearly. Speaking of trucks, 1953 or so, Dodge with the Pilot House cab. That hole in the hood tells us is a turbocharger. And, of course, that asbestos or that heat-resistant wrap right there is all about keeping the turbo nice and hot, not burning the paint. Buick in the other lane. Of course, Buick's built in Flint, Michigan. That Buick is more than it looks like. Behind or ahead of the passenger side front tires, that little tube, that is a turbocharged Buick, which looks like Grandma's car, but it's going to be a whole lot faster. This is going to be pretty cool. A couple of, not misfits, but you would assume these wouldn't be as fast as they're about to be. Little trans brake failure or something going out that Buick. It sat there and lurched. That's usually a trans brake issue, or maybe not releasing the button properly. But anyway, the truck takes the win. Both of those twin turbos. Now again, these are not eliminations. You don't win or lose right now. This is all about time trials and dialing in your combo. So this is all time trial action. Now, of course, we have on the right-hand side now, that's either a Dodge Aspen or a Plymouth Polara. They look very much the same up against a 72 Chevelle. That's an Aspen. There you go. That's a Dodge Aspen with the sport package. Those little vent windows, that was an option. Still has leaf springs. Looks like a carbureted big block. Distributors up front, so probably a 440. Of course, the supercharger poking out of the hood of that Chevelle. That is a big block with blower drive service supercharger. And I think I know what's about to happen here. Yeah, that's what happened. The Chevelle marched out and wins the race. But again, these are time trials. KJ Jones is back in the booth with me now.
And I'm back, Steve, and ready for more action out here. The action has been really, really good. Just took a really quick pit stop, a break, walked around a little bit. Met some fans, met some roadkill enthusiasts, hot rod enthusiasts, and had some nice chats and discussions and stuff. It's really good to see so many people come out and be a part of this. And I hope everyone out here and everyone watching on MotorTrend's YouTube channel, I hope you're all enjoying it and having a good time with us.
Yeah, right on. A couple of Camaros right here, a Gen 3 and a Gen 4. The Gen 4 in black with plastic doors and front fenders. Who knew? Of course, the red one, the Gen 3, those are all steel. And of course, that plastic is also something called SMC, sheet molded compound, and makes them a little lighter. But they're both potent muscle cars. Coming up right now, one of the Grudge Race Hellcat direct connection cars. That orange creature is a 61 or 2 Dodge Lancer, the Dodge version of the Plymouth Valiant, and that's the first Chrysler compact car right there, the Valiant Lancer, and also the beginnings of the A-body platform right there, that orange car underneath that skin. But of course, right now, this is a Hellcat direct connection motor. Next to it, of course, is the Little Red Express 1979 version, because it has the square headlights versus the round ones on 78s, but otherwise virtually identical with the twin big rig stacks, the wood, the Little Red Express. Pretty cool. Yeah, the The punchline with the Hellcat Rudge race, the Direct Connection Hellcat Rudge race, is the fact they all have 6-speed manual transmissions, which is to say power shifting that Hellcat is challenging. And again, these are time trials, so they're all getting their act down so that in eliminations, hopefully things go right. But that was a misshift right there.
A misshift. That was Colette Davis. She is one of the influencers in the Influencers Grudge race. And again, first-time drag racing. Cool car, first-time drag racing. But it seems like versus her first lap, did a little better. Here we go again looking at it. Car got out well, second gear, and then there was the problem. So going to third gear is going to be the challenge when you're shifting, you know, an H-pattern stick shift. It's intimidating, of course, for a first-timer, but it's not easy to execute, even with some of the trick shifters, etc. It's not an easy gear change, and I think that's where she got bit on that lap.
And in some cases, I mean, you have to get it just right, the synchros and all the goodies inside of the trend. You got to power through that. Even sometimes things just don't behave. But so we have an old-school Mustang and a modern Challenger. Of course, the outcome being predictable. The old-school Mustang probably is a 302, but the Challenger's got the 392. 90 cubic inches.
Giving up a lot of cubic inches right there.
All-wheel drive. Grand Wagoneer with, I believe, Hellcat or SRT power. But again, all-wheel drive. Watch this thing hook and leave. Again, all 4 of those tires are going to be pulling it forward, whereas the Mustang in the opposite lane, well, only rear-wheel drive, but it has slicks, so this should be good.
In the Jeep Dodge.
Well, I call that a Mustang. It is a Mustang.
The Jeep Dodge realm, how many SUVs are powered by Hellcats?
But it's a Camaro. Please hold your letters, folks. I don't want to screw up. That's a mortal sin. Yeah, look at that. I mean, back in the 20th century, a Jeep would not be seen on the drag strip unless you're talking about the Holy Toledo or the Destroyer, which were funny cars in the 60s. But in the 21st century, a Jeep is absolutely at home on the drag strip when it's an SRT.
Malibu back up there, the 64 Malibu Blue Challenger. Now again, based on the fascia, you talked about the fascia on the Challenger, that's an earlier model, or like a earlier late model, if you will?
Yeah, when you don't see the divider, when you see just a big open face like that. And one thing that's wonderful, since 2008, you know, the Dodge Stylus, they recreated the recessed grille of 1970. They gave away a half a mile per gallon, but you know what? They said we're doing it because this thing doesn't look like a Challenger without that face. And hats off to the Stylus for doing that. And that's how you sell cars.
Hats off to the driver of that earlier late model. He checked out, got down through there with no problem. Literally walked away from the 64 Malibu.
And here's the Corvette Grand Sport-ish with the Penske blue and yellow kind of paint scheme.
There's Schroeder.
And the El Camino, which is running without its nose, which is something we can get away with here, but on a quarter mile, again, when you get up to terminal velocity, the lack of a nose might lead to lift, but we'll be okay here. But again, twin turbos versus some crazy kind of a big block in that Corvette. We call that plumbing for the nitrous.
It's a gnarly induction system. And, you know, notice how all of that's billet. It's just scalloped. If you walk up on it, it's scalloped, and the machining in that is just fanatical.
5-axis CNC machines really open the door to all kinds of stuff. You would have had to cast that out of aluminum back in the 60s or 70s or even the 80s or 90s.
Arms down. Schroeder spins the tires. Hits the tires hard twice. Hooked up now and checked out.
Good building. It's naturally aspirated now. Yeah, it is.
It's got nitrous oxide on it.
Okay.
And actually, looking at the valve cover, it's a small block.
Yeah, it's a strange carburetor. It's like, almost like a Weber. Here's a replay of that.
Replay of Dave Schroeder. Struck the tires twice, then got it hooked up, powered through there, dumped the laundry in the top end. It was actually a not too bad a lap, considering he had to pedal twice.
That is a big 2-barrel carburetor.
How about that?
Intake. That's kind of bizarre. I mean, they do make like 800 CFM 2 barrels for like roundy round type stuff. But here's that crazy all-wheel drive Ford pickup coming up again to take on this Chevy Nova and maybe spank it.
Probably spank it. This is going to be a truck to watch, I think, as we go through the rest of the afternoon and as we get towards closer to the selection of the Quick 8 competitors. This truck actually does move out pretty well. All-wheel drive. I'm not sure the powertrain. It might be turbocharged Coyote. I would think 5-liter Coyote with a turbocharger, and it does move out pretty well. So I think if he irons out just a little bit of a tire spin that he had in the last lap, this would be one to watch as we get closer to qualifying. Arms dropped. The Nova's gone, and then we don't see anything out of F-150. The F-150 struggling. Looks like maybe high gear. I don't know if he was in low gear initially. Or just having some type of a problem. Just crawling down in the right lane.
Here comes the, which is the Lime Cats. This, the lime green Hellcat. Is
Lime Cat,
Lime
yes.
Cat, right on. Versus the Primer Cat, Camaro, with the blacked out nose. But it could surprise us. So I don't see a lot of tire on the Camaro. Again, this is time trials where mismatches are very possible. Again, that Camaro might surprise us. But if you look at the rear tires on almost any car, they're skinny and they have treads on them, it's probably not going to accelerate that hard. But again, I might be all wrong in a couple seconds here. Meanwhile, the Hellcat has big old slicks on the back, and it's heating them up right here.
Good burnout from the Lime Cat. That's drag radial on the back of the Lime Cat there. It's a Mickey Thompson ET Street radial tire. Mickey Thompson, of course, one of the sponsors here of MotorTrend's Drag Week. I'm sorry, MotorTrend's Roadkill Nights.
Powered by
Drag Week. See where my mind is. I'm thinking drag racing.
Yeah, the Hellcat is motoring on.
Yeah. That was a textbook good pass right there in the left lane.
I would say, I dare say the track or the street is coming around. You know,
definitely.
A lot less tire spin.
And it's getting a little cooler, so the air is getting a little better. Once again, tuners or people that are controlling the laptops or turning the distributor are going to have to really think about what's going on with the elements as they proceed through the day.
Cooler air is denser air, and it allows more combination and horsepower.
More horsepower, and you have power outers involved with this also. So it's really going to be something to see. As the track does get better, we might still see tires going up in smoke because they haven't compensated for the weather change.
Dodge Charger Hemi. This one's a 5.7. Nothing wrong with that. 345 horsepower stock, and then 370 as we went along through the years. Up against a Hellcat Challenger. So the Hellcat, of course, has 6.2 liters and a supercharger. So this should be an interesting matchup, but I think we know what's going to happen.
Drops the arms. Purple Charger on its way.
Okay, this is horsepower.
Challenger's coming through, though.
Yeah, this is horsepower at play right here.
At the stripe. You've got the Challenger going around that Charger at top end. That was a cool race.
Bowtie machinery now. Yes, we allow them here at Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge. We're good like that. No, they're all good. We love them all. The 72 Challenger, or Chevelle SS, with a 55 Chevrolet Bel Air.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Steve, what we're going to see here are two stick cars going down. Nice. It's two stick muscle cars. Muscle car era, 55, of course, a little bit earlier. Precursor to the formal muscle car era, but that 72 Chevelle is a muscle car. Stick shift.
Good clean pass, both of them.
Forgive me, the Chevelle apparently with an automatic in there, but that was a good lap.
And I have to ask, how can you determine visually a stick for an automatic?
Actually, after the burnout, I see how the car exits the burnout. It bobs. If it bobs a little bit, that's usually a stick car. Coming up later today, once again, we have the Mayor's Showdown. It's 1:55 p.m. It's coming up very soon. The Mayor's Showdown, the First Responder Showdown 2.0. At 2 o'clock, the grudge match begins at 4 p.m. I know a lot of people are here to see the influencers battle it out for a chance to race against Alex Taylor. That happens at 4 o'clock, the grudge match, and then the top 8 shootout. The big enchilada here at Roadkill Nights happens at 6:30 p.m. 8 big tire cars, 8 small tire cars squaring off against each other to see who's best right here. MotorTrend's Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge on Woodward Avenue, Pontiac, Michigan.
I have to say it one more time. I love the graphic around that Challenger right there. It kind of throws back to the 60s Peter Max psychedelic art, which was also used by Plymouth and Dodge in 68, 69, 70. It's cool. The old days, good old days are right now.
There's our Camaro. That 69 has been working at it, chipping at it. It has all kind of power, and you see it went straight through that time. So I'm going to gamble that the driver, the tuner, they got together. It might be the one guy, but they collaborated and got it figured out, and that was a good lap. And the track clearly is coming in right now. So by the time we start qualifying, these cars are going to be flying.
Got a 5.7 Challenger RT with the wide body kit added, and a 70 Chevelle Malibu. Not an SS, just a regular Malibu. Yeah, they made those two. They weren't all SS's. And I believe this one's a stick. I think this is the one that got kind of squirrely earlier today. But again, classic versus modern. In fact, they're both classic, if you ask me.
Absolutely. Again, we'll look for that little bob coming out of the burnout. If the nose kind of bobs a little bit, it's indicative of a stick car in most cases. Sometimes you can be fooled, but if you get that bob in staging, as the vehicle creeps towards the line, sometimes you can tell that it's a stick shift just by way of the driver manipulating the clutch, moving his leg in and out to try to creep towards the starting line before staging.
You know, the thing I love about Challenger, they debuted in 2008, and since then, they've made over 673,000 Challengers, which is like, I don't know, 10 times almost the original 70 through 74. So the modern Challenger has taken root. People love these cars. Okay,
70 Chevelle having some struggles getting off the line once again. Challenger, long and gone.
I misspoke. That's a Hellcat. I just heard the supercharger. I thought it was 5.7, so I eat my words. But that whine of that supercharger is unmistakable on the Hellcats. It's the sound of the 21st century, Mopar horsepower.
Now, interesting, just a thought here. Someone with a scat pack, which would be naturally aspirated, do you know if that's a popular modification to add a centrifugal supercharger to a scat pack version of one of these Challengers? Does that happen?
Can be done, yeah. The only thing, the 6.2-liter Hellcat engine has a little more robust piston, rod, and crank combo. So putting a blower on a 6.4 that wasn't maybe designed for it, it'll work, but the Hellcat's born for supercharging.
Muscle Truck Jr. in the left lane. Nice clean pass by both vehicles. It's kind of cool to see that muscle truck, I'm sorry to call it a muscle truck, but a C10 that seems to be themed after Hot Rod's muscle trucks. It's pretty cool to see that out here.
A couple more Challengers right here. I hear the supercharger winding away, so yeah, a couple of Hellcats. Wide body on the gray car. And classic original, just the original fenders, which are kind of styled after the 70-71 Challenger with that little sort of flute around the wheel opening. Looks kind of naked, you know. The wide body kit has sort of reprogrammed my eyeballs. They both look great.
Looks really good, yeah. And you know, your 70-71 makes me think about Kowalski.
Yeah.
Kowalski, the lead character in the movie Vanishing Point, that literally made the Challenger a star.
That's right. That's right. Little known fact, in the end sequence, I don't want to spoil it, you've probably seen it, but when the car hits the bulldozer, they actually used a Camaro, a white 67 Camaro. If you slow it down, you'll see a Camaro going to the bulldozer. They didn't really wreck the Challenger.
Like, why sacrifice a Challenger?
Yeah, probably a matter of budget, I'm going to guess. But I'm going to see a Mustang and a Challenger.
I think as car guys and car people go, you know, the movies with vehicles like that, you've seen 1,000 times or more. Anytime it comes on, you watch it.
We're not going to spoil that one. We've all seen it. Gotta love the Hellcat wide body in burgundy versus the second gen, well, SN95, if you will, Mustang in the far. Both stick shifts, or at least the Mustang is. We know that.
Wow, that Mustang is moving out. Another parachute comes out. He knows he was rolling through there. The cool kids say that one was strolling. It was strolling in the left lane. Good lap. Here's your Fairmont Wagon, Steve.
Yeah. That baby blue paint, you know, used to be kind of boring and ho-hum back in the day, but now it's cool. And again, the Fairmont, that basically is a 5-liter Mustang with a little more wheelbase and a lower cowl.
It is the Fox platform. It's the early Fox platform.
Yep.
Later became the very popular Mustang.
Yeah, 78 Fairmont, 79 Mustang. They're cousins. Under the skin, 4-link in the back, just as draggable.
And as far as aftermarket parts, wow, Mustang with a stick shift. You heard that gear change, but he's coming around too. His laps are starting to get better, so it's just a matter of repetition and fine-tuning when they go back and park in the pit area over there on the opposite side of Woodward Avenue. And hopefully, the big hope is when qualifying starts, they're among the 8 cars, small and big tire, that are selected or have earned a spot. It's not even a matter of selection. You just earn their spot to compete in the actual Roadkill Nights top 8 shootout.
And speaking of station wagons, same lane. There's that Volvo, which was born with a 2-liter overhead cam inline 4-banger. But the beauty of the Volvo, rear-wheel drive, a very workable 4-link rear suspension. coil springs in the back, and a fairly wide engine bay, so they're born for whatever you want to stick in them. Now, Volvo did offer a turbo wagon back in the early 1980s. They were generally silver with a blacked out lower panel. That might have been a turbo wagon, but it's still a turbo wagon today, but now there's a V8 under the hood.
A stout V8, and we just learned when we talked with David and Michael just a minute ago that that's actually a six-second vehicle in a quarter mile. So we're running about 600 feet, maybe a smidge beyond 600 feet here, not a full 660 or eighth mile. But that car there on the far lane can cover the quarter mile in 6 seconds. So that's really, really booking.
And that's 1,320 feet, like twice this. So that is hauling butt. I got to say, the aerodynamics on that car, that's a brick. So I wonder how much of a handful it is up there at, what, 140, something like that?
About 140 mile an hour, but it's you know, you have to think and you have to know really that it's very well scienced out to support the speed. You know, underneath it, the things we can't see are probably so high tech and so, you know, advanced that it can cover that distance at such a speed with, I won't say no problem. Like you can't go there, but relatively efficiently. Let's put it that way. You know, it's a very, very, very cool car.
Yeah. And speaking of cool, I got to say the Challenger in the next lane there, the Hellcat, those are absolutely wind tunnel verified up to 200 miles an hour because they're capable of doing that. Of course, at the Auburn Hills Tech Center, Dodge, Chrysler, Stellantis, they do have a wind tunnel. And yeah, these are validated so they're safe and stable at that kind of speed, potentially, on a closed course, please.
So a Challenger basically racing what in its time was almost like a pickup truck.
Yeah, I think we have a Hellcat 6-speed, and yeah, you can get a Hellcat Challenger with a 6-speed. I think that's what we got here in black and white.
Well, this is one of our influencers. This is Demonology. This is Herman Young from Texas. Demonology is what he goes by, and again, he has been on the internet and throughout his smack talk, he has been saying that he's going to welcome competitors to a new religion by gaptizing them, and gaptizing meaning beating them to the standpoint that there is a lot of space between the two cars. I doubt it'll happen on this lap here. No possible way. But the Volvo, long and gone. Demonology, not too bad though. I mean, when you look at this from the two cars are not equally yoked by any standpoint, but when you look at how Demonology just went through versus his first passes, things are getting better for him. Learning that stick shift, the gear exchanges sound a little better, and the car actually kept moving forward more than the long stalls between shifts and such.
Another influencer right here in green, I believe. I may be wrong. But
no, that's not an influencer. That's actually that Challenger. I spoke with that competitor. If you look on the bottom, all the way around the car, the wall is kind of hindering our view now, but for people watching, he's got I want to call them air dams, I guess, going all the way around. The car is actually going to be used, or is used more so for like autocrossing and that type of thing. Downforce assistance. Tom Bailey. Pretty much nothing going wrong for that Camaro right now. Tom Bailey has Woodward science down. You know, you think about it, Tom Bailey's garage is just behind us here in M1 Concourse, and who's to say that he doesn't come out here every once in a blue and make a lap on Woodward?
S10 Chevy and the Dodge Brothers pickup truck. And that Dodge Brothers does have a modern Gen 3 Hemi, I won't say under the hood, but between the fenders, and there's a fabricated tunnel ram intake, but that's a Gen 3 Hemi right there with coil unplugged in that cool old Dodge Brothers pickup.
Accident prone on the bedsides of the S10.
That nose-high stance on the S10 kind of helps weight transfer, static and dynamic.
The S10 still spinning tire a little bit, you know, with that given the weight transfer. You'll see a couple of cars out here. If you recall last year, there was a green Mustang that pretty much was squatted on the ground in the back. I mean, he's almost dragging the back of that car on the ground because there was so much weight bolted to the car to get traction here on this street. So that's definitely one of the tech tips for success, because I believe he did win the small tire segment of this event.
Another couple of pony cars, the Fox Mustang sedan in white, fairly rare body style, at least today. Usually those are hatchbacks, but again, the sedan is my favorite. Of course, versus a more modern SN95, which was not available as a sedan, only convertible or fastback.
More vernacular is notchback, or the trunk, the coupe. Yep. A little tire spin from the coupe. The good race, side by side as they go down. The SN95 on the right lane takes the win, but that was actually a good drag race. You had a little tire spin from both cars. Drivers recovered very nicely and got down to the end of Woodward.
Got to say, back in 1988, I went to a Ford dealer to buy a 5-liter, and they kept calling it a sedan with the trunk, so that's kind of what stuck with me.
Okay, I got you. It's just stuck in your
Ford
head.
speak. Yeah,
stuck
sedan.
in your head.
Right on. That was the Ford speak, but yeah, it's a notch. Camaro time and Dakota time. And of course, we remember the Dakota RT of 1997, 6, something like that, with the 360 engine. Not sure what's under the hood of this one, but we know it's, well, between the fenders of the Camaro, because there is no hood. That's a big 454 with a tunnel ram, carbureted.
Big time tire spin off the line from the Camaro. Got it hooked up and it's finally gone. But that was another one that jumped off the line, kind of like a bunny hop off the line, and then the tires just started spinning. So I think there's some, and it's a leaf spring car, so I think a little bit of a
shock calibration.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I need some shock calibration has to happen. Here's a restart. You see it jump up off the ground. So separating at the leaf spring, it's difficult to, especially a second-gen Camaro, too. They're really kind of a...
One thing that could help that car is a pair of shock absorber extenders, because sometimes the shock maxes out, lifts the car. So they actually have bolt-ons. Moroso sells them. Direct Connections even sells them, but basically it helps the shock to not extend and yank the car off the ground. Mopar versus Ford right here. A little 68 Dodge Dart. That thing hauls butt.
Turbo versus nitrous.
Yeah. Dana 60 under the back of that Dodge Dart. The appropriate rear axle for it. I like that. Dana's a tough rear axle. Not that heavy. Only 50 pounds heavier than an 8 3/4. A lot of people think it's hundreds and hundreds, but they're not bad. 150 pounds, drum to drum.
Arms about to drop. Curious to see who likes the turbo car, who likes the nitrous car. Turbo car away first in the right lane. Who likes the nitrous car? A little too much distance between them right now for a competitive charge, but both cars with clean passes. The turbo got the jump, but the nitrous is coming on strong. Quarter-mile drag race might have been kind of interesting at the stripe. I think the turbo car might have stayed in front, but that nitrous is coming pretty hard in the left lane.
Yeah, it's all about that first 60 feet and your reaction time, of course, to the flag man. Got a 69 Roadrunner or Satellite, not sure. Two-door post, if you look at that, it's also called a sedan. And parlance, the hardtop would be the one without the fixed pillar at the B, but versus the factory lightweight Chevy Colorado with the chemically milled body. I'm joking, that's rust, but that could be a sleeper. That's what you want to do, surprise people with something that looks like a turd and eat their lunch. I see Caltrax bars, so that pickup's pretty quick. I bet you it comes back next year with a whole bunch more power.
Spinning the tires, 6-shift transmission in that truck, and just blazing the tires. He's letting the clutch out, and the tires are going away instantly.
He'll be back next year. That's often what happens. You know, you learn every weekend that you go drag racing, you get quicker and faster and faster.
Absolutely.
And quicker. We'll see that guy back. He's a younger dude, too. I think he might be 20 years old, and the young guns. Tomorrow's
That's what's up. That is what's up. That's beautiful. Two really sweet mobiles right here. You have a Falcon of, his name is Johnny Hopewell. I met Johnny yesterday. He's in the white Falcon. That's a 65, I believe. 347 powered. And then on the left lane is Mike Corsilli. I know Mike. Mike is actually a firefighter in Maryland. And I've ridden in that truck, Steve. I went and had a program in Baltimore, Maryland, and Mike came and picked me up and we drove around in that little truck, and it's pretty cool. There we go. Yeah. Mike goes through under full power. Johnny looking good in the other lane. Good lap by both vehicles.
Yeah, Woodward Avenue is really coming around. It's sticking and a whole lot less skating. So again, the track is coming in and things are getting pretty cool. 64 Plymouth Fury in the near lane versus a 63, or that's a 65 actually, Chevy Nova with the exposed trim rings around the headlights. They're so hard to call, but that's an easy face to know. So again, 64 Plym and a 65 Nova.
Now, will the Plymouth be factory equipped with a push-button transmission? Is that playing the piano?
That would be, yeah, okay. Unless it's a Sport Fury with the center console, but that probably has buttons if the guy's smart. They work good. Just push that button. Dial a win, torque flight.
Nova off first.
Yeah, look at that.
Belvedere coming strong.
He's steering with his right hand, pushing buttons with his left hand in the Plymouth. That's cool.
Amazing.
Old
yeah,
school.
That's really pretty cool. And to have the response, and that push button shift mechanism, the response is instant. you know, where you look at some of the modern cars and the electronics and the paddle shifting is very popular, but there is sometimes a big delay in that paddle shifting to try to be aggressive with it. So that's cool to see that push button works like that.
Yeah, you want to have a full manual valve body, and you're good. Yep, it's a cable-operated shifter. Works real good. 55 Chevy and a 72 or so Duster with the Mopar missile-themed graphic package down the side. Nitrous oxide squirting out.
That's Sean Fink in the 55. Sean Fink is a drag and drive veteran. Fighting tire chatter all the way down. Good lap, but the tire chatter was there all the way through the course with Sean's 55. Probably make a few adjustments to get it quieted down a little bit.
Another classic Mopar combo here, of course, the Jeep all-wheel drive SRT and the 68 Charger with the 68 Hemi-Dart dustpan hood scoop. That was similar to factory equipment. Oh, that one's a little taller than the factory stuff, but again, that's a classic Mopar drag race item right there, the dustpan Hemi hood scoop.
Yeah, it's an aggressive looking scoop there, a little taller than the original, but catching the air at least. Charger flying. Left lane, Charger flying. And the hood is actually coming up a little bit, Steve. I've really given the hood pins a workout right there.
They usually, almost on those cars, you see a center hood pin right in the middle of the grill, because that scoop will pull that scoop and hood right off the car.
Here's a look at it again on our replay. Watch the screen. Watch the Charger in the far lane there, over in the left lane, and you'll see as it starts to gain momentum and the power's coming on and the hood starts to creep its way against that latch. You don't want that thing to blow away, because all kind of havoc can happen when that goes off. All kinds of havoc. I mean, it could be ridiculous as far as, of course, driver not being able to see or steer, but damage to the car as well. I've seen those take out the whole cowl area, and that's a lot of damage to deal with.
Yeah, the Giant Slayer and the Giant, if you will, the Chevy Nova in the close lane. And let's have a look at the interview with the Demonology influencer team with Christy Lee.
Hey guys, what's up? Here with Demonology, straight out of Dallas, Texas. What are you doing in Michigan?
I come here because it's a plethora of souls to snatch, and I'm taking everybody to church, introducing them to the new religion of baptizing.
Oh my gosh, can I join this religion as well?
Of course, if you got a car, I can baptize you too, but I'll let you in the water slow.
Well, I just have a bone stock Hellcat, so I think you're definitely going to baptize me. All right, so welcome to Roadkill Nights. Have you been to this event before?
I was actually here last year and got a chance to race on the street with my original Demon.
Okay, but this year you've got something different. We have got the souped-up car behind us with the Hellcat engine, the transmission.
This year we have the Super Soul Snatcher, but it's set up just for street racing. I generally race on the drag strip. I don't like racing on the streets, but now we're set up for the streets, so we're going to get some street racing going on.
All right, let's talk a little bit about this build, getting this car finished, leading up to this event. That had to be a little bit stressful for you guys.
It was very stressful. Big shout out to Jack Fab Performance. They put in all the hard work, all the extra time to get the car going. Once I got the car finished, I got it up here. Wesley Motorsports stepped in and tuned the suspension. We run the Bill Stein suspension. I hope I said that right. It's German, right?
You did.
Okay. So we run that suspension.
I got you.
There you go. And that's what gets us hooking on the regular street unprepped track.
I remember it because it's Stein, like a beer Stein.
Beer Stein.
So.
Hey.
Wait. We're talking.
Get away from there, man.
Wait.
Hey, we got redneck.
Okay. All right.
Redneck science. You can borrow that later. Hey, man, I'll see you at the buffet. Come on now. Yeah.
So, little bit of smack talking going on before we go. We're not gonna take that call. Okay. So, what do you want to say to the other competitors? It's on tape. The cameras are rolling. Before we get this going, we know you got a little smack talk here.
Hey, I'm sending everybody home with 3 shoes, right? 2 on their feet and 1 in their butt. So I got an extra pair of shoes for everybody. But the Soul Snatcher is here. Let me show you the hood up under this baby. I even took some stuff from my original Demon. You see that right there? That's going to suck all them souls in, and I'm running them straight up to the altar of Mopar. When I finish with them, all they're going to want to drive is Mopars from now on, ever and forever. So there it is, baby.
nitrous outlet. It's going to give me the gap sauce so I can baptize everybody officially. So they all will have a new religion. When I finish here, they'll be worshiping at the idol of Mopar.
All right, guys, Demonology ready to baptize all the other competitors out here and possibly change the religion for all of you Ford and Chevy owners out there. Okay, good luck today.
Thank you.
I tell you what, you heard it here first, folks, from Reverend Herman Young. Deacon Young just gave us the gospel according to Baptism, and we're really going to see what happens when he gets out there on the track. It's interesting. As Smack Talk goes, Smack Talk is a big part of grudge racing, and it seems like he has it down pat. I want to see if any of his competitors get intimidated by it, if they buy into it, if they smack talk back, you know, how this is all going to play out by the time they start grudge racing later on this evening. But my goodness, Deacon Young, well done, sir. Good luck to you.
And we just saw a Camaro chasing a police car. It doesn't usually happen here on Woodard. It's the other way around, but today it does on Roadkill powered by Dodge. Of course, right now, that nasty little International Scout with the turbocharged V8 versus a Demon. This is an actual Demon right here with the wide body. And let's see what happens here. That Scout hauls butt.
Yeah,
so does the Demon.
Scout. Both of them are very, very quick, but the Scout is impressive because, you know, it's cool. It's a small, stubby, short wheelbase vehicle, and to see it just leave like it does. Watch the way this orange truck on the far lane leaves. Gone. And then it comes on. Yeah. So what I think you just saw there was a naturally aspirated launch, and then the nitrous kicked in. So nitrous is probably set on a timer or activated by either RPM or by a timer of some sort, and when it engaged, he's had his naturally aspirated leaves, so he's hooked up, and he's got just enough nitrous coming in, probably ramp progressively through the rest of the track, and that was a good, clean lap.
Notice how the left front fender came up about 120 feet out. That's probably when the motor came to life, and that's called a torque reaction. That's in contrast to the crank, and that's a good sign. Left front fender up, you're on a tear.
If you want to do any type of predicting, I think maybe we see that in the top 8, the quick 8 for the small tire cars. Very, very impressive. Very good.
Dodge Dart in the primer versus the Olds 442, which of course used to stand for 4-barrel, 4-speed dual exhaust. But this one here is an automatic and a big V8.
Dart's gone. Left lane, taking a pretty easy win there, and I guess referring back to Demonology there and speaking about Baptism and the gap, you see the distance between those two vehicles was sizable, and that's what's considered a gap right there.
A school bus or two, maybe?
Yeah, a bus or two, a tractor trailer. Tractor trailers are referenced, 53 feet, that type of thing.
Yeah, old school and new school. These are both the F-body in red with an old school root-style supercharger versus the Gen 4 Camaro in white with something under the hood. Not sure what. Maybe nitrous, probably a turbo, maybe a centrifugal blower. But again, the old school blower through the hood was the look in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and still looks cool.
Camaro Firebird. I wonder how many. Okay, so as far as GM, we'll say the brand, but as far as GM goes, and Pontiac and Chevrolet, I wonder how many variances or differences of each vehicle were produced as far as configuration. How could you get them from the factory? I guess starting in the 60s when you had your SSs and then into the late models here, how many different ways could you configure these cars? They were so popular.
Yeah. I mean, 6 cylinders, 8 cylinders, 4 speeds, 3 on the tree, automatic, 2-speed with a clutch even in 1969, this whacked out thing from Chevrolet. Yeah, they're truly a blank slate in stock trim, let alone hot rodding. You can do anything you want with them. Like the Weld racing wheels on the red Firebird, classic look from the 80s and 90s. They great lightweight wheels. They still sell them today. Very popular as always.
I have to wheel check you on the red Firebird. Those are centerline.
Oh, okay.
Centerline wheels. Right. Those are Warriors, I believe. Centerline Warrior wheels. But that's okay though. Wow, and a boom, a big boom from the Firebird. Oh. Wasn't any type of a flame or anything like that. It's just a boost boom almost. I don't know what's going on there, but we heard it quite clearly. A big boom out of the Firebird, and it lost a little bit of acceleration on the top end. So hopefully it wasn't anything major, and they'll get it sorted out and fixed, and he'll be back. And I think we might have to.
Okay. Let's take a quick break from the drag racing right here. And this, of course, is Colette in the Lancer. And let's watch this, and after that, we'll go to a quick interview with her. But let's watch her in action right here. 6-speed. She's driving a 6-speed right there. Manual transmission.
6-speed transmission, and it's her first time drag racing up against a veteran drag racer. We talked about this S10 here with the turbo mounted up over the roof there. That truck was configured for, I believe the program was called Grudge Wars or Grudge Warriors or something like that. It was on Internet TV is where I watched it, and the truck was built for that competition, and the team that's racing it right now won it as part of, or got to take it home as part of winning the actual competition. So that's the Grudge Wars truck versus Colette in the Lancer GT. 6-speed manual. Spinning the tires, smiling.
That's clutch smoke.
Yeah, that's not good, Colette. That's the clutch is, I don't want to say it's going away, but she put a.
Yeah. Earlier we had a chance to talk to Colette Davis. Let's see what she has to say.
Well, undoubtedly the most colorful car here on the grid belongs here to rookie driver of Colette Davis. We were talking a little nervous because you're a drifter. Does anything transfer over here to drag racing, or are we just winging it?
So I have a whole lot to learn today, let's just put it that way. I've done a bunch of different types of motorsports, from drifting to even monster trucks. I think my monster truck experience might help me a little bit with how prep the track seems today, which I've only done runs on the street with no prep, and I've never done a drag race before, so I gotta learn a lot today.
Now, I've been following your build online. Of course, you see it all on Instagram. Oh, don't worry, we'll keep Redneck Science out of this. We've got to.
He's trying to get in my head. Demonology is trying to get in my head.
So that's what I'm feeling. There's a lot of pressure going on here, a lot of smack talking. I mean, you've been delivering it back. I've been seeing it.
Yeah, well, Demonology, he's trying to get in everybody's heads, talking about taking souls. Well, this car is all machine today, no soul. So we're not going to lose to him. So we're going to see what happens. And like I said, I got a lot to learn. But the car, I think the name we're going for is Beginner's Luck. And I'm hoping to have some of that today.
And you, like I said, you were very hands-on with the build. I know you did a lot of the paint yourself. What went into it? How much pressure was it on such a time crunch to get this thing built for this event?
It was wild. My head hurts. I had to learn so much. Me and my mechanic and fabricator, Nate, we're drifters, and we're just changing everything with going into this build and learning so many new things. So it's been a lot, but it's been an awesome opportunity that I'm really excited to take advantage of and participate with Dodge. And like I said, just a whole lot of learning, and hopefully my first drag races go well today.
Has there been anyone that you've been kind of leaning on for whether it was build tips, drag racing tips, or have you kind of tried to keep all the secrets within your guys' own garage?
So I would say that we do have a few tricks up our sleeve. We did some consulting with Kevin from KSR with High Horse Performance. They've been kind of helping us out along every step of this build because, again, we're learning so much. And I don't know, I think we'll be pretty competitive.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Gonna have to see if beginner's luck pays off here for Colette Davis.
Very cool interview with Colette Davis. Again, one of our rookies out here as far as drag racing goes at Roadkill Nights here on Woodward Avenue. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out now. Again, we saw some clutch dust. She's back in the pits now, taking a chill, but it's going to be interesting to see what's going on in that clutch can right now, because there's a lot of clutch dust going on, and basically she doesn't know. She just stayed in the throttle with the tires blazing, and clutch getting hot, clutch basically
checking the flywheel, burning the
going
face.
away. Yeah, you start glazing stuff like that, and then you need it later on today, Colette. So you really need to start thinking about preserving things now, because competition is coming up later.
Speaking of competition, the Challenger and the Charger competing on the showroom floor and the drag strip. Of course, if you have a family, you probably want a Charger. 4 doors, room for 6 or 5. Of course, the Challenger can also seat 5. Strange but true. I've sat in the back of these. They're not so bad. But again, 2 doors. So both of them Hellcat powered, which means 6.2 liters and 707 horsepower at least.
That's amazing that today's modern car can carry that much power from the factory. CAFE rules are met. DOT rules are met. You can actually go to the drag strip now and race these cars competitively on a drag strip with no roll cage because of the airbag and safety systems in them. NHRA has determined that some of them can compete without having to have the roll cage bolted in them now.
It is so cool. They saw the light on that, I guess, because early on it was really a dilemma. What do you do? And but speaking of cars that look fast but are, and cars that maybe don't, this Grand Prix, this white car here with the wire wheel covers.
Textbook sleeper.
Look at the rear tires. They're kind of wide.
Yeah.
And of course,
with hubcaps. Isn't that something?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. That's actually reminiscent of a friend of mine, Mark Cicino, who has long time raced a Grand Prix, Pontiac Grand Prix, of course, it's powered with an LS, but this is really kind of neat to see. The stance on it gives me concern as far as its drag race capability.
Yeah, will it transfer?
Will it transfer? It's sitting up kind of high with that tire in the back. Doesn't look like the front is going to give up much as far as transference. Yep. Left like a passenger. There you go. Very cool look,
For
but
what
as
it
far
is.
as performance, very, very cool car. And but based on the way it's sitting, if you will, I didn't feel it being too quick. And I guess I know what I'm looking at sometimes, huh? We've got the Mayor's Showdown coming up soon, 1:55 p.m. Be sure to be in your seats and looking at your screens. We have the Mayor's Showdown coming up at 1:55. The First Responders 2.0 at 2 o'clock. The Grudge Match, 4 o'clock. Be ready at 4 o'clock p.m. this afternoon for the Grudge Match. And then, of course, later on at 6 or so, 6:30, the top 8 shootout between the small and big tire competitors.
Just had the modern Camaro take out the less modern Camaro right there. Of course, Gen 3 and 4 up on the line right now. Of course, that Plymouth Volare is back with the carbureted big block. We see the distributor on the front, that bright red distributor that tells us it's a big block. Small block could be in the back. On the other side, of course, the Cobra emblem on the fender tells us that is a 4.6 Camry with a supercharger.
Oh, Cobra got a little squirrely in the left lane.
440 Volare goes through, and of course the direct connection catalog back in the late 70s would sell you a kit to put a 440 in your Volare.
Taking a look at the Cobra there in the left lane, a little bit of a tire slip and then wiggle, let off the gas, straighten it out and coast it on through. That's the best choice every time, racers.
And direct connection is back, replacing Mopar Performance. And again, direct connection is the implication, of course, is that factory engineered parts you can't get anywhere else. They're validated, ready for you at your local Dodge, Jeep, Chrysler dealership, Mopar dealer. Direct connection back in action.
Two trucks squaring off here on Woodward. The S10 in the left lane. There's Dodge leading first with the S10. There we go. At the top end, S10 in the left lane takes the win.
Yeah, the old school Dodge pickup truck. How cool is that with the roll bar built into the bed? Totally NHRA legal, but looking retro.
That's pretty neat.
Of course, the NHRA is the National Hot Rod Association. They kind of frown on street racing, and well, so do us, except for today. So do we. And this is, of course, a one-time-a-year deal. Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, right here on Woodward Avenue in front of the M1 Concourse, which used to be where they built GMC truck and bus back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, up to the 80s, I believe.
As these things go, ladies and gentlemen, today, especially, I guess I could say our younger set that might participate in clandestine evening competitions, but Roadkill has established Mexico in Pontiac, Michigan right now. That's where we are. This is Mexico, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right, quote unquote.
Look online and you see people talking about, yeah, I'm in Mexico. That's where we are. Right
Diplomatic immunity, of course.
Exactly, diplomatic immunity. But that's where we're racing today, right here in Pontiac, Michigan on Woodward Avenue.
Little SN95 Mustang right there. I'm seeing the 4.6 liter on the side. So it's not a Cobra, but still some sort of a little mod motor under the hood, certainly, with Holley EFI standalone system calling the shots to the spark plugs and the fuel injectors. Again, no carburetor here, of course.
If you look on your screen, the people seeing the shot there, Roxanne. I wonder who Roxanne might be, paying tribute to a Roxanne on the Mustang. Spinning the tire and launch. Hooked up and checked out. The boost came on, and she's running through pretty strong.
Clean pass.
Clean pass.
And Roxanne will not be turning on the red light here, because these are arm drop starts.
Right.
If you know your police songs. I'm dating myself, of
For
course.
folks kind of, let's say, ballparking what could be going on here, especially when we get to our quick 8, to our top 8 big tire and small tire competitors. Again, this is not a full eighth mile that we're working with. It's very, very close to an eighth mile, just a shade under 660 feet. And when you look at some of these race cars that will be in those shootouts, you have to think that in the eighth mile, in the proper eighth mile, the small tire cars will probably be in the 5-second or so range in the eighth mile. That'll probably do it. If you were calculating the ETs, they would probably be getting through the eighth, the proper eighth, in 5 or so seconds. Now, conversely, the big tire cars, because they have a bigger footprint on the ground, the tires have a bigger footprint on the ground, and a lot of them are bigger engine, etc. They're probably going to be your 4-second cars in the eighth mile in this event, in our made-up eighth mile, or just shy of an eighth mile. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at it. So when you think about, or you see these cars at the drag strip and you see them actually light the boards up, you know, you'll have cars like the 4-second ones here, or perceived 4 seconds. Those are actually 3 seconds.
Well, we'll take a quick break here on Woodward Avenue as the freight train prepares to roll on through, but we'll be back in just a few seconds with more from Woodward Avenue Roadkill Nights, brought to you, powered by Dodge.
There's a highway that stretches across the 93 days of summer, where worship isn't offered to the sun, but to the smoking tire, and where the lines being blurred are the ones between drivers and demons.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We changed the industry by formulating the first API-qualified 100% synthetic motor oil. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond. Because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Back again for the 18th year. Hot Rod Drag Week goes full throttle. Over 400 drivers face off over 5 days.
So many cool cars to see, and the venue is going to be amazing.
Join the ultimate drive and drag event and see who wins fastest street car in America. Are you ready for this? Hot Rod Drag Week. Go to hotrod.com/events for more.
Mecum Auctions, the world's largest collector car auction company, returns to Dallas September 7th through the 10th at the K. Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center, featuring 1,500 muscle cars, Corvettes, trucks, classics, and more. Broadcast live on MotorTrend TV and MotorTrend Plus. We welcome everyone to Dallas to bid in person, and enhanced online bidding and telephone options make it easy to join the Mecum experience from anywhere in the world. Register to bid now at mecum.com.
Heavy crime. Yeah.
On the road again.
We rescue a junkyard Chevy after sitting in the dirt for 4 decades.
You guys know Aaron and Emily?
Ready to push her in?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, it's missing lots of things, but overall,
The ride's good.
Everything we've tried has not worked.
Victory is mine. I'm victorious.
Now there's no fuel in the filter again.
Talk about this car behind us. Here, and I want to learn a little bit more about the exterior of this, because this is a really cool car.
It is a cool car. So behind us here we have the Challenger Hellcat red-eye jailbreak. So what that means is basically you go from 710 to 797 to 807 horsepower. The vehicle here is like old school finish. The way we did this was it has the F8 green exterior, the wide body stripe that we have on it. We have the warp speed wheels with the satin carbon finish. So overall, the package just kind of has a bit of an old school feel to it. Some of the badge colors, so really the jailbreaks open up, they unlock all these finishes for the customer to order. Really mix and match. It's really, they could be the kid in the candy store when they order a vehicle like this. So really excited about this one.
That's what's cool about it, though, because it really truly makes it your unique ride. So it's different than just rolling up to the dealership and picking out, a couple of the factory options.
Exactly, and really that's what we want to be. I mean, it's like these vehicles are extremely special. It's one of the last vehicles we're going to do like this, so we want it to be something very special for the customer.
All right, Jeff, let's talk about the interior, because although the exterior is extremely important, the interior is equally important. So you guys have got a plethora of options on the interior for this car, too.
We do. There's a few different seat options you can get as far as colors go. So there's the demonic red that we have, this hammerhead gray that's new, that you see in the car behind us here. Of course, sepia, and of course, always tried and true black. some options on the bezels, the floor mats. You can get different seatbelt colors in these. There's a lot of fun you can have with them. So you can see the matching hammerhead gray seatbelts in this one, but you can also get carbon fiber bezels, real carbon fiber bezels on the IP in the console, which are kind of fun. So we've had a good time with our color and trim studio and the interior studios working together to come up with some pretty cool, fun options to make every one of these unique, if you want it that way.
It makes it a one-of-a-kind ride. Okay, so carbon fiber headlight bezels. How much horsepower gains do you get from that?
Not sure how much carbon on the instrument panel bezels or not, but they look pretty good.
That's all that matters, right? Okay. Now, you guys obviously have to work together, although we have exterior design and interior design. You know, there has to be some sort of collaborative level on these projects to really put out the best packages available to everybody.
Absolutely. We work hand in hand with Scott, so we have a good time with each other. A lot of times poking fun at each other, I think. The studios have an absolutely wonderful time, and some of the fruits of that labor are coming soon, so we're excited.
Oh, that's true. I mean, Jeff and I are connected to the hip. I mean, his team, my team. We have fun. I mean, Dodge Design, we have the most fun. So
I feel like I need to keep my sunglasses on over here, and then when I talk to you, Jeff, I need to be. So we've got two different worlds here, exterior and interior. So we've got the 2022 Jailbreak Challenger behind us, but also over there, which you'll see on another shot, we've got the 2022 Charger. Now, very similar, but also very different.
Yeah, similar configuration, the way we did that, like Jeff said, there's all these different mixing, matching you could do. That vehicle has the frostbite blue on it. Same finish, wheel finish, the warp speed with the satin carbon. So we wanted these two to be kind of brothers that go together as a match. But once again, there's tons of different configurations you could do with these jailbreaks. A lot of fun.
What about the interior differences between the two? Obviously, we're talking about two seats, a coupe style versus a sedan style.
Yeah, absolutely. There's either flavor, right? So if you want to take all your friends with you and be a little more comfortable in the four-door, easier in and out than the coupe, but the same options apply. So the same colors on the seats, same colors on the floor mats, seat belts, all of those interior bezels, including the carbon that I mentioned. So just depends on how many doors you like.
Now, when are these vehicles available? Are they available now? Can people go to the dealership and start customizing?
Available now. You can order them on Dodge.com or configure them on Dodge.com. Talk to your power broker dealers.
That's awesome, though. So it's not just about horsepower, it's also about style. That's a really important part about these vehicles.
Definitely, yeah, like Jeff said, I mean, you can get them now, get any color you want, any configuration, the badge exterior, badge color, the wheel color, the different stripe configurations. There's a ton of fun to have online. So,
all right, Scott Kruger from Dodge, Jeff Gale from Dodge. Thank you guys so much for chatting. Are we ready for some racing?
Let's do it. Ready.
Wait, so there's two cars here, though. Who's gonna race? Oh, not these cars. We're talking about racing on Woodward. Okay, got it. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Guys.
Back again for the 18th year. Hot Rod Drag Week goes full throttle. Over 400 drivers face off over 5 days.
So many cool cars to see, and the venue is going to be amazing.
Join the ultimate drive and drag event and see who wins. Fastest street car in America.
Are you ready for this?
Hot Rod Drag Week. Go to hotrod.com/events for more.
All right, you guys aren't ready for this, man. This is from Tremec. It is their TKX. It's not just the latest offering in a 5-speed. This is the first performance-based aftermarket 5-speed designed for us in the aftermarket.
You said it, man. It's got awesome features. I didn't want to miss this one, man. Yeah. Everything from an in-load versus a top load. So they spent a lot of time getting this package shape down so it fits up under tunnels a lot easier. You can drop this in a Chevelle A body without a single mod of the tunnel.
Yeah, no floor pan work, not near the tunnel work. And look at all the features it has, man. Everything is designed for performance, from the guts to the gaskets to the packaging. And check out these shifter positions. All right, you can alter it. If you don't like the shifter here, you can move it here. If you don't like it there, you can move it up here.
Yeah, and the synchros inside. So this is the old TKO, a single centered bronze, a single friction surface. Now you've got a modern multi-cone, right, with carbon fiber lining on the inside for extreme bite, extreme durability, and 7,500 RPM shifts all day. Wider gears, everything's been shot peened, roller bearings on the in shafts. I mean, this thing is ready to go pound and hound the guy in the next lane.
All right, there you have it, man. The TKX from Tremec, the brand new 5-speed. Woo, it is sweet.
Oh, I'm fired up on this baby, man.
We're rescuing this Mini Cooper.
Jeep Comanche.
Ford Mustang. The only issue is it doesn't run. I'm Dan.
I'm Aaron.
And I'm Shay. You grab it, fix it.
Out with the old, in with the new.
This is all about rescuing other people's projects. Be smooth sailing from here on out, hopefully. Hit it, Dan. Starting. We're going racing.
There's a highway. You won't find it on your nav app. It's that sweep of reckless abandon that stretches between June and September, the 93 days of summer, where worship isn't offered to the sun, but to the smoking tire. The S-curve and the spin turn. But if you go there, bring your nerve, because on this highway, the lines being blurred are the ones between drivers and demons.
Are you ready? I'm ready. Oh, yeah. Are you ready? Are you doing the intro or am I doing the intro?
I mean, here we are at the M1 Concourse at Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, right? Something like that?
You're fired. Tavares, so good to see you again. Welcome back to Roadkill Nights.
It's great to be here.
You did good. See, was my intro better? I think maybe it was. All right, let's talk about this year. We've seen you here before. You've competed before, but this time around, you've got this beauty here, which looks like it has a lot of bedliner on it.
It's a lot of bedliner. So this started life as a 2008 Dodge Charger, and we turned it into a pickup truck / Ute. And we also put every Hellcat demon thing that we could into it, so it makes 800-something horsepower and hopefully goes down the track without going into a wall.
That is a good goal to work towards for the day. Yeah. So this is interesting because you've got the Charger going here, and then what happened?
We removed most of the car because a tree fell on it. So we decided to make lemonade out of lemons. So now it's much more practical, and if somebody breaks down, we could just put all their parts in the back and then just take them home and sell them.
Okay, did the tree fall down prior to purchasing this car or under your ownership of said car?
So this actually isn't my car. This is my my partner Jared's car. He's actually going to be the one driving because I think, it's a nice bookend to that story. He had this car for a very long time. It was actually the movie car from the movie Need for Speed. Yeah, so it was one of those cars used in the movie, and then a tree fell on it during a freak hailstorm or something in Georgia, and then we decided to just cut the back end off and make it into a pickup truck.
I mean, what a good way to make use of a perfectly good vehicle minus the back end of it. Okay, let's talk about what's under the hood. Engine, transmission, those were supplied. How did the build process go for you guys this time around?
Well, the build process was a lot more difficult just because you'd think everything would kind of fit into place, but it doesn't, because this car was never meant to have a Hellcat powertrain, but we got everything, the Hellcrate, Red Eye, we got the manual transmission, we had a shifter made, just completely custom drive shaft, we have OEM Demon wheels, we have suspension, all that stuff, and all of it works. Hopefully.
Hopefully. More horsepower, more torque. You really got to get the body dialed in for that. Okay. So we always got to do a little bit of, smack talking before you guys race. So what's your outlook going into competing today?
So last year, you know how good I am at smack talk. Here's my best smack talk. The other cars aren't going to be as fast as this one, because this one's real fast. It's real fast, And the other car's going to lose, and this one's going to win. Is that good?
I feel like if the Care Bears had to do smack talking, it might be something like that.
I'm keeping it family friendly here, otherwise I just go right over. Yeah, it's going to be. I think this car will do well.
Hey guys, can you put a rainbow in post behind this interview too? All right, Tavares, you're awesome. So good luck out there. Good to see you again. And yeah,
thank you.
Bring it.
Awesome.
We are back live on Woodward Avenue. KJ Jones here. Action continues. Pair of cars coming up. A Nova on the far side. That's the left lane. Late model Mustang on the right lane. I have a special guest sitting here with me. I want to introduce to the world, I guess, Mr. Mike Galimi. Longtime friend, actually, Mike Galimi, and now a co-worker, a colleague. Mike, welcome to the MotorTrend family. Why don't you let our crowd, our people know what you're doing, who you are, what you do.
Well, thanks, David. I'm new to the MotorTrend family. I came in as the Hot Rod Network director, which is in more traditional sense an editorial director, but with now just all the content, video, print, digital, just all of the assets. Working a lot with the studios, integrating the Hot Rod brand with all of MotorTrend's, linear TV channels and just pretty much all the content. Try and get involved with it.
And you've been at Roadkill nights before, but sitting at Roadkill nights now from this position, are you getting ideas right away from what you can do incorporating this program into Hot Rod more, one of the either the digital or the print magazine and stuff? Just how can you expand on this, kind of work at co-op between the event and actually the magazine property, expand on it?
Well, I mean, you have to build content being out there in the field and getting out there advertisers, so many different sponsors and great folks in the industry, and just mixing it up, seeing where the trends are, seeing what the hot builds are, and working one-on-one with our readers. And it's great to be out here and interacting with them one-on-one.
I have to share with the audience, of course, you're a long time friend from my home from New York. You know Mike a long time, and watching your growth in this industry has been, for me and for a lot of people that know you, really impressive. So I'm going to let you know, I've said this a couple of times, man, but I'm going to say it on a grand scale. I'm really proud of you and what you've done. I'm looking forward to really good and big things coming from you for Hot Rod. As far as back at home in Los Angeles, Del Segundo in the shop, what do you have in store as far as working with Hot Rod Garage? It's a long time show legacy, and you've had the magazine and content legacy forever, but there hasn't been a real hard connect between the two. So is there any plan to engage the two a lot more than it ever has been?
Yeah, going forward, just work with them, especially on 2023 and beyond, just integrating in the shows with their builds. Lucky and Alex are fantastic hosts, and just working, they've got a lot of great stuff for next year, and just incorporating, we can do tech stories, we can do, report on their exploits and kind of give it from a different perspective, more so than just an episode.
Now, drag racing, we're here on Woodward Avenue. MotorTrend, of course, is putting on Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. Coming up, the biggest drag race of the year, Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. It's going to be your first time in the big chair with Drag Week.
It will be. I've done Drag Week several times, twice as a competitor with my friend Mike Javanis and his Mustang, and then once as a freelancer with John McGann and his team. So to come in, as part of leading the content team, I'm looking forward to it. It's one of my favorite events of the year. So many great stories to tell from there, from Tom Bailey and his extraordinary efforts, to even the little guys. We see a lot of them out here that, they run pretty much all of like the Hot Rod branded style events. So I'm looking forward to getting in there and meeting new folks and telling their stories.
Now, out here at Roadkill Nights, do you have a favorite yet? I know you see a lot of cars make laps. Some impressive stuff, man. I mean, from where we're from, we've seen a lot of this action as it's happened now. Picture yourself back at home, middle of the night. What would you say is a car to contend with in the old days?
Oh,
in the old days.
The old days. Oh, I mean, you know me. I'm a Fox Body Mustang guy. I always will be. And there's a lot of great ones out here that have been fun to watch. So many of these big tire cars, they look so fast. The first couple of runs, they kind of were learning the track. And now they're starting to really get after it. And I'm looking forward to that big tire shooter, even the small tire one. I mean,
small tire, both of them are going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, Nick Taylor's out here tuning that little RX-7, and that thing, I was standing top end, and man, that is wild coming through. The wheels coming off the ground. I mean, it's a blast to watch.
Well, the best seat in the house, people that are sitting in the grandstands right now, a lot of times, especially in the grudge race scene, you know, everybody's stacked up against the start line and everything. That seems like that's the place to be. And of course, there might be some wagering going on down there and everything. You know, we both know that. But the best seat in the house at a drag race, I'll always maintain, is top end. To see speed, to see cars come through. So whoever's down that way, don't leave your seat, because by the time that shootout starts, both small and big tire, you're going to see cars flying through this avenue. So don't move.
Yeah.
Don't move.
I think they started picking the 8 fastest times for each group, and it sounds like it's going to be really close
It's
and
going to be
exciting.
stout.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Well, listen, Mike, I'm so glad that you came and sat with me for a few minutes. Again, keep up the good work, dude. You're doing good things. You know, personally, I'm expecting good things from you, Mike. All right?
No pressure.
No
man.
pressure. Zero pressure. But I'm expecting good things from you. I know you'll do well. Thanks a lot, buddy.
Thanks, KJ.
All right, buddy. Mike Galimi with us for a few minutes is really special. The pair of Challengers going down now. In the right lane, gets there first. A lot of spray paint and home-done graphics on that Challenger that just went through. I couldn't read what was going on. Next time it comes around, I'll try to see what things are being said on that car. Mustang and Challenger in the burnout. As Steve says, a wide-body Challenger. It's not a matter of Steve saying it is a wide-body Challenger, but anyway. These pipes are dry. Here comes the arm drop. Both cars leave together. Mustang in the left lane, staying out front. Mustang clears the Challenger.
I'm okay. Looks like a Challenger versus Mustang. Classic pairing right here. SRT Hellcat, wide body in the far lane versus SN95. Fox 4, whatever you want to call
Fox
it.
4. Boy, I haven't heard that. Formally, you know, technically you are correct, but I haven't heard that term used in ages. And
I remember when these came out, MotorTrend did a whole expose on these, MotorTrend magazine. They even had like this prismatic cutaway on the cover when there's a yellow car, and it was Ford was touting the fact that something like 60% of the parts are new, so it wasn't just a rehash of the Fox, but we all know it is a Fox.
I tell you what, that Fox 4 moved out too. If you see, it went around the Challenger and dropped the laundry at the top end. So again, as me and Mike were just discussing, some of this small tire action is going to be really, really good when we see who's actually selected, who's earned a spot into the top 8 field.
Yeah. Look at that weight transfer as those cars come off the line. Small tire can definitely work.
Here is the influencer, reigning champ, reigning grudge race champ, Alex Taylor. In her 55 Plymouth Savoy. We talked about it when Alex and Lucky came and sat with us for a little bit. Car was built in 30 days by Alex and her dad and their friend Greg, I believe it's Greg Peterson, helped them out with it. Lucky was in on his hot rod garage. Really a cool car. Let's see how it works. Alex, second gear, got third gear. Moving around a little bit at top end, actually moving around a lot at top end. But that car was flying. I think there might be a couple of things based on what they just saw Alex Taylor. I know her dad was looking at the car and how it was moving. They might have it in the air by the time she gets back and make a few changes on the bars underneath it or something. Or maybe just a shock change, but it was moving pretty aggressively by the time she got into third gear. So they'll probably try to quiet that down and straighten it out a little bit.
When you say shock change, you're talking about jounce and rebound resistance, right?
Correct. Compression and rebound and compression, Steve. Not actually taking shocks out and changing them, but making adjustments based on compression and rebound.
With a knob or a wrench, I guess, depending on what you got,
Probably
right?
a knob with that car. They're probably up in the
Here's a bird's eye view of the M1 concourse with the Dodge Thrill Rides, Woodward Avenue, all of it on display. And what a fantastic thing this is. I think, what, 100,000 spectators, something like that today. And again, the 7th year, this thing started out at the Pontiac Silverdome, kind of a mild little event. Who knew it would explode into what we have here? What a fantastic thing. This is like a Woodstock of drag racing, but only in one day. No Max Yeager's farm involved. Again, the M1 Concourse was once the home of GM Truck and Bus, where they built city buses and certain GMC pickups and whatnot. But now it's a very exclusive and exotic road race course and a cool little place to play with your race car right down the street from downtown Detroit. great place, M1 Concourse.
Definitely, Steve. I've been here not only for Roadkill nights. There are a couple of programs that a few aftermarket manufacturers have had on the truck side, and gone around this course. I believe it's a 1.5 mile road course, small road course, of course, but it's really, really pretty neat. And then the garages and the pit area, the paddock area that I guess they're members maybe that purchase these facilities and build them out the way to their liking and store their cars in them and have an area to have social time. I mean, it's the ultimate. I gotta go there. It's the ultimate man cave for sure. It might be a woman cave too, but it's the ultimate man cave. Trust and believe that.
The peoplehood of muscle.
Yeah.
I got to say, some of those are like car condos with showers,
Absolutely.
2 floors.
Absolutely.
I would almost dare say a chef is on hand at times. But yeah, this is cool.
Tim Kuniskis is the man at Dodge, okay? Just for the record, so people who don't know, he is the top dog at Dodge, and we have him in an interview right now that you're going to take a look at.
Here with a very familiar face, I feel like I run into often in Metro Detroit, but mostly at your favoriteest and one of my most favoriteest events here. Tim Kuniskis, Dodge brand CEO. So good to see you again year after year.
Good seeing you. Thanks for coming. This is my favorite day of the year.
I mean, how could it not be? You know, this is kind of your brainchild, right? This is an event that you've been producing year after year after year. This is the 7th year for Roadkill Nights?
It's the 8th year, 7th event. We did have to take off 1 year for COVID, but it's kind of crazy if you think about where this came from. The first year we did it, we were at the Pontiac Silverdome, and it was literally a run what you brung type event. I mean, there was potholes. It was really sketchy. And it's grown from that. That was 10,000 people. It's grown from that into this, 50,000 people, 1 million people on the live stream. And it wasn't because we drove this. It was this fan base that just every year was, please tell me you're going to do it again. What are you doing now? Make it bigger, make it bigger. I want to plan my vacation around it. So we just kind of came along with them.
We were just chatting about Michigan pride, okay? I feel like if you had a drag race event, open, street legal racing in any other state, it wouldn't be the same. Michiganders truly take pride in their cars, and this event shows that.
The quality of the cars out here and the speed of these cars is just unbelievable. When we started doing this, we put up big prize money. Today there's $30,000 on the line, but I'll tell you, if you talk to the fastest guys out here, it has nothing to do with the money. This is bragging rights. This is coming to Woodward Avenue and being the fastest car out here. I think they would donate the money just to win this.
And then showing up to every club weeks after, not only saying that you raced here, but that you maybe placed or even better, you won.
Yeah, the street cred's huge. And by the way, that's also why we don't give any ETs nothing, because they don't want to share that.
I love it. So what's cool about this event is not only that it's, well, one of the best events of the summer, in my opinion. I'm a little bit partial. But it also kind of kicks off things for Woodward Dream Cruise Week. And you, with Dodge, have a really big week coming up this week. There's a lot going on, a lot of unveilings as well.
So we call this our Speed Week. You know, it's 2 bookends. First weekend right now, we have Roadkill Nights. The next weekend, we had Woodward Dream Cruise. In the middle, during that week, we also have very special events. This year, we have an unveiling on Monday night, Tuesday night, and Wednesday night, right here on Woodward. Very atypical auto show. We're not going to an auto show. We're coming here, and we're opening it up to the public. So the fans can come and see our unveilings live at street level, right on Woodward. We're having bands, we're having bars, and we're showing new cars. Can't get any better. Monday night, we're showing all the direct connection stuff, all the stuff for the current cars. Tuesday night, we unveil a brand new subcompact Dodge. And then Wednesday, we're unveiling the future of American muscle.
Okay, so a lot for enthusiasts to look forward to it this coming week.
Every night, we got something going on for the enthusiasts.
Okay, so you said it's open to the public. How can people find out more about getting here? How can they show up?
Go to DodgeGarage.com.
Fantastic. I love that. Okay, let's talk about today. We know about Speed Week and what's to come, but what's in store for today? Racing is underway. We've got some grudge match action going on, a lot of direct connection parts out there.
So obviously we have the big tire and small tire. That's always a big draw. But the other draw is the grudge match. Last year we decided to do a grudge match where we had some influencers build a car and we gave them a challenger. And they had to build within very defined rules. This year we said, let's open up the rule book and let's just give them a budget to build anything they want. So we've got everything from a Challenger to a Viper to a Magnum out here that these guys built. But they had one rule. They had to use one of our direct connections crate engines. So they all have red-eye crate engines in them. None of them are stock, though. They're all well over 1,000 horsepower. But we knew it was going to get dicey because if you look at what the key to winning is here, it's all traction. So we knew they were all going to come with a big tire car. So we said, let's really throw them for a loop.
We can't be mad.
That never gets old. That never gets old. So this year, we made them all run manual transmissions. So as hard as it is to launch a car on an unprepped street, throw a manual in 1,000 horsepower, it's going to be fun.
I'm really looking forward to seeing that because I really do feel like you guys kind of put it in the hands of the builders this time around with the availability of any car and then the little wrench in their gear with the manual transmission.
Yep. I think it's really going to show how creative they got on the things that they built. And I think the key is really going to be, the real equalizer is going to be that transmission. Because they all came back and said, hey, is there any limit on horsepower? No. Is there any limit on tire? No. But the limiter is going to be what's in the middle of the car, the transmission. So that's going to be the equalizer. We'll see.
We know it's not just about the car, too. It's going to come down to how well they drive it as well.
That's the whole idea. We're going to see who can launch on an unprepped surface.
All right, so we've got some exciting things to come. Tim, always great chatting with you. I really appreciate it. I'm going to let you enjoy what's going on behind me because I feel like that's pretty amazing, and that's why we're all here. Thanks so much for your time. It's appreciated.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out.
And of course, that's Tim Kuniskis, the CEO of Dodge Stellantis. Now, Detroit is full of auto executives. However, Kuniskis is the real deal. He actually began as a Dodge service tech. And yeah, truth be told, he street raced a 5-liter Mustang. He told me that way back when. So he's the real deal, and he's really the reason why Dodge is really pulling out the stops and just going for it and having fun and building fun cars and showing on the showroom floor and sales. They're strong.
I appreciate that part of Tim's story as well, Steve. You know, you think about the CAP program that they have. That's inspiration that someone that comes through the CAP program, as I said earlier, become a technician, you know, maybe work your way through the dealership side of it into the corporate side of it, just as Tim did. I mean, he's the boss, man. You know, but he started, you know, as a popular Drake song, he started at the bottom, now he's here. So that's incentive for anybody that wants to get into this game, especially on the Dodge side. You go through CAP and work your way through.
Yeah, and CAP stands for Career Automotive Program from Mopar, and again, tomorrow's mechanics today, as Tim Kuniskis was. So you start with CAP, maybe you'll be the head of Dodge Stellantis in another 20 years. You never know.
Exactly. Another pair of cars, two Chargers going down. I don't think we've seen Chargers paired yet.
Yeah, that's the first pairing. Wide body, of course. The wide body started with Demon, but now has trickled its way across to Charger as well. And man, they look awesome, muscular.
Good looking car. As I said, if I were considering a sedan, I think I would think pretty strongly about this right now. It's a good looking car, definitely performs. Out on the road course there, they actually have ride-along programs, and you can see how well they handle at speed. You know, so I think it's a well-rounded performance car. It's not just straight line. We're drag racing, of course, on Woodward, but that's the kind of car that you might be able to get into a canyon. I don't know how aggressively you can get into a canyon, but you could probably take it around Angeles Crest or something like that back in L.A. and have some fun with it.
I got to say, people cross-shop Chargers alongside BMWs and Mercedes now. They're that good. Something you could not have said until this modern time.
Right. Very good-looking car.
Taking a little lull in the action, you know, did you know that Woodward Avenue was first paved in 1909? And July 4th was the year, or the date of that. 1 mile in concrete, and the first traffic light appeared in 1916. Who knew? And of course, the very first street race ever occurred quite a long time ago, actually. That would have been in 1897, according to the Detroit Free Press. Yes, 1897, 2 vehicles lined up on Woodward Avenue and had a street race. It's a police record.
55 Chevy of Sean Fink in the right lane. Sean Fink, a drag and drive participant. I met Sean years ago when I did Hot Rod Magazine's Drag Week. Sean had a little wagon. I want to say it was a Vega. I don't recall exactly. It might have been a Vega wagon, but he's been at it for a long time. Now in a 55 Chevy. Leads the line first. Got tire spin. Sean's just going to power through that tire spin and get to the other side, wiggling on the top end.
Yeah, when you see smoke that's white like that, that's tire smoke. When
Absolutely.
It's a little darker, that's clutch smoke. But that's the kind of smoke you don't mind seeing because you'll be back for the next round without maintenance.
Absolutely. That's a powerful, powerful car right there. You know, Joe Barry, of course, Tom, you know, those cars are just insanity. And to see him out here competing on this street course like this is pretty wild.
couple of turbo Mustangs right here. Of course, the telltale is the little exhaust outlet in front of the tire. Kind of a bit of a twist. Of course, the white Mustang, look at that front fender on top of it. That little black button, that's radio delete plate. Yep, that's a factory item. Kind of cool. The button delete for the antenna.
Should be a good drag race here. Both of them leaving a little bit lazy. Right lane with the wind. Stretched out, there's your gap.
Here's that crazy S10 with the nose high stance. You know, the suspension attitude, sometimes people say that having the nose up like that preloads the tires before you even move. Others say it's better to have the car rise up and then dump the weight on the tail. We'll see how that works out.
Well, at this point, as we start to kind of learn and know who's who, he's up against a stout competition.
Yeah, let's take a ride inside with our handy GoPro cameras inside these two as they make their way down the track. Again, exclusive right here at Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge on MotorTrend's. And I hope they have the camera tilted downward on that
there.
S10.
I just hope they have the cameras secured, because sometimes when these cars launch, the camera shoots up to the headliner.
Right.
Watch the drivers work. It's interesting to see who works harder in these laps. You know, some guys actually a little more aggressive on the wheel, and then some of them it's just like a Sunday drive, almost driving it with one hand. That's a great shot there. Here's the run here. Left together, but again, the Dart, as I was saying earlier, it's one of these things now, as time is progressing, these cars have made a lot of laps at this point. It's becoming sort of evident on who you think might be appearing in these shootouts. The Dart, you know, not to be any type of a betting person, but it's looking good. Roadster taking off there, a little rat rod. I don't know if that's really a rat rod though, but just kind of a little rodish type of truck, but moved out.
Yeah, 5.7 Hemi, or actually Gen 3 Hemi in the Dodge Brothers pickup. Speaking of pickup trucks, a Dakota SLT, not an RT, but again, big slicks on the back, so undoubtedly a V8 of some kind. It says Dakota, I guess it's
Dakota Sport.
Yeah.
Dakota Sport.
These are tough little trucks. I love the way that it has sort of the wide body effect. Kind of like a BMW M3 of the 80s, but that was stock on all these Dakotas, and sort of a wide body before wide body.
Dakota Ford's period qualified as mid-size truck?
It did. It was the right size Dodge. Now here, Dakota is coming back, apparently. Slotted between the S10 and the full-size pickup, and Dodge was a leader in the mid-size pickup truck market with the Dakota back in the late 80s.
Mid-size truck with a factory V8.
Yeah.
Interesting.
318s and 360s.
Got the train rumbling through again. So we're going to have a little pause in the action as the freighter makes its way.
Now I got to say, sometimes Amtrak rolls through here,
yeah.
And you got to wonder, the folks on that train wonder what did I just see as they rolled through here with Cars Drag Race. And in fact, I remember a couple of years ago, Matt Hagan and Leah Pritchard were lined up in the Fuel Funny Car, the Fuel Dragster, and the Amtrak comes through here, and those people must have wondered, what the heck is that? So this is wonderful. Only once a year right now, Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge. Try this any other time, well, you might spend the night in jail. But this is awesome.
This is totally awesome. If you're watching on the internet, check this out on MotorTrend's YouTube. You need to get yourself here to Roadkill Nights. MotorTrend presents Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge on Woodward Avenue. Make it a destination. You know, the summer is all about going on vacation and taking trips and seeing things. If you're automotive enthusiasts, performance enthusiasts, a hot rodder, put it on your list. It's really, really one of the coolest things I've ever seen in person. The 1320 chick is in the Mustang.
Which Mustang?
Aggressive burnout. Okay, I'm sorry. The later model Mustang. I'm sorry.
Now those cars.
The S550 Mustang.
Yeah, those have independent rear suspension until you go this way. It's got a 9-inch in the back. Independent stuff with not.
That's a quick car. Both of them quick. The turbo power, turbocharged came on strong at top end.
Old school Mopars here.
Here's the replay of the top end finish. That is an Amtrak, actually, Steve. There's your Amtrak.
Wave to the passengers.
Here's the replay. Top end, the turbocharged coupe got there first.
I've taken Amtrak from Los Angeles to New York City a couple times. It's about 3.5 days, but the things you'll see looking out the windows, I will guarantee you won't see this anywhere else.
That's aggressive. Burnout, the sound of a burnout and the sound of a passenger train simultaneously.
Right. Yep. There's probably as much horsepower between some of the cars on this track as there is in that locomotive.
Actually fantastic to see this happening right now. Wow.
68.
Arm drop. There goes the Charger. That's the Charger. Goodness. That is one fast machine, folks. Complete and total gap there. Nothing to see, pretty much. That's a fast, fast car.
Yeah,
there's the arm drop. There's a look at it again. Just checked out from the start. You know, again, talking about traction, some people that we've seen have had it from jump one since we started doing this morning and had no issues with traction. And it's been interesting to watch those that have fought it a little bit start to get it managed and come around. So by the end of this, that was a top end look right there. That thing was flying.
Yeah, it's about 3 school buses right there, AJ.
53 feet, tractor trailers.
Amtrak has passed through. We can now resume the staging lanes and the free flow of race cars. Yes, race cars here on Woodward Avenue, which is a public road ordinarily. I think a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit here, so a few folks here are going to get tickets for going 140 and a 45.
100 miles an hour on that. I'm just thinking more about the passengers in that train. They're probably headed straight to the club car now. It's like, look, I need a double gin and tonic.
What did I just see? Couple of Chargers getting ready to pull up to the bleach box or the water box, whatever you want to call it. And the whole thing about bleach and racing, in the mid-'70s, drag racers realized if you put a little bleach into the water to a burnout, most of his top fuel dragsters, they would get a big white billowing cloud of tire smoke, and the bleach kind of added to that. So that's where the term comes from. But I think here we're just using straight water, which is just as good.
So it was aesthetics more than any type of efficiency.
And fire burnouts were a big deal in the early 70s, too. Like Don Garlich's, they just put a little gas down, light it off. Of course, a little spooky. You don't want to have the engine conk out in the fireball. That happened a few times, but that was purely for looks. But great camera food.
Barbecue.
Right, barbecue. I like that. Yeah, a couple of Hellcat Chargers right here. Wide bodies. Is that a Hellcat? I got to see the fender.
I'm trying to see the badging there, too, yeah.
Blue Hellcat, green 392.
392.
Oh, no, they're both 92s. See, we're about 100 feet away, so we're squinting to see it. But, yeah, those are both 92s. There you see the front fenders. So no cat. These are naturally aspirated 6.4s. These still haul butt. These are 12-second cars
this
on a
should be
quarter.
Really cool. Now you don't know who has nitrous injected on it either. Naturally aspirated shootout. The arms drop. Spinning tires. Both cars spinning tires pretty aggressively. Left lane seems to be pulling away, and at top end it's the left lane with the win.
Automatic transmissions. He's had the 8-speed torque flight. No manual trannies in Chargers. Although some prototypes were built, I've seen them, but they didn't make production. Oh well.
Now, to your point about these cars being somewhat compatible to your canyon driving, etc., like a BMW. Imagine with a stick shift like a BMW. That'd be more fun to drive.
Couple of bow ties here. We have the factory lightweight Colorado pickup with the chemically milled front bumper. In other words, road salt. But again, it's kind of a sleeper. It's not as fast as it could be, but it runs well enough. And of course, a little Chevy Nova in white. Definitely a honker. Good power.
Well, that Colorado is driving with a stick. There you go. And just getting down Woodward, you would think that some of the participants in this program are here just to go down Woodward Avenue in their car.
Say they did it.
To say they did it.
Right, without getting a ticket.
Say they did it. And I think that's just as cool as someone who's out here to win the big prize, too. You know what I mean? Just being able to come out and do it and be part of this is just so awesome. It really, honestly, a little bit envious. I'd like to be able to take these headphones off and have my car here and run it down Woodward Avenue.
It's always next year, but we would miss you. Stick around. We need you in the announce booth.
The Belvedere going against the Roadrunner. That's a good race right there. Pretty much side by side as they go through.
First and a second generation B-body right there.
Belvedere goes through first. That was a good race.
B-body platform, of course, the mid-size platform from Dodge and Plymouth. Never a Chrysler B-body in the 60s. I always wonder what that means like as a rerun. Look at the nose bobbing on that. That's good weight transfer. These are both leaf spring cars. Yeah, leaf springs work just fine. In fact, the Mopar, the Direct Connection catalog sells a bunch of leaf springs for your application on your retro hot rod. You can get
Just an edge with the Belvedere top end. That was a good drag race. I want to call that I want to call it like a Rhodolite because it doesn't have any type of a badge or the Roadrunner sticker on it or anything to let me know what it is. You know? So Ford Falcon is silly, and Johnny the Falcon is really clean. But Mike Corsilli's got it figured out. Mike Corsilli, if you remember, people that might have watched the videos or remember Mike from last year, did a full burnout on this track. It was no traction whatsoever, and he's very happy about it. He's excited about it. He's one of the guys that would like to be here. But now he's got power managed pretty well, and he's getting down the track impressively. I don't know. Maybe he could be one of the 8 when it all washes out.
for the Duster with the Motown Missile pink scheme, sort of, the little strobe effect, and a 79 old school 454 big block Camaro with a couple of Hollies up on top there, the tunnel ram intake. Nitrous in the Duster versus naturally aspirated.
In-car camera, great shot there. From inside the canal, let's go to Transbrick and the Motown Missile replica. Both drivers going through, slapping the shifter there. A little flick of the wrist there in the Camaro, and you see him going through gears. Now notice the reverse pattern shifter. His valve body it's manually shifted, but you go backwards instead of forward as far as shifting. And that's a great shot to see what a driver's doing while they're racing. And here's the run. Again, hopping up, just a bunny hop type of launch out of the second-gen Camaro on the left lane.
And often that reverse pattern is about shifting away from neutral rather than toward it, which could be a boo-boo on the track.
Absolutely. Great shot from inside the car.
Chevy 2 with the post. That's not a Nova, just in case you're wondering. A 37 Chevy, kind of a gasser in the far lane. Cool bow ties. Yeah, tomorrow at this time, there'll be hundreds of cars every 10 minutes going up and down this road, but not right now. Let's go with Christy Lee with Ashton Muniz for a quick interview and see what's cooking. Christy Lee?
Here with Dodge Challenger brand manager Ashton Munoz. It's so good to see you again. We just ran into each other not too long ago at the Clarkston Union, which if you live in Michigan, which most of you do, is not that far from here. It's great seeing you again.
Awesome place. Great seeing you. Thanks for coming out.
Oh, it's always good to be here. Let's talk about this car behind us here. This is not just any Challenger. This is a really cool package Challenger, a Hemi Orange package.
So this is a Hemi Orange package. It's built off the Scat Pack. It's appearance package. We combined all the black and orange things we kind of had, some new pieces too on the stripe. It's just our kind of really cool combo that you could do from the factory of what we thought was cool. We launched it last Halloween, so it was very fitting. I mean, what other brand can launch a Halloween-themed car, you know? Our Scat Pack is like our most popular model, so we wanted to give those people, you know, we have the jailbreak. We've been talking about that all day. You can unlimited customizations, basically, but the Scat Pack is kind of the heart and value of the market. We wanted to be able to give them something that was like bright and out there too, that was fun. So this is our Hemi Orange package. Orange calipers, black and orange badges, front and rear. This really cool black and orange barcode side over the top stripe. Yeah. And we did a bunch of stuff in the interior too that you really can't do aftermarket. So like all the
let's go. Let's take a look. Come on. Let's take a closer look.
Stitching is super cool. All orange stitching throughout the doors, dash, seat, steering wheel, shifter boot, and it's got a cool 392 IP badge as well. So.
I mean, that looks great. I love the contrast. The orange stitching looks really slick in the interior, and it's really awesome that you guys are offering some of the different package options. Like you said, the Scat Pack is one of the most popular Challengers, and it's cool that you've got different package options available for that. 485
horse. It's kind of like the best place where the money and the horsepower meet. With almost 500 horse, it's a blast on the street. So. Yeah.
We were just talking about that. So I've had both cars. I've had the Hellcat, and I've also had a Charger Scat Pack as well. And the Charger Scat Pack is cool. You got the 4 doors. You get a little sedan cruising action, but faster. But in my Hellcat, I'm constantly on the road turning it down to the street trim. So turning it down to 500 horsepower versus the 700 plus.
And that's 485 right here. So like I said, it's a good in between of the line. You're not that full 807 with the jailbrakes, and with 485 it really goes.
These are good problems to have, people. I just want to put that out there. These are really good problems to have. Too much horsepower.
Can we fire it up?
Yeah. Do we need to ask permission to do that? I'm going to put the microphone by the exhaust just so we can hear that. That sounds good.
Oh, yeah, it never gets old. I mean, it puts a smile on your face every time. Everybody knows.
So are there any other packages that are going to be unveiled with these Scat Pack options, like anything else that enthusiasts can expect?
So I know you were just talking to Tim about Speed Week. My comments on that would be just strap in. Next week is going to be awesome. We're excited to show the world a bunch of new cool stuff. So strap in for next week for Speed Week.
All right, Ashton Munoz, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Guys?
Thank you, Christy. We're back, and another pair of cars coming to the line.
Yeah, that Olds 442 is back, as is the Dodge Dart. Neither of them stock, I have to say, but the modified Dart is a little more modified than the 442. They both have the same cowl induction hood, which is something from a Chevrolet, but again, that's hot rodding right there. Mix it up, make it go fast, doesn't matter where it's from.
Well, remember, the Oldsmobile has the Torque Storm centrifugal supercharger on it. It does have that on it. It leads first. Oldsmobile out first, but doesn't seem like the boost is there. The Dodge Dart on its way through, well in front of the Oldsmobile. That's interesting. That's interesting to have a supercharged car, and he didn't really spin tire either. It just pretty much left lazily, so I don't understand. Maybe the belt slipping. I don't understand what's going on. Yeah,
maybe the converter is still dialing it in. That happens. And, yeah, Fox Mustang versus Firebird, two mid-'80s rock stars. These two would have duked it out on the showroom floor. And, back in the 80s, Dodge didn't really have a horse in this game. They were doing front-wheel drive K cars, Charger 2.2s, and man, have things changed.
Things have changed quite a bit. And I'm going to say, Steve, keep an eye on both of these cars here. If you were watching closely when the Pontiac came out of the burnout, the front tires squeaked up there just a little bit. And we know this little Fox Mustang here yanks tire on Woodward Avenue. So this might be the first side-by-side two cars popping wheelies, or, just getting the tires up a little bit as they go down. If big tires can stick, and if that Mustang is still dialed in the way it was its last hit, we're probably going to see both tires come off the ground on both cars. Not as much. Good transfer on both. They had a little bog out of the Pontiac in the left lane. The Mustang, I think he's got things sized up now. He did that wheelie and says, you know what, that's not really efficient for me on this track, on any track really. Let me calm it down a little bit, and that looked really good. A to B, stuck to the track, no tire spin, and just powered through. So that's another, it's starting to sound like a broken record a little bit, but folks, pay attention. That's going to be another car to watch when we come down to 8 cars. Not saying that he's in or he's out, but as I know these things, that's a very quick machine right there, and it very well could be in this quick 8 of small tire.
And here's one of those 3,300 Demons built a few years back, the yellow. And, of course, up against the Pizza King S10, which is probably on its way to deliver some small cheese, extra pepperoni maybe, who knows? And that sign on the top is not magnetic. That would have blown off a long time ago, but I like it. Cool little prop.
It's a cool little sleeper. I remember its last lap, and it went through pretty well. So S10's definitely on the radar if you're thinking about something to build as far as a hot rod truck. Good transfer.
And the Demon's coming on. That's the horsepower right there, 840 of them.
Going back to the S10, you referenced it as a sleeper. I just noticed when it went through, the camper shell of that bed top is hiding the roll bars. Yeah, it's hiding the roll cage. So throw a little more horsepower at it, it might be a contender on the street. Here's another look at it, Steve. The truck left second. The truck actually left second. The Demon got a little squirrely, or the Challenger got a little squirrely, and then collected, went on through.
The Demon does have a computer program in it in drag mode that actually releases the tendency of the rear shocks to compress or not compress, which actually in drag mode it actually transfers better. That's electronic.
Yeah.
To the,
that's where we are right now. That's electronic. And it's pretty brilliant the way not only Dodge, but a lot of the big three with their performance packages now have incorporated that type of thing into the cars. You know what I mean? Not that people are necessarily coming out to the streets of Mexico and doing things clandestinely in the night, but going to drag strips and having fun. They're making the cars conducive to doing it as is. You buy it, you don't have to do too much modifying because the drag race science has been incorporated into the factory build, not the enthusiast build.
Yeah, performance trickles on down.
Good in-truck shots here, in-car shots. Fingers on the trans brake. They're both going to release trans brakes. Watch their fingers. Trans brake, let go. Two S10s, both of them turbocharged. A lot of sawing on the wheel in the gray one there.
And if you wondered what is a trans brake, it's not a broken transmission. It's actually a valve body in an automatic. Let's watch the run here real quick. But yeah, they're both on a trans brake button. They release, off they go. And of course, trans brake locks the transmission reverse and first at the same time, holds a converter to max stall, and then when you release, boom, that's what happens right there.
Instantaneous launch. It's really cool.
No brake pedal required.
Very cool in-car shots. Driver doesn't look too happy, snatching up the belts. He was not satisfied with that run there.
That little button on the steering wheel, that wire, that's his trans brake.
Exactly.
And this is crazy. This combo right here, we have a Firebird formula, which would have been born with a 305 two-port motor. That's long ago. Of course, the Mazda with the rotary RX-7. Well, the rotary is gone. Now he has a big old V8, but that's a first-gen RX-7. Kind of a rare car.
We're going to go back to those S10s going down the track and give a shout out to all the participants out there at Roadkill Nights. You saw in the in-truck video there, the driver is a little frustrated, but in the shutdown area, you see he snatched his belts, kind of loosened them. That's actually a no-no. You want to keep your stuff secured until you are turned off the racetrack. You never know what's going to happen. Anything can go goofy, and you don't want to be, even with loose belts, and the throttle come back and you're sitting in K-rail or something like that. So please keep all of your safety equipment on until you are off the racetrack. Wow, will you look at that wheel stand in the right lane.
Wow.
You talked about that Mazda, Steve, about it being the kind of vehicle that's set up to get traction and get out of there really quickly, and you just saw that Mazda do that. Here's another look at it real quick. Watch this thing leave town. Arms drop. Jason drops the arms. Nothing but power wheelie because it's hooked up and gone.
Well into
Excellent
drive.
lap.
Well into first, second drive. That's astonishing. Almost through the quarter mile. Look at that.
Excellent
or 8
lap.
Wow. Okay, Demon time in the red and Hellcat in the Destroyer gray. Of course, the Demon is the rock star, the one that's verified by NHRA and Guinness Book to be a 9-second production car. There it is with the skinny front wheels, which are standard equipment, but they don't come with the tires mounted. It's up to you, because they don't really want you driving that on the street with those tires. Unless you're here at Woodward Avenue.
This is where it's getting exciting, Steve. When you see a small tire car yank tire like that, it makes you wonder what's going to happen when the next big tire pair comes up. One of the really aggressive big tire cars, like your Tom Bailey or Joe Barry. I mean, they don't really wheelie per se, but those are cars that if they do get hooked up solidly, they're going to blast down this drag strip real quick.
The SRT, of course, street and racing technology, or today, street racing technology during Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge. The SRT on the back of that Hellcat. Of course, an SRT Charger next to it. Both Hellcat powered.
Steve, I've been with MotorTrend Group now for closing in on 20 years, and I have to tell you, man, this is, as programs go, this is one of the best programs that the company puts on. This is really, really some cool stuff.
Yeah, this is just the automotive Woodstock in one day right here.
Challenger long and gone. Good lap for the orange car. Now, judging book by its cover, knee-jerk thought on that Camaro there in the left lane. Convertible, sitting on stock rims against the Pontiac that looks like the ultimate grandma Pontiac.
Right.
What do you think?
Well, I got to say, the Camaro has an LS1, which right there is pretty potent. But Grandma's Grand Prix, well, one thing we notice, when those rear tires start to spin, the white wall's not on center. That's a white wall added to fake people out. That's a sticky tire on the back. So see the white wall's orbiting. So that's an add-on white wall, so part of the street sleeper, but they're not fooling us.
Interesting. That is a Camaro SS, convertible SS, too. Very clean car. Spinning tire, both of them. And actually have a drag race. That's a very competitive drag race at the stripe. Camaro Viper.
kind of being spoiled by all the fast cars here, but that was probably about a mid-13, maybe even a 13.02 pass in the quarter mile, which is to say that's pretty darn quick, but we're just so used to the fast ones. Here's their replay right here. Both cars getting a nice launch, and those fat tires on the back of the Grand Prix doing their job, but looking stock.
But I tell you what, Steve, as you know, I'm going to give it up a little bit. Having experience with some of this a little bit, that's a fun drag race too. When you're door to door looking at the other guy next to you, you don't know who's going to win at the finish line. That's really cool drag racing. You know, sometimes the gap, if you will, is impressive, but it's more fun, in my opinion, to actually race somebody and be competitive with somebody all the way through the stretch. Mustang in the left lane. He's front end fighting to stay down in the left lane. Literally clawing, the front tires clawing at the ground, not the back tires.
You know, they do talk about aerodynamics, and usually 150 miles an hour, cars become really lousy airplanes. You know, you see that in the quarter mile, but again, we're not going far enough here for that to be much of an issue. But,
right, and you have, again, a lot of weight on the back of these cars, you know, an abnormal amount of weight. The bias is ridiculous, and that's to get traction, but you see what happens on the other side of it when the nose starts getting very, very light as power comes on further down track.
See the little snake in the grill of the blue Mustang. Yeah, we're looking at a Cobra SVT 4.6 4-valve 4-cam supercharger. The Terminator, right?
That is the Terminator. 0304, only 2 years. We got Terminator. The Terminator is out of here by a long shot.
The term Terminator only appears once on those cars. Inside the plastic scoop on the quarter panels, take it off, you'll see the word Terminator cast in. They were going to use the term, but couldn't work a deal with Hollywood and didn't use it. But pull those scoops off, yep, Terminator's molded into those scoops.
That,
now you know.
Steve, is a grunion of information, and I'm wondering how you know.
Well, I wrote a little book called 1001 Mustang Facts, so I researched that. But, yeah, but that's couple pickup trucks here pulling up. S10 versus an old Dodge Brothers, probably a 53 with the clamshell hood. The pilot house cab, as they called it, but no longer a six-banger. That's got a turbocharged V8 under the clamshell hood. Or the butterfly hood.
Taking the weight out. I wonder if Tech is making that weight come out.
Yeah, that's supposed to be bolted down.
Exactly.
Right?
Tech caught wind of that weight and said, no.
Yeah, you don't want that stuff flying around. Now, that's going to change his tune-up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's probably not too happy right now.
That run is junk. Yeah, but if he lets go of the transfer.
Yeah, if it gets dramatic, that stuff, you don't want that flying around
not
the track.
Not at all. So. That should have been a no better.
Still hooks.
Still hooks and got out, so didn't need that much. Very interesting.
Those racers will try anything.
Very, very interesting. Yeah, but you don't try that. I mean, you know, sometimes there's the use your head thing. You know what I'm saying? And, sandbags in the back of the vehicle on any racetrack is, you just don't do it.
Yeah, maybe a closed box, bolted down, you know, closed shut. Yeah, all right, you know, lead shot has been used, but it's got to be contained.
Christie is with Mark Whitney right now. Let's take a break and go to them.
All right, here with Mark Whitney, Motorsports Marketing Manager for Dodge. It's really great to see you again. Actually, we were just talking about the last time we saw each other was at an NHR race.
Yep, it's been a while, a few years out in Vegas. Yep.
All right, well, as much as I like the NHRA races, I feel like the racing here in the Motor City on Woodward Avenue, it's a little better.
Yeah, well, especially being local like you. Everybody knows Woodward. Everybody likes seeing this event. We've got a ton of people out here. The grudge match cars are actually running direct connection parts this weekend, so it's great to see it all come together.
So let's talk about that a little bit more. Direct connection, not an unfamiliar thing for Dodge enthusiasts, but something that has been unveiled more recently in the Dodge community. What is direct connection for those that are tuning in that want to know a little bit more about it, first off?
Yeah, so direct connection originally, like you said, was back in the mid-70s. It was developed basically as a performance parts brand, is a way for customers to directly connect to the manufacturer. So we brought it back recently. We have over 200 parts in the catalog on the dcperformance.com website. The big thing with the DC stuff is that actually if you get it installed at a Power Brokers dealer, it maintains your factory warranty, which is great because obviously you know with factory or aftermarket parts, you void your warranty. Now you have a Hellcat, you have a Red Eye, you can actually put parts on it, upgrade it, and still have the factory warranty.
Go fast goodies and keep the warranty. That sounds really good to me. And now, you guys actually did like a direct connection drag pack car unveiling at SEMA a couple of years ago, too.
Yes, we did. The 21 drag pack got delayed a little bit with production because of COVID, but yep, Leah Pruitt actually drove that car for us last year. The drag pack's been great. We're seeing a lot more cars out there. We actually do a contingency program through the NHRA and NMCA to try to get cars out. We do a $10,000 contingency. So if you win in one of our direct connection drag packs, you get a $10,000 check from us.
Someone's going to win here today on Woodward Avenue. The grudge match cars have got Dodge parts. They've got direct connection parts in them as well. Is this kind of exciting for this event?
It is, absolutely. So to see this stuff actually make it into cars and on the street, obviously we've been working on this stuff for a long time, so to see these crate engines, the ECU kits in the competitors' cars running on Woodward, I mean, we've seen some of the builds are pretty amazing, so I'm excited to see it this afternoon.
Okay, now I just bought a bone stock manual transmission 2016 Hellcat, and I need direct connection parts for my Hellcat. Where can I go? And for those of the other Dodge enthusiasts out there listening, where can they go to get this stuff?
You can go to your local Dodge Power Brokers dealer. You can find that on dodgegarage.com. There's almost 100 of them throughout the whole entire country, and then also dcperformance.com 24/7.
Okay, and the real question is, am I going to get the hookup on some direct connection parts for my car?
We'll see what we can do.
We'll work that out.
Yeah,
okay.
Off camera.
Off camera. Okay. Cut. Mark Whitney, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark and Christy. We're back on, well, we haven't left. We're back to the people who are watching on the internet. Steve and I are back. And Steve, I'm looking outside over there across the street, and the gray Mustang trunk car, the coupe. The driver is over there working on something. Seems to be not furiously, but he's working on something over there. And I'm just curious what that could possibly be, what might be going on with it.
Yeah, the between rounds thrash.
Yes.
You got to wonder. I hope he gets it together, because we're going to have eliminations coming up pretty soon. Meantime, we're doing time trials. Round and round we go. Ford Falcon and a very bizarre Chevy El Camino minus the front clip about to hit the line.
Yeah.
Yep. There's that Mustang KJ's telling us about.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what's going on over there, because I mean, you have to work quickly, of course, in an environment like this, but, you know, this late in the qualifying day, if you will, you don't want anything to be drastically wrong. So, got a couple of wrenches in his hand, and he's got a smile on his face, so maybe it's not as bad as, you know, people might anticipate. Just make a few adjustments and be back out there ready to go.
One blessing is the sun is still up. No fun doing stuff like that in a dark pit area. Right. So at least you can get it fixed while the sun is out.
Falcon transfers perfectly. Wow, the Falcon's getting after it. Front end off the ground, just tippy-toeing, if you will, down the track strip.
If you ever wondered, on a lot of vehicles, the left front fender comes up higher than the right, and that's when you're talking a rear-wheel drive car, and it's a crankshaft resistance, believe it or not. The ring and pinion are sort of going the opposite force, and here's that shot. Look, left front fender coming up there.
Just
and,
flirting
that's
with
beautiful.
The front end. That's awesome.
It's ballet, automotive ballet right there. Here's the Lime Cat.
Lime Cat, yes indeed.
And that one's a Hellcat powered car. Factory color, by the way. That was certainly possible in the color palette.
The black Mustang, I believe that's actually a GT with a Cobra fascia on it. I don't think that's an actual Cobra, but it's been coming around. That's one of the competitors has been coming around, working on the tune-up and actually working on it hard. There he's got it. That's a good lap for the Mustang. Got beat by the Hellcat there, but that was a good lap for that Mustang. I just, you know, enjoy seeing progression. You know, enjoy seeing progression out here. And you start out one way, and by the end of the day, you finish with success. That's good. And that's albeit getting into the race program or not.
You know, to your point, KJ, if that was a Cobra Mustang, would have independent rear suspension.
Correct.
That one had an 8.8 in the back, so
Correct.
it was a rebadge. But the independent rear end on those things was okay, but not exactly bulletproof.
No, sir.
Not at this performance level.
Absolutely.
So the beam axle's a better bet. But we have here again that Sunoco-themed Corvette Grand Sport sort of kind of pro street creature, that monster, that 6-second killer.
Dave Schroeder, yes, sir.
Up against a more mundane Chevy Nova, which is probably only a 9-second car.
Strikes the tires. Dave strikes the tires. Actually, Steve, I think he just dropped the parachute because he's trying to gain control of the car, get the car back into a straight and narrow shape. Taking a look at that again, you're going to see when he leaves, bounce the tires right away from the head. The tires kind of bubbled, pedal job, 2 pedal jobs, and now it's hooked up pretty good, but now a little bit squirrely, and when you feel that little wiggle there, go ahead and dump the parachute, and that will help straighten the car out when it's starting to make its move left or right.
And in fact, the parachute is always anchored to the center line of the car. You never want to anchor it to the right or left rear corner because that'll yank you in a circle, but yeah, it'll save your bacon if things get ugly, which we just, almost saw, I guess.
Smart move, veteran driver, smart move. Again, with the big tire cars, especially these really aggressive big tire cars like Joe Barry's 56 Chevrolet here, you won't see wheelies per se, but you will see pretty hard transfer. These cars can strike the tires very, very hard, and if the traction's there, when they're hitting that tire hard like that, they're moving forward very, very quickly. There is no delay in how the car gets out. So the thing to watch now is the 60 foot. How quickly Joe Barry goes 60 feet. Car moved out pretty well. Joe got out pretty well. I think I heard a little bit of chatter, just a small bit of chatter. Either you might go back and try to iron that out or live with it because the car's moving out.
Yeah. You know, KJ, as they will tell you, look at that. It's this shot here showing that weight bar. Look at that.
And that is an add-on. I don't think he's run with that yet.
That's crazy stuff. Now, keep in mind that wheel stands are impressive to watch, but it is wasted motion. If the car's going up, it ain't going forward.
It's a lot of fun to watch. As someone who's experienced, it's somewhat fun to experience and also somewhat unnerving to experience. But bottom line is it's inefficient when you're trying to go 1,320 feet or 660 feet. The 69 Camaro here has dropped a lot of weight onto the back of the car. And you see the difference in how the car performs. That car has been going straight down Woodward Avenue without that weight on it. Weight makes a big difference in how the car handles. Looking at the replay, you'll see a lot of wiggle, a lot of left and right, and he's steering. He hasn't been doing that since he's been here. That car's been going straight down. You put all those plates on the back of it, it's an incredible difference. And you have to think about the rest of your chassis and getting it right. We're not here to recommend anything. I'd say it was working. Take the weight off it. You don't need it.
And unlike the sandbags we saw a few minutes ago, that is secured weight, and that is technically legal to have it properly bolted in place.
Yes.
So it doesn't leave.
But based on observation, I'm wondering how necessary it is.
CTS-V, new school versus old school Malibu, Chevelle. Well, old school wins this round.
In a test session like this, too, it's also, you're taking a shot. So that's experimenting. Going back to the Camaro, you're putting the weight on there. Let's see what it does. Doesn't work. Not what we like. I don't think I can work around it. Let's take the weight back off. We know what we have. We've been making laps, collecting data. That's the new cool kids term, collecting data. So I wouldn't be surprised if that Camaro comes back without those plates on the back.
We just saw that shot of the wrinkle wall drag slick doing its thing. Now, drag radials are equally impressive, but the wrinkle wall, well, that's exactly what I called that. The sidewalls flex, allow the rim to pinch down on the tire and bomb the car forward. Supercharged Hellcat, all graffitied out.
It's graffitied out, and I'm picking up on what the graffiti's all about. It's trying to bring light to, I think, a YouTube channel. I saw subscribe with the little YouTube symbol there. So, I mean, everybody's in on that game now. Steve, I know you have a YouTube channel as well, so,
I do, the Steve Mignani YouTube channel with the Junkyard Crawl. Every day a new junkyard walkthrough and stuff, and a lot of fun. Thrilled to be here. I got to say, it's not disrespectful to spray paint your Hellcat like that, but it'll buff out, I guess. Maybe the clicks are worth it. New paint job, right?
Yeah, the DIY something. I don't know what that's all about, but I did recognize the YouTube symbol. On its way.
Yeah, Dodge's theme of a Hellcat in every pot, kind of like a chicken in every pot. And that right there, a Jeep and a Challenger, both packing the same 6.2 blown Hellcat motor. Good old days are right now. Speaking of which, a couple of wide-body Hellcats on the line here. And both of these are automatics. Most of them are. The 8-speed torque flat is a rugged transmission. It has triple overdrive, which is the good news if you want to go, of course, meet the EPA CAFE standards or cruise along at like 1,300 RPM.
Yeah. Long trips at
nice
low
deep,
RPM.
nice deep first gear.
Arm
Comes off
drop.
the line.
Jason with the arm drop. He's got the left lane out front. Pairing up. It's a stripe. It's a hard call there from where I see it. Looked like the left lane might have gotten it. It was pretty close.
A couple more Hellcats right here. Destroyer Gray. And I think Polar White.
Looking at this again. I'm sorry, Steve. Looking at this again, I really want to know who won that one. Looks like it might have been the left lane just by a squeak. Just by a squeak. That was a good race.
More Hellcats. And of course, as we all know, if you have a Hellcat red eye, you got to look real close at the Cat logo. If it has a little red eyeball, well, of course, that's the hot rod version. What, 740 horsepower?
Anyone who could see that red eye from here is Superman.
I'm not him. See the red Brembo disc brakes up front. These are running Demon wheels.
A lot of wheel spin in the left lane. A lot of wheel spin in the left lane. Just blaze the tires pretty much for most of the track. Don't know if there's much adjustment now in a car like, I won't say stock Challenger, but I guess there might be some electronics they can play with sport mode or exactly. So something that can be modified some, but to the extent that it'll really work out here.
Back in the early 90s, Delphi Electronic patented oil with metal chips that changes thickness with polarity, magnetorhetalgia. I can't even say it, but that's basically what allows active suspension today. You know, it's basically electrically charged oil in the shocks, and you can vary the resistance and the charge and stiffen up the front or the back, and so that's drag mode or race mode. No more wrenches applied.
And here is our Volvo wagon again, drag and drive participant on all of the various programs. I think at this point, Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, the Sick Week program, and Rocky Mountain Race Week. There are several of them going on, and I don't know for the enthusiasts and the fans out there how many of you might be racers in those programs, but they're really, really cool. A little bit of a tire chop. Volvo's on a rail. Volvo in the left lane on a rail. Laundry out. Slow it down.
I've said it before, but Volvo in Latin means I roll. This guy needs to make a bumper stick saying, I roll over my competition.
Here's a replay of it. Left lane again, a little bit of a stumble off the start, a little bit of maybe a tire chirp, and then it was hooked and gone.
If you're wondering, no, I don't know Latin. I took it in high school, and I got a D-. I passed, but I remember that much. Volvo. Hellcat versus Mustang, SN95 or Fox 4, as they say.
And looking a little bit forward, I'm watching some of the cars come through staging, and I see one of our grudge participants, David Patterson. We haven't seen a lot of that night, but he's coming up the stage pretty soon.
Yeah, parachute out on the right lane from the little Mustang, supplementing the disc brakes. Never a bad idea. If you think you need it, use it. Better to do it than not.
Better to be safe than sorry.
Here's that factory lightweight Colorado with the chemically milled front bumper. And of course the wonderful Fairmont Wagon in baby blue, which used to be kind of like, but now it looks cool. Everything comes around with time.
Jason Ruger drops the arms. Fairmount, another good lap. Little truck getting through there. He's going through the gears. Again, having fun on Woodward. That's what it's all about. That's what that is all about. Another look at the wagon. You see from the start, Jason drops his arms and the wagon pretty much hooks and books on this one, straight down the right lane, no issues whatsoever.
And that's a Fox Mustang with a little longer wheelbase and a boxy body, but same good four-link rear suspension. McPherson's up front, just as tunable.
Another pair rolling to the front. The Rhodolite, Roadrunner satellite, not sure what it is.
I like that, Rhodolite.
The Rhodolite. It would be, I mean, I'm digging not having an identifier. I think, you know, a good, clean, green look there. You would either have your GTX badge there or your Roadrunner in the back tail there, right above the trunk.
If we could see under the hood, if we saw the purple beep beep horn, that would be a clue.
Sure.
And of course, on display right here is a first generation B body in the 64 and the second gen B body in green. Of course, the B-Body is Chrysler's mid-size platform. Both have torsion bars up front, Superstock leaf springs in the back.
Both of them lead together. Belvedere with a slide edge. Boy, that's a good race at top end. That's a really good race at top end. Pair of classic Mopars. Seems like there might have been just a touch of the brake. We're going to watch again, but there might have been a hint of the brake pedal just at top end for the Roadrunner there.
I think that's a stick shift in that Roadrunner right there.
Absolutely. You saw the nose dive a little bit, so I don't know if he's maybe going for just a little touch of the brake or something like that at top end.
The Dodge Dakota in the far lane with a first-generation Charger, a 5.7 car, pretty sure. When you see the Hemi, it's a 5.7 on the fender. Nothing wrong with that. Heck, even the V6s have 306 horsepower, so there's no such thing as a slow Charger.
I think some people watching this might say, are you sure, Steve?
It is funny, though, you know, the 3.6-liter Pentastar V6, 306 horsepower. Used to be a V6 was, 120 horse, whatever.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we've come so far.
Long, long way, and with the V6 platforms across the board, not just the Dodges, but across the board, power adders on them also.
68 Dodge Dart in the far lane with a more modern SN95 Mustang, I believe.
That's an S197.
S197, thank you.
S197.
2005 this came out. I got to say, without the 2005 Mustang, we probably would not have seen the answer from Dodge and Challenger and Camaro in 2010. This is the first retro-styled car right here. Jay Mays at Ford, responsible for that beautiful design.
Sparked the modern era muscle wars.
Yeah. Jay Mays also responsible in part for the Volkswagen New Beetle. So he kind of bounced around, made his mark wherever he went.
Gets away quick. Good run all the way through. Nitrous-assisted Dodge Dart. Clean, good run. A little issue with the Mustang in the right lane now. They're pushing it back. You hate to see that. You wonder what's going on. Hopefully repairable if it's a brake or something like that. Hopefully something that can be remedied. Let's just put it that way, and they can come back and continue.
I think we might have just seen right there the difference between an automatic and a stick drag car. Automatics like that Dart 3-speed torque flight generally don't break stuff. Stick cars, little more breakage prone because they're more violent, really. You dump that clutch and all that power shocks through the drive shaft, half shafts, ring and pinion, and break stuff. And automatics are more cushioned.
Break stuff when you have a surface that, as we've been saying, is coming around. Now, that track might be really good. If we take a walk down there and see how sticky and tacky it is, it might be indicative of the track being really good to this point. And you have influencers coming up, some of them who haven't raced with a stick car, some of them with very aggressive slicks, a mega traction, some of them on drag radials. That's going to be something to watch because, as you said, you're letting that clutch go and you're shocking that drivetrain. So speaking of drivetrains, and Weston Champlin has had some drivetrain issues. Let's find out what's happening with him.
Ready?
I'm ready. All right. Oh boy. That being said, I'm here with the sexiest man in Kansas, Weston Champlin. Before we get into the car, I need to know who votes on the sexiest man. Like, how did you get that?
It's a big process. So you got to go through a voting board. You got to get all the people in Kansas together. They all have to vote on it. And, we do it every, 3-4 weeks. And I just keep winning.
Hey, that works.
The thing is, there's nobody from Kansas here to argue with me on that fact.
Oh, that does go in your favor when you don't really have anyone to dethrone you in that sense. So redneck science is what goes into this build here. So what kind of redneck science went into making this car?
I tell you what, you see this motor out here? They sent us this motor. So it's 6.2 liter, started off being. It's not a 6.2 liter anymore. We made it slightly bigger. We put ported heads on it, big old cam. It makes like 1,500 horsepower at the crank, which is way too much for this event. And we went and tested at the track, and we got to hook and book so freaking good. And then we blew up the clutch day before yesterday. So we thrashed on it until like 3 a.m. every other night, getting a clutch into it. And then after we did that, we got a clutch thrown in it, and it's a stock clutch with 1,500 horsepower. So it's in danger. If it makes it through this entire event with that clutch, It's a living on a dream. That's all it's got. That's all it's got for it.
Well, you were here last year, and the bullhorns are missing. There's no bullhorns on this year's build.
No.
But,
They're on the way. They're coming.
So they're not on the car now, but don't you worry.
No,
the bullhorns are going to be here.
The thing is, they're so, like, priceless that we have a completely other convoy from Kansas to bring them up. We have to unlock them out of a vault. They're just like, big thing to pull out.
Well, you just threw yourself under the bus there because you said no one else from Kansas was going to be here to say you weren't the sexiest man. And now you have a convoy coming?
The only people from Kansas going to be here is the people that are with me. So it's fine. They can't argue with me.
Well, talking of speed secrets, you have a lot of hot speed, including hot tamales that are all over the floorboard of your car. What happened?
Okay, I'll tell you what. I blew the clutch out of my car. I used Tom Bailey's shop that's about 3 miles down the street, and then I just drove this car here last night. And on the way down here, I figured I'm on Woodward Avenue. I better test out and see how the car works. It works so good, in fact, a big old bag of hot tamales, a 1.8-pound bag of hot tamales, flies off the dash, hits me in the face, and lands on the floorboard. So bad so that I've got one stuck to the bottom of my shoe.
Well, that's definitely a different kind of speed secret.
Sticky. It's really sticky.
Hey, that's extra grip. Maybe you should put some hot tamales up on the
throw them out the window as I'm driving. It's going to get underneath the tires and go, take off.
For you. That's not like some Mario Kart banana stuff, right? This is for you.
We got oil slick in the back for the other people.
All about the redneck science here with Weston Champlin. Hey, good luck today.
I'm going to need it. Hey, you want me to take that for you?
No, I was very much told you do not get that.
I'm going to do a good job. Give me 5 seconds.
So we're going to swap. I'm going to drive the car, and Weston is now the Motor Trend reporter for Roadkill Night.
That's fine. Let me see it. All right. Guys, welcome to 2022 Roadkill Nights. We're having a good time out here. Wait, what did you say your name was?
Oh, Hannah, thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm terrible.
We're besties.
We're besties. She will not let go. She has a death grip on it.
Weston Champlin, that guy is a crack up, man. He really is something else, but he got his car back together. The drivetrain issues, I would say, are still there, and as we were just saying, letting that clutch out on this street right now could show something as far as durability on these cars.
But a big Chevy pickup truck with a turbo versus a little Ford Mustang with a turbo, and the big truck is taking the lead and winning.
Very, very impressive. For me, actually, it's just, I remember the truck from last year. Again, it's Michael Corsilli from, he's from New Jersey. It's just good to see the truck go down. Last year was abysmal. Every lap was a burnout. I mean, a full track burnout. Yeah. So to see that things are now working right, he's got things sorted out, and kind of driving, using his head now. Mike, you don't need the big tune-up all the time. So dialing it back and having fun on Woodward is what it's all about. It looks like that's what he's doing.
Plymouth Duster there, sort of wearing a Motown Missile tribute-ish paint scheme. That sort of strobe effect on the side, kind of cool. Of course, Mopar Missile / Motown Missiles, Ted Spihar's little rolling laboratory. Tom Hoover and the guys were certainly builders on that puppy. But Ford Falcon in the far lane.
Good on drop. Falcon with the little 347 in it. Good lap. That's a neat car. That's a really neat 65 there. Very cool. And you know, with cars like that, they have the spring cheater, basically the relocate kit to put a little bigger tire on there. Alex Taylor is queued up, make a run in at 55. Man, that's a good car.
Yeah, 1955, first year for optional V8 in Plymouth. Before that, it was all 6 cylinders and 4 bangers. And so 55 was the year that Chevrolet launched V8s, and so did Plymouth. This would have had probably a 277 high-fire poly motor. Of course, no Hemis in Plymouth till 64, but Dodge, DeSoto, and Chrysler did have Hemis in the 50s, but Plymouths were poly V8 equipped, but this one, no more. This one, of course, is a Gen 3 Hemi. So finally, a 55 Plymouth with a Hemi.
Very good-looking car, and based on what we've seen on the internet and then here at Roadkill Nights, it's built. It's ready to go. It seems like it's ready to do something against whoever the challenger is. With the Influencers Grudge Race, all of the influencers are battling each other for an opportunity to race Alex Taylor in what would be the Grudge Race final. So Alex, in a sense, is already in the final as drag racing goes, and the other racers are going to battle each other and win an opportunity, earn an opportunity to square off with Alex, and who knows, maybe dethrone the reigning champion in this program.
Yeah, the rules for the grudge match, the Influencers grudge match, each racer received a Hellcat Red Eye 6.2 supercharged crate Hemi and ECU, or electronic control unit, direct connection 6-speed manual transmission, $10,000 to spend on parts, 1 month to build the Mopar race car, and of course automotive influencers will battle each other in grudge matches starting in just a second.
This is going to be good. Another checkout pass for Alex Taylor. You see your dad down there giving some instructions or helping out, just making sure everything is good to go. Definitely a family outfit with the Taylors. Mom has traveled with Alex on some of the drag and drive events. Dad, of course, is instrumental in building the cars, and then her sister is kind of like her social media team. Well, she's on her own social media team, but her marketing team. That's right on. Alex gets second gear pretty clean.
Wow, bang those gears.
Got through the gears. That was a good lap for Alex. Yeah. So they've got things kind of figured out. A very good lap. You see the team down there very happy, high-fiving and everything. So they got things figured out, or getting them figured out. And up here on the announcer stand, Lucky Costa from Hot Rod Garage is actually here. And I thought he was going to fall off the edge of the announcer stand because he was so excited watching the car that he helped build go down the track. So
now she pulled 3 gears. It's a 6-speed transmission, but we're not running for a mile here, so
no.
all you need is 3.
It's going to be 3. I mean, actually, Steve, the dependency is on the tire size on how many gears they actually use going down the track. So Alex got 3 there, but if you remember, the Barracuda has only gone through 2. Went through it very quickly.
Yeah, gear ratio, tire diameter, all those variables. But they won't see 6th gear if things go right.
No, they won't see 6. And there's Throttle. Throttle got throttled on that one, stopping on the track, but Demonology getting his gear shifting together and got through. I think that's the cleanest that we've seen the Demonology car get down in the left lane.
The world's first Hellcat-powered Viper. Something's up. Sounds like maybe a clutch issue.
Yeah, we've been talking about clutches and this whole scene there, and that's what it definitely sounds like. The clutch might be gone, you know. This is one of those deals where you just can't, theoretically, you can't make a lot of laps like that in these cars like that. And I think this might be, hopefully not, one that we have an attrition concern about. I hope not.
Yeah, I got to say, in NHRA Superstock drag racing, the automatic guys have it easy. The stick guys, Superstock stick cars, they're always flogging and thrashing between rounds, doing clutch disc changes in the pits. And a lot of guys, you race automatics because it's less maintenance. But again, Direct Connection wanted stick cars here for that extra challenge, and good on them.
Depending on the clutch that's in the car also, back in the day when the first gen Ford Mustang Cobra Jets came out, there was a pedal concern. It was a slave. So I don't know what's in that car as far as clutch, but that could also be a concern too. You lose your pedal.
Yeah, if it's not bled.
It's not bled properly, exactly.
There's so many variables. That's what this is all about. Your skill set against your opponents. Who's better? And sometimes luck plays into it too.
Oh, absolutely. Anything can happen in a drag race. Never forget that, and luck definitely does come into play. I don't know if you noticed on the Demonology cars, you see it coming back down the pit road there. You see the yellow stripe, that shipping stripe that actually in the internet world, that's a big bone of contention. People don't feel those shipping stripes. They're like, why do people keep them on the front of the car? They should be off, etc. But that came up in the press conference when the car was unveiled the other day, and the MC for the press conference asked Herman about that yellow shipping stripe, and Herman dared him to rip it off, and it's actually painted on there.
Oh, okay.
It's actually painted on there to counter the people that have a problem with the shipping stripe.
I know that Dodge went from yellow to pink on those later in production to kind of nudge people to take them off. 37 Chevy Gasser, straight axle, leaf springs up front, leafs in the back, traction bars versus the comparatively modern 62 Chevy 2. That's not a Nova, so it's sedan, it's a post car, so it's not technically a Nova.
Good arm drop start for the hot rod there. Good pass in the left lane. Good solid pass in the left lane.
Yeah, I'm a big model car builder, and AMT, which was located in Troy, Michigan, does a nice 37 Chevy Gasser kit. You can still find it today. I build models all the time.
How many models do you have in your collection?
Probably about 200.
Oh, my God. Wow.
Old school 63 Dodge Polara.
An old school Ford pickup truck. OBS, old body style Ford pickup truck in the right lane. F-150, 351 powered.
I stand corrected. That's a Dodge 440.
Truck with a good launch there.
The aerodynamics of a brick, but look at the horsepower.
both of them. But that's actually a clean little 150. That's, you know, just street fun right there. That's something you cruise around town in, and it looks very good. Clean and straight.
And not a lot of tire on that F pickup, so that's a very efficient suspension. Oh, here come the cops.
Here's the cops.
5-0, 5-0. It's a 68 Coronet fleet car, packing a Hellcat 6.2 supercharged Hemi with at least 707 horse. Now look how it's sitting high in the back. There's wheelie bars on the back.
That is really one of the most aggressive rakes I've seen.
It is. You know, the nose down stance, some people call it the stink bug stance,
yeah.
You know, but it seems to be working.
Pretty neat. Brian Ekstrom, he's from Minnesota in the El Camino. Had an opportunity to sit with Brian and his family. Very cool person. And then one of our influencers, David Patterson, he goes by the Man in Blue. I wonder why, but he's the Man in Blue on the internet, and he is not necessarily shoehorned, but he fit the Hellcat engine into a Dodge Magnum. Wow, and he won't have much of a clutch left driving it like that.
Now that Magnum has something that they never came with from the factory. That's a manual transmission. They were all automatics. But that one's been modified, and for the better. I hope the clutch is hanging in there, though. We'll see.
From the sound of things, it might not be, but here's another look at it. Yep, look at the sparks underneath it. There you go. That's telltale clutch.
Angry metal.
Great shot there. Yeah, that's telltale clutch on its way out. I don't think there's any type of adjustment or anything that's going to save it, but it's working against itself right now, so I'd say park it and wait till the competition starts.
Here we have that Olds 442 with the Torque Storm supercharger. And again, Torque Storm, a fairly new name in superchargers, but similar centrifugal belt-driven deal under the hood. On the far side, a Dodge Dart, cowl-inducted, naturally aspirated, I believe, with nitrous.
Pretty equal start. Dart makes its move, checks out. Left lane with the win.
I love that term, Torque Storm.
Torque Storm, yeah. It's not too stormy right now, though. That's the situation. It's not too stormy right now.
But I mean, the funny thing is, we're kind of spoiled here. That was probably a 12-second pass in the quarter mile. You know, something like that. But sometimes it seems slower, but might be the tune-up.
Yeah, I got a very aged eye for this, and I'm not sure. Optimism's good, though. Optimism is a great thing.
Couple of F bodies. Well, I shouldn't say that, actually. The third gen is an F car, that Firebird with the old school supercharger. The Gen 4 Z28 is not an F.
Not on the tire. Firebird has plenty of speed, but it got on that tire too hard and just did that hop. And that bottom line is ET. If you take a look at your screen, you're going to see, watch the red car, got on that tire and hopped, and that's ET. That's valuable ET.
Look at the Camaro's rear suspension separation. That's unusual to have that much dead cat space between the tire and the fender well. That's kind of an unusual suspension setup, but it seems to be working. It's not squatting, it's rising, but hey, if it works, do it.
Let it go. Absolutely.
And dead cat space, by the way, is what engine or designers call the space between the tire and the body. And be careful, don't drive away over your cap. It's just a term.
Our influencer Tavares with the Pursuit Ute. The Pursuit Ute is clearly the cop car motif. Shifting through the gears. And I believe it's not Freddie. It's not Tavares who's actually driving the car. I think he has his builder, Jared. And I don't recall Jared's last name, but Jared, I think, is behind the wheel of the car competing in the grudge race.
And that, of course, is the answer to what if Dodge built a response to the El Camino or Ranchero. Well, there it is right there, kind of. Pursuit Ute. Yeah.
Our turbocharged S10s that we saw from the in-car standpoint, the in-vehicle standpoint in the last lap, I'm just going to hope the driver in the red one heard me urge that he stay in the belts until he turns off the racing surface.
Now that turbocharger mounted so far away from the exhaust track kind of flies in the face of turbocharger science. You usually want it as close as possible to get it spooled up quickly, but clearly he's got it figured out. That thing runs hard.
It runs really, really hard. And I think that, you know, turbocharger science overall has come a considerably long way from the old days. That's a good race. 2 S10s. Wow. Good race. Silver S10 gets the edge there.
Hanging the hoops for about the first couple hundred feet.
Good race.
Turbo.
Let's take a look at that one again on the screen.
Wow.
Little wiggle from the red one. Weight transfer is excellent on the gray one. Straight and true, and if you look in the bed from that shot, you see a gang of weight bolted down in the bed of that truck.
Looks like he crossed the finish line beams with the left front tire still dangling, bouncing. That's traction, man.
Absolutely. But that's a bed full of weight. Using a truck for what it's supposed to do, you know, haul stuff, right?
Firebirds aplenty. We have a Gen 3 and a Gen 4. Pretty cool. The Formula was born with a 305 two-port motor, but that was then. The Ram Air in the far lane, WS6, of course, factory option. Pretty rare bird right there. I mean bird, too. LS powered, but not anymore. Well, it is, but it's turbocharged, so it's going to run a lot quicker.
Arm drop, left lane gets the jump. Banging the gear exchange.
Wow, manual
tranny.
tranny.
Like it fell off a little bit. I'm not knowing. Certain it's a manual, but that was, you know, backfire not necessarily perpetuated by a stick transmission. Let's put it that way. But
Look, it was lurching around, but what do I know?
Oh, you know plenty. Trust me. You're the Rain Man of this stuff, dude. You know quite a bit.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. The Firebird went away with the end of the Burgundy car. Of course, Camaro lived on in 05, and there are body kits to turn your Camaro into a Firebird if you choose to, but Pontiac is gone. Just up the road in Pontiac, Michigan, of course, the old headquarters for the late, great Pontiac Motor Division.
Now, Steve, back in 1994 was when the Woodward Avenue Dream Cruise got kicked off, correct? Have you? I'm sure you've been to the Dream Cruise.
I've been to it a bunch of times, yeah. Down at 13 Mile and Woodward, Dodge used to set up a performance showcase, and I hosted that a few years in a row. And I mean, the Woodward Dream Cruise is just an astonishing party. It brings in millions of dollars to the local economy. I mean, local folks don't always like it. They leave town often if you live here. But with that said, it's a great thing that happens every year, and we're just getting started, of course. That occurs this week coming up. But Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, is usually the kickoff, and that's part of it, as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely. It's definitely a good time. I've done Dream Cruise 3 times, fortunate enough to participate 3 times, and I remember coming actually from the Birmingham area all the way up through to Pontiac here, and I'm not sure if it's above us here or maybe below us just a little bit, but there's like kind of the official turnaround. It's a little bit further up, the official turnaround, and when you make that turn and come back, the concrete just lays out in front of you, man. It's like, whoa, okay.
Charger beating a demon.
Wow. Good move by the Charger there.
Now, it's a little harder to get a clean start. Of course, if we had a Klondike timer here, red lights would be happening left and right. But again, if the arms start moving, you're on your way, and it's good to pull a hole shot and be there first.
Well, Jason explained it in the driver instructions. As the official starter, he says, you know, the chase is a race in this platform. So when the racers are competing in the top 8 shootouts, if those arms drop and someone is, let's say, premature, before the arms drops, they go and the competitor sits still. That competitor that sat still is the winner. A chase is a race. So if the competitor did follow after him and go, then whoever wins, wins.
Couple more Hellcats here. No wide bodies on these. That's okay, though. 6.2 liters, supercharged.
That's one of the real tricky things, though, going back to the Chase is a Race about drag racing. And if you recall, our champion in the grudge race, Alex Taylor, won by way of a Chase is a Race, racing Eric Malone in the final. Eric was the rabbit, if you will. He was the one who was the influencer who they were racing to race against. And in that final round, Eric just jumped the gun a little bit, and Alex sat still, and she ended up the reigning champ now. She's the new champion.
Cobra Mustang in the far lane. If that's stock, it still has independent rear suspension. If it's not, it has a 8.8 live axle, you know, disc to disc. If it squats, it still has the independent rear suspension. If it is not squatting, that's been swapped. Independent rear suspension, the squat is a good thing and it's a bad thing. The tires change camber and sometimes the slick contact surface isn't 100% when it squats, but they both work.
They both work, but then with the IRS also, things can work in the negative standpoint. Not to be negative, but
snap, crackle, pop.
Absolutely, absolutely, snap, crackle, pop. In a drag race, you know, it's one of those deals where you want to put a solid back there, especially on those Mustangs. Put a solid axle there.
I remember Corvette drag racers in '63 up began to realize the independent rear suspension, and the NHRA actually allowed live axle swaps in Stingrays because of that fact. But here we have Grandma's Grand Prix.
And the Camaro, once again, equally yoked. You know, equally yoked. That's a good, fun street race right there. You can't contest that. Camaro with the edge, just by a little bit. But that's a really good, fun. That's a light-to-light special. Let's look at that one again. Watch your screen. That is a good shootout right there from a light. You know, not condoning any of this. Let's just for the record, but you know, that's when you look over at the other guy and say, okay, let's get this figured out right now. Good finish line photo there. Camaro just by a nose.
A couple of pick-em-ups. The Dodge in the near lane, the S10 in the far lane. Neither one of them stock.
S10, there you go. Lack of sandbags. Lack of sandbags proves to be the key there.
Didn't hurt.
Didn't hurt one bit. And just wondering if maybe that was a little bit, you know, I see the other guys doing this. Let's throw these bags back there because I see all these other guys putting weight on the back of the car.
There's a Plymouth Volare. Of course, the Volare arrived in 1976. Was produced through, I think, 1980. It was the F body. No, not a Firebird, not a Camaro. This is Mopar F body. Transverse torsion bars up front. A pretty successful car in its day.
One flying RT, Aspen RT. Aspen is incredible, completely unforgettable.
Yeah.
Remember that jingle? I mean, I remember that jingle. Okay. Aspen is incredible, completely unforgettable. I think I was 7.
Of course, in more modern times, the Aspen was used on the SUV, the Dodge Aspen. Yeah, bird's eye view right there of the M1 concourse, and of course Woodward Avenue right here in Pontiac, Michigan. You can see the Dodge Thrill Ride in the noon o'clock position up there, and of course right in front of us is wonderful Woodward Avenue, which ordinarily is a thoroughfare with thousands of cars driving normally at 45 miles an hour, but now they're driving very abnormally at 140 miles an hour in some cases, and nobody's going to jail. That's because we're here at Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. Once a year, we pull this trick off, and this is the 7th year, I believe, 6th year with the racing, and it's a one-day automotive Woodstock horsepower party.
It's definitely a great thing. And for people in the stands here and people on the property, if you want to experience a drag race, especially someone who hasn't done it, going down to the Direct Connection alley there is a simulator. There are 2 demons that are set up.
You guys pumped to be back this year?
Absolutely. This is my first time, so I'm really excited.
Welcome. Ricky, welcome back.
Thank you. It's going to be fun. It's going to be even funner this year.
Okay, it's going to be even funner or more fun? The funnest?
It's going to be the funnest ever.
I like that. Okay, we'll work on...
Welcome to my daily life of correcting Ricky's English.
That's like 24/7 too.
It's good that we're not here for grammar. We're here to do a little bit of racing. Okay, so let's talk about this beast behind us here. Dodge Viper build. We've got the Hellcat engine, manual transmission. Tell us a little bit about your build process.
Well, Dodge asked us to build something really cool, and we could go down 2 roads. We could either we only had 3 weeks to build this, so we could either buy a race car that was already built and throw the motor in it, or we could buy something really cool that we can use down the road, cruise on PCH, and have fun with when we get back to San Diego, so we decided to pick a Viper. Also, a lot of people said we couldn't put a V8 in this thing, so we decided it was a good idea. Yep.
And you have proved them wrong, and you will be doing a celebratory drive down PCH in this after you win here, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
I'm winning here. I'm definitely going to win this.
Okay, you guys, we're going to work on the grammar and stuff later, but right now we got to build up the confidence, okay? The confidence. You guys are going to win, right?
Damn right, we're going to win.
There we go. He was pumped for that. So what kind of issues did you guys come across with the build like this? Obviously, it's a bit ambitious with a limited amount of time, a new vehicle, cramming a V8 in here as well.
None.
None? No issues?
No issues.
It was like rainbows and butterflies and lollipops for days?
Yeah, we actually slept full nights and didn't pull any all-nighters, and we got a great team. So, yeah, we were able to get this thing in there, no problem. And the only thing we did have was during a little bit of testing, we spun an axle. So we got that fixed and brought some extras with us, and yeah, it's been actually pretty smooth.
Okay, not so great at grammar, hopefully better at racing, definitely great at lying. All right, Ricky, so are you going to be...
Am I wrong? Am I wrong? It was pretty smooth.
You're going to be driving later?
I am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you were here last year. You competed in this last year with a lot of similar competitors, and we've got some new faces this year, too. How are you feeling going into it?
I'm feeling okay. We learned a lot last year, so we make a lot of corrections for this build, and the competition seemed to be okay, but I think we have a very good chance here.
All right, guys, welcome back to Michigan. The guys from Throttle, best of luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Crazy.
Said we're going to do some racing, I'm down.
I know I'm going to give it my whole heart and soul out there. If you can do it in your mind, you can do it on the track.
Streaming now.
This is the best.
Dax, Rob, and Jethro are back.
I'm not at all intimidated.
You seem intimidated when you say that.
I'm a little intimidated.
Same joy.
There we go.
More ride.
Oh, this is so dangerous.
Top Gear America.
Oh, my God!
Streaming now on MotorTrend Plus.
Lighting the way. That's something we've been doing for a long time. And through your support, our work keeps moving forward. When families in our community need help, United Way for Southeastern Michigan is there. We work to make sure families can put food on their tables, keep their lights on, and ensure all kids get a fair shot. We take action during a community crisis by putting dollars and resources where they're needed most. And we work every day to build a Southeastern Michigan that works for all of us. We are a beacon of hope for all those looking for a better life. Not just for themselves, but for everyone in our schools, neighborhoods, and across our region. A thriving community starts with empowered people, and we all play a role in creating the change we wish to see. So won't you join us? A brighter future is ahead, and together we will light the way.
From pre-war classics to high-ticket exotics.
Sold! 1,250,000 sold!
It's 2 days of the rarest rides.
We are selling cars today!
And glamorous supercars. All from Monterey, California. Mecum Auctions Monterey. Live coverage begins August 19th on MotorTrend TV and MotorTrend Plus.
Hey, welcome back to Roadkill Nights, sponsored by Dodge, or powered by Dodge, of course, here on MotorTrend. I'm Steve Mignani, and KJ Jones, my sidekick and co-host, is out for a couple seconds getting a tire rotation. But we're here enjoying street racing on Woodward Avenue, which ordinarily puts you in jail. Well, not today. This is the 7th year for Roadkill Nights. I believe the 6th year we've actually had racing here. The City Fathers of Pontiac, Michigan, Dodge, and MotorTrend all get together and decide, let's close this road down for a day of fun, safe fun. And, of course, by this time tomorrow, this will look like it never even happened. By dawn, this will be a thoroughfare with thousands of cars passing every hour. But right now, we've got a couple of hundred cars that'll be running down this almost 8th-mile circuit. And some of them running as quick as 140 miles an hour. So we're about to get started in a little while with the direct connection Hellcat crate engine grudge match, where YouTube influencers will duke it out right here on Woodward. And here's the trick. They all have to run a 6-speed manual transmission. Now, anybody who's done any drag racing will know that a manual transmission is not like an automatic. Every time you upshift, you're disturbing the car, unsettling the tires potentially, and causing wheel spin. So it's going to be a real challenge, and we'll see what happens. The rules for the Hellcat race is each racer received a Hellcat Red-Eye 6.2-liter supercharged crate Hemi engine from Direct Connection, also a Direct Connection 6-speed manual transmission, 10 grand to spend on parts, and 1 month to build the car. Now, they have to be Mopars. We have everything here from a Viper, a Hellcat Hemi Viper, and also some a Dodge Lancer, as well as some more traditional and typical Challengers. And there's even a Charger that's been turned into a pickup truck. But again, they all have a supercharged 6.2 Hellcat Hemi crate engine and a 6-speed manual transmission. And they're all going to run right here in a little while. It's been a great day. And of course, Woodward Avenue is really a legend, you know, from the 50s and the 60s. This is the place where people, well, kind of went drag racing, or street racing, you might want to say. But again, for the most part, not something that's done legal, except for here right now. Roadkill Night sponsored and powered by Dodge. That's the bird's eye view right there of Woodward Avenue, closed down for about a mile just to make it safe and sane. There's the Dodge Thrill Ride in the background at about your 11 o'clock position. And of course, the grandstands are full and just beautiful, cool weather. Couldn't ask for more. They're preparing the surface here, and this is a regular road. And of course, in years past, we have occasionally used a Crondeck timer, also known as the Christmas tree, an electronic system. This year, we've gone back to the traditional arm drop, which is more fitting of street racing, if you will. And it's kind of funny. The first documented street race ever happened on March 17th, 1895, right here on Woodward Avenue. You might wonder, what were those vehicles? They might have been electric, or they might have been old steam cars, not sure. But again, the Detroit Free Press reported the fact that March 17th, 1895 was the first lineup. Now, you got to remember that before motorized vehicles came, 2 people on horses would absolutely line them up. So that's that. Let's go to Mike Covell out in the field.
Hey guys, I'm here with Mike Koval, the CEO here of Dodge Ram, and we're over here at the TRX Ride Experience. And man, first off, we just saw one of these trucks take a jump. I've been seeing fans get out and the experience on their face, but this is the first time we've had this here at Roadkill Nights. What can fans expect?
Yeah, it is, and as you mentioned, this is the Ram 1500 TRX Thrill Ride Experience. It is a fun, high-speed, truly challenging off-road experience. Actually, we've taken this track around the country, and it really gives our fans, our customers, and enthusiasts alike the opportunity to see what this 702 horsepower beast can actually do.
And what does TRX mean for the Ram brand?
Well, it has exceeded our wildest expectations. It's been almost 2 years since we launched the TRX, and it has acted as the halo product for our brand that we always hoped it would, not only in the U.S. and across North America, but frankly around the world. It has raised the profile of the Ram truck brand all across the world, so we could not be more pleased with how TRX has performed.
And to change pace a little bit, talk a little bit about Ram Revolution and kind of the EV plans there.
Yeah, so the Ram Revolution, we kicked off earlier this year in Chicago. It's kind of a 2-part strategy for the brand, but one part is it's really it's more of a philosophy than it is anything. It's a spirit, it's a glimpse into the future of the brand and where we're going. But really it starts later this fall. We have some big news coming at the end of the year where we're going to reveal the Ram Revolution concept. Then into next year, into 2023, we have our ProMaster battery electric van. And then 2024, that's the big year when we bring the Ram 1500 battery electric vehicle into the marketplace. So, but you know what, that's for another time. This is all about our fans, our customers, and having a good time, and that's why we're here and thrilled to be at Roadkill Nights.
Man, fans are definitely enjoying it. Again, watching them go over these jumps, you can hear them when they take off. It's been exciting. Thanks so much, Mike.
Thank you.
Steve, we are back here now, live at Woodward Avenue, MotorTrend Roadkill Nights, presented by Dodge. The TRX, the Ram TRX truck, we're looking at it on the screen there. Quite the piece there, man. That's, you know, an off-road hot rod, if you will.
It is. You know, here in competition, we've seen a few appearances of what we call a Dodge Little Red Express pickup, that 1979 D100 pickup. That was high performance in 1978-79, and I never thought back then we'd see something like this in 2022. Yeah. You know, the good old days are right now. You know, back in 78-79, those had a 360, the E58, which Dodge was allowed to work around the EPA light truck, and they had no rear-wheel drive car that could handle or pass with that kind of power. So we're there, man. The good old days are right now with these TRXs. Raptor, Schmaptor. Did I say that?
Well, as part of MotorTrend's Truck and Off-Road group, we've had that vehicle actually in-house and been able to work with it. It's phenomenal. I mean, on the street, out of its element, quote-unquote, it's an animal.
Yeah.
And then when you get on the dirt, as we saw there in the video, but I'm just telling you from, I guess, a first-hand experience, when you get on the dirt, the way it handles, the way it performs, it's, you know, not necessarily something you drive with one hand, but going over rugged and imbalanced terrain and everything is just so stable, and you're able to do it in a fast manner quickly. So performance is there, handling is there off-road, and it's just a really, really fun truck. And it's cool to see the ride-along experience for people that have interest in it, might want to go out to the dealership and buy one.
Yeah, and one thing about modern muscle, you know, back in the glory days of the 1960s, things like the 426 Hemi were never offered in trucks, you know, or four doors, whereas today the Hellcat, which is the equivalent of the 426 Hemi, but actually more potent, to be honest, can be had in SUVs, trucks, cars, four doors, and you know, it's amazing. More power for everybody. That's what the Brotherhood of Muscle is all about at Dodge.
The Brotherhood of Muscle, that's what they call it. And you referenced just a moment ago EV, and I think that we're on the cusp of something within all of the manufacturers as far as performance in EV. I know it's all about gas and everything right now, but thinking ahead of the future and looking at something like a Roadkill Nights, what do you think? What is your vision of the future with that?
Well, it won't be slower because we know that, you know, 0 to 60 in 3 seconds is normal for electric cars today that begin with a T. And I'm thinking Dodge soon, too, you know, very quick acceleration. So they won't be slower. It'll be weird, though, not to have the sound. You know, it'll be like a whirring. There's a ringtone or a chime that you can add to your car. So I got to wonder if people start using, like, you know, rock and roll music and have that play as the engine sound. I don't know. But it won't be loud, but it won't be slow.
Well, listen, the United Way is part of Roadkill Nights as well. Very, very big supporter of the program, and Hannah is with Hannah is with a representative of the United Way right now, Audrey Walker. So Hannah, we'll go to you.
Audrey with United Way Southeastern Michigan is here with me. And Audrey, tell me a little bit more about what United Way is.
Sure. We are an organization supporting the advancement of stable households and thriving children in equitable communities right here in southeastern Michigan, Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb County.
Now, you guys have obviously this set up here at Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge. What other activations, what have you guys been going on throughout this afternoon?
We have an auction set up just for today. Online auction closes at 6 p.m. tonight, and people can access it by texting the word auction to 50503.
Now, tell me a little bit about the connection, of course, with United Way, Dodge, and, of course, the car community as a whole.
Sure. We have been lucky to be the charity partner with Dodge. We have had a partnership, United Way's had a partnership with Chrysler and Dodge for over 60 years right here in southeastern Michigan, and we really are thankful for that partnership that we have with them. They support us in so many ways. All of the employees here in southeastern Michigan donate to United Way and really lift up the community every single day.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Audrey. And if you guys are here, lots of cool opportunities, some auction items. Make your way over here. Of course, 6 p.m. tonight is when that closes.
Yeah, well, we're waiting for the eliminations to continue in the time trials, of course, but we have to remember that the mighty Direct Connection has been relaunched. And, of course, we look over the M1 Concourse, but Direct Connection catalog, actually in paper, you can get one of these things with the old school parts and pieces. And it's nice to see that vintage muscle is also cared for. Cylinder heads for Hemis, leaf springs, that kind of thing. But largely, the modern stuff, of which there's a lot to choose from, is covered. You can even buy what's called a body in white, which is basically an empty Challenger shell to build into your drag pack racer, or even like your Pro Mod or your Super Mod, whatever it might be. So, I mean, a lot of great stuff in the Direct Connection catalog, online or in paper at your dealer.
That's the point. What's also cool to see is for the OGs now out there, something that's still in print as far as the catalog. You know, I was raised on them. I'm sure, Steve, you well raised on them. And now things can be in a thumb drive or definitely in your phone and stuff for convenience. But to see that this is still produced in a print fashion where you can sit it on the table or, you know, go through the parts and look at the pictures and everything and figure out what you want when you're mapping out your hot rod. So I think that's a really cool deal.
Yeah, and the legacy of Direct Connection goes back to the early 70s. The idea being that, you know, back then as now, the parts you buy from Direct Connection are factory engineered. They're not like, you know, sort of like small mom and pop hot rod items. They're actually designed and perfected and validated by Dodge engineers at the proving grounds. And so that means you bolt them on. There's no guesswork for you.
Looking over across the driveway there, across the street, we got the hood up on the throttle car, so now I'm trying to wonder what might have gone wrong in that lap that warrants taking the bonnet up and inspecting or maybe fixing and repairing. You know, a lot of stuff that raises big curiosity is happening now because we are getting closer and closer to eliminations time, especially this grudge match, and you're just hoping that all of the participants are able to compete against each other, try to square off against Alex and the Savoy, and see who's best. There are a lot of real wild cards happening now. Weston Champlin, he explained what his drivetrain issues were, and he's got a stock clutch in the car that makes, I guess, a little over. He didn't give it up as far as the horsepower, but we're going to assume over 1,000 horsepower. And then the Lancer, and we saw the clutch dust coming off the back of that. The throttle guys, again, the hood is up right now, and you can only wonder, again, with the Magnum, you know the clutch has a little concern there. So if you go down the line with all the influence, you look at Christina Rocchi, and I haven't seen that car go down at all very much. I think she made 1 or 2 laps max and just been basically chilling the rest of the day. So maybe she's got things figured out and kind of thought it out that there might be attrition among the stick cars in the group and said, we're going to make 2, we're going to sit back and save our clutch, if you will, until eliminations. It's really going to be interesting to see this one come together.
You know, speaking of Christina Rocchi, we have a little interview with her. Let's watch that right now.
I'm having kind of a fangirl moment here with Christina Rocchi and Grant, and we just found out that we're both Michiganders.
Oh yeah, I live 20 minutes away, and she's pretty close too, so we're buddies now.
We're like Michigan friends. We're besties now, basically. Okay, so Christina, you've obviously been to this event before.
Multiple times, yes, of course.
But this year is a little bit different because you are competing now.
Oh yeah, so I am only 21 years old, and so it feels pretty cool. We're both college students, so it's crazy to be a part of this when we're always spectating. It's pretty surreal, and it's my hometown, so it only makes sense.
Well, congratulations on getting this far. I'm excited for you guys today to rep Michigan too. Let's talk a little bit about the build. Grant, can you tell us a little bit more about this project and how challenging it was for you guys?
Yeah, so we actually went with this platform specifically because we knew that the engine and everything would swap right in fairly simply. But it came together very nicely, and we couldn't be more grateful than how smoothly everything went, to be honest. We had our little difficulties here and there, but we were able to overcome them as a team and with Performance Lab Detroit, and everything went smoothly, so super grateful to be here.
So what was that moment for you when you get a call from Dodge and they're like, hey, we want you to compete in this super rad event that you know all about. We're going to give you an engine. We're going to give you a transmission. You only have a limited amount of time. Do you accept?
We were like, oh yeah, of course. So we actually bought this car a while ago at a barn. We found out at a barn for very cheap, and then that's when we got the call and we're like, no way, they want us to drag race our barn find. This is going to be real interesting, and we get cash on top of it. So our whole premise about that was we want to maintain the budget. We don't want to go over $10,000 because we're broke college students, and we actually maintained it. We spent $9,400, so that was really cool.
And when we got that call, we were totally in because it's in our own backyard, and we were like, we've been to this event before, but we've never been in the event, and we've never been a part of it. So we were like, let's totally represent the Motor City and just go all in.
I love it. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the competition. Now, don't get me wrong. I love the boys that are competing here, but I might just be slightly partial to the females that are competing. You've got Alex Taylor and you've got Colette Davis as well, and now yourself also. What's it like to kind of represent the females in the industry out here today?
I think it means the world to me. I mean, like on TikTok, I have mostly female followers, so I think it's pretty insane. And we've all been supportive of each other, me, Colette, and Alex, so it's been wonderful. And we're kind of trying to go up against the, the other guys over here, but I feel... Oh yeah. We didn't say that.
We said nothing. That was not filmed. It wasn't on camera. We love everyone, and we are excited for all of the racers. We are not partial at all.
Exactly, just like you said.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, I'm gonna let you go. Do a little smack talking down the line here. Get the boys, psych them out a little bit, and best of luck today. And welcome.
So much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
KJ back, and thank you, Christina, and thank you, Christy, for that enlightening interview about Christina's program, as she is one of our influencers who's going to try to get a shot at Alex Taylor out here on Woodward Avenue in just a bit. While we have this little lull here, let's take a second to shout out, bottom line, shout out the many companies and great people that have supported MotorTrend's Roadkill Nights presented by Dodge. we have Gear Vendor Overdrives. They want to welcome all the racers and fans to Roadkill Nights presented by Dodge. Gear Vendors has been a sponsor of racing on Woodward Avenue every year that Dodge has done the event, and we're thankful for them letting us do that. The muscle cars and drag cars that you see out here on the track today, names like Tom Bailey, Alex Taylor, Dave Schroeder, and Joe Barry, they're all very powerful cars and need overdrive when they're running in the drive and drag events on the highway, and their Gear Vendors equipped. So Gear Vendors overdrives fit everything from your daily driver classic vehicle to these very high horsepower drag and drive cars. When you think about adding overdrive to a vehicle that didn't come with it, it's Gear Vendors. Enjoy the racing and thank Dodge and MotorTrend, because racing on Woodward Avenue is all about American. It's about as American as it gets. So thank you very much to Gear Vendors, and we have several other great companies that we'll be mentioning as the day continues that are supported this event. Of course, Dodge powers it, powered by Dodge. Roadkill Nights, but this is really some cool stuff. Hope everybody's having a good time. And we have Dave and Mike down in the starting area or on the track area, and they have some interviews that they're going to be conducting. So Dave and Mike, it's all you now. Well, I guess we're going to get to Dave and Mike in just a moment. There's a little audio situation going on right now. You have a shot on your screen there. You're looking at the thrill area down there on the M1 Concourse slab, or their pit down there, where you have Chargers going through an S-turn type of ride that you can get in and ride along with people in there. The thrill ride's happening as the drone goes overhead. We get a look at the PRI pavilion there. I don't know if you stopped in there and saw the people at PRI who are doing great things to keep this industry and keep motorsports alive and keep it going. So go and visit them for sure. And then if you look over as we go towards the off-road course and the TRX thrill ride, that's really a lot happening here, Steve. It's some cool stuff. Again, if you haven't been to Woodward Avenue or Roadkill Nights, I implore you to try to do it and work it into your travel budget and your travel schedule one summer to come here and see this in person, because it doesn't happen anywhere else. It doesn't happen really on this scale, drag racing on the street with no problem, bottom line, with no problem at all. And it's some really fast and cool cars, a lot of different combinations. It's definitely something to come out and witness and enjoy.
Part of the Dodge thrill ride is the Demon Drag Simulator, and the beauty of that is that you sit down in a car, and it actually is an active suspension system. It actually bounces. You're the one who comes down against the tree. You launch, but the car simulates a pass. It actually will do wheel stands, and it's as aggressive as you are with your right foot. It's pretty cool. I strongly recommend that folks go over to the Drag Simulator with the Demons. Sit in line for a couple of seconds, jump in there and experience what it's like. You get 3 passes, by the way, so it's pretty cool.
I've done it, and as a drag racer, you know, I'll go out there and say it's kind of real deal. You know, and you have to really think about how you would drive if you were actually on the track in the real thing making it happen, because they simulate the wheels coming up. They simulate a little bit of a wheelie, and you're trying to get down that track as quickly as possible, and the other Demon is on the other virtual lane, and it's all about shifting it as well. You control the shifting in the car, and your shift points, actually, just pro tip, your shift point second gear better happen with those front wheels in the air.
That's
right. So that's really a neat ride, a neat activity, and I implore you to try to go through there and check it out while it's still open. Please do that. Even if you're not a drag racer, go down there and try it out.
I got to say that I was part of the Dodge Performance Showcase at Chrysler's at Carlisle for a bunch of years, and when the Dodge Demon drag strip simulators first showed up, I took a look at the VINs, right? They're not actually Demons. One was born of 5.7. The other one's a Scat Pack 392.
Wow.
And they were gutted and then turned into robots, really. Engines gone, trannies gone, suspension gone. They have these crazy electric rams that actually lift the front up to about 1.5 feet to stimulate the wheel stand. The rear moves around. They even go left and right and toggle, and they do like a little pre-program in test mode. Nobody's in it, of course, but it'll bounce around to the point where it'll knock your socks off, so to speak. And in test mode, they're a trip to watch. There might be a video online to see that, but all the same, if you sit in that thing, you'll swear you're an actual Demon running a 9.
That's a lot of fun. Really, really a cool deal. You see Charger down there in the thrill ride. sliding around. Have you ever done anything like that, Steve? Gone in the G-type ride?
I've gone shotgun, and it's the thing with those cars right there. If this is 1968, they would probably have to have a whole bunch of backup Charger RTs with the 440s and the Dana and the 4-speed and the bias-ply tires to have them. These are factory stock cars right here. The brakes, the tires, everything about them. And these cars do this all day long. They're not blueprinted, not specially built. That just speaks to how much durability is built into every one of these cars.
Durability built into the drivers as well, because they're out there sliding them left and right. So arm dexterity, just a lot of stamina to keep up that pace literally throughout the day. So that's pretty impressive. But it's cool to look at. I've only ridden with a drifter in a drift car on 2 occasions, and I found that very, very exciting. I kind of get it with drifting, so going down there and being part of that's got to be pretty cool too. And that's the show and shine area there. A lot of cool Mopars, a lot of cool Dodge pounded cars, Chrysler founded cars down there, powered, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's a bird's eye view right there of the car show. Let's go to Mike and Dave, Mike Finnegan and Dave Freiburger, see what's cooking with those guys.
Mic check, 1, 2. All right, we are hot. People up in the grandstands at Roadkill Nights, people watching the Dodge live feed back home. We're about to get to the meat of the drag racing, the heads-up competition, and we're going to kick it off with the so-called influencers shootout. I'm David Freiburger from Roadkill. That is Mike Finnegan from Roadkill. This is Roadkill Nights. We've been doing this for 8 years, 7 events, and it just keeps getting better and better and faster and faster. Here's what's going to happen in the shootout that you're about to see. Every one of these influencers has been given a Hellcat red-eye engine and a Dodge 6-speed transmission and $10,000 bucks. They've had their own choice on how they're going to build their car. So what we're going to do is bring each person up here, hear a little bit about who they are and what they have brought, and then we are going to go into heads-up racing. You ready, Mike?
I cannot wait for this because a lot of these guys have put a lot of hard work into all their builds. Not every one of them went straight down Woodward Avenue, though, so this is exciting for me.
Yeah, we've been watching the warm-ups a little bit, and I think there's some of these cars that haven't even gotten down track. But let's talk to the drivers themselves. First up, come on up. We got to stand here, so we got microphone clearance. Tell us who you are, what your whole social media handles are, and then we'll ask you about your car.
You got it. My name's David Patterson. I have a YouTube channel called That Dude in Blue, and it was a throwaway YouTube account, so the name stuck. Just an explanation. And I have a 2007 Dodge Magnum.
And so that's a wagon. Yeah. It's the blue wagon that you'll see out here. Tell us about how you've hopped the thing up, what you've done, and about your practice sessions.
Yeah, no, it's been a really good learning experience. And what's really fascinating, since it's on that Charger platform, we got a crashed Hellcat, got 2016 everything, and it just bolted right in. And it was really, helped so much with the time crunch. And along with that, we have a Hellraiser pulley on it, so it makes about 800 wheel horsepower.
800 wheel. I happen to know there's some people here with a little bit more than that. What are your odds?
Better, because we have less, because the surface. And the surface is really tough to beat. So if you modulate the throttle off the line, you have a much better chance.
So you're feeling good. Have you done any testing? Do you have a good pass under your belt?
3 in a row.
3 in a row. He's feeling good.
Yeah.
3 in a row, A to B, all the way down there. Did you do anything to lighten the car up to hang with the other cars that have more power than you?
Has a full interior with the back seat. Everything. Just a normal street car.
So your strategy is less power than everyone, more weight than everyone. You're going to stay hooked up A to B.
Absolutely. That's the strategy. Easy.
I like it. I like the confidence.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I'm excited.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Next up, tell us your name and all your social handles and what you're doing here.
Hi guys, I'm Christina Roki. I run a YouTube channel called Christina and Grant and also a TikTok, and I am currently running a 2010 Challenger RT.
Okay, so yours is the one with sort of the pink chrome wrap on it, correct? Tell us a little bit about how you've built the car.
So our whole premise about this was doing a budget build, right? We got $10,000 from Dodge and MotorTrend, and I go to college and I'm pretty much broke. So I'm like, I'm only going to use that $10,000. And we actually fell within that budget. I was working with Performance Lab Detroit, and we did well. And we did a lot of modifications to the engine, and we kept it pretty simple and maintained that budget.
So do you feel that you've got the most legit, like, average home-built car here?
Yes, I am. Actually, we live 20 minutes away from here, so this is my hometown, and I think we're pretty legit. We, Performance Lab Detroit are great Mopar. They focus on Mopar, so I think we're pretty good.
And do you have any test hits under your belt?
So I did 2 passes. The second pass wasn't quite well, but since I'm versing David, I'm not worried.
All right. Once again, I like it. Mike.
What I want to know is, since you're local, did you make any test passes before the grandstands were put up?
Did I make any passes before the grandstands? Maybe.
Yes.
Good luck.
All right, next up, this is going to be a good story. Weston, tell us all about, your channel and your car and your trials and tribulations.
Well, I build crazy cars for the internet. Sometimes they work, most of the time not. Sometimes I build a lot of horsepower, way too much for what we're doing, and that's exactly what I've done here. I've got a full interior car. It makes power, and it makes like 1,250 horse to the wheel, and it's got a full interior with AC, everything. And we blew up the clutch day before yesterday, worked until like 3 or 4 a.m. in Tom Bailey's shop down the street, put a new clutch in it, got here, but the problem is it's a stock clutch. Yeah. Big old fat car, lots of horsepower, and no clutch.
And a stock transmission.
And it's not good. But here's the thing. We did 1 test pass. It started at the starting line. It got to the finish line, and we're like, we can't do any more because if we're actually going to race, we need to save our clutch for that.
So you must have put the clutch in like today, like this morning.
Yeah, it was. I don't even remember. I haven't slept much. It was one of these days. Well, I don't remember which one.
We have a lot of experience at Roadkill racing with brand new clutches that have never been broken in, and clutch manufacturers love it when you do that. So I wish you all the best in your endeavors here today.
What are you talking about? I drove it 3 miles up here, and I'll tell you what, I was testing the heck out of it on the way up here before the race started. Like, I tested all the way on Woodward, all the way.
So this is Weston Champlin. Weston, tell us all about your handles and your YouTube channel. How do people find them for you?
Weston Champlin on YouTube, Weston GW on Instagram, Weston GW on TikTok, Weston on OnlyFans. I'm good.
Tinder? I don't know.
Yeah, Tinder. Yeah, you can catch me on there if you want. I mean, swipe right. It's good.
All right. Thanks very much. Let's talk to the next group of guys. We need to be over here for Mike clearance. Absolutely. If you walk on over.
Here, get behind me. That's where you're going to be.
We got oh, wow. Man, they're throwing shade up here now, folks. All right, I think we've got an owner and a driver here. Tell us what's going on, Freddie.
Well, this is Jared. He is a partner on my channel and on Tavares, and also Wrench Every Day. We are racing his car. It's a 2008 Dodge Charger that we turned into a pickup truck and then put all the Hellcat stuff and goodies to make it drive down this 600 feet of, I guess it's sort of prep track. Sort of. Well, it hasn't exploded yet, and it's actually making really good power, and I'm really excited.
So tell us why it became a pickup truck.
A tree fell on it. After you ate donuts off the truck bed during sick week, as a cop car, David was driving it.
So you're saying it's my fault?
Did you push the tree over? It wasn't storming. It wasn't storming, so maybe it was you. But thank you, because I love the Utes.
I love your strategy of putting the taller, burlier driver in there instead of, going for the lighter, more svelte driver.
I've had 33% success. Every other run has gone horrible, and my last run was horrible, so we're set for a good pass.
So the Tavares name is on the line here. How you feeling?
I feel fine because we were never in the higher echelon of anything. So just us being here, I'm super excited. This is fine.
All right, we're stoked for you. This is another team that was here last year, coming back for another shot. Thanks very much, guys. We'll see you out on the track. Demonology, come on over. All right.
How you doing, man?
This guy is good to go. Get ready for the barrage of flack from Demonology. Tell people about your YouTube channel, who you are, how they can find you, and all about your car.
My YouTube channel is all about racing the Dodge Demon, and you can find me at Demonology or on Instagram, demonology638.com.
All right, and what have you done to the car, and why are you going to beat all these people?
We put nitrous on the car through Nitrous Outlet. Jack Fab did a great job of getting this car together. And we're going to start church today because I'm going to baptize all these suckers in some good old Gap sauce. I'm going to take them down nice and slow, though.
So is this like the formula that you've used on your other cars, just applied to a different platform for this particular race?
Yeah, it is. We had to change it up a little bit. Big shout out to Wesley Motorsports for the suspension. Street racing is not my thing. I generally race on a prep track. So we had to go and redo it all over again. Change the tires, change the suspension, put different weight in the car. So I think we're ready to make a hit on the street.
You haven't run down the track just yet?
We made a couple of passes down the track, and it was kind of sketchy because we have the manual transmission, which I don't know, it may work in my favor because I grew up driving a 3 on the tree, so a lot of these youngsters, they don't know what they're doing. So hopefully it'll give the old guy a little edge.
All right, man. Welcome to Roadkill Nights on Woodward. It's going to be a new experience for you. He's one of our racers who has never been here before. All right, who else do we have up here? Next.
Get out of here. You had your time.
Here's the flack I was hoping for. Throttle, what's going on? Give us your shtick.
Well, my name is Ricky, and I am from Throttle, the YouTube channel, and we built a 2001 Dodge Viper.
So this is a Viper with a Hellcat engine in it, just to be clear. How has that gone over with the Viper community?
They don't really like us very much. They're very true V10 power, but I'm here to show them that you can double the horsepower by doing nothing other than the swap.
Double their horsepower with a blown V8 instead of an NA V12. How quick's the car going to run?
Well, it's definitely going to beat here Demonology for starters. So it's going to be really fast. It hooks very well, and I'm so excited to drive it. And I'm happy to be here again.
It sounds to me like your only real target is Demonology, yeah? You don't care if you win all the way as long as you take him down?
That is correct. He's been talking smack all day long, and I'm here to prove him wrong. And also shout out to all the sponsors, the team of Throttle. We did a great job, and without them, we couldn't have been here.
All right, we'll be watching for that showdown. I hope you guys can line up side by side, and we'll see Demonology versus Throttle.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hello.
You are Colette? Yes. Tell us about your YouTube channel and your outlets and your car.
Well, my name is Colette Davis. You can find me, I guess, on all the platforms, Colette Davis, and I've been on YouTube documenting the creation of the car that we have here today, which is my 1962 Dodge Lancer GT. Never even knew the car existed before I found this one.
Yeah, this is a freakishly designed car, and it looks to me like you bought a rolling drag racing chassis. It's like a full tube chassis, back half car, big tire car anyway. We saw you trying to make some hits earlier, and I gotta say, Mike and I were thinking what?
Was there at least one money shift today?
So our clutch, hold up, the competition, can you step a little further back? Okay, we're talking about some confidential stuff.
You're live to the world right now.
Well, he's not watching. So our clutch is not bad at all. We're having some clutch issues. So I thought going into this, I'm new to drag racing. We're drifters. We built an amazing drag car. Like, it's pretty wild, and unfortunately, we've been having some clutch issues, and she's pretty toasty now. So we're gonna hope for the best. I told my competition that I have a new clutch in there. We're lowering it to 2 PSI and have a 400 shot ready. So hopefully I can just play mental games at this point and get through the race. We'll see.
I respect that as a drifter, you have dipped your toe all the way in the water, ankle deep with this drag car. It is legit. I looked at it and I was like, okay, these people are doing the right thing. I don't think you're going to get it together on year one on Woodward, but I think you're going to be back and really enjoy yourself.
It is pretty crazy that my first ever drag racing experience is going to be with an almost 1,000 horsepower car, 6-speed manual, unprepped.
Good point. This is absurd. I really appreciate it. This is cool.
Yeah, regardless, it's going to be a good time. It's been an amazing opportunity with Dodge, and we have a bunch of amazing competitors out here, so we're just going to see what happens.
All right, Colette, thank you very much.
Good luck.
Who is our last player? Here we go. All right, tell us the story, your YouTube channel, your social, and what you brought out here to beat everybody else.
So my name's Tony Army. Our YouTube channel is Corrupt Builds, same Instagram, Corrupt Builds. And we brought a 69 Barracuda out here.
And this is another car that's either tube chassis or back half. It's a big tire car. It's a Barracuda Coupe, not the fastback model. It's white, so you'll see it running out here. We saw you making some hits, and it looked like you were probably about 80% there. What's your opinion?
We felt really good going down the track. Obviously not necessarily the best matchups, but undefeated. Car left hard. It felt great. Very, very easy to drive. It was fun.
It's very easy to drive on Woodward. How sketchy was the track for you?
So our first pass was great. It felt like a rocket ship out of the hole, and I feel like the track's probably degraded a little bit throughout the day. We're spinning a little harder now. We've tried both lanes, not really seeing a big difference, but the car is just, you point and shoot, and it goes.
It sounds to me like this is not your first barbecue in drag racing.
It is, actually. I'm not a drag racer at all. We own a shop called American Legends. We build hot rods and muscle cars, mostly show cars. And when we got this opportunity, we knew we had to show up with something. So, I mean, we're going drag racing. We're going to bring a drag car, and I'm very new to this, and it's kind of trial by fire. But I think the car has been amazing. So it's all on me.
Well, the good news is you're the first competitor that's come up here that sounds like you want to sidestep the clutch and go do this, because your car seems to work really well.
That's what we've been doing all day. We're just leaving hard. I'm literally just off the clutch, off the two-step, and the car just does everything it was meant to do. So.
How cool. Thanks a lot for being here for your first hit at Roadkill Nights.
Good luck. To be here. Thank you. Thank you so much for having us. Very excited.
I think we're down to Alex Taylor, aren't we? Alex? They're going to go fetch Alex. So Alex Taylor won this deal last year in a back-halved new Challenger. Remember that they were all running stock-bodied late-model Dodges last year. This is the first year that the competitors have been able to choose their own body style, and Alex chose
a 1955 Plymouth Savoy.
Freak Show. You'll see the complete build on this vehicle in, I think, 2 episodes of Hot Rod Garage on MotorTrend. It might even be 3. But this was a full court press. Alex and her dad and Greg Peterson and Lucky Costa built this thing in 27 days.
Correct, and it wasn't just like build, like using the term loosely. It was like it came in with a stock frame and floors, and we cut and gutted everything and then built a full tube chassis and everything ground up. So,
complete car from scratch. Everything all in. Now, you won last year, so tell me how that experience is going to help you out here, or how it already has.
Yeah, so I mean, the formula we went with last year were focusing on traction and then weight, distribution and then horsepower. So we kind of mimicked that formula this year. There's a lot of great builds. This year we had a little bit of a kink thrown in with a 6-speed. So, knowing Woodward, the surface and everything like that, I feel a little bit more confident going down the track than maybe if I was just first time coming into it. So that helps. But I mean, there's a lot of unknowns still. So.
Well, there's a lot of unknowns, but we've all seen the video of this thing launching at Milan earlier in the week. What did that look like?
I mean, wheels up, very first time out. Chassis was working good, so it was definitely different prep than here, obviously, but it was working. It was a good time.
I have just one question for you. How do you like stick shift street racing?
I mean, it's fun, but I mean, this is where I say it's good, right? It's great.
Lie to the people.
It's so great.
Okay, it's her very first time actually racing with a stick, but Alex, how quick have you been in your life? What's your number?
So in my personal car, I've been 692 at 205, but I've been driving the Bumblebee Pro Mod Camaro, and so I've ran 370s in the 8th at 211.
All right, so this is our hardcore drag racer of the group. Last thing, let everybody know what your YouTube channel is and your social outlets so that they can go look you up.
So all of my social except YouTube is Alex Taylor Racing, and then YouTube is Riding with Alex Taylor.
And what's going to happen here today is you're going to see heads-up showdown of all of the other cars, and the winner of that race is going to take on Alex. And so how is that going to give you an advantage or a disadvantage?
Man, I mean, we learned the hard way. These clutches don't like hot laps, and it's going to come down to managing that. And whoever's going to race us in the finals is going to have a lot of passes under their belt at that point. So I'm really interested to see how that lives going into this.
All right. All win. I think we're ready to finally make some tire smoke, right? Matt DeYoung, let's get this track back in action as we go into our influencer shootout right here at Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge.
Thanks, David. We are ready. We are excited. Look at that crowd out there, Steve. This is really going to be something, man. This is now I'm shaking. Bottom line is I'm shaking, and I'm ready to get it on, dude. This is it.
Right on. This is not Pomona. This isn't Milan Drag Race. This is Woodward Avenue in Pontiac, Michigan. But it's blessed by the City Fathers of Pontiac, of course, supported by MotorTrend and powered by Dodge. And we're doing this for one day every year, and I believe our 7th year here doing this. And again, they talked about a non-prepped track. I beg to differ a little bit, It looks to me like a lot of black rubber sprayed down there, and it's a lot better than it was this morning.
Well, the track had to be created, basically. But the term non-prep is not. It's not like it's not a drag strip. It's not a 1,300 20-foot drag strip. There is some treatment on there. I think they're using the VP Racing traction compound, and of course, Total Venue Concepts has dressed the track and built the track. So there is a little bit of prep involved, but
But no concrete.
It's the street, you know what I mean? So the street theoretically means no prep environment, so that's why that term is being used. But we have our influencers now queued up in the staging area. First up will be Christina Rocchi and her challenger coming up against the Magnum of David Patterson. And we heard both of them discuss the cars and their situations, and I noted that Christina had only made 2 laps, and then you heard Alex talk about that clutch, and people might have gone through their clutch based on making multiple laps. These clutches don't like heat. So it'll be interesting to see now if Christina, based on the attrition of others, can surge to the front, and she's not a drag racer per se, but she just might have equipment now that could carry her to the other side of this, because the equipment of her competitors might be long in the tooth.
And that's Christine's car showing right there. Now, that's not a Hellcat. That's a regular 5.7 Challenger RT, which has been given a heart transplant courtesy of a direct connection to Hellcat crate engines, and that's true hot rodding right there. Like back in the old days, taking a 318 Challenger and putting a 440 in it, same spirit at play with that car. It's perhaps the most down-to-earth backyard kind of car in this competition.
Absolutely. As she explained, she and her boyfriend or her partner built this car on a budget. They're college students. They don't make a lot of bread, but they were given a situation where here's some money, a war chest, and a budget to work with. Go ahead and do something. So it's a really good example of what you can do, really, with you purchase your car, and I think they might have, I don't remember what they paid for the car, but take $10,000, and this is what you can finish out with.
The only wild card, we got to remember, the 5.7 Hemi has a smaller rear differential and half shafts than would a Hellcat, so we hope they've upgraded those parts. We'll see if it stays together, but so far so good.
Well, a lot of the competitors in this Influencer Garage match have chronicled their builds online. So for people who are curious about that type of stuff, go back and find them online through their YouTube channels and social media, and you can watch the cars as they came together. It's in retrospect now, but go back and see how the cars came together and then weigh that against how they performed out here on Woodward.
Speaking of track prep, places like NHRA's Bandimere up in Colorado, they actually have a temperature-controlled concrete starting line. They can warm it up or cool it down. I mean, that's pretty radical. This is the opposite of that. This is as warm or cold as the sun makes it.
Absolutely.
But again, it looks fairly decent. It looks all right. I mean, this morning it was a little sketchy, but we have a nice layer of black rubber down there, and we'll see.
I think it's pretty good, just based on looking at it and based on the cars that I've watched go down this track, especially in the later part of the day, and the big horsepower cars yanking tire, and lifting that front end and finding that sweet spot between coming up on a wheelie or just getting down the track efficiently. I think the track right now, in my opinion, is that it is pretty good. So it'll be exciting and interesting to see how the influencers make out, and then behind them, the actual competitors in these shootouts now, because it'll be race time for the big tire cars and the small tire cars as well. We saw very impressive runs on both sides of that. So let's sit back and see what's going on.
And as the bird's eye drone camera shows us, we can see the Woodward Avenue. You can see those dark streaks. That's what we call the groove, and that's rubber deposited by the hundreds of passes made here today. Now, the trick is, of course, to stay in that groove and make sure that you don't get out of it, because at half track you get out of that, and potentially you're into the more granular asphalt. You might break traction at full speed. So stay in the groove. You should be good. Or at least better.
Asphalt, a.k.a. marbles.
Yeah, right.
Don't want to be in the marbles, but got some fire in the pipes now. Sounds like Weston is making his way towards staging for the Influencer Grudge Race. And that overall shot, too, Steve, we saw that crowd out there, man. Those stands are packed.
Yeah.
And I walked through the midway a couple of times, and the midway's packed. So props to everybody that came out here to M1 Concourse and spent the day with us, the afternoon with us, watching some really cool stuff happen here at MotorTrend's Roadkill Nights, presented by Dodge.
And speaking of Dodge, this is the very beginning of Dodge's Speed Week. On Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at this location, there will be, groundbreaking introductions of a variety of types. So this is just the beginning of what's going to be going on here at this location this week, as, of course, the entire city of Detroit rolls into the Woodward Dream Cruise, in action since 1994. A major event globally for car people.
Absolutely. That's a world car guy bucket list thing. And I've been fortunate enough to attend Woodward Avenue Dream Cruise 3 times, twice as a participant and once just coming and hanging out and being in the environment. And each time, and actually the week, as you just referenced, leading up into the Dream Cruise is phenomenal. You can arrive on Tuesday, and as the week progresses, more and more people coming in town and more cool cars just coming into town, stuff that you couldn't imagine, you've never seen or you haven't seen in a long time, etc. Just really, really bad stuff, man. So it's a dream thing.
Yeah. One thing must be stated, and we can't overstate this, is that down on Woodward, you do not want to be doing any drag racing or burning out. They have booking stations in the median to give you a nice fat ticket if that should happen. This is the only spot right here, Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, that you can actually street race and get your yayas out without going to jail or getting a $700 fine. So the Dream Cruise is truly about cruising, not street racing. But that's not the rule here. This is about street racing.
Let's take a look at the rules concerning our event here. The rules are that each racer here, or the way this works, each racer received a Hellcat Red Eye 6.2-liter supercharged crate Hemi engine and the ECU. It's important to note the ECU, that's the brains, that's what's managing the engine. That has to be factored as well. A direct connection 6-speed manual transmission, as we've talked about the transmission and clutch quite a bit. They all got $10,000 in a sense to play with, $10,000 to spend on parts and putting these cars together. They had 1 month, 30 days, and that's very, very aggressive when you're building any type of a car, but 30 days, 1 month to build a Mopar race car. That's why you're seeing Challengers, you have the Magnum out there, you have the Savoy out there, and you have the Lancer. You have only Mopars can play, basically. And then the automotive influencers, as we've been saying, are getting ready to queue up now and battle each other in grudge races for an opportunity to square off against Alex Taylor, the reigning champion. So that's how it flows. It's a one-and-done situation. So, it's win or go back to the side and sit and watch. So, here we go. We're on the cusp of it, just getting things queued up now, and should have some burnouts happening in just a few minutes, and trying to determine a winner. Bottom line, determine who's going to be a winner. Now, forecast it, just genie in a bottle or something like that, man. Do you think that Alex Taylor can be beaten?
Well, she's a seasoned pro. She's the gal who's gone 206, whatever it is, and so she knows what it is to modulate power on a sticky or non-sticky surface. Got to say, the 6-speed manual is going to be the great equalizer for everyone, not just the driver's ability to shift it, but the part's ability to stay in one piece and not slip. And that's going to be the wild card for everybody here.
Absolutely. It's just we're just counting it down right now. And I'm going to take a flyer and say that there might be some competition in this. Actually, I wouldn't go out there and just declare Alex a winner by any means just yet. There's going to be some really good competition between these people as they battle their way toward it. So interesting to see, and also where the cars sit as far as their physical state. That's the big concerning thing right now. Another overall shot, as you see on the screen there, and there's the crowd that we're talking about. Grandstands packed is what any type of a race promoter wants to see and have it at an event. So I'm sure everybody at the MotorTrend's side of this and the Dodge side of this are quite pleased right now, because it's a wonderful crowd. People really enjoying this deal.
Right on. Well, we're going to take a quick break here at Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. We will be back in just a couple of seconds with lots more traction action.
There's a highway. You won't find it on your nav app. It's that sweep of reckless abandon that stretches between June and September, the 93 days of summer, where worship isn't offered to the sun, but to the smoking tire. The S-curve. And the spin turn. But if you go there, bring your nerve. Because on this highway, the lines being blurred are the ones between drivers and demons.
Well, welcome back to the Woodward Dream Cruise, or excuse me, the Roadkill Nights part of Woodward Dream Cruise, or at least a precursor to it. But I got to say, I'm a car enthusiast to the core. I love them all, but I got to say that only Dodge is really being all out with a performance message. You know, the other manufacturers, maybe not so much, and Dodge is rocking it out of the park. Performance ain't dead. The good old days are right now. 700 plus horsepower at your showroom. Brand new vehicle. I mean, the good old days are right now.
Well, that's based on the ground zero in all of this, of course, is drag racing. Now, think about it as far as legacy goes and lineage goes. Hot Rod Magazine, Wally Parks and Mr. Peterson, way back in the day, and they're joining forces and the way they work together to promote drag racing and help build this thing that we're doing right now. So, you know, you have to definitely recognize MotorTrend as a company and a brand to continue forward with something like this by having events like this, and also having Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, which is the leader and ground zero for the drive and drag events. You know, they're now going into the umpteenth year. I don't remember how long it's actually been running, but that is the gold standard for a long time on drive and drag, putting cars on the street to drive them, then going to racetracks and drag racing them. But just to have the street car concept bona fide by cars that can drive several 100 miles a day.
The Hot Rod Magazine Power Tour, more of the same.
Absolutely.
And they're starting to burn rubber right now. Here we go.
All right, this is it. This is the Influencer Grudge Race. First up, in the left lane is Christina Roque. Christina Roque in an OG Challenger, OG late model Challenger. RT against David Patterson. David Patterson is that guy in blue, and he's in the blue Dodge Magnum. Both of them powered by Hellcat Hellcrate engines, 6-speed manual transmissions. This is going to be interesting. Inching up now, just the staging process with a stick transmission is a lot different than an automatic. You know, you have to kind of ride the clutch, move the clutch a little bit, just edge your way forward, as opposed to some of the bumping, if you will, against a brake pedal or against a trans brake with the bump box with an automatic transmission. Jason Ruker drops his arms, and Christina gets the jump. Christina's out first, and she's through the gears. Christina with kind of a runaway in the left lane. There we go. We have our first Influencer winner, Steve.
Right on. That was a 5.7 originally Challenger. Now it's a 6.2 Hellcat with over twice the power of the 5.7, but she got it down the track, and she is the winner. Here's her
Watch again. Watch again. She got a little bit of a bog off the line. That's the combination of the tire stick, and you're pretty aggressive with the release of the clutch. Kind of pop the clutch versus maybe kind of, you know, ride the clutch a little bit, but got down the track first, and that's what matters right now. And again, it's a matter of, we'll have to think about her taking 2 laps versus everybody else taking a lot of laps. So that car could be around when it's nation time. Yeah. Weston Champlin in the right lane. Weston is the driver that had all of the driveline issues going into this. They have a stock clutch and 1,000 horsepower Challenger up against the Pursuit Ute. There goes Weston. Weston, stock clutch holding up for the first lap. Gets to the finish line first against the Pursuit Ute.
All right. That Ute is an interesting piece. It's sort of a what-if answer to the Chevy El Camino and Ford Ranchero. You know, never happened, but that might be the answer right there in Dreamland.
And they might have a designer thinking now. You never know. Up next in the Influencer Grudge match, Demonology. Deacon Demonology, Reverend Demonology, who is going to indoctrinate people into a new religion of gaptism, etc. That's the left lane car. Big tire sticking out of that car.
Making the most of that wide body kit. And of course, the Viper ordinarily powered by a naturally aspirated V10. Well, no more. This, of course, has the 6.2-liter direct connection Hemi Hellcat crate engine. Some people cry foul, but don't forget some of the earliest prototype Vipers had 360 V8s and even one at a 426 Hemi. Again, pre-production prototypes in 1989, so it has happened.
Ricky Fernandez in the right lane, Herman Young in the left lane, trying to get Herman staged up properly. Jason Ruckert about to let him go. Arms up, arms down. Oh, they're missing the gear. There it is. Anything happening in a drag race? It's going to be close to the finish. No! Ricky Fernandez throttle takes the win in the right lane in the first round of the Grudge Racers, the Influencers Grudge Race. Wow, that was something. A massive hole shot by Herman, but missed a gear. There's your stick shifting under pressure. You're not used to doing it, and bing, bing. Revs go up and cars go nowhere.
The great equalizers, the manual transmission.
Absolutely. Ricky by a long stretch there. Anything can happen in the drag racing. We're seeing it right now with these influencers. Now, this is interesting. 2 rookie drag racers. Two brand new drag racers, first time participating in this discipline of motorsport. Straight line, arm drop, heads up drag racing. You have your 62 Lancer GT in the right lane, that's Colette. And Tony's in the left lane in the Barracuda, Tony Army. Jason
Old school
is about
body.
to stage him. Everybody's ready. A little bit of smoke. There you got a little bit of smoke out of Tony there. Oh, boy.
Okay,
That's smoke out of a pipe, too.
Yeah, that may or may not be healthy enough for another round. Let's hope.
Smoke out of a pipe. Let's watch this again. Watch closely. Colette got off the line a little bit squirrely and really didn't have much of a lap there, but you got smoke.
Oh, that's the front tires locked up
right there.
right
just
there.
locked up, or was that brake
look at
smoke?
that.
Okay.
Yep.
Instant replay tells it, but what's the smoke there? Was
Perhaps
that
a
clutch
line
or
lock
tire or something like
malfunction?
that? I
Could
don't
it
know.
be?
Now we see it from the other side. Yeah, maybe the
lock.
tire had been dragging the whole time. Well, that's
tricky.
sketchy. Something to go back and check out for
Yes.
sure. That's
The line lock's a one-way valve. Check that valve.
very concerning there. So if it is, that is something to definitely check out. But we have winners now. We have people who are going to advance, getting closer to that runoff with Alex Taylor. That was a good first round.
good
Anything
news.
can happen in the drag race. You know, you had cars that you thought might have been having issues or problems or something like that, and then you had a demonology car. You had a demonology car that baptizing everybody and taking them to church and this, that, and the other, and like, woo, what happened to third gear there, buddy?
Right.
Whoa, you know? So
And it's good to see on the Barracuda that the smoke wasn't coming out of the pipes. That would indicate engine damage. Keep in mind, supercharged engines can start eating themselves pretty quick, but that was actually tire smoke from the front, so something's up with the line lock, but that's good news. She'll be back, or they'll be back for the next round.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That was really exciting. That was good. That was awesome. That was awesome.
And it kind of does show that, you know, pro-built drag cars like that Barracuda with its 4-link, massive tubs and stuff probably had the advantage, frankly, over the converted street cars that other racers may have chosen. So we'll see more what happens next year. But I bet that, you know, pro-built cars might start to take over the picture here. Who knows? Keep in mind, of course, that Alex also has a pro-built car with big tires in the back. So whoever faces her better have as much traction.
Yeah, thinking about the Barracuda a little bit more audibly, I could not tell whether or not he even got second gear in that lap. There were a couple of laps where he's been first to second and not getting third, and then we saw another car actually go to third. I'm wondering if he actually went through and won the whole way. I couldn't really detect whether or not he shifted it.
Yeah, those are two A-bodies, of course. The Lancer, the very first A-body. The Barracuda, the second generation A-body. Similar but not the same. Firewall stampings, fenders, all that stuff inside, underneath are quite different from a first and a second gen A-body. But again, here we are, Woodward Avenue. Tomorrow, right now, there'll be hundreds of cars passing every hour, perhaps thousands, but not now. It's a drag strip today.
It's a drag strip today, and it's probably one of the best drag strips in the world as far as I'm concerned. This is like very super cool, and hopefully pretty soon we'll have, I guess, call it another segment of the big show. Of course, the Influencer Grudge match is the big show, but the top 8 shootouts are the big show, because that's where we'll see the cars that have been squaring off most of the day progressively getting quicker and faster line up against each other. 8 of them, 8 in the small tire category and 8 in the big tire category, and they're going to put on quite an impressive display of ET and mile per hour. So speed and time are the objects of the game in drag racing, getting to the finish line as quickly as possible, not necessarily as fast as possible. You know, mile an hour, that's your speed. Not necessarily as fast as possible, but ET is definitely important as far as reacting, leaving on the arm drop, and then the car getting to the other side in a quick manner.
Yeah, a quick car and a fast car are kind of two different things. A fast car runs at Bonneville. A quick car runs on the drag strip. You know, it's all about that initial rate of acceleration, getting off the line without tire spin, using all the power. Top end is important, but of course, usually races are won or lost off the line, first 200 feet. You know, it's all about that initial acceleration. If you can power on by, okay. But again, quick and fast, two similar but not the same things.
Another look at our great crowd out there. People at the fence checking this out. In the seats checking this out. Everybody having a good time. I hope everybody's having a good time. I don't know if I'll be able to hear you, but are you having a good time out here on Woodward Avenue this Saturday afternoon? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You know what? People, I'm looking over to my right, and the VIP, the Dodge VIP is off to my right. People up there on the deck at Dodge VIP, are you guys having a good time? That's what I'm talking about. Well, it doesn't look like a lot of you are having a good time. Gosh, man, come on. It's the Dodge house. Dodge, are you having a good time here on Woodward Avenue? And nobody reacts. Okay, so much for the Dodge people on top of the tower up there. We're going to focus ourselves with the general admission folks, the real deal people out there. We're glad you're having a great time here on Woodward Avenue. And thank you so much for being here and following this at home on the internet, MotorTrend's YouTube channel. You're glued to the set, glued to the laptop or the screen all day, we hope. And just stay with us because we have a lot more stuff coming up as far as racing. Again, get these paired up, the fast cars paired up and get them on track and headed down. Figure out things, I guess, with the influencers. I'm curious now with who's left, how they're doing. You know, has there been any damage? What's the attrition look like as we go laps now? Clutch is a concern, period, point blank. You know, Alex Taylor kind of called it. You don't want to put too much heat in these clutches. Now you have, I'm going to note Christina Rocchi once again. She just won her first round, and she only has 2 practice hits or 2 qualifying laps on her car, where other people have been going around and around and around and around, and as the day gets longer, the failure has a greater potential of happening. So what do you know about drag racing yourself, as far as being a participant, Steve? How much have you done?
Well, a lot, actually. A fair amount of street racing back in the 80s. I'll admit to that. I don't do it anymore. I'm too old to be talking to the cops. But after that, Lebanon Valley was my track up in New York State. Yes. I had a Hemi Charger back in the late 80s, a 68 automatic. Used to run 13 ones, and I thought that was fast. But I drove it up there, drove it home, and then I graduated into a bunch of altered wheelbase funny cars. The Wilshire Shaker, which you might have read about in Hot Rod. It was a streetable funny car. And indeed, it's been down the track a few times.
That's good. That's good. Drag racing is my thing. Actually, let's look at the screen there. Follow your screen, and they're doing some coin flipping. It looks like maybe that's for lane choice. That would be a guesstimate there. That's kind of the street race way, is to flip for lane choice. Not that I'm thinking lane choice is mattering very much out here.
Oh, no, hold on. No, that's not fair. I know what that man built.
I'll let you have lane choice. I'll give you lane choice if that's the case.
Screw it. Let's go right lane.
Weston taking the right lane. You heard it.
We're going to go home. You guys just that.
I'll tell you what.
Matt DeYoung is a race director down there calling shots. Matt operates Tucson Dragway.
5 minutes, so go back. Do what you two can shoot him.
All right, I'm going to go get a pizza. Good luck, guys.
Bring one for me. Thank you, guys.
Weston, bro.
So it sounds like they're going to try to make things happen. The coin flips are done and the lane choice is decided. Again, Steve, I don't think at this juncture lane choice is really making much of a difference. So, you know.
I know that in years past, the really fast cars, the right-hand lane had a little more of a crown to it, and the cars would wander down into the crown. But I think they might have repaved this, something about it. I don't see much crown this year or much of the gravitational pull to the right.
To the right,
I think you're right. I think either lane is just as good. Or bad. You call it.
Yeah, I don't want to call them bad. I can't call them bad. The lanes are looking pretty good versus earlier today where you saw a lot of tail wagging and that kind of thing. Now things should be pretty straight and true, and I think tune-ups now will be calibrated so that things will be straight and true as far as how the cars get down, especially, you know, the faster, again, quicker and the big tire and small tire cars. But influencers are the key right now. Influencers are the key, and toppling Alex is definitely the mission. Some of the cars now are moving forward, hopefully towards a staging situation. There was a little Colorado, so I don't know if this is just more laps too, because the little Colorado there is edging its way up, as is the Rhodolite, Roadrunner Satellite combo.
Yeah, that could well be a Belvedere or a Satellite, but again, that one being a two-door post, that would have to be either a Belvedere or a Roadrunner. The Satellite was strictly convertible or hardtop.
Hardtop car.
You know, minutia, right?
Yeah, well, you know, you specialize in it, man.
Yeah, I know.
You got to be damn good at something, Steve.
I love everything about cars except one thing. They don't talk. So you can't ask them a question. You got to talk for them, and you hope you're correct, I guess. Try not to guess as much as you can. But yeah, cars are most fantastic. Of course, this is Detroit, the Motor City. The streets laid out like a half a wagon wheel, actually. A fellow by the name of Augustus B. Woodward was Michigan Territory's chief of judges, and he was the fellow who emulated the look of Paris, France, and Washington, D.C., which also had their streets laid out in a half a wagon wheel, which is why Woodward Avenue is one of several roads that are arranged in a wagon wheel, all of them headed toward the center. But that is that. But again, Augustus Woodward was the namesake of what we're racing on right now.
Right on. I'm going to take a moment right now, Steve. Let's shout out Tremec. Tremec is the manufacturer of the industry's most celebrated overdrive performance manual transmissions. It's a proud sponsor of Roadkill Nights. Building high-performance manuals since 1964, Tremec's 5 and 6 speeds, and of course the TR6060 6-speed transmission is the one that our influencers are using in their car, are built to deliver what most competitors can only claim. From boulevard bruisers to street strip terrors, nearly any high-performance street machine, early or late, can be made more fun, offer better function, and even return increased fuel economy through the use of a Tremec transmission.
Yeah, I've got a TKO 600, my Fairmont funny car. Yeah, I've got an altered wheelbase Fairmont, great tranny with the overdrive. And let's break to a commercial, and we'll be back very shortly with more from Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge here at Woodward Avenue, Michigan.
I scream, you scream, on Highway 93. It's not because of ice cream.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We changed the industry by formulating the first API-qualified 100% synthetic motor oil. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond. Because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Season 7, dude. Oh man, we're gonna have a good time. School is in session. That is snappy. Mint. Wow. Onward. Boom. The dome light works. We're trying to set it up for street and reliability and burnouts. Oh, we're gonna die. Yeah, we are.
On the road again. We rescue a junkyard Chevy after sitting in the dirt for 4 decades. You guys know Aaron and Emily?
Ready to push her in?
Yeah. I mean, yes, it's missing lots of things, but overall,
The ride's good.
bad damn.
Everything we've tried has not worked.
Victory is mine, I'm victorious.
Now there's no fuel in the filter again.
Welcome back to Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. I'm Stephen Yonti with KJ Jones.
That's me.
Yeah, we're hanging out doing street racing on Woodward Avenue, or at least reporting on it, which is ordinary, something that puts us all in jail. And not today.
Not today. Today it's legal and clean and authorized.
Yeah. The City Fathers of Pontiac, Michigan, Dodge, and MotorTrend all got together for the 7th time to close down a segment of Woodward Avenue out in front of the M1 concourse and do some very legal street racing.
As you noted earlier, MotorTrend's Roadkill Nights was a program that started in a parking lot. So this is definitely a far cry from the parking lot of the Pontiac Silver, the former Pontiac Silverdome, where I wasn't there, but I understand was littered with potholes and quite sketchy. They're talking about a sketchy street. That was a purely sketchy parking lot that they raced in.
That's right. And speaking of formerly, behind us, the M1 concourse is formerly where the GM truck and bus coach plant was, where from the 1930s to the 1980s, almost every city bus you ever rode on was built behind us. Pretty cool. Now it's a very cool road course. And it's really evolved quite a bit. But Woodward Avenue in front of us right here is about like it was back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, although it's a little cleaner, a little stickier today. And we have a lot of cars running 140 in a 40-mile-an-hour zone, but not going to jail for it today only.
That's a good deal. Now, earlier today, Steve, as you recall, we met a gentleman who is the son of the owner of a legendary Woodward car. Do you want to talk about that? That was the Black Ghost.
Yeah.
The Black Ghost is a 70 Charger?
Yeah, 70 Charger, and that car, it's a Challenger, actually, Challenger RT. And, you think about Mopars on Woodward Avenue, and perhaps another famous one is Jimmy Addison's Silver Bullet, which was a 440 development car for Chrysler back in the 60s. And Jimmy Addison worked at a Sunoco station, and I guess they called it with plausible deniability. They had him ride the car, but Tom Hoover and the Chrysler engineers used to funnel race Hemi parts to Jimmy Addison to test, quote-unquote, on Woodward Avenue against Pontiac and Ford drag cars. Of course, John Vermeer's from Ford had a single-overhead cam Galaxy. Jim Wangers would show up with Ramier 5 GTOs. Yeah, Ramier 5. That's a weird Pontiac motor they made a handful of. And, of course, Jimmy Addison shut them all down, one in 1060s. Now, that was when a 1060 was considered quick and fast.
That was flying.
What's quick today?
Yeah, that was flying. Now, 1060, but then again, 1060 is capable. One of these Hellcats can do 1060.
Yeah, that's right. It's
from the dealership.
Yep.
So
with the
that's
AC.
Absolutely. Much more comfortably with AC running, your stereo playing, XM radio and all the amenities. It's just a testament to the advancement across the board too. We talk a lot about, of course, Dodge is powering this event. It's a MotorTrend event and it's powered by Dodge, but you have to give props to some of the other manufacturers as well because they're bringing it just as equally. And at this event, we are seeing all brands, all makes and models and that type of thing. So this is really kind of an open platform when it comes to competition, and competition is a great thing. Competition is absolutely a great thing. So it's really cool that those numbers you just quoted from ages ago are applicable today in a factory showroom car. You're talking about cars that were modified back in the day to achieve those ETs.
That's right.
Radical. These are turnkey cars coming out of the showroom that go that quick and that fast.
Yeah. And, we can really thank the Hemi engine, which appeared first as the Hemi Magnum 5.7 in trucks in 2003-04, and then trickled into the 300, Chrysler, and, of course, the Charger and the Magnum. And finally, in 08, the Challenger. And check this out. Since 08, 673,000 Challengers have been built, which is like 5 times the number of 70 through 74 E-body Challengers. So for eternity, we have enough Challengers to go around, modern or vintage. And I don't know, for my taste, man, I don't really need a 446-pack Challenger anymore. I need a 6.4 Scat Pack Shaker 6-speed. Again, the good old days are kind of right now.
Yeah, it's happening now, and it's going to be interesting to see in the future where these cars land as far as, their value, as far as their how desirable they are. Mopar fiends, if you will, are fanatical about even just the VIN number, having a VIN number from a particular car if they can get it to do a project car with or something like that. Will this be the same type of thing years from now? But we have influencers back on the line. Right now, Ricky Fernandez will be in the right lane in Throttle's Viper. Christina Rocchi, the OG late model Challenger, Christina Rocchi, who basically saved her equipment. Let's just put it that way. She saved her equipment. The Viper car has been over on the paddock area with the hood up. So let's see what happens in this drag race here. And they're both battling 6-speed transmissions based on what I saw in the first lap. They're not the most proficient drivers with 6-speed gear shifting, so this should be exciting. It should be a real good race. Christina leading second. There's Christina. I'll tell you what. Oh, but she missed a gear. Oh, the left lane, Christina missed a gear. She had Ricky wore out, but Ricky got by, managed to put the package together the better way, and got by her and took the win. So good effort by Christina Rocchi. Ricky Fernandez moves along. You're looking inside the car.
Banging those gears.
Banging the gears. Ricky looking quite calm. Christina looking like she's just having a good time. That's awesome.
Look at that weight transfer. Again, the Viper is a special car because there's a whole bunch of engine setback baked into every Viper. And, of course, the closer the engine is to the back of the car, the more weight transfers and the better the traction.
That was a good drag race. She was in it to win it for a long stretch there, but that one gear shift, she kind of fell off a little bit, and Ricky got to drive around and go by. So drive by in drag race parlance. Ricky on to the next round, getting closer and closer to a date with Alex Taylor. You'll have Weston Champlin coming up next, and Weston will square off against Tony Army, I guess.
And the beauty of this whole contest here is the fact that everything that's been put into these cars is available in the direct connection catalog
100%.
right now. It's your Dodge, Jeep, or Ram dealer.
You can go to the dealership and or go online and order parts and build your car the exact same way these people have it.
Yeah. Everything's figured out. And the whole idea behind direct connection is that you have a direct connection to the factory engineers who make these parts and validate them at the proving grounds, and you don't have any guesswork on your hands when you bolt them into your car.
Through the social media influencers, and they're all out there, if you will, on your various platforms. You have access to them too for tips on how they did these cars. So if you're thinking about building a similar type of car, be it a Viper or a Challenger or a Magnum or whatever, you can consult with our influencers here and ask them, hey, what did you do to do this? How did this get done? How did the other get done? And I'm sure they'll be more than willing to help as far as giving advice or assistance in getting a car together like this.
It is cool. As you know, if you Google or log on to each of these influencers' website, you'll see the build videos, blow by blow, and that was part of their arrangement with Dodge, that they make these things public. So these are educational as well as fun. Follow along at home.
Absolutely,
in your garage.
absolutely. And my thing is this: you can't stop learning things. I'm always trying to learn as much as possible, especially when it comes to stuff like this, racing and mechanics and such. So yeah, check the videos out. And there's a bunch of stuff in the Dodge garage as well that you can check out and get information on. So, and of course, our own in-house stuff with Hot Rod Garage and Roadkill Garage, where you have Freiburger and Steve Dulcich. They do amazing things. I mean, they do amazing things a lot of times with nothing, where there's a situation or something's broken or it needs to be fixed or modified, and Dulcich will look at it and say, okay, I got this. And before you know it, he's cobbled something together and MacGyvered something out of stuff laying around the shop, and it proves to be effective or works on the car that they're working on. So also, just a quick shout out to everybody that came through here from the MotorTrend family, all of the stars of the programs that everybody likes to watch and see, and to be out here and accessible for autographs and selfies and that type of thing. My buddy Lucky Costa is up here right now with us, but he's watching his horse. He's got that Savoy out there, and he's trying to make sure it gets to the other side with a victory when one of these influencers comes up against it. So David and Michael, the Cotton and Newbern, who are with the Faster and Finnegan program. Really cool to see those people out here, and I hope everybody's been trying to get a chance to at least say hi or chat with them for a bit if possible.
Right on. We see the early CUDA and a Charger or Challenger getting ready to make a pass here. And that CUDA is an old school piece, and it's also, I would dare say, pro built. That was built probably for super gas drag racing and then repurposed with the direct connection Hellcat. It's going to be a tough car to beat.
Tony Army, his handle is, I want to say custom built. I don't remember his influencer handle, but his name is Tony Army, and actually he's probably better known by his influencer handle.
This is cool. Vintage and modern
He's
muscle.
Corrupt Builds. Tony Army is Corrupt Builds. You'll find him on Instagram and all of the social channels through Corrupt Builds. And he put together that white Barracuda. And right now, it's not necessarily unbeatable, but it's been very, very impressive going down Woodward Avenue here. So Tony's going to square off against Weston Champlin. Weston, again, explained his driveline issues that he's had. He's got a clutch in there that he's saying is pretty suspect, but then again, in his last lap, he got down pretty cleanly with no problem. So I don't know if that clutch might start showing signs of being on the way out as if he goes forward, or it might hang in there, and he could have been snookering everybody. You never know. This is where the street race element comes in, where you don't know what's going on factually all the time. You know, a racer could say one thing and mean something totally different.
And speaking of Tony Army, also known as Corrupt Builds, there's not much more corrupt build than a 68 Mustang with a Ferrari engine, which is something that Corrupt Builds put together at their American Legends Hot Rods and Muscle Car shop. So imagine a Ferrari V12 in a 68 Mustang. Yep, they did it. It's a Corrupt build, and so is this Barracuda with the Hemi in it.
And the Throttle Boys think that they caught flack for putting a V8 in a V10 power car. I wonder what happened with Tony when he built that Mustang. But that's a pretty cool deal. That's an awesome build, actually.
The in-car cameras show the drivers getting ready to pull into the bleach box, each one, of course, with that 6-speed Tremec manual transmission from direct connection.
If we go back to in-car, Tony will be on the right side of that screen, Weston on the left side, but lane-wise, Weston is in the right lane, and the Challenger's coming about as good on the left lane. Burnout to beat, come out of the puddle to the line. This is going to be good. We have an unknown against unknown.
I dare say that
performance
Barracuda,
situation. Yeah.
Barracuda is probably 500 pounds lighter than the Challenger. It just looks like it's a pro-built tube car, but we'll see.
Oh, it's definitely pro-built. Tony and his guys at his Corrupt Builds factory there, they put it together. American Legends, that's his business, and that is built by a pro. He did it. Yeah. Arm drop coming up. Arm drop. Weston takes off. Weston with a whole shot. Tony gets through one gear. He missed the gear. There it is. There it is right there. There it is right there. Weston Champlin takes the win in the right lane.
The great equalizer.
The great equalizer. The great equalizer. Let's watch in car right here. Weston off and running. Tony off and running. Bang, and there it is. That's 2-3 shift. The 2-3 shift. Rattle, 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 and Weston drove by. And I don't know what kind of Weston shaking. You know, Weston is in the car shaking that he won. That's brilliant.
Yeah. The Barracuda starts to catch up and do the move, but
there it is. Boy, I tell you what, as someone who is experienced that firsthand, it is one of the most disheartening things you could ever experience in a drag race.
A classic boo-boo is to hammer the clutch pedal for too short of a time. You got to saturate the clutch pedal when you make that 2-3. If you don't, you're going to grind them, and that's what happens.
There it is. Weston Champlin with 1, 2. There it is. And go to 3. If he gets to 3 clean, he's gone.
Done.
That's it.
Well done.
I can't believe I just won. Oh my God! Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now? I won. What? What? Look at that exuberance. That's
only
awesome.
in drag racing.
That is absolutely fantastic right there. Weston Champlin is crying in the car. Doesn't know what to do right now.
He needs oxygen.
Let him breathe, Weston. Breathe, Weston. Oh my, oh my. Oh, good Lord. Thank you so much. Wow.
Happy
look
boy.
At him.
That's cool.
That's fabulous. That is fabulous. Good for you. There we go. We're getting closer, and it's exciting. You knew it was going to be exciting.
That was, I got to say, it was cool with the Tony Army car. You could see the G-forces pulling back the tag, and just goes to show. I mean, these guys are probably going through about 2, maybe 3 Gs when they explode off the line.
Yeah. And look at the crowd. Tony Army leaves the line. There's 1.
There's the hang up.
Yanked it 2, and there's 3. The hang up in 3. You look down and it's dang it.
Not happy.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I did that. This sucks. Wow. That's I promise you, I've been there.
Yeah.
I've been there, and in the heat of battle, when the heat of battle ends in that fashion, you are absolutely upside down sick. Yeah. There's no other way around that. You're sick.
You want to make sure your clutch pedal goes to the firewall, not halfway. A lot of racers tend to sort of just tap that pedal. You got to bury that thing and then do it quickly.
It's a science. It's really a sweet science to getting it done properly. Now look at Weston explaining what. Oh my God, man, that thing took off. Good for him. That's awesome. That's what this deal is about. You know, a good competition among popular and great people. Got Ricky there giving him a hug. That is so cool. That is so cool. Man.
And he is the sexiest man in Kansas, even more so now.
I guess maybe his influencer count might be increasing with every round win. Good for him. But it's not over yet. It is not over yet. Celebrate and enjoy right now, Weston, but trust me, it ain't over, big guy. We still have another round before you get to the promised land.
Yeah. Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, where stars are born. And go out, depending on what happens.
Absolutely. But this is going to be good because as we get closer to a final, your semifinalists, Weston Champlin and Ricky Fernandez with the throttle car, those are Roadkill Nights alum. They're Grudge Race alum. So they've been here before. They saw how it was done. They didn't do well in last year's competition, but you know, maybe with what they're doing now, they're putting some experience towards it as well. You know, so you have luck, experience, your talent in preparing the car, etc. A lot of variables coming into play now. So at the bottom line in all of this, someone who was part of last year's program will be the winner this year.
And keep in mind, too, that the word Hemi refers to the hemispherical combustion chamber. And the beauty of the Hemi is how the valves are oriented toward the center line of the cylinder bore, not straight down where they're shrouded. So they breathe better than a wedge or even a polysphere. So the Hemi is a breathing machine, and every one of these things has a Hemi engine aboard.
So polysphere is this term you just threw out there. For everyone who has no clue what that means, what does that mean?
Well, that means where basically the valves can enter the chamber on different angles, and sometimes only one of them is on an angle. But a hemisphere is truly half a baseball, if you will. Now, there's one thing to say. It's not truly half a baseball, but neither was the second-gen Hemi. The only true hemisphere was the first gen, 51 through 58. The second gen, 64 through 71, was sort of a tilt. And the third gen is hemispherical, but a little smaller chamber for emissions purposes. But again, you have those valves oriented toward the center of the bore for minimal shrouding against the bore wall, and just a whole lot of breathing.
Now I'm going to take you way back, Steve. It seems like you're really good at way back, so here we go. The Chrysler 300. The Chrysler 300 with 300 horsepower engine, raced at Daytona. Hemi engine or not a Hemi?
Yeah, they were Hemi-powered, 50, 55 first year for them, and I know that they were certainly a big part of NASCAR in the 50s with the Kiefer team. And yeah, the early Hemis were the first American car with 1 horse per cubic inch. Now, the Corvette guys with the 57 Fuelies might dispute that, but again, 1955 is when the Hemi C300 came out with 300 horse, 331 cubes, and pretty close to 1 horse per cubic inch. So yeah, the Hemi dynasty started in 51 with just 180 horsepower, but would evolve quickly from there,
There's a shot of Alex Taylor. She's looking confident. She's like, okay, bring it. Got her peak racing suit there draped over her neck and ready to suit up and take on all whoever will be the challenger.
I believe that's her sister who
Yes.
also handles her PR, if you will.
Yes. She has a family out, man. And, her dad, of course, helps her. Or they work together with the fabrication. Sis is on PR, and mom is the roadie. Mom is with her, traveling on drag and drive programs, and just making sure everything is cool with Alex as she goes through her paces of what's really become a lot of business. Working with Hot Rod Garage, she does all of her influencing and that type of thing. An ambassador for Peak Antifreeze, of course, one of our sponsors. As a matter of fact, she's a busy young lady and seems to be handling it all very, very well, which is impressive. I'm just glad that she's part of the MotorTrend family now with Hot Rod Garage. That transition has been, to my understanding and my knowledge, a very smooth one, and we're very anxious to see what these shows look like once they start airing on MotorTrend Plus and on MotorTrend TV. Speaking of airing on MotorTrend TV, I hope people know that Mecum Auction is airing on MotorTrend TV and MotorTrend Plus. I had the opportunity to experience Mecum Auction not too long ago. I went to the auction in Houston, Texas, and it was my first time going to a big dollar, high dollar auction. And let me tell you something, that is just so impressive and so awesome to see people spending gobs and gobs of money on really impressive cars, be it exotic cars or be it hot rods, trucks, etc. That's just some operation, and to see it from the standpoint that I had behind the scenes, it just takes me into another place as far as those auctions go. I had a story on it actually in Truck Trend. If you follow any of our work on MotorTrend.com or TruckTrend.com, I'm with the Truck and Off-Road group, and I put together a story about my experience at Mecum. So if you're curious about that type of thing from behind the scenes, dial up MotorTrend.com and find the Truck Trend section, and you'll see my story about that. But Mecum is one of our sponsors, and we thank them for the support of MotorTrend's Roadkill Nights presented by Dodge.
Yeah, a little bit of maybe drama happening inside of Weston's car right here, the Challenger. Perhaps a very small programmer, that little push-button device being worked with right there. Could be a programmer. It's kind of small, but something's going on there. They're either tuning it up or tuning it down. What do you think, KJ?
I agree. I think that whoever the gentleman is in the seat right now might be his tuning support, and it looks like he's reaching in the area of what would be an OBD2 port and taking the tuning device out. I might agree with you, Steve, because it looked like he was pressing a few buttons there. These things can be laptop big or handheld small, so it's quite possible that he was making a calibration change. I'm looking at the shirt, too. So that's HP Tuners. He's tuning that. It's a stock ECU. Let's get that straight. A part of the rules. It had to be a stock ECU, but through HP tuners, apparently they have their software can work and talk to and communicate with the factory ECU and change calibration. So that's probably what they were doing now. Was he hopping it up, or was he taking something out of it? That's a big question.
Yeah, it's funny. No bulky laptop required anymore, necessarily.
Well, so for some of the more advanced stuff, laptop software is still required, but some of the so let's just assume that that's not a major change he made, because that could be done through a handheld.
Of course, Weston Champlin is also known for having built a 4x4 off-road Hellcat Challenger. Yep, and the Smokestang, a Cummins-swapped S550 Mustang, and again, a Dodge engine or a Ram engine in a Mustang. Yep, it happens on his channel.
He could be, maybe he had been at it for a while, I'm not certain, but I became familiar with Weston through the Cummins-swapped Mustang. And I actually watched the stuff that he had online about it, and was really astounded that someone would do that. When you talk about engine swap sacrilege, you talk about engine swap sacrilege, and you think about somebody putting a Cummins diesel in an S197 Mustang. It's like, whoa.
Yeah. I got to say something. I'm not an old timer, but the diesel thing, which has really taken off in the last decade, has come a surprise. But you get torque. They're kind of heavy, but I mean, making a truck run like a Hemi-Powered is easy these days.
Oh, it's very easy. I mean, not to use easy as a loose term, but it is very impressive how a diesel can perform now.
Okay. Well, let's take a quick break and have an interview with Justin Chizak.
Hey guys, I'm here with Justin Chizak, the Dodge Charger product manager, and there are so many things to get excited about this year with Dodge, but more specifically is the jailbreak model. Tell me a little bit more about it.
Sure, absolutely. So SRT jailbreak is essentially unlocking customization for our Challenger Red Eye, which is our most high performance model. So when you get into the jailbreak program, we're going to give you a little something extra. So not only are you going to be able to customize the car basically to your desire from our palette of options without any color restrictions, we're also going to give you a 10 horsepower bump, so the car is going to make 807. And then you're going to get a really unique instrument panel badge that says jailbreak on it, so it lets everybody know you got something special.
Now take me through some of those customizable features, because I know there's a long list of them.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess let's start with the interior on this one. So when something that's really unique about SRT Jailbreak is we offer exclusive content that you can't find anywhere else in the SRT lineup. Some of those things include the hammerhead gray seats, which you see in this one that I've spec'd, when you can even get the floor mat binding here to match, and even seat belts. But in this car, I went ahead and did a demonic red seat belt, kind of switch it up a little bit. Other features you can choose in the interior include the bezel color or finish, the steering wheel material, either leather or Alcantara, and also the illumination you can get on the badging for the SRT. It's available in either red or white. So that's just the interior, right? And I'm sure I might have missed some of the options. But then as we start to look at the exterior of the car, we also have some exclusive things too. So you can obviously choose whatever color you want from the plant, but then on top of that, we have options include satin black paints, like hood, roof, and deck lid, or just the hood. You can get a stripe package. There's 7 different wheel options, 5 different badge colors, and 6 different brake colors. So, and the yellow ones you see here are exclusive to Jailbreak.
A lot of different color options here. Now, is it safe to say that this is kind of your package? This is something that you put together, or what's your favorite customizable package?
So this is one that I personally kind of spec'd, and but you know, the great thing about Jailbreak is it's really up to the customer to do whatever they want, and we know there's a lot of combinations out there, and so for that reason, you know, our design office has actually put together, let's call it like a recipe book, right, and kind of has some pre-spec'd options for you that include models that we like to call like brass funky and old school, just to name a few.
Now, if that doesn't get Dodge customers excited enough, there's even more going on. Tell me a little bit more what Dodge has to offer in 2022.
Yeah, so in 2022, along with SRT Jailbreak, we also launched SRT Black, which is basically a black appearance package for the vehicle. So you get all black badges, And then on Charger, you actually get black exhaust tips, which is pretty cool. And then the other package that we launched this year is called Hemi Orange. And Hemi Orange is kind of like a heritage back to, the Hemi that's kind of started it all for us, right? So it's got some really cool orange accents on the outside of the vehicle, and then we bring them inside the vehicle as well with some orange stitching, and it really creates a nice custom look from the factory. And the cool thing about that Hemi Orange package is it's available not just on like our high-performance Scat Pack wide bodies, but you can even get it on a GT model, which is pretty cool.
So many things to get excited about this year, and hey, 10 extra horsepower? I might have to take this jailbreak model for a ride here, because not only is it snazzy on the inside, hey, but it's snazzy under the hood as well.
Well, Weston Champlin is fueling up his Hellcat Challenger, getting it ready for the next round.
Adding some beans, and he's going to face off against Ricky Fernandez from Throttle Crew. Throttle actually making its way up to the grid now. The hood just a pinch up, and that might be for cooling at this point. Might be trying to, again, preserve equipment and keep the attrition away from the car at all possible, so they can get to that final round. So you see Ricky in the car there, and you see the fuel being added by Mr. Herman Young, Demonology himself, trying to help out a competitor, because things didn't go well at church for him. He didn't have the sermon quite prepared quite correctly, and he was eliminated. But it's nice to see that type of camaraderie and sportsmanship among all of the influencers, helping each other out, getting out of the car, giving each other hugs and stuff. Man, that's really cool, because while they're all largely familiar with each other online, in some instances this is the first time they've met in person. So being able to come together, and they have the common, bond, if you will, of being influencers and being high profile people in the social space, and having an opportunity to do this and do it like they are doing it is really very cool.
One thing I have seen a fair amount of is folks putting ice bags on top of their engines, and that's, of course, about soaking the heat out of the intercooler to allow it to do its job. You see right there that Viper, of course, with the ice bag on top doing its job. Just remember to take it off before you make your pass.
Take it off before you make your pass, and also make sure you wipe things off before you make your pass. That's kind of more important. Of course, you don't leave an ice bag on an intake like that, but you got to swab it up a little bit, because you don't want water to get under those rear tires by any means.
You don't want a broken plastic bag, and you always check the ice bag, make sure it's not leaking water. Seriously, they do sweat, and generally that evaporates. But good point. If you have an ice bag that's going to tear in it, it can leave a pint of water right down by your crank. It'll spin it around, get on your slicks, and that might be the difference between hooking and not.
Exactly. So they've got things cooling off, trying to get the supercharger cooled down a little bit. And I don't know on these cars, Steve, the intercooling, it's liquid to air, and is it possible to just run the cooler?
Yeah. Well, one thing, the after chiller on the Hellcat is something that actually goes into play. It's a secondary air conditioning unit, sort of, and it circulates. Now, I'm not sure if these hot-rodded direct connection Hellcat engines have that full equipment going on. There's a second reservoir, but that is something that certainly you want to get that heat out of the engine. And the after chiller on the Hellcat is certainly part of the package. It allows it to stay cool and make full boost.
We're looking at Weston Champlin from the in-car camera. Great shot there, and that's the fight to keep composure right there.
Yeah, he's really a happy kid.
He's happy, and he really, it's pinch me. Let's pinch me. Am I really here? Now he's playing with the radio.
That's the beauty of these cars,
very
right?
Cool.
Crank up some Led Zeppelin or whatever you want.
Getting his mood music right, exactly. And then, of course, reigning champ, Alex down in the starting line. I'm sure that's Hot Rod Garage video that she's probably producing, putting together there.
What's your drag racing
Talking about how
tune?
she's going to wear everybody out. Excuse me?
What do you listen to at the drag strip? What would be your song to hear, the one song?
That's
going down the track?
a great question. In my car, in my quote-unquote street Mustang, it does have stereo. It has music, and it has 1,000 horsepower, but it has music in it also. And I had a radio. I don't know if it's still made, but as part of the build, I used a radio that's called, it's basically 1 meg storage.
Okay.
So you put your music in there. And I had just a variety of different songs in that head unit, and I just pretty much put it on random and let it play.
Yeah.
So I can't call out one song, and in that collage of music, it was all different type of genres, so whatever came up, that was it.
I have not seen this. An electric cooling fan blowing down? That's going all the way. because that means you have an electric power unit to keep that thing going. The blower, wow.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, for me, I'm basically a super stock radio delete kind of guy, but I guess my tune would be Highway Star by Deep Purple. I'd crank that thing up and go for a pass on a Walkman. That's how old I am. There's the generator.
Yeah, they got a big generator down there. I haven't seen this in this environment since back in the day. I participated in the Pink Stall Out competition, and in Pink Stall Out, crews would bring this type of thing down to the starting grid. We all staged in the racers were staged in the staging lanes, but a mini pit was set up. So this type of equipment would come down, a generator and the fans and that type of thing, because it was a hot lap environment, a very, very quick hot lap. You had a couple of minutes really to get things kind of cooled off. So that's the last time I saw that.
Now you mentioned Pink's All Out, kind of the precursor to Street Outlaws. Where's Rich Christensen these days? Haven't heard from him.
That's a question my wife asks all the time. When you see the success of Street Outlaws, and again, Rich being kind of the precursor, the founding father of that type of programming, what's he doing now? And I'm clueless on that.
But I know he's an attorney. I know that.
He's probably chewing on a stick after seeing how successful Street Outlaws got. He's probably biting down on a tongue depressor to keep from.
Yeah, he was on the old Speed Channel way back when.
Yes, yes.
Right on. Yeah, it's just great to see a Challenger and a Viper both getting ready to duke it out on the drag strip, both with the same heart. 6.2 liter direct connection Hellcat Hemi, 707 plus horsepower. They've been breathed on, so you know they've got darn near 1,000.
1,000 horsepower potential. This is tension right now. Both of these influencers they've drag raced, yes, but are they drag racers? We're going to find out. The stick shift is going to make a big difference now, because based on the tension in this lap, there's a high probability that a gear will be missed. A very high probability. I don't want to put that on anyone out there, but goodness, this is where the pressure could burst a pipe.
Maintaining presence of mind.
Absolutely.
And along those lines, there's a big bag of ice under the hood of that Viper. I hope they remember to take it off before they make their pass. I'm sure they will, but big old bag of ice soaking the heat out of that intercooler on top of that Hellcat direct connection Hemi. There's the interior view right there. How cool
Ricky.
is that?
And he's looking pretty cool on leather seats. I mean, look at that car. That's pretty nice.
It's not gutted. That's a stock car inside.
They claim that after it's retired from the drag strip here, it's going to go out on the streets of San Diego and take Sunday drives and it looks very comfortable and probably be a lot of fun to just drive with that drivetrain in it.
Yeah. Recreate a scene from Bullet without the airborne stuff.
Without jumping, exactly. Coming to the puddle. Ricky Fernandez at throttle in the left lane. Weston Champlin in the right lane.
Hernandez's first car was a 1998 Nissan Maxima. He's moved up a bit from there. Of course, he did put an engine swap in it, but now he's running a Dodge Challenger.
This is going to be a great drag race. I have a feeling this is going to be really good. Redneck Science is Weston Champlin. Throttle in the left lane, Ricky Fernandez.
Okay.
As Weston approaches the line, with that stick shift kind of creeping up a little bit behind the line. Arm drop. David Johnson. Wow, it's a drag race. That's a drag race. Weston pulls it out at the finish line. Ricky almost in his lane. Wow. That was a battle. That was going for it, and that's awesome.
Yeah, no misshift, perfectly.
Everybody got through. They both got through, hit all four.
And the surprising thing there, despite here we go, his inside in-car camera, banging those gears, first, second, third. Are we going into fourth, anybody?
Third gear.
Going through in third.
Third gear.
You know, despite the Viper's weight advantage and aerodynamic advantage, well, the Challenger won.
The Challenger got it. Wiggle out of both of them. Weston wiggling a little bit. Third gear and went through by a nose. Wow. That's awesome. Weston Champlin looks like he's going to. Alex knows the competitor now, knows who the competition is. It's going to be Weston, and actually, this is really going to be something else. Weston was a race away from getting to this final last year, and now he's there.
Look at that shifter. It's got an extra lever for leverage, I'm guessing. You know, it's not a shorty throw shifter. It's actually
Right,
longer
modified
gate.
to be a little bit longer, a little bit taller there for Ricky.
Line lock button sitting
Yep.
there, a little red Hurst unit right there.
Good drag race. Very, very, very good drag race. Overall, this whole grudge race, Influencers grudge race has been awesome. Through and through, from the practice laps to this point, it's been really cool seeing these people get out there on the track with machines that they put blood, sweat, and tears into for 30 days, and to do it on a tight budget of $10,000 with basically a drivetrain. A drivetrain and go from there. They provided a drivetrain, the Hellcat engine and the 6-speed transmission from Direct Connection. A little bit of spending money to continue with their build, but it's just awesome to see it come together like this. So we're going to stand by for a little bit and see how this final plays out.
Yeah, what a great launch for Direct Connection, which is your one-stop shop to perk up your late model Hemi-powered car. There's the finish line right there.
Weston
the
Champlin.
Challenger stomps
Buy about
the
a
Viper.
car. Buy about a car. A bumper, I'm sorry, a bumper. Bumper space.
Bird's eye view right here. A little bit of a wiggle, as you say, KJ. And yeah, look at that. The Challenger running away from it. That's horsepower. That's horsepower. Yeah, doing the march.
That's awesome. I can't say that enough. That is truly, truly cool. I tell you, Steve, I don't know. Maybe might have to recruit someone else to sit here because I think I want to go. I want to go racing next year.
Right.
Weston reflecting on his win, gets out of the car, and there he is. Look at that smile. Big smile from the big guy.
Oh, here comes the train.
We got the train coming through. So they just got that off. That's good. And give us enough time now, a significant amount of time. If there's a freight train, plenty of time to cool down, to get things right for the finals, to make sure the finals are a really good race. Freighter.
Yeah. The way this is arranged, to make the loop turn from the staging lanes onto the track, they would incur into the area of the train. So the train will shut things down for as long as it's rolling through here. Hopefully it's a shorty. Might be Amtrak again, who knows? Woodward Avenue, again, ordinarily a thoroughfare that sees thousands of cars pass every day. And by this time tomorrow, it'll be doing that once again. All this concrete, the barriers will be gone by dawn, and like it never happened. But we're all here right now, a very special event.
That's amazing.
And it's Amtrak. Here we go
Amtrak.
again.
And it seems like he slowed up. I mean, almost to a crawl. It came by a little bit.
They should have a special excursion train to roll right through here, charge people extra money to come through here and see this. Excursions. Look it up.
See MotorTrend's Roadkill nights in any various stage as we come through.
Yeah, the party train, the traction train or something.
That's pretty cool. What the what? What's going on out there?
Watch people stuck to the windows looking, what the?
Martha, you see that?
That's a service car, the older one there, the stainless car.
Got hot rods on the street.
That's right. What's this world coming to? Yeah, that's cool.
It really is.
Now that rail line right there was where a lot of the raw materials and finished vehicles came to and left from the GMC truck and coach factory or plant right behind us. So if those rails could talk, the stories they'd tell.
I bet.
And I understand, too, there's a building kind of behind us that once housed Pontiac frames stacked floor to ceiling.
I was going to ask that question. With this being Pontiac, Michigan, the Pontiac brand, was that?
Indeed. Yep, right up the road. Yep. And I was talking with Jim Madison, who's a big Pontiac historian, the guy behind Pontiac Historical Services. He was saying that structure there was piled with Catalina, GTO, all frames, just bare frames, as they were being used in the assembly process. But there's a spur that runs right into that building, and the trains would go in there, offload, unload, and that sort of thing. And it's just the history of this place. And
yeah, if you're into this stuff, and that would be something to actually chronicle or do a study on, is the exact history of automotive in this town. I mean, plenty of people have done it, but to do then into now, I don't know if that's been paired yet, and see if there are similarities or things that have been done away with completely, or if there's some type of technology or just executionibles that have been carried into the new frame with the newer cars from back in the day.
yeah. One thing that's cool to do is the Detroit Free Library, public library, I should say, is a place where if you are an automotive journalist or just doing some research, you can pop in there, and they have an archive of astonishing things from everything from dealer brochures to engineering blueprints and stuff. You can ask to see these things, like 10 or 15 at a time, and you get access to history that you can't find anywhere else. Again, the Detroit Public Library, go in there, tell them you're writing a paper about old cars, ask about Studebaker, Dodge, whatever you want, and you're going to get an eyeful. It's pretty cool.
Got Alex Taylor down there on the line there with a microphone in her hand.
All right, Weston, I have to say I am truly impressed, and I can't wait to race you. But first, I have to present you with the first Grudge Match Race Winner Trophy built by Ray Ripple. Pretty dang cool, right?
I've never won a trophy in my life. And I'll tell you what, regardless of what happens here right now, after this car leaves here, I'm taking it home, putting 40-inch mud boggers on it.
It's an interesting way to think, but I'm looking forward to racing you shortly.
Let's race.
Well.
Completely unfazed.
Yeah.
Completely unfazed. Weston's like, you know something, I got mud boggers on my mind. Win or lose, this is going in the mud. That's a really cool trophy. And I didn't recognize the designer's name, but because the designer was shouted out, I guess it's a pretty impressive trophy. So hopefully it finds a nice prominent place in Weston's shop or house or something, and he thinks about it.
And you notice as people are walking around down there, if you could hear that, you would hear their sneakers sort of sticking momentarily to the surface. In fact, in some cases, somebody with flip-flops, like maybe David Freiberger, the flip-flop would stick to the track and come off.
Trophy done by Ray Ripple, and you see Weston holding it up. Ray Ripple, the designer of that very impressive trophy. And again, Weston, don't put that in the mud with the with the Challenger. Find a cool mantle or shelf or something like that, or even make a trophy case in the shop and put it in there. That's pretty cool, man. Congratulations. And you see him talking there. Now, I wonder if the grudge or the smack talk continues into now, going into the final. Like, you know, Alex, you're done, or it doesn't look like it. It looks pretty cordial right now. But, you know, this is the time when you turn up the heat. You have the champion who, you know, pretty much is a cool customer, but you put a little pressure on her by talking some smack, you know, trying to, as they say, get into her head, you know, get into each other's head. She should fire back on him, and once they get strapped in there and try to go through those gears. Again, that was a clean lap between Ricky and Weston, which was very cool to see, but we conversely saw Tony rattle it up, going 2 to 3 in the lap prior to that. So it's one of those deals where you would think they would do some real dicing it out.
Got a radically modified, I believe that's either a wheel stander or a flamethrower, perhaps both. Pulling the line, a big yellow monster coming up here. And looks like a big trig. Kind of some 34 Willis fiberglass front fenders going on. Massive tires in the back, and the bleach box heating them up. I'm thinking we're about to see a wheel stand or 2 or 3. There we go. Ooh. Wow. 33 Willis. The peak. An aluminum piece black Hemi behind the cab, supercharged. That's crazy. Nitromethane and alcohol.
Oh my God.
That loping sound right there is generally the sound of an engine running on alcohol. A little touch of nitromethane perhaps, that loping sound right there. Oh, here comes the fire.
Fire through the pipe. Wow.
She's just getting started. The latest in a long line of wheel standers, which started with the Little Red Wagon back in '64, the Hearst Hemi under glass in '65, and the Wild Willies in 2022.
And Stubby Bob and Roadkill.
And Stubby Bob, that's
Stubby
right.
Bob and Roadkill.
And
Trust
KJ,
me,
you were there.
I know about that one. I know, my wallet knows about that one.
Stubby Bob was amazing. that was making something out of nothing.
Yes,
that was
indeed.
cool.
Yes, indeed.
Notice how the engine's in the back up high to help the center of gravity tilt over and do that wheel stand trick that it does so well.
With a faux jet in the back too, you know what I mean? That's pretty cool. Getting the crowd hyped. Let's go. Who wants to see this truck get down there on 2 wheels?
The Peacemaker.
The Peacemaker. I got nothing, dude.
Pretty crazy.
Oh, man.
I see that the skids on the back of that, I believe, are adjustable to go higher or lower. He had them sit on mid-wheel stand right there, and I bet you we're going to see something a little higher as he makes his way back.
Wow.
See the white structure under the rear. That is adjustable. Let's see what happens here. Here's another look.
Up on two wheels, making its way pretty straight, and then it veered over to the right, headed towards the center of the racetrack, and he had to let off and correct it.
Titanium blocks on the end of the wheelie bars
Titanium.
there to create those little sparks, or magnesium, I think, excuse me. One or the other.
Mr. Jim Brewer with the Wild Willies, 1933 Wild Mr. Jim Brewer.
Weight
Peacemaker.
transfer.
Go
right
for
there.
it, Jim. Man. Man. Things that you really don't have a big concern about doing. I'll tell you that is one of them.
Well, you know, exhibition vehicles often, here we come, coming up this way, here he comes. Oh, okay. But exhibition vehicles quite often make plenty of dough on the NHRA drag race circuit.
I would demand a nice bag, too, if I was doing this.
Yeah, Bill Maverick Golden, the original wheel stander in a Dodge, made quite a comfortable living for 4 decades doing wheelies in his A100 pickup with a Hemi on board.
I'm certain I will never argue anything like that because it takes a special person to do that. You know, the wheel stands that I've experienced were no more than point whatever seconds. So to do that the length of a quarter mile in some instances on drag strips, that's way beyond me. Way, way beyond me.
Yeah, wheel stands are interesting. I had an altered wheelbase Nova with a push-button torque flight, and in first gear, you would leave. You always had your thumb on the second button because you were up in the air. You push second, you're good. But wheelies are a weird experience.
We had the champ suiting up. She suited up, actually. She's in her peak racing suit there and getting ready to buckle in. And think about it now. She's made 2 laps, I think 2 checkouts or maybe 3. But she's been standing around and sitting around for quite a while, watching her competitors or potential competitor race against each other for the opportunity to combat against her. So during that time, as a racer, you really just have nothing but your thoughts, you know. And in this space, Alex has to be social. She has to do this and that for her hot rod garage obligations and for maybe even sponsor obligations or whatever have you. So, you know, this is a time when, as a drag racer, it's somewhat preferred to be by yourself going into a final round and not have the distractions and stuff that I'm sure she's just experienced. And one of the things that I can kind of liken that to now is on the NHRA stage, a top fuel pilot. What are you pointing out there?
I see Lee Canones right behind her.
Okay,
he's
now
a
who is
hardcore
that?
street racer, buddy. He should be up here being interviewed, but something kind of cool. Oh, here we go. A gal riding a bike, standing, and doing something I could never dream of doing. Wow. look at
Riding a
that.
bike with no hands while standing up. There's that. Wow.
I had a Honda CX-500 back in 1987 or 88. It was fun, but it cured me of riding bikes, man. You got to ride them like you're invisible, not invincible.
Invisible.
But she's riding like I could never do. That's cool to watch.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Standing up on the seat, going through the gears there, gets in the right speed, and wow, look at that. No hands coming up.
Look, Ma.
Bam.
You know the rest.
That's amazing. Balance.
That's cool.
That is really pretty cool. Props. Props, young lady. Props. That's awesome. But going back to Alex in that final round situation, you know, I would, in the final rounds that I've experienced, I wanted to be by myself, wanted to be alone, able to think, you know, and how things are going to play out. Maybe try to anticipate the lap before it even happens. And,
I have to say this. Anybody who saw Mad Max, remember the Knight Rider? Right there, the burnout on the bike.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about if you see the movie.
Well, the only thing about Mad Max that I really focused on was the blower, the clutch-driven blower.
Right.
And clicking that switch.
It never was.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, wow. Really? Really, guys?
Yeah. Great movie.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful movie for a car guy, too. You know, just the vehicles that they had in it were pretty cool. But, yeah, my focus was that blower that couldn't have it. I'm like, that makes no sense. But anyway.
Right. It's funny, too. I didn't realize when I first saw that movie that Australia has its own auto industry, and that was something called an XB Falcon. I thought it was a Ford Torino they sent over there and painted black, but that was actually an Australian XB Falcon. And, of course, there are Valiants and Mopars in Australia that are similar to ours. It's like having a cousin you never knew you had. But if you get a chance, check out Australian muscle cars, all kinds of crazy stuff. As there is in Brazil, of course, lots of similar but not the same stuff. A whole new world to learn about.
I think what our motorcyclists here might have been experiencing was traction. I think trying to get a wheel spin out of the bike, and the tire might have been grabbing onto that track and not spinning. So the burnout might not happen. Yeah, there we go. I think that was an attempt at a burnout, and the track got hold of that back tire and said, nope, it's not going to happen.
The drone, of course, giving us a nice bird's eye shot. Oh, actually, that's the jib. Never mind, but the drone does fantastic work. I got to say, 10, 15 years ago, there was no such thing as drone cameras.
Right.
And they bring us shots that you would have paid thousands for in a helicopter.
Absolutely.
For hundreds.
Yeah.
It's great to be modern.
Brilliant photography. Being involved with some of the MotorTrend broadcast shows that I have, and watching the drone operator Wiley operate that camera.
Yep.
He's amazing.
Yep.
He's amazing with the drone.
We did a show called Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, and I challenged him one time to fly the drone through one side of a car and out the other, through the interior. He almost did it, but we needed the camera for the day in case something went wrong. But he could fly it right on the driver's side, past the rear view mirror and out the passenger.
I wouldn't doubt it at all. Shout out to Wiley. Wiley is the drone operator as far as I'm concerned in the MotorTrend group.
Weiler Ray Stevens. Hats off.
Getting a little bit closer. We saw Alex getting in and buckling up. I don't see any movement yet from Weston's car. He's got the trunk and the hood up now. There's Alex in car. Now looking cool, by herself, get her thoughts right. That's just it. Everybody stay away from Alex right now.
The gauges in front of her look like custom pieces. Those are stock 55 Plymouth gauges, those circular gauges, speedometer, fuel, etc. So, and radio delete here by default, but there would be a little radio or plugs in that rectangular hole. She's got her GoPro camera going on there, but 1955, first year for a wraparound windshield in any production Plymouth. 1954, quite a more stodgy design. And again, Virgil Exner, a great stylist. His best work was the 57 Chrysler line, Dodge, Plymouth, DeSoto. But 55 was the first year that Virgil Exner's styling really became displayed in public. The 54s were very frumpy cars, but 55 was the beginning of Plymouth's appeal to the youth market and first V8s.
There you had a handshake between Alex and Weston. Again, that should have been an opportunity to just one more attempt to get up in that head, like, yeah, don't red light, anything like that to possibly rattle the competitor. But Alex is looking pretty cool. And if you notice inside that car there, Steve, a spanner wrench hidden shifter handle.
Cool. Yeah, a little retro, little function. If it works, it works.
Yeah, put it on there. Just weld it in there and make sure that she doesn't lose a grip on it.
Yeah.
Very neat, that shot, just to see inside the race car and the racer at the racer as she's about to get down.
I like the combination of rustic and race. You know, that chromoly tube roll cage and, of course, the original swimming pool green dash. Very cool. I love that car. You know, I like cars that shine from the inside out.
With the little patina look on it as well.
Yeah.
You know, the rust, as you were saying, the patina look. It's a cool car. When we talked about it earlier, when she and Lucky were here, in that 50s vein, you know, it's my first time ever seeing a Savoy that I can really think about, oh yeah, okay, that's a Savoy. And right away, I'm like, okay, the 55 Chevy and then the 54, just like all of them kind of had that same type of style.
Three-box styling.
But it's very, very
box,
cool.
box.
It's very cool.
It is interesting. Yeah, Detroit went through a series of styling cycles, if you will. Cars of the 30s and early 40s were known as the potato era because they kind of like a big potato, big round cars. And the three-box school of design, of course, seen right there. Front, back, middle, three boxes. Simple, but also quite elegant.
Don't know what's going on there in the back of Weston's car now. And the trunk is up, and he hasn't made any type of moves towards going to the driver's seat yet, but I think they should be trying to give him a call pretty soon.
one great detail about Challengers, all of them, from the V6 car all the way up to the Hellcat and the Demon, the battery is in the trunk where it does the best for weight distribution. Back in the 60s, the battery was in the trunk only on a race Hemi or a Max Wedge with the aluminum nose package. But now the racing developments have trickled right down to every Challenger, battery in the trunk.
Camera fitment on Alex Taylor's car. There she is.
Practicing.
Look
there
at that.
it is.
That's it. That's it. Practicing going through those gears. Looked like in a static form, third, which she didn't miss third that time, you know, so just keeping it right.
And again, every time you drive a stick car, just remember, left foot, bury it into the firewall when you do that 2-3, because if you just touch it, you're not going to get third. The synchros won't line up, and you go. So let's hope she remembers to do that. I think she will.
Yeah, I think she's got it, and I also think Weston's got it. Looking at recalling his in-car camera, stomping his foot to the ground in that car. So I don't think he has any potential or of having that same type of.
What a contrast in interiors, you know. I mean,
full interior car versus race car.
Yeah. And the Demon, you know, again, they go down the drag strip in 9.9 seconds. Guinness Book proves it. NHRA accepted it. But you have all that comfort, luxury, leather. Go figure, right?
Yeah, that's something else. That's a testament to where we are today.
Another thing, too, is, you know, back in the 60s, you know, street Hemi cars had specific unibodies with torque boxes and little plates welded here and there. But all Challengers, whether it's a V6 or a Hellcat, have the same basic unit construction body. They're that rigid. There's no need for fortification to go drag racing or otherwise. You can even get a sunroof on a Hemi car now. You know, there's no need to worry about the body. They're that stiff, that safe.
Awesome. Crowd anticipating greatness, and just what hopefully will be a few minutes away. I wonder what the competitors are thinking now that they have a moment to soak in that this is the final that they're not in.
Yeah. They're hopefully thinking about next year.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure, but I would imagine there will be a next year. Can't speak officially.
Right.
I would guess there will, so they better be thinking about it.
And who would be among them invited back if they're, you know, if they go with that program? It's a big unknown. But, you know, just thinking in the moment, again, reflecting on my own drag racing and stuff, you know, it bottom line sucks to lose, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But in something like this, where you're seeing this type of fun happen, you know, it makes things. I would think it makes things a little bit easier. And then there's also, you go home with a fantastic powertrain, you know, and a car that you put together with a fantastic powertrain. So the bottom line is it ends up being well worth it to participate in something like this.
And if you're thinking about participating in Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, be sure, if and when they do it, I'm going to bet it's a yes, but I can't say officially, be sure to subscribe or tune in and register early, because there's only 130 spots. It's not like going to test and tune night at your local drag strip where first come, first serve. You've got to be one of the first 130 or you can't get in. So as soon as they announce next year's date, should they do that, make sure if you want to attend, register as soon as you can so you don't get shut out.
That's how it is with all. Well, the race programs, and probably Power Tour as well. All the programs, you got to get in quickly. As soon as the registration opens, you got to move on it.
Yeah, I did Power Tour. I was at Hot Rod Magazine from 1998 through 05. And I think I did like 9 Power Tours, and they're amazing cross-country rolling car shows. And the beauty of those is you can come and go or do a long haul if you want from beginning to end, get that trophy.
Yes.
And it was awesome. You know, our part as writers, I was on staff at Hot Rod for 7 years, and our job was to basically record the event. Don't bring your car, shotgun ride, you know, be a hitchhiker basically from beginning to end. And it was awesome.
We got video of the dirt course, the TRX Thrill Ride, Ram 1500 TRX. That's the off-road hot rod, if you will, capable of hitting the boonies and hitting the dunes and hitting the dirt very hard and aggressively at high rate of speed based on its supercharged engine. That's pretty cool to have a pickup truck with that kind of horsepower and performance and be able to do that. Look at it jumping over the hills there that they created on the other side of M1 Concourse for us this week.
And we got to remember, too, the Hellcat engine is the modern King Kong. Back in the 60s, the Street Hemi was not available in anything but a select few vehicles, you know, Roadrunners, Coronets, that kind of thing. But now you can get the King Kong Hellcat Hemi in everything, pretty much, from trucks to cars to four-doors and horsepower for everybody. That's the whole thing about the brotherhood of muscle.
There's nothing like, with these supercharged cars, that whine, you know, as soon as they start accelerating and the way that blower gets going and just that yawnish type whine that you hear as it starts to accelerate. It's a sound that really can't be beat.
Yeah, it's the new sound of power. You know, it used to be wide open Hemi cars. It had a specific sound, but this is a new soundtrack. I think there's even ringtones that you can get from Direct Connection with the sound of the Hellcat winding it out.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. And imagine being like in a meeting or something with your phone on and the phone rings with somebody's blower just starting to whine. Mike Finnegan of Roadkill and Finnegan's Garage, tossing caps, actually tossing faster with Finnegan, and Roadkill, the Roadkill program, the founder, if you will, the Roadkill program, tossing some caps over the fence there to fans signing. That's a valuable souvenir right there, valuable souvenir.
Yeah. And Finnegan started not so humbly, but as a tech editor for Hot Rod Magazine, and was in the right place at the right time with the right skill set to become part of Roadkill. And the rest is history. You know?
Yeah, it really is.
He and Freiburger had some of the most insane and watchable automotive moments on YouTube history. And really, a lot, we can thank them. They're the kind of the foundation for what we're doing right now, Freiburger and Finnegan.
Alex is in Zen right now. He's taking a Zen moment, and that's what I was talking about earlier. You got to have your moment when you're by yourself, and no distractions whatsoever. You can just get yourself collected. I'm not trying to sound like me at all, but I used to do the same thing. Yeah. And quite honestly, you see someone, I don't know if that's her dad there perched on the fender, but my wife used to stay away from them. And it's just necessary when you're getting ready to go into any type of a drag race or any type of, I think, with a race with a competition. You have to have that moment to do your thing. And then we see Weston, who also looks pretty reflective, but jovial, kind of a little chuckle there, but I'm sure he's thinking.
He should be eating a pizza. That would be a rock and roll. I'd have a pizza. Back in 1998, when I was at Hot Rod, there was a thing called the Mr. Gasket Media Challenge. And all the magazines sent an editor to duke it out at Pomone, and I was chosen to go for Hot Rod. And we went through the Frank Hawley Drag Racing School.
Absolutely.
And Frank Hawley gives you a lesson in the psychology of not getting rattled.
He's a brilliant man.
Alex doing that right there, taking a nap. She is calm, cool, and collected.
Absolutely. And they're keeping the coolers on Weston's car all the way up to the line. So
and they're pushing it too. Notice that. The idea, push it to the line as much as you can, because every second that's running, it's heat soaking and making potential boost.
Exactly. So Tavares helping out now. You saw that Demonology had helped with the fuel. So everybody helping out Weston as he tries to win this thing, as he tries to dethrone the champ.
Yeah, this is going to be a nail biter.
I think so. I'm anxious. I'm anxious to see what the outcome of this is going to be. And don't forget, we still have top 8 shootouts. This is far from over, Steve. That's the brilliant thing about this. Is like, there's no going home yet. Not at all. Not in the least. Stay here, Woodward Avenue, M1 Concourse, because the top 8 shootouts, big tire, small tire, still have to do their battle. So this is just the influencers getting it done. But we have a lot more drag racing after this, and speeds are going to be faster, ETs are going to be quicker, and now there's going to be some prize on the line as well. Beyond just the bragging rights of being an influencer here, you have people on the other side of it that are going to be racing for serious prize.
And I got to say, this is 2022, and this is, I think, the coolest year we've done this. It's usually kind of sweaty. It's like 90 degrees, humid, and these supercharged cars don't like hot air. This is ideal for these cars to run their best numbers.
Perfect conditions for them. Perfect, and we don't know numbers, but perfect conditions for the supercharged cars, definitely. Naturally aspirated as well. On the other side of it, we saw some naturally aspirated cars. The Scat Pack cars looked like they were getting down pretty well.
Yeah, they usually say if you're a jogger, if you can run efficiently, and that's the kind of air you like, same for your engine. When it's muggy, it's not so much fun. But cool, dry air, if you can jog in it comfortably, it's also good for your engine. That's one barometer.
That's one barometer. It's like I assimilated to an engine having an asthma attack when it's hot like that.
Yeah.
Getting consultation there, Weston. Everybody's in Weston's ear.
And you got to remember, too, the supercharger basically is a pump that's blowing air into the intake tract and fuel, whereas a naturally aspirated engine sucks the fuel-air mixture in. So that's how supercharged cars have the advantage they have. They basically behave like motors twice the size. They don't have to work at drawing the fuel air in naturally. So blower cars are pretty much the most efficient horsepower makers there are.
Alex has made it to staging, and it appears, I can't really know, it appears she's taking the left lane. She's in the left lane, yeah, and that's Weston in the right lane. So I don't know if that's based on the coin flip. I guess it is based on the coin flip. So Alex will I believe, will be in the left lane for the first time or the second time. I think she made 2 laps in the right lane. I'm certain of that. And I don't know if her first lap of the day was in the left lane, and that was long ago in the day. So this is her first, I mean, when it counts now, her first big look at the left lane. So we'll have to see how she makes an adjustment.
Speaking of long ago, the last time that the Hot Rod logo appeared on a 50s Plymouth was 1957, when the Suddenly Plymouth Bonneville race car campaigned with Hot Rod logo. So if you Google Suddenly Hot Rod Magazine Plymouth, you'll see it. So this, again, is kind of historic if you read your magazines or Hot Rod Magazine to see the Hot Rod logo on a 50s Plymouth. Well, there it is for the second time.
And is that a retro look? I mean, is that how it looked on the...
Similar, yeah. That's cool. That was a 57 Plymouth Savoy. They called it Suddenly because Plymouth's ad campaign was Suddenly It's 1960, 3 years ahead in the styling thanks to Virgil Exner. But again, historic car that's been recreated. But I have a feeling the cars that are racing right now will go down in history, and I wouldn't say become collector's items, but might become collector's items because of the fact they made such big waves here and on social media. So, you know, my advice to anybody who runs a car here is don't change it, don't paint it, let it stay what it is right now, because it'll always be that car from Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, 2022.
Yeah, definitely. Now, what do you think makes a car, this is an interesting question, what do you think makes a car iconic?
Well, I think ultimately desirability. If people drool over it, like a Ferrari Testarossa, they always wanted one of these things. And then, of course, sometimes the performance. You know, if it's like a world beater like the Demon, you know, that's iconic. But I guess there's lots of answers to that.
That's what I was kind of referring to, because you have your Demon, and then, you know, on the Chevy side, you have your Camaro, of course, on the Ford side, Mustang. And you know, what was it about all of the vehicles? Not necessarily just this new late model stuff, but back in the day to today, what determines an iconic car? It's very intriguing, very intriguing. I wonder if anybody out there has an iconic car, you know, just in our crowd. You know, not everyone here is just a spectator who knows nothing about racing. Or there's probably a lot of people that drag race or maybe even road race or you know, land speed race, all types of motorsports enthusiasts out here, as well as just car enthusiasts, you know. And this is Detroit, the home of muscle cars. There are probably a lot of folks in this crowd right now that have something very special, possibly iconic, in their garage right now. And it'll be out on Woodward Avenue next weekend. Yeah.
I think we hear one of those 1,000+ horsepower direct connection Hellcat Hemi crate engines firing up. I believe we're hearing it.
This is it. Final round, folks. Final round of our Influencers Grudge match. Alex Taylor in the left lane, 55 Plymouth Savoy. Weston Champlin in the right lane. He's in a Hellcat Challenger.
And they're stick cars. There's a clutch pedal and a manual transmission in each one of them. The great equalizer, the manual transmission.
This is shifting where it counts. We have an in-car look, both drivers. I'm sure we'll see that again, possibly in a replay or something after they make this pass. But this is for all the bragging right online, social media marbles. Burnouts apiece. Weston makes it through his burnout. Alex with a great burnout.
I gotta say, Alex's motor sounds a little nastier if the exhaust note's any indication.
Yeah, it
She's
does.
Probably about 1,000 pounds lighter, too.
Sounds really good. Now, Weston, you know, the thing to concentrate on now is Weston using what he claims is a stock clutch that they had to put in this car. That's been his claim, is based on, you know, what they dealt with and blew the clutch up right before this event. Jason gives the bullhorn there a little good luck rub, maybe, but
make sure it's not loose, maybe.
I'll tell you what, I'm interested to see, and they had a lot of cold cooling on that engine and possibly the clutch as well. But here we go, arm drops pending, arm drops are clean. Boy, both of them smooth, but Alex is in the left lane, pretty much gone with it. Alex Taylor repeats as Grudge Race champion. What a story. What a story. Car built in 30 days at the Hot Rod Garage back in California. In-car look. The camera got a little away from us when I was left. She left pretty hard.
Yep.
Weston giving it his all, though. Weston with a great lap. And there's Alex with a win. Two-time MotorTrend presents Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge, Grudge Race champion, Alex Taylor. Congratulations to everybody involved with that car. I have to take just a company moment of pride that the hot rod car, MotorTrend car, got it done out here on Woodward Avenue. That's pretty badass, man. I tell you what, when she gets back to the shop in Cali, you know, lunch on me, Alex. Lunch on me. You got lunch, girl.
It was a good race. I got to say, you know, Weston did pull a small lead for a second, so it was a good launch for both of them.
A good drag race, good drag race. But if we get one more look at it, you're going to see driving on both ends of it. And Alex, actually, I think that might have been the hardest she had to work as far as steering and guiding that car. I think the hardest she had to work since she's been out here with it this week.
Yeah, she's not meditating now. That is one excited Alex right
Yes,
there.
indeed. With her dad, jumps into her dad's arms. And Weston, good for you, buddy. Good job, man. Folks, let's give our influencers a big round of applause. They put on one really cool show for sure.
Yeah, and Weston doing that with a wounded clutch. You know, he made a lot out of the situation.
Absolutely. Very cool. Here we go again from the drone. Weston got the jump, but Alex pretty much was hooked up. That's the difference. Alex was hooked up almost immediately. He had a little bit of a wig-wag mid-track, kept it straight. And there's from elation to dejection, but something's telling me, you know what, he's going to manage to smile. That's the kind of guy that, you know, will manage to smile through this and see his competitor and congratulate her. And that's just really a cool, I'm sure, relief type of thing for that whole gang, because they just worked incredibly hard. Everybody worked hard, but to do that, put together a car that was a full frame, complete car, and dissect it, dismantle it, and build it to the level that they have done is the only word that can be used is impressive.
That's Dodge Stellantis Mark Momstead, the fellow with the white goatee, a mover and shaker right there with Tim Kaniskis at Dodge Stellantis, making this whole Hemi thing happen.
There they are. Good job. Good job, both drivers. Good job again. All competitors in the influencer grudge race. That was really, really pretty cool. Very cool. Now, when they go back to their social media channels, it will be interesting to see how they talk about it and relate their experience here on Woodward in the shootout.
I think a lot can be learned by looking at Alex's 55 Plymouth, the engine setback, the big tires, the four-link, the low stance, and frankly, the more all-out race nature of that car. It might have weighed 2,800 pounds, so it had an advantage in many ways.
Sure, and this is, theoretically, this is the second time they've done that. You know, it's a matter of knowing what to do, but then again, it's also really a matter of having the means to do it, the ability to do it from a talent perspective, also from an equipment perspective. You know what I mean? Having a facility to get that type of work done. And not everybody out here, I can't speak for everybody, but I think not everybody out here was of the same of means to do that. So, you know, props all the way around for the people that did build the cars they built and how they performed and they got things done. As we go forward with this, if we go forward in this fashion, it's learning and teachable moments where the next one, should they be stick shift cars, I think a lot of focus will go to that transmission part of the drivetrain. The transmission and the clutch part of the drivetrain will be focused on maybe not as much as horsepower. This year we saw a lot of people come out with the bigger tire because the traction was what was presented last year. So it's piece by piece and step by step, Steve, is where I think this is going to go, and it'll probably evolve into some really killer drag racing as it goes forward if it continues.
Yeah, everything starts somewhere. And, you know, my first trip down the drag strip, I drove up to the Christmas tree. I literally did. I didn't know about the photo beams. I drove up, and I'm in New England Dragway in Epping, New Hampshire. I felt like the biggest idiot because I drove up to the tree in front of everybody. But, you know, I never did that again.
No, you won't do it again. And
this was last week. No, back in 1988. Oh, boy, it's been a while.
To your point, for the people that have never done it, and this is arm dropping, not on a drag strip with a Christmas tree, et cetera, but to Tony and to Colette, who have never done this before, props to them as well for coming out. Yeah, I had a mechanical situation and a driving situation on track with Tony's car, but just to participate and really do very, very admirably, given the very first time they've done it. And on this stage, this isn't going to Lebanon Valley Dragway or a small track on a Wednesday night or a Friday night or something like that. This is on Woodward Avenue in front of a lot of people in person, in front of a big, big audience on the internet watching on YouTube. So props to them. There's Lucky giving his cohort and his colleague and cast mate on Hot Rod Garage congratulations and props. Props to you too, Lucky, because you were in on that build just as much as the Taylors were.
Of course, let's not forget Kevin Hart's muscle car crew, where Lucky Costa is the mechanical voice of reason, as it were. That's a great show. Check it out if you have a chance on MotorTrend Plus and potentially MotorTrend TV coming soon. They're running reruns. Lucky Costa.
Good job, Luck. And now cars are making their way to what is the staging area for what we hope might be shootout time. Close to it, I hope.
The track,
I don't know.
Yeah, they're stepping up the track prep here for the really fast cars. Of course, that device driving down there with that fog behind it, that's VHT, which is a pine-based resin, which is kind of like super glue. It takes this public road and turns it into the next best thing to a drag strip there is, and pretty much is, really. Of course, the sweeper truck, the tire scrubber, it's basically NHRA level stuff being used right here on Woodward Avenue. Try that again.
Absolutely. Total Venue Concepts is responsible for building this track and maintaining this track throughout the day. And the machine that you see in the right lane, for people who aren't familiar with a drag strip, that's typically used on the drag strip, and it's called a rotator. The rotator has a brush in the front that will sweep up debris, some of the rubber and stuff that's down on the track in both lanes. It'll go through both lanes, probably make several passes, but it's going to sweep up the loose debris and loose rubber that's on the track, maybe catch another bolt or two if something like that might have flown out. And then behind that vehicle are a series of racing slicks. And they rotate, but they rotate backwards, if you will. They rotate against the direction that the rotator is actually traveling. And they're laying down what is fresh rubber on the race course. So when you hear that thing, and it makes a pretty rich squealy sound, but that's actually like a racetrack Zamboni.
Yeah.
If you're at the hockey rink and you see the Zamboni come out and dress the hockey arena and make fresh ice, or make a nice glaze of ice, the rotator does pretty much the same thing by the wheels rotating backwards with tremendous force.
Depositing rubber on the track.
Exactly. That's what that machine is doing. So that's probably one of the MVPs of the drag strip when it comes to set, and especially something like this where it's not a formal drag strip and traction has been discussed.
There's a chain drive there. We can see the PTO, or the power takeoff, running from the tractor into a gearbox, and a chain drive, which is turning those tires counterintuitively backwards. But again, they're scrubbing their rubber off their surfaces onto the track. They're sacrificing themselves in the name of traction.
That's really cool. Now, you know,
I wonder who patented that. Somebody must have patented it. That's a brilliant idea.
Yeah, I don't know who patented it. I know someone I am familiar with who developed one. Now, was it first and should it have been patented? I can't say, but I do know one of the people that were behind developing that, and it is now a racetrack, a drag strip standard by all means. I mean, just look at that. You have 4 big slicks, and again, that's just pounding rubber down on the track, basically.
Yeah, the friction between those, you put your finger in there, it's going to be a bone.
Yeah.
But that's how it is. That's preloadable, too. There's a little drawbar that can really bear down on that thing. Make sparks if it wants to.
Exactly. So that's the rotator, and you're seeing it in action. You usually would see it at a drag strip, so for people who don't get to the drag strip, there you have it. It does make an awful racket, though.
Yeah, it does.
It does make a very awful racket.
I want that as an alarm clock tone right there. That's a sweet sound. I like that. I'm kidding.
Total Venue Concepts. And they travel the nation, dressing racetracks all over the country. I actually, with the work I do in truck, with the Truck and Off-Road Group, we're a supporter of the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, and I go to Outlaw Diesel Super Series events, and they manage the track for the ODSS as well.
Now, in the Outlaw Diesel Series, is that done on paper? That's drag racing with trucks, right?
Yes, sir.
Wow, what kind of E2s? 9?
Well, it's 8th mile drag racing, so the fast or quick categories known as, there's Pro Dragster, and then there's Pro Street and Pro Modified. Pro Modified are door vehicles, and the Pro Dragster, of course, is a dragster, and these are all diesel powered. Predominantly Cummins, but in the Pro Modified categories, which is very, very exciting. Those those vehicles are in the 4-second zone in the 8th mile. There was one S10, Firepunk Diesel's S10. It's been 399 in the 8th mile. Very, very quick and fast. And that's on a drag rated tire, 315 drag rated tire that they're racing on. But there are different categories with different ETs and speeds. But yeah, diesels all the way through. And Total Venue Concepts takes care of the tracks for that series. It's been exciting to watch that. You know, that's a whole nother, for me, realm of drag racing. You know, we're out here on Woodward Avenue and we haven't seen one diesel yet.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you right now, they have the potential to run that quick and be competitive in this atmosphere. So maybe if you have a diesel trucker, you might be an ODSS racer. You might think about coming out here on Woodward with it and seeing what happens next year, entering and trying if you have something that's capable of running with these people.
I think there was one last year that was Roland Cole. It was an all-wheel drive GMC. But yeah, I remember the front tires would toe in. And keep in mind, too, that, you know, to transfer an 8th mile number to a quarter mile, generally take the 8th and multiply by 1.57. Gives you an idea of what the quarter mile number would be from the 8th at sea level.
Well, the two very popular classes in ODSS are the 770 index style racing, and 670 index. And the calculation, if you will, for street trucks, basically like an 11-second and 10-second trucks. It's very impressive when you think of the weight.
Yeah, 6,000 pounds.
Absolutely,
You know?
absolutely. Nice aerial shot once again. We've been out here at M1 all day. I've actually been here since Thursday, and it's been nothing but good times, Steve. Nothing but good times, and I'm very anxious again to see what happens when we get to these shootouts, because now you have racers who have been sitting for a long time. They're thirsty.
Yeah,
they're ready
nice
to get
cool.
after it.
Nice and cool.
And the air is cooled down quite a bit. Yeah. This is going to be good. The rotator will probably make somewhere between 6 and 8 passes, I would think, at this juncture, because the track hasn't been really attended to for most of the day. So probably about 6 to 8, maybe a few more passes. The glue is down, and again, that rotator is working with that glue that's just been laid down too.
This is the kind of stuff that'll pull the sneakers off your feet if they're not tightly laced. And
This
that's
is
what
the
you
type
want.
of thing where Freiburger better be careful where he steps.
That's right. Yeah, of course, Dave Freiburger, the editor-in-chief at Hot Rod and one of the hardest-working guys in the magazine industry, and of course, the star of Roadkill, was known and is known for wearing flip-flop sandals. You know, he's from California. You can do that. It's not that cold. But again, if you're walking on this track, your flip-flops are going to get unstuck. That's good. We want traction.
I wonder if he's ever gotten a flip-flop stuck in a drag strip.
Yeah,
Or
probably.
would he cop to it? Would he admit it's happened? That's not fun. I've had a shoe get stuck.
Right. Everybody looks, they point, they laugh. I know. And you get the VHT on your sock for the rest of the day.
It's not fun. You're actually helping someone to burn out, and they're coming at you while your shoe won't come out. More cars moving towards the front can only lead me to think that they might be small tire competitors, Steve. At this juncture, that's, I think, really a safe guess. And considering what those vehicles are and what we remember about how they performed out here, they might be some of our players in small tire. That's 3 of them there.
Here comes the LS1 style Gen 4 Camaro, that white car there. Starting to get, they're moving up here, so maybe they'll be the first up.
And that's 3, so we're looking for 5 more. And it's the other twin turbo S10s, the 2 S10s. Looking like 2 S10s have made it into the small tire category. Big single up on the roof of the silver one. Twins in the bed of the red S10.
And some say the S10 is the 55 Chevy of today, or at least one of them. Never came with a V8 from the factory, but it's got a nice wide engine bay. It'll take a V8, leaf springs in the back. They'll hook up on anything, and S10s are a great beginner's platform to get into drag racing. I've got an S10 with a 4.8 LS in it. I drive every day. It's a sleeper. Yeah, it looks like a little V6 truck, but I got the V8 if I want it. Crowd is cheering.
Getting the crowd hyped. That's what he does.
That's that sound. There's Lucky. They're shooting Hot Rod Garage episodes here. You'll watch these soon on MotorTrend TV or MotorTrend Plus. You choose. An episode coming to a TV or computer monitor near you very soon.
Mike Cotton down there with Big Lucky. Mike with the Faster with Finnegan program. Another Fox Mustang headed to the front there. So now we're clearly seeing what's shaping up to be the small tire field. The question is how many Fox Mustangs will be in that field.
Yeah, the Mustang and Camaro, the great pony car duo out of Detroit. Of course, Barracuda and Challenger were part of that as well, the originals, that is. Of course, now we have a three-way battle. We were talking earlier about competition. I always say when there's a three-way battle in Detroit, you got it made. If it's just GM and Ford, well, whatever. But Dodge is in there now swinging and dominating in many ways. And back in the 60s, that was the recipe for success, a three-way battle, GM, Ford, and Chrysler.
The big three,
You got it
absolutely.
today.
And now we have what's going to be our big tire top 8 shootout is about to commence, ladies and gentlemen. And two hard-hitting players right off the top. Tom Bailey in the right lane, on the right side of the track, or right lane, and Sean Fink in the 55 in the left lane. We have a rundown here. Tom Bailey is, I guess we would say, in the number 1 position. Dave Heckweis. Oh boy. Heckweis. David Heckweis. Joe Barry, number 3. Sean Fink, number 4. James Pranis, number 5. Terry Kiefer, number 6. Lenny Melton in the 7th spot. And number 8, Mike Mislovic. So there's your 8 competitors in the top 8 big tire class. We have Sean Fink on the line now, pairing off against Tom Bailey. This should be good. Tom Bailey in his checkout laps, pretty much straight and true every lap down the track. I mean, just like on a string. Sean Fink did a lot of steering input, for Sean, with the back getting a little squirrely, a little out of shape. We're queued up now. We're going to take a moment. Please remove your hats and stand. We have the national anthem.
What's up, guys? Preston Patterson here, Dodge's chief donut maker. And I want to thank everyone for coming out to Roadkill Nights. This event would not be successful without all of you. But if you are not already standing, please stand to your feet as Sam Kessick does our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Awesome. Thank you very much, Sam Kessick. Let's get it ready to rock now, guys. This is it. This is it. Top 8 showdown, top 8 shootout. Fastest big tire cars queued up and ready to go. Again, in the left lane, Sean Fink, 1955 Chevrolet Bel Air. In the right lane, Tom Bailey, 6-second Tom Bailey. Power burnout by Sean Fink. Wow.
Full track, Chi-Town Hustler style burnout right there.
Now, Chi-Town Hustler type burnout, big burnout really by both cars because that track was just dressed. That's one of the, it's not a tactic. You kind of want to make sure that you're going to have optimum grip after a track that's just, the first car is down after a freshly prepped track. Power burnout by Sean. Look at that thing. Both tires lit. Tom a little bit squirrely. Had Jason Rucker jumping out of the way if you saw that on the replay. Jason almost got clipped.
Step lively, young man.
Wow.
Got fog bank coming through.
Can't see the stand. Can't see anything. Power burnouts. That was awesome. Way to start this thing off.
Wheelie bars not deployed too low on the 55. They're there if they're needed. We'll see how it turns out here. That's probably just going to settle and hook. Same with the Camaro. Wheelie bars in place if needed. That's a single mono bar on the Camaro.
Jason brings them up. They're staged. Arm drop pending. Boost building. Arm drop. Sean Fink in the left lane. Tom Bailey got a little bit out of shape. Had to back off the pedal. Sean Fink powers through. First round winner in the big tire top 8 shootout. Slightly replay. Arm drop. Both left clean. Left on the arm drop. You see Tom start to haze the tires a little bit shortly after the 60-foot, I guess. And then Sean powers through for the win.
68 Dodge Dart with a Gen 3 Hemi. Look at that real close. That is a carbureted Gen 3 Hemi in that Dodge Dart. That is awesome.
Nitrous assisted against the blower. And as far as this competition goes, that Dart has made all of his checkouts with the hood on. Now the hood's gone.
Yep. That's the new interpretation of a Hemi Dart right there. A modern Gen 3 Hemi and a 68 Dodge Dart.
On nitrous.
Yeah. Blower drive service equipped Firebird with the root style through the hood supercharger. But take a peek in that engine on that Dart. That's the Gen 3 Hemi right there. Coil unplugged. Tunnel ram, couple of 4 barrels. Old meets new.
Firebird pulls up in the left lane. Blower, nitrous blower. Jason brings him up. Arm drop. Nitrous car out first. Gets a little bit squirrely. They're both pedaling. Finish line, the Dart stays in front. Big win for a nitrous car with a big blower.
If we get a replay, put an eye on the front bumper. Oh, look at the slicks.
Look at
okay,
that slick wrinkle. That's a better look there.
Planted.
Tire spin. Planted, but the tires that got into a little bit of a haze there, right from home.
That's cool.
Joe Barry in the 56 Chevrolet in the left lane. And this Charger here, now this is a 1968?
Sure it is,
1968 Charger, Pro-Charger driven, assisted 1968 Dodge Charger. I don't know what the power plant is. I would say it might be a tad bigger than 440 cubic
You look at the door, that little magical Hemi emblem right there. That's royalty. Only 468 Hemi Chargers built in 68. Not sure that's one of them, but the Hemi emblem on the door suggests there's a Hemi under the hood.
How about that?
Yeah, that's the little tiny brag tag right there.
Pro-Charged Hemi, if there is a Hemi engine in there, a Pro-Charged Hemi, and just based on the audible sound that I hear coming out of it, that's an F-Series Charger. Yeah. So this thing, as we've seen all day, moves out. But Joe Barry's car is no slouch as well. So left lane, the Joe Barry, right lane, the Charger. Jason brings the stage up, arms down. Joe Barry out first, straight through. Charger gives him a valiant effort in the right lane, but not enough to handle Joe's charge there.
Yeah, the Charger not quite as highly evolved a drag car. Sat higher, has leaf springs. Let's watch. The Charger will lift and launch, but again, the tube-framed 56 Chevy, just a little more highly evolved race car.
I think chassis won that one quite a bit. Yes, sir.
It's a street car, but not as much as the Charger.
Correct.
And yeah, real street cars have parachutes. Just ask anybody on Drag Week. Speaking of Mopar, 63 Dodge 440. That's not a reference to the engine, but rather the model line. 330, 440, Polara 500. This one has a turbocharged V8 under the hood, something you couldn't get from Dodge in 63, but I like how they've scalloped the hood to make clearance just as it's needed. That's cool, like the turbo engines invading the 63.
Now with this being a quick 8, only one car making it down. Sadly, one of the competitors didn't make this round, wasn't able to answer the bell for the first round, maybe based on breakage. We don't know why, but that was a free pass.
Yeah. Buy run. Save the parts.
Save the parts, in which he did. He left and pretty much checked out of it early and coasted across the finish line. That buys him a lot of time as far as cooling between rounds, etc. So that's a good move. Got fortunate and use the time wisely. Just took a nice lightweight single, go park it, cool it off, and get it ready for the second round. Small tire coming up to the line now, and the S10s are going to square off. We saw this in-car or in-truck shot earlier. Here we go again. The gray or silver S10, that image is, I believe, on the left side of that big screen there, and the red S10 would be on the right side.
Notice the column shifter lurking in the background, no longer in use, but still present. Now, you wouldn't want to get sucked into that turbocharger if you were a bird, a low-flying bird. Wouldn't be pretty.
Wouldn't be pretty at all. These two had a good qualifying lap. They went down together, and it was a very good race. And now, you know, this is for some marbles right now, so it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out.
Technically, the GMC is an S15.
GMC?
Yeah. So the grill says GMC. What do I know? Yeah, but S15 and GMC, and of course, became the Sonoma in GMC land. I got one of those, but again, we call them S10s, you know, basically.
He's got his crew member bringing him up to the line there, a little bit behind the line. Don't know if they'll stage fully at the line, and then the red truck creeping up into what would be staging beams. Jason's got him held now, so next arms are going up. Really boost. Arms up, arms down. They're both away together. What a drag race. Silver. CS15, Steve, takes the win in the right lane, but that was a good, solid drag race all the way through. It's cool to see a pair of trucks doing that.
Yeah, those brakes are getting a workout. They're glowing right now. You'll watch this launch. Look at that weight transfer. Look at those tires just dangling, barely in contact with the earth. In fact, not even. It's not even spinning yet. That is awesome.
But again, that's a lot of weight in the back of those beds. That's efficiently using the bed of your truck. That's what that is. And there's your in-truck.
Parachute gets pulled on the right.
Awesome.
Okay, Mustang versus RX-7, but don't look for a rotary or a Mazda type engine in the Mazda. The Wankel, that's got a V8 with the twin turbos.
Both twin turbocharged. You've got an LS twin turbo in the Mustang, and in the Mazda, more of the same.
The big turkey baster on top of the engine is the plenum into which the forced air goes, and then from there it's pushed into the cylinders through the intake runners.
I believe both of those intakes, that's a popular, very popular Holly intake.
Yeah, might even be, I think that's intercooled actually. Yeah, it's plumbed, so yeah, it's a plenum and an intercooler.
Yep.
For you to chill that charge.
Jason bringing them up on boost stage, arm drop. Mazda's away first, but the Mustang, powered by the Mazda in the left lane, zooms by, drops the laundry at the top end. Another good drag race.
Look at that weight transfer, the way that Mazda came up high like that. That's what you want, that's weight transfer, dynamic weight transfer.
Another great drag race. That might have hurt him a little bit by losing that front end like that and let the Mazda sneak, let the Mustang sneak by.
It is true. There's a fine balance between front end rise and aerodynamic drag. You know, it can cost you money as you get down to the back of the track. But here we have that crazy Camaro on the right-hand side.
69 Camaro on the right against the turbocharged Mustang. And we referenced the last time we saw this Camaro, a bunch of weight on the back. We'll have to see what happens when it goes by as this time. Are those weight plates still back there, or did they take them off? Because if you remember, got a little bit out of shape, but the handling was off a little bit once that weight was added.
On that Camaro, I don't see any plumbing come out of the front. That's probably nitrous, big block. I don't see turbos.
Got the weights on the back of it. Listening to it, sounds like it might be turbos. If you're listening to it, it is turbos. The weight is on the back. Arm drop. What a drag race, side-by-side. Camaro starts to get the edge on the left lane. Man. Camaro with the win. That was another good one.
Yeah, great weight transfer. You know, drag racing is automotive ballet. Just the way the cars deftly rise and then settle. Here it is again. Look at that. Nose comes up. Traction, all of it on the rear tires.
Mustang took a little glance towards the center line there, and I don't know if that did anything as far as impeding ET, but
the Gen
our
4.
final pair, Gen 4 Camaro against the Volvo.
Yeah. The rolling brick, which hauls butt.
The rolling brick.
Looks like a headmaster's car, but it's more than that. Twin turbos all the way around.
That's it. Turtleneck sweater. The driver needs to get a racing suit with a turtleneck sweater.
Maybe a pipe, too.
A turtleneck sweater and a pipe.
Professor.
And some loafers and you put the pennies in them. That would be
Professor
it.
Volvo.
Exactly. Harvard professor. Oh, my goodness.
But it is, granted, it's a great platform for drag racing. Front engine, rear drive, you know, and a wagon. Lots of mass over the tires.
Yes, indeed.
Great weight transfer.
And we don't know. I haven't seen that car with the hood up. The engine might be sitting back a little touch as well.
Yeah, engine setback is magic if the rules allow it. A lot of times no firewall mods, but not here. Do what you want. Run what you brung.
Jason's got him backing up just a smidge. He came over that start line just a little bit. Jason bringing him up. And now it's go time. Stage point, you ready, you ready. Arms up and drop. Clean lead on both sides. Wow, the Camaro's giving a good fight. Wow. Volvo in the left lane with the win. The Camaro was no punk whatsoever. That Camaro was sitting there right with him.
Yeah. That's one of those races that, here it is right here, weight transfer, no tire spin, nice straight run.
Good hard drag race.
And again, no manual transmissions here. These are automatic strictly because, well, you know, if you're going that fast, you're banging gears, it's another way to mess things up. So
absolutely. And I don't think there might be too much physical banging of any gears even with automatics. Now you have solenoids that are activating the shifter and the gear change based on RPM or maybe timer, probably RPM based.
Power glides or turbo 400s, what do you think's going on
More
here?
than likely power glides.
Yeah, 2 speeders.
Yes.
Yeah. It's funny, the Power Glide was once deemed, you know, a slushy old transmission in the 50s, but it's certainly become dead and bare, et cetera. They're the racing transmission, assuming your engine can rev high enough to not need a third gear.
You need the
at
3-speed,
other end.
exactly. And then on the other side of it, from I guess maybe it's an economic thing or whatever, but some people, the racers, are taking the 3 speeds and taking the gear out of it, making it a 2-speed. So.
Of course, the Power Glides that are being used in serious drag racing have nothing to do with GM anymore. Of course, you're dead and bare companies like that make billet cases which don't split and will handle 2,000 horsepower.
Right.
But the Power Glide, not just for grandma anymore.
Absolutely. MotorTrend presents Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge here on Woodward Avenue, Pontiac, Michigan. We've broken the ice now. We got a round in, a big tire, small tire. Based on what you've seen, Steve, do you have any kind of not necessarily a favorite, but a car to watch in either category?
Well, you know, I think that Volvo is looking to be a sleeper in more ways than one. You know, it might, I won't predict anything, but that's the one I'm going to watch.
On the big tire side of that, I agree with you with the Volvo. On the big tire side of it, the 2 Tri-5s, the 56 and the 55, Sean Fink and Joe Barry. Both of those cars put down impressive straight and true passes on this street now. So as the evening goes on and that the dress track starts to cure, I'm wondering if they might turn the power up.
Yeah. That's right. That's something a lot of folks don't realize is that they can set these cars for a wide range, potentially a few hundred horsepower difference between, you know, taking it easy in full kill mode. And this would be the time to crank it up to 11 if it's going to be done.
Yes, indeed. So we're going to let the drivers and teams address their cars for a few minutes and hopefully get back to this somewhat quickly. We have to be cognizant of the machines and give them enough time to get right. That's for sure. But definitely an exciting first round. And props to all the drivers that were in both categories. You know, throughout the day, we saw some really, really good cars going down Woodward, small tire and big tire. So truly hats off to everybody that came out to play. And we hope that, you know, they'll be back or either be back or encourage new players to enter and come and try to be part of this. Because this is just, again, as far as I'm concerned, one of the most awesome things ever on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, I remember when they first did this, it says, you know, we're going to try and do this one time, and nobody knew that the city fathers would fall in love with this whole thing and allow it to happen as many times as, MotorTrend and Powered and Dodge want to come in and do it. But it is truly an automotive Woodstock, except it's one day instead of, 5 or 4, whatever it was back in Woodstock. If you're not old enough, Woodstock was a major rock and roll concert back in 1969 that happened in upstate New York. But this is that, but with wheels and tires.
They smoked a lot of weed at Woodstock.
That happened. I imagine it happened. We're smoking a lot of rubber here.
Yes, indeed. smelling a lot of rubber, and I think I just caught some of that methanol that was in one of those cars. The alcohol, I'm sorry, alcohol that was one of those cars. My eyes started burning, and the smell of it, you know, the race gas and methanol, all the different racing fuels have, you know, a smell to them, a different smell to them. And I think we got alcohol and probably one of those turbocharged Mustangs, probably several of those turbocharged Mustangs. That's kind of the go-to fuel, and that's used in lieu of an intercooler in some cases.
Okay. Yeah, it cools as it enters the chamber.
Correct.
You know, and it doesn't have as much BTU or British thermal units. You have to burn more and faster, but hey, the octane's there. It cools the engine and right on. Gasoline is good, but darn garlic, some fuel races, well, it's good for cleaning parts. You know, but the ultimate fuel, of course, is nitromethane. But I don't know. I go to the NHRA races once in a while, and some folks are heroes. They stand in the tent when they're tuning the engine. I can't be around nitro motors for more than 10 seconds. I have asthma. I will be on the floor.
That wouldn't be
but,
good.
But nitro is a heck of a smell. You'll know it. If you smell it once, you'll know it for the rest of your life.
Yeah. People, when I live out in Southern California, so at Pomona, the Winter Nationals and the finals, you'll have people that stand during the warm-up process, stand right there and not move. And then
breathe deep.
Talking about you know, real heroes in the diesel sector, there would be diesel events. Years ago, there would be diesel events at dyno shootouts, basically, and people would stand behind a diesel truck on the dyno while it is, you know, emitting. Let's just put it that way.
Now,
I don't know. That's a hero and idiot. I don't know where to position it.
I have to ask, I'm not really that hip with diesel racing. When they go full black and they're rolling coal, is that propane introduced, or what is that?
No, that's not propane introduced at all.
Yeah,
it's just
real
really
rich.
a big inefficiency in fueling is what that is.
Okay,
but the term, you're making me wince every time you say R and C. That's really not a happy term anymore. So we're trying to ward against that being used or discussed and even happening. You know, that was really one of the biggest problems with a cool hobby, is that people are being very irresponsible and setting trucks up to do that. It's an incredibly bad look, and it's a look that's not necessary now that there's so much focus on diesel performance, gas performance, et cetera. You know, it's being looked at by, you know, higher ups. And actually, when you think about it, outfits like PRI right behind us and SEMA, who are crusading to try to make things right against our find a happy medium with those entities in
over-regulation.
Exactly, over-regulation. So if you haven't visited the PRI pavilion right behind us, go down there and talk to Dr. Jamie Meyer and some of the folks there and find out what's going on and how you can be involved with it. A lot of enthusiasts out here that want the hobby to be saved and preserved, and doing your part that way and joining forces with those organizations to try to make sure that this stuff happens forever. You know, you have manufacturers like Dodge and other companies that are building performance cars and offering performance parts, but, you know, if everything goes away, what are you going to do with them? It's going to be a terrible, terrible shame. So everyone has to get involved, RPM Act, and follow what's happening to make sure that this stays around for a long, long time. We're talking about coming back, but let's make sure we can do that. And there's things that we can do with those organizations to try to ensure it.
Of course, PRI stands for the Performance Racing Industry. They have a big show in, I guess, Indy, depending where you're at.
Indianapolis.
And of course, SEMA, the Specialty Equipment Marketers Association, Las Vegas, the second biggest show they have there every year, always in like in October-ish, second only to the Consumer Electronics Show. But it might be growing bigger, because I know that the Las Vegas Convention Center has doubled its footprint with a new building, which might allow SEMA to actually outpace the electronics show. But yeah, both of those things do great work in protecting our hobby, you know, from well-meaning but overreaching regulations.
We're going to take a break real quick, so everybody sit tight. Cars are getting ready, drivers are getting ready, and we will see you in several seconds.
Said we're going to do some racing, I'm down.
I know I'm going to give it my whole heart and soul out there.
If you can do it in your mind, you can do it on the track. again for the 18th year. Hot Rod Drag Week goes full throttle. Over 400 drivers face off over 5 days.
So many cool cars to see, and the venue is going to be amazing.
Join the ultimate drive and drag event and see who wins fastest street car in America. Are you ready for this? Hot Rod Drag Week. Go to hotrod.com/events for more.
Mecum Auctions, the world's largest collector car auction company, returns to Dallas September 7th through the 10th at the K. Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center, featuring 1,500 muscle cars, Corvettes, trucks, classics, and more. Broadcast live on MotorTrend TV and MotorTrend Plus. We welcome everyone to Dallas to bid in person, and enhanced online bidding and telephone options make it easy to join the Mecum experience from anywhere in the world. Register to bid now at mecum.com.
What you waiting for? Streaming now.
This is the best.
Dax, Rob, and Jethro are back.
I'm not at all intimidated.
You seem intimidated when you say that.
I'm a little intimidated.
Same joy.
There we go.
More ride.
Oh, this is so dangerous.
Top Gear America.
Oh my God!
Streaming now on MotorTrend Plus.
Back in action here at MotorTrend's Roadkill Nights, presented by Dodge. The big tire top 8 shootout. We have a bracket set up now here. We see going into the second round, Sean Fink with his 55 Chevy Bel Air be matched up against Lenny Melton in the 1968 Dodge Dart. That's that nitrous-powered Dart you talked about. Joe Barry on the other side of the ladder faces off against Terry Kiefer, or is it Kiefer? It might be Kiefer, in the 1963 Dodge 440.
Yeah, the racing is good. The traction is excellent here on Woodward Avenue. Yeah, we're street racing on Woodward Avenue, which is something we can do legally today only.
In the small tire sector, we have Adam Hodson, the 1929 Pontiac sedan. He'll go against Sean Fensler. Sean's in the 1970 Chevelle. On the other side of the ladder, Tony Karamistos, 1986 Canadian Chevy Nova. Why does this look like last year's? Because it is last year's.
Right.
We're going to have to change that ladder, folks. We're looking at last year's ladder in small tire.
Good call, KJ. Yeah, good call. I didn't notice that. That's why you're here.
These things happen. These things happen. Pull up the fresh one.
I gotta say, I love the graphics here. That sort of hot flower power, psychedelic cloud, and the whole thing. It kind of pays tribute to Plymouth and Dodge's ad campaigns of 69 and 70 with the Peter Max op art, and again, being used today. And hats off to the graphics people.
A look at Woodward Avenue as we await to see the ladder for the second round in our small tire pairings.
Yeah, it's a sort of a nice long view here of the roughly 8th mile. It might be something like 1,000. What is it, about 800 feet, something like that? 600 feet, who knows? But lots of traction, lots of speed, and some of these trap speeds, I dare say, probably close to 130 miles an hour. On the big tire cars, 140. And ordinarily, you'd get a ticket for going 140 and a 45, but today's not that day. Again, the barriers, the concrete you see right there makes this a very safe race plant, although by this time tomorrow, in fact, by dawn, that'll all be gone as sanity and slower cars return to Woodward Avenue. But again, for now, for today, for Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge, this is a drag strip. No tickets, except maybe ET tickets. Well, not so fast. They're not telling times here.
Not telling anybody's times out here. You know what? And actually, to that point, a lot of the drivers throughout the day have been consulting with a device called a Draggy. And a Draggy is a GPS-focused calculator that measures time from the standpoint of, I guess, maybe releasing a trans brake or coming off the brake pedal and heading down the track to when you let off that accelerator pedal and start to decelerate. And it's made it to a cell phone. It's just really amazing technology. I haven't used a Draggy, but it's become more and more popular in drag racing and actually in this type of Mexico or street racing where people are able to try to determine or figure out exactly how quick and fast their cars might be, and that helps them when it comes to negotiating races and that type of thing. So I'm pretty sure that a lot of guys and racers out here have been using draggies while they've been competing and have a good concept of exactly how quickly they've been getting down this track.
This is KJ Jones. I'm Steve Mignani. We've been your hosts here all day on trackside at Woodward Avenue. Now, a question I have for you is technology gets to be more and more advanced. Could you potentially ping your competitor's car with your GPS unit and get numbers from his car? Is there a way to do that? Would you have to stick maybe a magnet on it or something like that?
And you're asking that using the draggy device?
To get his numbers without him knowing you have them.
That,
do that?
I don't know.
That sounds like
that's
an app.
A really good
It sounds
question.
like an app.
Yeah, but somebody out there, a really brilliant young person that can make apps, will probably come up with something. If they're watching this and thinking about it, and they'll sit down tonight and have it done in about 20 minutes.
Yeah,
and at 99 cents per, they'll make millions.
Right, because street racers are notorious secretive. Of course, at the drag strip, when you see NT on the car, no time, under penalty of death in some cases, because you can't be tipping your hat to your opponent when you test and tune at the strip. So you got to wonder if maybe folks will come up with a little app, put a little magnet or something like that on the car, get the GPS ping, and find out what he's running.
That would be pretty cool. Yeah. Technology, that's what it's all about, and everything is now so cell phone centered and driven. It's just a matter of time sometimes. You have to think just like that. It's just a matter of time before all that happens. And all I can say is maybe it'd be a young person who's associated with me, so when they make those millions, they can just share the wealth.
Yeah, sure. You heard it here first. So cut us in for 2%. We'll take it.
Absolutely.
I remember, I was born in 1964, the year of the street Hemi, or the race Hemi, I should say, and the Mustang. And I remember in the 80s when EFI and computers started to come on, because I thought, it's over, we're done. Carburetors are, and they've been the key to success, electronics, and that's really why we now have fuel injection, turbos that can be tuned properly, and really electronics are our friend. I was wrong.
Were you a staunch Carbs Forever person?
I was since about 5 years old, my first Matchbox car, and then 7 years old, my first plastic model kit, and then about 18, my first hot rod, and cars, all I do. You too, probably.
Absolutely. Since I was able to say the word car, I've been a car person. Right. Seriously, the three-letter word, that's when I got into it, and it's just evolved over time. And thankfully, I've been fortunate enough to make a career out of it. And when you look at it, and it's cliche, but when they say when you're doing what you love for work, it's not work.
Yeah.
And that's actually a fact. I've had opportunities to go racing. I've had opportunities to see things long before the general public sees them in this space, cars, trucks, whatever have you. So it's really been a very cool ride. And now to sit here with you and be able to call this race, just to announce what's going on over here, it's just fantastic. I couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, this is a dream come true, really. I mean, as a kid, I remember reading about Woodward Avenue in Carcraft magazine in like 1971, magazines with like the Silver Bullet, Jimmy Addison's car in it, and thinking, man, how cool it would be. Like, here's Carcraft right here with the story of the Jimmy Addison Silver Bullet. And again, I ended up writing for the guy who wrote this. Ro McGonigal was my editor at Hot Rod, as was David Freiberger. So dreams have come true for me and you as well. It's a good thing.
The Jimmy Addison issue.
Yeah.
So when you got the Jimmy Addison issue, and it's now still very much in a pristine state, you take it home and you put it in a glass case or something like that?
I collect magazines, and if you didn't know, here is, of course, the story of the Silver Bullet. Maybe kind of hard to see, I don't know,
Jimmy
but that's
Addison.
it right there. That is the 67 GTX that was actually a factory drag car. Chrysler supplied Jimmy Addison with prototype race Hemi parts and stuff. And it's amazing. The car still exists, by the way, very well restored, so a legend.
Imagine if that happened today. One of the big three manufacturers providing some unnamed person parts to go out and test.
I would imagine probably, people being what they are, I would imagine probably that some of the engineers who build these things test them on their own time. I would. I wouldn't, excuse me.
Well, I had opportunities when I was with 50 Mustang and Super Fords magazine. I did have opportunities to test new products in a Mustang that I put together to go racing with. And albeit it was on the drag strip, but that type of thing, does happen when a manufacturer will literally trust someone to bring something out and provide positive feedback. You see influencers do that all the time now. It seems like they're the people who are doing the testing and evaluating, and what's necessary is positive, not necessarily positive in a good fashion, like, oh, this is great, and it really sucks, but just feedback that the manufacturer of an aftermarket part can work with.
Yeah,
so,
real-world feedback.
Exactly.
From an impartial judge.
Definitely impartial, and let them know what's going on, what they're experiencing, what could be different, what should be changed, and in a sense make some policy in the stuff that we're seeing come about for cars and trucks and everything.
remember when I was back at Hot Rod, we'd sometimes get vehicles from Dodge or Chevrolet with manufacturer license plates on them, which is a license plate that car builders or factories can put on there and kind of get away with cars that aren't necessarily smog legal, whatever it might be, but nothing cooler than having a manufacturer tag on your car. Just don't get caught street racing or something like that.
No.
No. And that did happen in the 60s, but those are stories you can Google at some other time. Just think Jim Wanger's GTO Ram Air 5 factory plates. There's a whole story about that. Got everybody in trouble, but it was fun while it lasted. But yeah, drag racing is one of my favorite things really, is because unlike road racing, you can't really practice that anywhere except for on a road course. Whereas if you have a closed straight line, anybody can be a drag racer.
Well, interesting you say that. I'm just going to challenge it in a small fashion. You can't really practice it anywhere from a true physical standpoint, but today's simulators are so detailed that, case in point, Johnny Lieberman with MotorTrend spent hours in the simulator for his run up Pikes Peak. Wow. The Pikes Peak course in the simulator is so detailed that Johnny could sit in that and focus and get himself together. And I'm not saying it made the difference in him successfully challenging Pikes Peak, but it definitely was a great assistance in getting him familiar with the course long before he was actually out there going up the hill. So simulators today in all facets, drag race, road race, I'd say even maybe F1, IndyCar, they're so high end. Now they're just elaborate screens in front of you, and the way they react and the way they even cup drivers, NASCAR cup drivers race in a simulator. It used to be just pilots winning the simulator.
Yeah.
So I challenge you respectfully as far as not being able to road race or drive a car like that. If you get in the sim and if it helps you in the real world, that's even better.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Of course, speaking of simulators, at the Dodge Thrill Ride, there's the Dodge Demon Drag Strip simulators. Two of them set next to each other, and they do wheelies, and that's a lot of fun. That's free to ride. So
we're going to take another look at the brackets for the small tire shootout. Everything should be lined up now. We'll get it to the screen in just a moment. Find out who actually is competing on the small tire side. The small tire top 8 shootout, your competitors are Adam Hobson in the 1984 Chevy S10, Sean Fensler in the 1993 Ford Mustang, that's that trunk Mustang, Tony Karamasidos in the 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Z28, and on the final competitor is Michael Borgren. Michael Borgren in the 1987 Volvo Wagon. So this is the way drag racing is supposed to go. The field just gets stout and stout and stout and more stout as you go through the rounds until you have finals with the best two. So,
Casey, did you say there's a Volvo Wagon in the final? Yes, you did.
I said there's a Volvo Wagon in the semifinal. In the semifinal, not in the final yet. But yes, it is. Mikhail Borgren is in the semifinal, trying to earn a shot to the final, and based on what we've seen, Steve,
it's a hauling Volvo.
Anything can happen in the drag race, but that thing is really hauling right now. So, not to say it's a shoe-in definite, but he's looking really good. Everybody's looking really good. That 69 Camaro he has to race is a beast. Yeah. We've seen that make lap after lap after lap with no issues and get down this track very, very quickly. Over on the other side, the S10, Adam Hobson's S10 is quick, and that Mustang is no joke as well. So small tire, and in the big space of drag racing, small tire now is on fire as far as popularity.
Yeah, it's doing more with less.
Absolutely. Big tire is cued and getting ready to come towards the water.
One of my crazy things is the FAST, factory appearing stock tire. They race on G60 15s and run 9s. Have you seen those?
I haven't seen those.
Oh, it's crazy stuff. It's basically stock muscle cars, muscle palooza, that kind of thing. But FAST drag racing, skinny little 8-inch wide tires at the most, and they run 9s on the darn things.
Wow.
And yank the left front tire. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Firestone red lines, etc. But here we go, man. The Hemi Dart on the right-hand side. That is a Hemi Dart. There's a Gen 3 Hemi in there with dual quads, nitrous oxide, and that's basically the modern take on a Hemi Dart. And it runs better than a real one. An original one.
Sean Fink, drive and drag and drive veteran. He's been on several outings with that 55 Chevy. He's taking on the Hemi Dart. Sean with another good burnout. Not quite as long and strong as his first burnout, but impressive nonetheless. About to back it up and get it staged up and see what happens. Second round of big tire shootout.
Now, the Hemi Dart didn't make a crazy burnout. You don't have to do a good burnout when the track prepared this well. Doesn't hurt, but he's chosen not to. Maybe to keep things cooler. Don't know.
He's also on a drag radial. A drag radial doesn't require that big monstrous burnout. What you want to do with a drag radial is basically just a clean off. Arm drop. Hemi Dart's out first. See if horsepower can come around it. No. Wow. Gen 3 Hemi Dart takes the win in the left lane.
That was a very close to a red light start. Gotta say, we'll have to see if there's a replay. I mean, I don't think there's a red light here, but watch this.
Watch the arm drop.
Yeah, watch what happens.
But keep in mind, a chase is a race. Sean Fink went after him.
He took the bait. He took the bait.
He took the bait, basically. But, you know, to Sean's credit, I don't think he was actually looking over there at his competitor either. But chase is a race in this deal, and that's exactly what happened. Sean Fink went out second after the Hemi Dart. It was theoretically a red light. It was moved before those arms came down, but there's no argument in it.
This is tough. Generally, with the Sportsman tree, you know, you want to basically leave on the last yellow, the first sign of yellow, I should say, first hint of yellow. Pro tree, any yellow, you go. But with this, there's a lot of body language, literally, where you don't know what the guy's going to do.
You want to watch the shoulders and something like this. The shoulder, that's the pivot point. So you want to watch Jason's shoulders. As soon as they move, regardless of where his arms go, as soon as his shoulders start moving, that's when you're thinking about letting go of the transfer.
Well, I have to say, I mean, this is, you know, Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge. We can't have a Chevy moving closer to the elimination, so it's good that a Dodge did, politically.
Dodge can't have it.
That's right.
Dodge can't have it.
Right,
we can have it.
Yeah, right, it's true, it's true. I'm a Mopar guy at the core, but I love them all, I really do. But that's a neat piece, man. That Gen 3 Hemi dressed out like an old school 426, tunnel rams, distributor even up front, carburetors, and I'm sure there's computers on board, but it's cool. It just proves that the Gen 3 Hemi is absolutely one bulletproof, tough engine that will run like a Gen 2 or Gen 1, no problem.
And to your point, for a concession for you, Steve, I believe that in this competition, prizes are awarded for the quickest Dodge.
Okay.
So you know what? There's participation prizes in this after all.
Cool. Coming up on the staging lanes, we see that beautiful or not so beautiful, that weird canted headlight thing. That's a 63 Dodge, 330, 440 Polara, all in the same family right there. That's a 440. It has nothing to do with the engine. That was just a model name that they used, but that's got a big old turbocharged something or another. And that triangular thing on front of the hood, that's just come back. That's called the Fratzog, which is something, Fratzog. And 1963 was the first year for that thing, that design. It was something they had to have a name for it. They had a patent. Well, it's called the Fratzog. Well, it's back. And Dodge has re-embraced the Fratzog, the triple triangle, if you will. With that nose, that's a face that only a mom could love. I like them, but compared to a 63 Impala or a 63 Galaxy, that's an odd-looking critter.
More concerning than the Fratzog is the fact that there's no competitor to race against the Fratzog.
Another Byron?
I'm hoping not. Yeah. I'm desperately hoping not. But now this would waltz this car right up into the final round in big tires. So let's hope that. Oh no, there's Joe.
Okay.
There's. We're good.
I think I know what's about to happen here.
We're good.
Yeah, I think there's going to be. Well, I'll say nothing more. That's a tube-framed '57 Chevrolet, '56, and the Mopar's been back half, but the front, I believe, still has torsion bars. But we'll see what happens here.
Torsion bar front end, really?
Yeah, they work fine. They're good. They're light. You can replace them if you want, but they're good either way.
Well, Joe Barry has made his way up to the staging area, and they're soon to hit the water. This, one of those theoretic Davey and Goliath type of matchups right here, but we've seen that throughout the day. Well, actually, when the elimination started, we've seen it happening, especially in our influencer grudge match, and you just know, Steve.
Yeah, if you blink real fast, you'd be forgiven for thinking that's the Ramcharger's candy stripe 63 Dodge. Well, maybe not. They had white and red paint on theirs. This one has primer and anniversary gold, I think, going on right there. It's original paint on that. I like that. They call it patina, and it's an art term, but it also applies here. As long as there's no structural rust on a car, you're good. That's surface rust. Nothing wrong with that. Looks good. It's character.
Character, exactly. Cool car. Anxious to see this race right now. I'm sitting here like, come on, guys.
There's the back half we talk about. Of course, the leaf springs and stuff have either been moved way inboard or replaced with a four-link, probably what's going on. But the front half of that thing is pretty much as it was in 1963.
Big slick tires on the back of both cars. About to get the burn. Notice the lift sticker in the windshield of the 56. Yeah. Great in-car shot.
Right.
Joe having to work the wheel in the right lane a little bit. Car might have got a little bit sideways to straighten it out there. Over on the other side. Patiently waiting for Joe Barry to back up in the 56 Chevy in the right lane. Left lane is pretty much ready to go.
It is interesting, the history of automotive design. Could any designs be more different and yet still do the same thing?
Right.
You know, 1956 and 63, only what, 6-7 years will separate the two, but what radically different creatures they are. Of course, one's a Chevy, one's a Dodge.
Joe will have to come up on boost. Both come up on boost. The arms go up, shoulders go down.
Good hole shot.
Hole shot. Can Joe come around it? Horsepower just on the other side of that came around it, but a great, great, great effort by that Dodge.
Yep, good hole shot.
Got out of the hole first and was stretching on him a little bit, but then the muscle just came around him on the top end of it. In-car shot. Joe steering the car a little bit. Great race. Great race. That was a good fight there. That's what you want to see. You want to see good competition. And here in the big tires, if you look at it one more time, looked like the Dodge might have gotten out a little bit before. And you see the tire somewhat, I don't know if it was a break of traction, but it looked like it might have been bubbling a little bit. Might have been bouncing, a little tire shake, actually. Not necessarily smoke, but the shake might have been going on with that big tire in the back of the Dodge.
Yeah, the track, or the street, excuse me, this is not a drag strip, except for today, is coming around really good. And see all that that dark rubber on that? That is stuff that'll pull the shoe off your foot. And this is an excellent traction surface right here for the magical sport of drag racing, which is all about traction.
All about traction. Woodward Avenue, where we're going to sit back and wait for our next round of small tire in just a few minutes. I can't say enough how awesome today has been thus far, and it's not over yet. It's far from over. We've definitely been fortunate to have a very good day all the way around. There hasn't been any type of a real attrition outside of some clutches and some influencer cars, and that was in a sense almost expected, or we kind of knew that might happen, had a high potential of happening. But as far as real serious mechanical issues, thankfully, none of the competitors seem to have had it. We're going to take a look right now at the last pair, the Dodge and the 56 Chevy. Now watch again on the left side of your screen, the right side of your screen, the left lane. That Dodge, if I'm looking at it carefully, it looks like he might have started bouncing the tire, just rattling just a little bit, and that might have been what made the difference between this top end shot, where you see the 56 go through first, and just off on his tail was the Dodge. I think he just lost just rattled the tires a little.
And the horsepower factor, not sure what's under the hood of that Dodge. Probably a Mopar, gotta be, but I'm going to bet that it's probably not the same caliber as what's going on in the Chevy.
Very good point.
Yeah, Gear Vendors Overdrive, one of the presenters, sponsors here at Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge. Beauty of the Gear Vendors unit, I actually, when I was at Hot Rod, did some stories down in San Diego where they're located. And the Gear Vendors unit bolts to the back of your existing transmission, manual or automatic, usually automatics, with an adapter. And it's about the size of a 3-pound coffee can. Fits up inside your drive shaft tunnel. You shorten your drive shaft, and you have twice as many speeds after you install the gear vendor as you did going in. So a lot of folks will actually take a Turbo 400 and do gear splitting, where you go first gear vendor, second gear vendor, third, and so it doubles your speeds going forward. And again, it's very rugged. It'll handle a 6-second car, no problem. So hats off to Gear Vendors for building overdrive units that we can all enjoy, and for helping to sponsor Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge.
As we get longer in the program here, I hope that Dodge thrill rides are still open. I know it's getting a little dark back there, but if you haven't gotten to experience the thrill rides, any of them, the drift pad or the road course, or out there with the TRX 1500 Ram trucks, make your way over there while we have this quick lull in the action and try to get on a thrill ride. I think that would be something that young people, kids, if you will, would like to experience. So mom and dad, if you're still here and have a moment or want to take the moment to get down to the thrill rides and get them on the drift pad in a car that goes around the drift pad or the road course, I think that'd be a lot of fun. Or go drag racing with the simulator. There's some of the TRX trucks right there. It's the 1500 Ram TRX. It's, again, one of the most exciting off-road pickup trucks in the market space right now.
And that hood scoop right there does a lot more than just admit cold air. It actually, if you off-road and water or mud go in that, there are actually dams that prevent the water from getting into the engine, little one-way valve. So everything about that has been scienced out to do the job as best as possible.
We have a final bracket coming up here in just a moment. Keep an eye on the screen, be it at home or here live. Your final round in the big tire top 8 shootout. Lenny Melton, 1968 Dodge Dart, going up against Joe Barry in the big 56 Chevy 210. That should be a good drag race. You know, again, the David and Goliath scenario, and you just saw Lenny Melton, who was the theoretic David, take down Sean Fink in his 55. So this is going to be good because you have your Gen 3 Hemi against what we're certain is a big block Chevrolet with turbocharger on it. So nitrous against turbocharger, all the variables are in play, and now we're back in a light where your Dodge can prevail, Steve.
Yeah.
So it won't just be the participation trophy, you might get an overall win at big tire.
Yeah, no matter what happens today, it's a win. But to have a Dodge take this thing, that'd be a little cherry on top.
For you.
For me.
For you. It's very isolated, but probably for many. I'm sure that just based on Dodge's participation in this MotorTrend program, there are a lot of Mopar and Dodge fans here in attendance. And in the car show, I got a small glance at the car show. A lot of Challengers, a lot of Mopars, a lot of Dodges. So in a sense, this is kind of like a big banner day for the brand. But again, it's all makes are appreciated. All performance is appreciated when you really come down to the nuts and bolts of this. All performance is appreciated, and we've seen a great display from across the board, all brands that have gone down here on Woodward Avenue.
Speaking of brands, something you never or rarely see at the drag strip is a Volvo. Yep, there it is.
There it is.
And that thing's hauling butt.
Yes, it is. Volvo against Mustang. Fox Mustang, LX power with turbos. Small tire, top 8 shootout, semifinals.
I drove a Volvo V70 wagon, and it's not like that. It's not like that. Mine's got front-wheel drive, a little 5-cylinder nothing motor, but that is cool.
Strong burnout in the far lane. What's cool with turbo cars, the murmur of a turbo car. Don't get me wrong, your open headers or your louder exhaust, very cool, but just the murmur of a turbo car until the transbreaker's released and the fury comes on. It's really pretty cool.
And it's cool too, you know, I mean, the turbocharger actually dampens sound waves, so often mufflers aren't even needed.
Not necessary, exactly.
I remember Buick Grand National guys used to uncork and drive around because you could get away with it, except for wide open throttle when you have that UPS truck on acid sound. But yeah, very cool.
Crew member staging this guy up. Make sure the wheel's straight. Jason Ruckert gets him staged. Arms are up and down. Whoa, here we go. Now here we go. Let's get the replays queued up. Let's get the replays ready right now. We could see a brilliant move by this Volvo driver if what I think happened stands up.
That was either a transbrake.
Here's the replay. Here's the replay right here. Steve, watch Jason Ruckert and this arm drop. Watch the arm drop.
Yeah.
That's clean. Chase is a race. There was no chase there. Give the win and the advancement to the final round to Mikhail in the Volvo.
That's called presence of mind in the heat of the moment.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Now, was he thinking in advance? This guy's going to jump on me. He might have, the driver in the Mustang might have been thinking, I have to do something like that because theoretically my goose is cooked performance-wise against this Volvo. So let me try to get the biggest hole shot or the best hole shot I can get. And it was just a tick too much from our vantage point. Looking at this replay, just a tick too much, and that Mustang is out of here.
On a Sportsman tree, that would have been leaving on the first yellow. But with that said, well played, Mr. Volvo.
Matt DeYoung and Jason Ruckert talking it over. Matt's on with, I guess, a race controller. People that in the truck, in the trailer there that might be able to look at replays and give an assessment and a judgment. I don't want to be too premature with it, but based on what we looked at, based on what my eyes just saw.
And keep in mind, lawyers, we're just commentators. We're not experts, okay?
Exactly.
Final say is going to be the management here.
Watch the Andre again, shoulders too. But Jason does not start coming down.
Yeah, he was still
from
on the
where
up.
I see it and replay it. Run it back. Run it back again. He moved. He moved, but the arms did not start coming down from where I'm looking at this.
So Mr. Volvo is watching the starter and the opponent at the same time, in a split second, makes just the right decision.
Don't move.
Look at that.
Don't release that trans brake. Good presence of mind. And they're pushing him off, so I would assume the Volvo is a winner of that semifinal round and will advance to the final of small tire.
Wow. They're hashing it out on the line there, but I'm sure the decision is final, and then Volvo moves on.
That was Joe Barry talking to Matt DeYoung there, and Joe might have been trying to, I won't say buy time, but just try to say, look, you know, I'm going to need some time. I just got back, and as these fields get smaller, of course, you know, the potential to speed things up might happen. So Joe might have been over there conversing with officials saying, you know, try to give me as much as I can because I got a hot car right now.
Yeah. Another thing, too, is automatic transmissions don't like to have hot fluid running through them.
Oh, correct.
And, you know, hot lopping an automatic car, this caliber right here, not a good idea. You can actually burn seals and get leaks going on, and that's not a good thing to have happen halfway down the track.
Having been involved with drag racing from an operations side, this is the part that really does suck when you have to make calls and make decisions and have this type of thing looming now. We don't have a decision, an official decision yet, but from all vantage points here that we have as far as replays and looking at the screen, etc., it looked very much like that Mustang got away just a tick too quickly.
I've said it before, but, you know, back in the early 80s, Volvo actually, they did build a turbo wagon with a 5-speed manual, highly desirable.
That's Mikhail there, the Volvo driver, and he's saying, yeah, I saw him go, and my, you know, those arms were up. Yeah, this is it happens now. In some environments where there might be competition on the street, this can turn very, very bad. But I don't think it's going to happen here at Roadkill Nights. But
who's holding the cash? They better be hiding until they figure it out.
Yeah, the Mustang driver is actually smiling. I think he knows, based on body language and his smile, etc. I think he knows, hey, I took a shot. That's taking a shot. You know what you're up against, and it's like, look, man, I got to do what I need to do in order to try to get this lap.
But he may not know.
No, he may not. He might think he's a winner.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
It's
oh
be
boy,
interesting.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
I think we know what it was, but again, we're not lawyers.
Now, you know, I'm not trying to second guess anything, but gosh, looking at this, you know, and I don't know if you can break tape down that minutely.
Yeah, I hope they're seeing that because we know what we saw.
Yeah. I'm gonna stand by it, but you know, as far as the operations of this drag race, Jason Ruger is one of the first things out of his mouth this morning. The first rule everybody's probably going to talk about, yes, a chase is a race. Right. I heard it. Everybody competing heard it.
Yeah. Well, they have the replay right there. It's not like they have to go inside of a trailer, you know.
Yeah, so, but I think, you know, discussing it in hushed tones privately is something that they're going to do as well. But to keep things moving, the second pair in small tire is about to hit the line.
That insane turbo-powered S10
Turbo
versus
S10.
Turbo Camaro.
And the Turbo 69 Camaro. It's actually a really, really cool car, the Camaro. Pair of Chevys.
The thermal wrap on the hot side of the turbocharger, maintaining temperature. Meanwhile, the cold side out in the open like that. It's interesting. They live right next to each other but have such different lives. Two halves of a turbocharger, compressor, and impeller. Aluminum and iron. Of course, the iron needed for resisting the temperature. The aluminum on the cool side won't melt, hopefully.
Right.
Generally, often.
And when it's staged, both turbo cars, they have to build up boost going up against the trans. You see the driver waving off right now. The driver in the truck is waving off. Don't know if it was his crew member or if it was the starter. Okay, now he's bumping in. And they're off. The Camaro with a hole shot. S10 doesn't have enough to get around that. The Camaro in the left lane is going to take the win and advance to the final. Now the question is, who is the Camaro going to race in the final? We both saw what we saw in the first pairing. Will it stand up? Or will there be a change that might cause chaos up in here?
Good clean launch. A little bit of a hole shot for the Camaro, but they're on their way. Great weight transfer. This track is hooking. No tire spin. Look at the wheels on that
wheels
S10.
up on the
Look at
S10.
that.
Going for
steering.
it. He was digging.
Look at that.
He was definitely going for it. That's awesome.
That's 100% weight transfer right there. All 2,900 pounds are on those slicks doing what they need to do, and it's going straight. Got to have a spool in the
clean
back.
arms drop start there. S10 slightly behind at the leave, and then the front starts climbing a little bit. So again, and you see he was somewhat out of the groove. He was over to the right a little bit and had to correct. So all of that is robbing time. And on a straight and true pass by the Camaro, it's difficult to beat, very hard to beat.
I got to say, I don't know that they've done this, but it looks to me that they might have graded this road since the last time, because it used to be the right-hand lane had a heck of a dip down in, and cars would slide down into that, the fast ones. Not seeing any of that today. So I don't know if they've graded this. I doubt it, but don't know. That's different and good.
Well, we've got finals potentially set up. We're going to see what happens here. Boy, this is you don't know what's going to happen, and it boils down to being really exciting here at MotorTrend's Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. This is awesome. This is awesome.
The sun is going down, but it's still quite bright. We do have nighttime lighting if we need to. Of course, we're going till 8 or 9 tonight, so that's good news. More drag racing to come up.
Yep, you got plenty of time.
There's the water box. Of course, that's all about getting the tires at least clean and in some cases hot. But again, to your point, AJ, it is true, or KJ, that a hot drag radial isn't really necessary. Wrinkle walls, yeah, more so.
Absolutely.
But I know in the world of NHRA, like Superstock races and stuff, guys who use a trans brake often have to change their setup because the reaction time, the drag radial actually will make you red light if you're used to a wrinkle wall. They respond that much quicker. The rim and the tire no longer have that flex. So a lot of guys had to relearn how to drive.
How to rethink
and
the program.
I used to balk at drag radials because I grew up in gator backs and stuff for tire smoke. You know what I mean? You got some M&H DOTs or whatever for the back of your car. But drag radials are very real.
They're very real, and actually our sponsor, Mickey Thompson Tires, is one of the pioneer of the drag radial tires.
Sticky Mickeys.
So exactly, Sticky Mickeys. There was once the ET Street that was the street tire of choice and preferred, but now it's that radial, and categories in small tire racing are very prominent based on drag radial tires, the Mickey Thompson drag radial tires. So it's really cool to see that type of thing evolve as well, and see the ETs continuously get quicker and quicker and quicker on a radial tire.
And the beauty of a radial tire, drag radial, is that they're kind of dual purpose. I mean, you can pretty much get around town. They're softer. They'll pick up nails. But a wrinkle wall, driving that, I used to drive around on wrinkle walls. It's death on wheels, especially with 8 pounds, It's not good. The back of the car comes around. But yeah, drag radials, good stuff.
We're going to take a look at brackets and see who are the final players in this small tire and big tire shootout. So watch your screen there, and they'll pop up in just a moment. But based on the last lap in small tire, and here it is, the small tire top 8 shootout. You have Mikhail Borgren and Tony Karamitos. I'm going to call him Tony K. It's Tony K in the Chevrolet Camaro, and Mikhail Borgren in the Volvo wagon will square off in the final. I guess the decision has been made regarding the Mustang and Mikhail matchup, and yes, arm drop told it all. The video told it all. It had to go back to the playback, but just a tick too quickly. The Mustang was out in front. Mikhail had the presence of mind to just sit there and let that guy going down the track, and he'll take the win and advance to the final. So there it is, your small tire shootout. Tony K in the 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Z28 face off against Mikhail Borgren in the 1987 Volvo wagon to determine who's got the best small tire car out here. And in big tire, Lenny Melton 1968 Dodge Dart, nitrous powered Gen 3 Hemi engine on board, with Joe Barry out of Colorado in the 1956 Chevrolet 210 will square off in the final of big tire to determine who's the best out here on Woodward Avenue.
Yep.
It's been great to watch. I mean, if you just take a look at that ladder there and see who was a player and who gave it their best. But all of the cars that have been in this competition were the quickest 8 cars in both categories, and that's the way it's supposed to work. The 2 best cars meet in the final, which is really pretty awesome.
And the good news here is, no hard luck, nobody broke in the other lane. I mean, they earned their way to the top.
Absolutely, they raced for it.
Yep,
they raced for it. Caveat with the Dodge that had that single round, one single in the first round, but they raced for it, and that's all you can ask for. Let's go to a quick break. We'll be back in just a moment.
right, you guys aren't ready for this, man. This is from Tremec. It is their TKX. It's not just the latest offering in a 5-speed. This is the first performance-based aftermarket 5-speed designed for us in the aftermarket.
You said it, man. It's got awesome features. I didn't want to miss this one, man.
Yeah.
Everything from an in-load versus a top load. So they spent a lot of time getting this package shape down so it fits up under tunnels a lot easier. You can drop this in a Chevelle A body without a single mod of the tunnel.
Yeah, no
Huge.
floor pan work, not near the tunnel work. And look at all the features it has, man. Everything is designed for performance, from the guts to the gaskets to the packaging. And check out these shifter positions. All right, you can alter it. If you don't like the shifter here, you can move it here. If you don't like it there, you can move it up here.
Yeah, and the synchros inside. So this is the old TKO, a single centered bronze, a single friction surface. Now you've got a modern multi-cone, right, with carbon fiber lining on the inside for extreme bite, extreme durability, and 7,500 RPM shifts all day. Wider gears, everything's been shot peened, roller bearings on the end shafts. I mean, this thing is ready to go pound and hound the guy in the next lane.
All right, there you have it, man. The TKX from Tremec, the brand new 5-speed. Woo, it is sweet.
Oh, I'm fired up on this baby, man.
We're rescuing this Mini Cooper. A Jeep Comanche. Ford Mustang. The only issue is it doesn't run. I'm Dan.
I'm Aaron.
And I'm Shay. You grab it, fix it.
Out with the old, in with the new.
This is all about rescuing other people's projects. Be smooth sailing from here on out, hopefully. Hit it, Dan.
Starting.
We're going racing.
From pre-war classics to high-ticket exotics.
Sold! 1,250,000 sold!
It's 2 days of the rarest rides.
We are selling cars today!
In glamorous supercars. All from Monterey, California. Mecum Auctions Monterey. Live coverage begins August 19th on MotorTrend TV and MotorTrend Plus.
Radford Racing School. For folks that may not know what Radford Racing School is, tell me a little bit about it.
So Radford Racing School is the official high-performance driving school of Dodge SRT. And what that means is we have 80 SRT race-prepped vehicles at the facility that we are ready to put through every one of our classes. We have 1, 2, and 3-day, 4-day classes, so whatever kind of fits your style, we have it.
And you mentioned being the official racing school of Dodge. That affiliation's pretty cool. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so Dodge has given us the opportunity, like I said, to have all these vehicles on the property. And anyone that purchases a new SRT vehicle actually gets a free day at the school. So it's a pretty cool relationship that we have with them.
If the initiative wasn't big enough, I feel like that's a pretty good one as well. So for someone that might sign up for this racing school, what's a day like when they sign up and get to come to Radford Racing School?
Yeah, so you're going to come out to the beautiful Chandler, Arizona, right down in the Phoenix Valley. And you're going to walk up and see our beautiful 450-acre facility. We have 3 tracks that we operate on, as well as our skid pad. Our main track is the largest purpose-built track in North America. So it was built for instruction. So it works out pretty well for us and everything that we do.
Well, the fans that are here that want to get signed up at Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge, you guys have got a setup behind us where they can come get signed up. But for people who may be tuning in that want to check out Radford Racing School, how do they do that?
So they can give us a call at 480-403-7600 or go to our website, radfordracingschool.com. And just so everybody knows, right now we are doing 20% off courses for Viper owners for the 30th anniversary of the Viper. So even more incentive.
Thanks so much, Brendan.
Absolutely.
Hey, I might have to go out and visit Arizona sometime soon and get some lessons. I don't know how that's going to pay off on my street tickets, but hey, maybe my racing will pick up.
That Radford Racing School, that's something I want to check out, actually. It seems pretty cool, and they have the Dodge Demons down there, simulators as drag race experiences that everybody here at Roadkill Nights can go ahead and try out. I hope that you do. I did it last year, and it really is something that's fairly accurate as simulators go. We were talking about simulators earlier, but the Radford School has the 2 Demons that participants and people that want to try to either learn how to drag race, sharpen their drag race skills, etc., go out there to Phoenix, Arizona at Wild Horse Pass Raceway, and it's really a cool setup. Johnny Hunkins with our group just went through that course and got his competition license, I believe a 9-second license, and he wrote up a story that's available to see on Hot Rod. You can read it on hotrod.com, and it really seemed like an engaging session, and what he went through, he details what he went through to get that competition license, and also what it's like to race the Demon on the track. So it's really a pretty cool write-up at hotrod.com. Make sure you check that out.
Yeah, Johnny Hunkins, shout out to a veteran automotive journalist. Started out with GM High Performance magazine, of course, Mopar Muscle, now at Hot Rod. Was my editor for a few years, and Hunkins, a good dude, hardcore writer and racer.
Absolutely. I just actually sat with Johnny a couple of weekends ago, and we watched the Mecum auction, from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and it's kind of cool to go back and forth with the car guy, and you see cars coming up across the block and discussing what you know about them or what you're learning about them when the commentators talk about them and that type of thing. It was really a good afternoon of just being car guys and sitting back watching Mecum auction. And Mecum is, of course, a partner of MotorTrend. The auctions are available live, typically live from the venues where they're happening. Coming up is the Mecum auction from Monterey, California, and that's a smaller, by standards. Mecums have been 1,200 cars, 1,500 cars. This is only 600 cars, and because it's part of Monterey, the Monterey week and the Concours d'Elegance and that type of thing, you're going to find your higher end, more exclusive cars at this Mecum auction. So if you want to check it out, the broadcast starts on Friday the 19th. Not certain. You have to look online at MotorTrend.com to find out the live times for them. I don't know what that is. Eastern time. It's typically Eastern time broadcast or presented. But go and check that out and follow the auction. And if you've never seen anything like a high-end auction like that before, dial up a story that I put together for TruckTrend.com. I went behind the scenes at Mecum auction and give a detail of what everybody does when you're looking at the screen, who you're actually looking at and what their jobs are. Talk to buyers and some of their positions on what they're looking for and how they go about purchasing a vehicle from an auction like that. So if you're interested, go and check that out. TruckTrend.com is the place. It's a derivative, or it comes off the MotorTrend.com home site. There's a button where you can find our content on the truck side. I have to shout out my guys on the truck side. We do our thing with truck and off-road, and of course MotorTrend is your one-stop shop for all things automotive. Some of the best content in the world, and that is definitely a biased opinion.
Yeah, speaking of content, there's a new series called Runs Good, which comes out soon on MotorTrend Plus, as well as new episodes of Faster with Finnegan streaming August 17th, and the new season of Hot Rod Garage streaming September 5th, and lots more on MotorTrend Plus online. Of course, don't forget MotorTrend TV on cable. They're both excellent ways to spend your time if you love cars, and I know everybody here does.
We had the Peacemaker being towed back now, Steve. The Peacemaker in the second attempt to do some wheel stands. It looked like a little bit of a struggle bus there. I don't know what was going, don't want to say wrong, but what the challenges were in trying to get the front end of that thing lifted up and going down the track.
It's funny, a lot of folks don't remember that Willys, or Willis as it's properly pronounced, also made passenger cars long before they made the Jeep and the Jeepster, the Gladiator, et cetera, et cetera. But that's an example right there, at least a fiberglass replica, the front of it, of a Willis Americar, 1933-34.
The Willis was, or is actually, a popular hot rod. That sedan was a very hot roddable car back in that period, and I actually had a chance to sit with someone who's a big advocate and owner and enthusiast of the Willis cars, and that's Mr. Lorenzen at the Lions Automobilia in Torrance, California. Wonderful, wonderful museum, and it's full of Willis.
And as you watch the Willis going away, some drift footage from the Dodge Thrill Ride area, and that is a wide-body Hellcat right there, automatic with a pro driver and a very happy passenger coming out of the fog bank, sliding around. And again, these are bone stock cars. The only thing they do to these when they're done with them is replace the tires and the brakes, and they're ready for use every day on the street. This does no harm to them.
What we'll have to incorporate into video like this next year is immediate reaction footage. You know, just get a mic in front of the ride-along partner and ask him, well, how was it?
Right. Yeah, most people tend to scream. I'm one of them. I don't know what I don't know about going around corners. So having car control like that is on a dry surface, by the way. That's not wet. That takes some skill and some horsepower, which these things have plenty of.
And something like this also, now, you know, we haven't talked anything to the drivers or found out what tactics are, but there's a lot of hitting your marks in this type of driving, especially when you're doing it on a repetitive basis like this. You know, there's probably identifiers all along this course where he's aiming, you know, in a sense, just positioning the car to be here at a certain point during the drive. We've got our final round queued up. This is it. Sweet spot right now. Final round, big tire. MotorTrend's Roadkill Nights, presented by Dodge on Woodward Avenue. Joe Barry in the right lane.
Okay, who's rooting for the Dodge? Yay!
That entire Dodge tower was silent.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, well, they're here in spirit. That is cool,
I guess so. In spirit. Somebody check a pulse over there. Are you guys okay? You've got the brand.
Going in the trunk, opening the bottle,
opening the nitrous bottle. The brand is on the starting line.
That Hemi right there looks like a 1971 Pro Stock Hemi, like in Dick Landy's Challenger. The fabricated intake, couple of big haulies on the top, but it's on top of third-gen Hemi, which is the new one. And it just proves right there that third-generation Hemi has absolutely earned its stripe and can swing with the best of the 426 style Hemis.
Now, quickly, is that manifold a readily available manifold, or is that something that had to be made?
It might be a Wilson, in other words, limited production, handmade stuff. It's not Edelbrock, you know, or direct connection.
Sure. That's pretty cool, though. Yeah. Okay, here's your final. Right lane, 56 Chevy. Oh, he's on the trans brake a long time. He's on the trans brake a long time. Oh, my, oh, my. My, oh, my. Now, the way these things go, the big man is going to get out of that 56, and he's not going to be happy at all. Now the dart took off, so how do we score this one? Wait a minute.
Something's going on. I saw him doing that. Yeah, he was motioning, hey, no, no, no. Not sure what that's about. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
I didn't see that happen.
This is before he even staged. He's barely staged. This is going on. He didn't get the starter's attention, so I'm not sure what's going on right there. But you have to have your stuff together, man, before you pull the line.
Absolutely.
You know, you don't
get the line's got to be ready to go.
No redos. Ugh, that's frustrating.
Joe took off in the big 56 there, and when you think about the dart not giving any type of chase, but he was having a mechanical problem, clearly in some type of problem, waving off the starter.
Right. Maybe the trans brake wasn't functioning, or maybe a fuel pump wasn't activated. He's switching up above. There's a lot of toggle switches up there. Maybe something was not quite ready, and he was trying to get a couple of moments. But I don't know, man. The starter does his thing. That's a race.
Absolutely.
You know? Back in the old days, NHRA, Buster Couch, he would be the starting line guy. If he hit that switch, the tree came down. He didn't care what your problem was. Same here.
But let's see another replay, because I'm questioning whether or not those arms came down, Steve. This is wow. This is something else. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to hold all judgment on this, honestly, because I don't know how this plays out. Now, watch the orange 56. It was clearly on the trans brake, banging and rattling the turbocharger, popping and banging, stage. Now, you see the driver in the dart reach up.
Yeah, he's saying, no, no, no. So, yeah, don't know, man. Okay, here's the replay inside the car. Something's up.
Wait a minute. Wait. Stop it.
Yeah, he's
Stop
reaching
it.
up. Yeah, he's like reprogramming. Something's going on there. He bumps it.
And he was in gear. Let us show up the brake. Goodness.
Frustration.
That is frustration. Yeah. But the thing is now, he went down.
Yeah.
Albeit
I think we know
very
what happened.
late, he went down. Yeah. So do you credit the win to Joe?
Maybe if Joe is not a sportsman, he'll say, okay, let's do it again. I don't
run
think
it back. Who wants to see him run it back? Who wants to see him run it back? Run it back.
Well,
how about that? Joe Barry doesn't want to run it back. I say that.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
That's mine.
Joe Barry's like, no, okay, Jimmy, you don't need to run anything back, buddy.
He's getting the chute all packed in there, and I guess one thing about popping the chute, you got to put it back together, fold it, and repack it. And you know,
Yeah,
you don't use it unless you really want to.
Yes, if we really want to. That's small potatoes and repacking this shit.
Yeah.
He just does not want to go down this drag strip again after sitting on his trans brake for several seconds, and probably has a smoldering hot torque converter right now.
Yeah, could probably fry an egg on that thing.
Smoldering hot torque converter. That's something. That's oof. It'd be nice to know eventually what exactly transpired there in the Hemi Dart. You saw in the in-car video the driver waving off the starter like, I can't go, I can't go, I can't go. Now, whether or not the starter saw that signal and indicator or not, we don't know. But he was unable to go. Here's another replay of it.
Now, he's not quite into the white line, right? He's not truly staged.
Right, and Jason was saying, come on up a
He's
little
trying
more.
to say,
hey, if this is where you're taking the stripe, this is where you're taking the stripe.
He's doing the right thing technically.
But in the meantime, the 56 210 was just staged and ready, and again, generating violent heat in his transmission and torque converter.
And he doesn't know what's going on inside that Dart.
I'm going to, I don't know, but I'm going to really take a flyer and guess on this one that the 56, Joe just said, I'm out of here. I can't sit here this much longer because my car will catch fire. So I think on the premature leave, it was just like, okay, the arms are up, I'm gone. I gotta go. I gotta go.
That's tough on many levels. Wow.
But small tires coming up, so we're gonna get a small tire final, and apparently a winner has been decided. We need to know who that winner is. But a winner, at least down there on the track, has been decided. Or maybe they'll run it back. Who wants to see him run it back?
56 Chevy, Bel Air. Second year for the Chevrolet Tri-5 Dynasty. One of the most popular cars on the planet, right there.
And that is a seriously cool car. It has evolved from much different ages ago. Much different ages ago. I met Joe years and years ago racing in the Pacific Streetcar Association back on the West Coast, the PSCA, yes. And that's the same car he's raced from PSCA till today, and that's just awesome to see him doing that. As these things go with, you know, your quote-unquote original cars, I wish I still had, you know, my original race car. It's gone. And
what was it?
It was a Mustang, a Fox Mustang, 1986 Mustang GT that, you know, was for the moment of pride and joy, and I sold it. And now that we're in a space, you know, as old guys, and some old guys are fortunate enough to find their old car and get their old car back, and I have been unable to do that. It's just pretty much gone. But it was a special piece. It was a really good car.
I had a Hemi Dart that I sold about 8-9 years ago. I'd like to have that back. Oh, well. Maybe I'll build another one. Was yours a 9-second drag piece, or what was the nature of your
It wasn't a 9-second car for the time, but it ran pretty good for its period. It was a 10-second Mustang.
Cool. Yeah. Hoosiers in Mickey's and a bottle will make a 5-0 run like a champ, you know, and then you go from there.
They're going to take a look, or actually the reviewing, I'm told in reviewing some of the footage, the driver of the Dart might have been in a burnout and stalled during the burnout. So let's watch this closely, the burnout, and see if the car, watch the back tire and smoke, and coming out of the burnout, I'm told the engine must have quit, must have stalled.
Perhaps some electronics had to be rebooted because it shut off. It's possible that's what he was scampering to get done, you know. And the trunk's open.
Crew member opening the nitrous bottle.
We assume. It's tough to say because the motor's off at this point. You know, doors open. They're doing something, and it
motor's not off. He had to be under fire to get where he got to the front of the line. So the motor is either refired. It had to run for him to get to the starting line, huh?
So something's up. I don't know. We'll have to see what
why
happens.
would it be sitting there? No. Hard to speculate.
They're having a technical, for sure.
Very hard to speculate. Yeah. And if it's running. You can't do that with a car that's not running.
But I think he's feverishly right there trying to do something with the electronics, and he's trying to buy time. He's motioning to the starter, and the starter's like, hey, we got a race to do here. And I'm thinking that's what happened. Yeah, that's tough.
I don't know. Maybe we're going to stay with that chase is a race rule, and by just the definition of time, that win would have to go to the Chevrolet.
That's tough.
That's very tough.
Speaking of tough, a Camaro and a Volvo walked into a bar, and we had a street race, and we're about to do it again.
This is going to be
the
a
Volvo
unique
is back.
street race.
Yeah, the Volvo. They both have the heart of a bow tie, of course. An
Very
LS-type
unique
engine.
street race coming up right now. Yeah, the coolest Volvo wagon on the planet against a very, very sinister 69 Chevrolet Camaro with turbocharged Camaro.
Tasteful. It's a mean Camaro.
Absolutely.
It's nothing hokey about that. You know, it's very tasteful and sedate and mean. The Volvo, yeah, it's kind of tasteful, but it's something. It's a sleeper. You wouldn't expect that. That's for sure. No hood scoop, flat hood. No need for any kind of ostentatious stuff. You know,
Nope.
turbos hang low, so no need to make a scoop.
Strictly business, really. Yeah, strictly business. Go get groceries, pick the kids up. Drive through New England. From where you're from, that's a New England car.
It
That's
is.
what you
Yeah.
see in
Those
your
and
neck of
Saabs.
the woods, man.
Yeah,
That's
Saabs and Volvos.
A New England car.
I mean, I spent 17 years in LA. I got to say, in Los Angeles, I rarely saw Volvos or Saabs. They just didn't sell. Who
Exactly.
needs them? You know, they're good all-weather cars, winter cars too.
That's a fall car. I can see that in autumn, going through the leaves and stuff.
Yeah.
Pick apples.
Right. Yeah. Bring the scarecrow to the scarecrow contest.
Yeah.
But here they go into the bleach box, the water box, as it were, and get those tires moist.
Approaching the puddle.
Yeah. Skinny tires on these. Quite often, if you have a really wide, like if you have a stock Hellcat or GT500, Mustang, whatever it might be, the front tires can bring a bunch of water if you roll through that water box up to the line, and in fact, right in front of your rear tires. But the skinny ones like these are less prone to polluting the starting line with water, so that's in their favor.
Focusing on the last lap and the action down there, if you look down at the screen, you see Joe Barry now, and I'm going to assume the driver of the Dart with Matt DeYoung, who is the race director, and they appear to be in decent spirits. There's no arms flailing or anything like that. It's just good discussion. I see some handshakes now, too, so I'm sure there's some type of an outcome, but we just don't know what it is now. But, yeah, that was just very interesting, and somebody please at some point let us know so we can let everybody who's watching this know who was the winner of that big tire final.
Suspense is killing me.
Absolutely.
But they're having a powwow, and it's now it's time to move on to the drag race. Here we go. Small tire.
If he wasn't talking, I could say, Freiburger, text me and let me know what happened, but he's talking.
Send him a text.
Small tire final in the burnout.
Yeah, the Volvo and the Camaro. Yep, I said that. It's cool.
There's a pic of Joe, Tom Bailey. And again, I think that's the kid with the Dart. Ears plugged for the burnout. Seems to be the standard now. Good burnout for the Camaro. Volvo has been pretty much methodical all afternoon, Steve.
Wow.
Kind of the drag race way too. It's just as a practice, you wanna do everything the same, same thing every lap.
Consistency.
Absolutely. You want to do the same thing every lap. From the car standpoint, you hope it will do that. You prepare it to do that. But again, from a driver standpoint too, you know, some people might be from a superstitious background and just want to sit in the same seat after they get out of the car after every lap. But let's go to track action right now. Jason Ruckert bringing cars into stage. Boost being built. Jason's arms. A lot of time on that trans brake. Jason's arms up. The Volvo's out first. Volvo in the right lane out first. Doesn't look like the Camaro has enough to catch that. Volvo. Mikhail Borgren in the Volvo, 1987 Volvo wagon is your small tire champion here at MotorTrend's Roadkill Nights, presented by Dodge. Congratulations to Mikhail. Awesome pairing, awesome final round. Camaro was in it to win it for a little bit, but that steam just came on really strong in the right lane in the Volvo, and Mikhail just walked away after a while. There he goes. You can call some gaptism in that, Steve.
Yeah.
Like a little bit of a nice-sized gap going on in the right lane. Congrats to Mikhail for winning the small tire shootout here at Roadkill Nights.
Yeah, Volvo 244 stock just went up. The new platform
Could you
for
imagine?
budget drag racing.
Now if you want to build a race car out of that, you're going to have to buy one for about 50 grand. Really. That was awesome. We'll have a slate pretty soon, a billboard with a look at who our champions are across the board. Again, we have, I believe, we're going to have recognition for the fastest Mopars in both categories as well, the quickest and fastest Mopar. So props to Mikhail. That's a cool car there.
Yeah.
And then when you think about it, it's drive it around. It's been on many drag and drive programs, and it goes the distance. It performs very well. To my knowledge, no severe breakdowns or damages. So that's a pretty stout all-purpose vehicle right there.
Even has the roof rack for your luggage, right?
Well, on a drive and drag, you know, put the tires up
Set
top.
of slicks, yep.
Put the
Suitcases.
tires up on the roof case, yeah. Tie them down there. That's really cool. This has been an awesome, awesome, awesome day of drag racing. Waiting to crown champions. So stand by. Don't go anywhere. Please do not leave. Don't go anywhere. We got champions to be crowned, and I'm sure we'll hear from David and maybe Mike again before this is all over with. So, I mean, but based on the day, what are your thoughts, Steve?
Well, I mean, just awesome weather. The temperature hasn't been this comfortable, I don't think, ever in the history of this event that I can recall. I'm usually sitting here sweating, which is okay, but not here today.
We're going to take a look at the screens, your computer screen at home. Hopefully you're projecting your computer screen to the TV, but we have our final stats. Michael Borgren in small tire, the small tire top 8 shootout. Michael Borgren, 1987 Volvo wagon, a picture of consistency throughout this competition all day, and he is your champion in small tire. Looking at big tire, and drum roll please, actually, drum roll please, Joe Barry. Joe Barry does get the win. We saw something that could have been somewhat controversial when the dart didn't chase theoretically, but I guess based on the mechanical problems that he had, Joe gets the win in big tire. So congratulations to Mikhail. Congratulations to Joe Barry, your champions in big tire and small tire shootout here at MotorTrend's Roadkill Nights, presented by Dodge. Don't want to prevent anything. A great, great, great day of drag racing. But stand by. Again, don't leave because there are some awards to present, some people to recognize, and take another look at this final in big tire. And again, Joe got away after an extensive amount of time on the trans brake. Joe saw Jason move, and he just took off. And here's your final in small tire. Mikhail all the way. Valiant effort there by the Camaro, though, and he's also looked good all day long in that Camaro, from first pass to last pass. A very, very impressive car, so awesome stuff.
And I just have to say this, you know, I mean, Chevrolet doesn't do this, Ford doesn't do this, Dodge does this.
Okay, you had to say
Roadkill
that.
Nights powered by Dodge,
You
man.
had to say that.
Yeah, I love them, what they're doing with all their cars. It's awesome. The brotherhood of muscle, the peoplehood of muscle.
Absolutely, and thank you to Dodge and all of our sponsors who have supported Roadkill Nights. It's been really good to have you aboard with this MotorTrend program and giving us the drive, if you will, and support to have this happen. And I can just hope that everybody watching this has enjoyed it, live or on the internet. I actually got a communication from my wife, and she says she's glued to the computer. So, I mean, she's doing that because she's my wife, but hopefully it's just that compelling that she wants to watch it throughout the day. So, again, thanks to everyone who has stayed with us and watched this program as it transpired throughout the day. It's been very, 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 very cool.
Yeah, trophy ceremonies are coming up momentarily, and again, everybody gets a trophy here tonight, earned it, going round after round with some of the toughest competition. Again, 130 or so cars are allowed into this, so if you want to come next year, it's not official, but I'm going to bet there's going to be one, but as soon as they open registration, sign up because it sells out fast.
130 competitors, countless amounts of laps. Now, I go back to what I opened up with a little earlier in the day. How many times did Jason Ruger drop his arms?
Yeah, hundreds and hundreds.
That would be a good contest for someone, you know, if there was a way to count, a way to measure, go back and watch the video and actually watch it and get a number. That would be a great contest to see who can come closest to the amount of times that Jason Ruger dropped his arms all day long. And shout out to him for being able to sustain and do that all day long. As we raced here on Woodward Avenue.
In this technical age, they do have like Whoop watches and pedometers. There's got to be an app for the arm drop.
That's what I was
Come
thinking,
up with
like
the app.
a pedometer style arm drop counter or something like that.
Right. I mean, there are wristwatches you can wear that kind of tells you what your pulse is, how much you slept, and how much you walked in. Probably how many times you dropped your arms. Why not? If it isn't, then it should be a thing. Along with the GPS sensor for your opponent's car.
For the opponent's car.
We have to do that.
For the opponent's car, yeah. So we'll get somebody to work on that. Some computer whiz or app whiz. Let's get on it. But make sure you let me know when it's ready.
Yeah.
Don't do anything before I see it, so that I can figure out how to get it marketed and make some dough.
Here's the drone's eye view of Woodward Avenue, north and southbound. We can see that the one side, I believe, the southbound, is gray and not covered with rubber like the other side is, because we've been here all day. And that rubber will eventually, by January be gone. But until then, this is going to be a permanent marker, semi-permanent, and leaving that we've been here drag racing on Woodward Avenue. Nobody went to jail. It's all legal, thanks to the City Fathers of Pontiac, Michigan, of course, MotorTrend and Dodge.
Shout out again to the influencers who came and competed. I'm still looking at a few of the influencer cars that are over there in the paddock area to the Pursuit Ute of Tavares, and that's so cool. You take a Charger and hack the back off it and make it a pickup bed and a utility vehicle, and then give it a police motif. Very cool car. Of course, the 62 Lancer GT, unique in all aspects. Cool race car. Christina Rocchi, who came out and was really, really impressive. And a car that, in a sense, they did a lot with a little. They didn't have a big budget. They went right up against that $10,000 that was provided to build the car, and they did that, and she went 2 rounds in this deal. So really a good shot all the way around by the influencers as well as the heads-up shootout competitors.
And, of course, the drone camera showing us right now play out of the Hellcat Direct Connection Lancer doing up against the Little Red Express. Now we're down to the surface of the track. And trophy ceremonies are about to begin over there. Dave Freiburger and Mike Finnegan will probably MC that part of it. Of course, Dave Freiburger, editor at Hot Rod for years and years. In fact, the longest serving editor at Hot Rod, and I worked under him for several years, and I will say he's the hardest working man in the magazine business.
Man, I tell you what, he's nonstop. The man is nonstop and probably pound for pound one of the most passionate people in our industry right now.
And a heck of a decision maker. I mean, he brought Carcraft back from the brink and then came to Hot Rod and shipped us into shape as well. And just a great decision maker when it comes to how to sell magazines and TV shows. Yep.
Definitely. And we'll anxious to see what's going on with Roadkill. I know there's some shows they've been working on, and we should be seeing them hopefully very soon, as well as Hot Rod Garage and Alex Taylor making her on-screen debut. They've got some shows they got in the can now, and we were told earlier today that they're working on a few more, but seeing Alex and Lucky together on the show, working on the show, and something to watch is going to be really exciting. I'm excited for both of them because this is kind of like a new era in HRG.
Yeah, it is cool, too, that we have the MotorTrend TV on cable, and it's the one-stop destination for car people. Everything from Texas Metal to Roadkill to Mecum Auctions. There's lots of great stuff on MotorTrend TV on cable if you haven't made the switch to digital. And of course, on digital, MotorTrend Plus. You can see every episode of Top Gear UK and US ever on your MotorTrend Plus online subscription.
You certainly can, and I'm going to take the quick moment to shamelessly plug. Go back and look at MotorTrend Plus and find Hoopty World Championship.
Okay.
Hoopty World Championship. Myself and David Freiberger were the co-hosts of that show, and actually one of the enthusiasts out in the crowd there when I was walking through asked me if they were bringing that back, and sadly I don't think it's coming back, but that was someone who enjoyed it, and I know a lot of people did enjoy it. I enjoyed doing it. Yeah. So if you want to see me and David in action with a bunch of enthusiasts, Alex Taylor, Derek Bieri, the guys that are doing the new program, Aaron and Shay and Officer Dan that have the new program, they're all alum of Hoopty World Championship, runs good. So if you want to see those people before they were the people they are now, dial up Hoopty World Championship on MotorTrend Plus as well. It's a good program, 6 episodes.
And I got to say, too, there are 31 episodes of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, which I hosted. We went out to junkyards all over the country, and a lot of Roadkill rescues where Freiburg and Finnegan and I would collaborate, and they'd pull a car out of the junkyard I selected and get it running, the GT37 being one of them. So, on MotorTrend TV, you'll see reruns of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, and on MotorTrend Plus, every one of those 31 episodes is available to be seen if you love junkyard crawling.
And you do enjoy junkyard tour. You genuinely enjoy junkyard tour.
I do. Yeah, every day on the Steve Max YouTube channel, Junkyard Crawl, you can see a video of me crawling around junkyards. But in the meantime, let's go to a quick break before we come back for the trophy presentations here at Woodward.
Lighting the way. That's something we've been doing for a long time. And through your support, our work keeps moving forward. When families in our community need help, United Way for Southeastern Michigan is there. We work to make sure families can put food on their tables, keep their lights on, and ensure all kids get a fair shot. We take action during a community crisis by putting dollars and resources where they're needed most. And we work every day to build a Southeastern Michigan that works for all of us. We are a beacon of hope for all those looking for a better life, not just for themselves, but for everyone in our schools, neighborhoods, and across our region. A thriving community starts with empowered people, and we all play a role in creating the change we wish to see. So won't you join us? A brighter future is ahead, and together we will light the way.
Season 7, dude. Oh, man, we're going to have a good time. School is in session. That is snappy. Mint. Wham! Onward. Boom. The dome light works. We're trying to set it up for street and reliability and burnouts. Oh, we're going to die. Yeah, we are.
What's up, guys? Preston Patterson here, your Dodge Chief Donut Maker. September is right around the corner, but on Dodge Highway 93, summer is just starting to heat up. Check out DodgeHighway93.com for all the coolest drag strips, auctions, attractions, roadside diners, and a whole lot more. Then use hashtag DodgeHighway93 and show us where you've been. You can even be featured on the Dodge website. All this is happening right now at the hottest road through summer, Dodge Highway 93.
Well, welcome back to Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, here on Woodward Avenue. We're street racing with the blessings of the City Fathers of Pontiac, Michigan, and of course support from Dodge on MotorTrend. And here's a 56 Chevy, which is the big tire winner. It's a long slog to the top, a lot of real tight racing, but here we have it, the winner, twin-turboed V8 powered 56 Chevrolet. Coming up behind it momentarily is the winner of the small tire, which is, yes, a Volvo station wagon. Yep, I said that, a Volvo won a drag race right here at Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. But that Volvo is not any ordinary one. It's got a twin-turboed LS V8 under its Swedish steel hood. But a lot of hard, tight racing happening today. Track has been excellent. Traction's been fantastic, and not a drop of rain, which is really a nice relief. Temperatures have been awesome in the mid-70s and below, so great for horsepower, great for traction, and what a great day we've had so far. Now it's time to do the award ceremony with trophies and checks being doled out. Now, of course, by this point in time tomorrow, in fact, by dawn, all of this will not be here. A crew will swoop down as soon as we're done here, take up all those concrete barriers, get them out of here, and by the time the sun comes up, it'll be like this never happened. But between you and us, we'll see all that black rubber on the street, which will be there probably till January or February. That's going to be a lasting memory as to what happened here today at Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. Behind us, of course, the M1 Concourse, which was formerly the home of the GMC truck and bus plant, where they built pickups, 10-ton trucks, you name it, Astros, all that good stuff. And yeah, city buses for decades. Now it's the M1 Concourse, which is basically a really nice closed road course. You can go road racing around. And of course, you can even house your vehicle in one of the car condos behind us, some of which are fleshed out with showers and kitchens, and it's quite a transformation. But again, this is Pontiac, Michigan right here, the home of the late great Pontiac Motor Division from General Motors. And the city fathers of Pontiac have blessed this event and allowed it to occur, and nobody's going to jail. Of course, you try this tomorrow or any other time, it's not going to be that easy to talk your way out of a ticket. But right here, it's all about legal street racing on Woodward Avenue, courtesy of Dodge. Yeah, there's a shot of the wonderful car condos, so to speak, and some of these even have lifts inside where there's two cars stacked tidy on top of each other, and great place to bring your hobby to life right here. Come out and do some hot laps and go back to the office on Monday morning, or even come out here on Monday afternoon and do it to it. This place is open to members at pretty much all times when the sun is up. Yeah, Woodward Avenue, of course, one of many roads in the Detroit area. They're arranged in sort of a half a wagon wheel, and the layout emulates that of Paris, France, which actually has a very similar road layout. And if it works in France, it certainly works here. Of course, Woodward Avenue, the first road in America to have paving on it. It was a 1-mile section of cement or concrete back around 1907 or 1908, I believe it was. And of course, the first working traffic light in America also appeared on Woodward Avenue. But so much other history has been made here, of course. We know that in the 1960s, factory drag teams would come out and duke it out. You know, Jim Wanger's and Ram Air 5 GTOs, Jimmy Addison in the Silver Bullet Hemi GTX, John Vermeersch from Ford in an overhead cam 427 Galaxy. And yeah, these are factory engineers out proving their mettle on Woodward Avenue. So much history here. And of course, Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, adds its mark to that legacy of high performance here on Woodward Avenue. Happy to have been here today. I'm Steve Magnanti, KJ Jones, my co-host.
Yes, indeed. It's been a glorious day of drag racing out here on Woodward, man.
Yeah, it's been dry, cool, excellent traction, no attrition, no mishaps. Awesome. So it's been a great day of drag racing.
Definitely. Joe and Mikhail down there receiving their hardware, or about to receive their hardware. Yeah. And they, I heard your comments. I was just stepped away for a moment, but I heard your comments, and they definitely did put in the work.
Yeah. They crawled that ladder.
Absolutely.
To the top.
Absolutely.
But did you think a Volvo would ever win Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge?
I tell you what, that Volvo, I certainly knew that it had the potential to do it. Again, when you look at what its performance, you know, now that we can kind of discuss times, we didn't talk about times here, but that's a 6-second capable Volvo.
Yeah.
So by all means, I thought that one could, you know, do it. But you know, as far as unique combinations, hands down, it's a wickedly unique combination there. You don't see everybody making a Volvo wagon a race car.
Yeah, you know, the beauty of turbocharged cars is their flexibility. You know, unlike a naturally aspirated, carbureted car, which has to have a crazy camshaft, high RPMs, not much fun to drive. Turbo cars can be very docile, be driven like an old station wagon, literally until a boost comes on, which is when they become an animal. So turbocharging really is kind of the setup if you really want to haul butt and still drive on the street.
It is, and it's interesting that it's become the setup, and it is the setup now. Years ago, let's go back to the middle 90s, early 90s, middle 90s, when I was getting into the late model Mustang thing, or the Fox Mustang deal, and nitrous was my friend, let's put it that way. Not supercharging, just nitrous oxide, in a sense, ruled the performance world.
Yep.
And my best friend, his dad, is a truck driver, drove big rig trucks. And one day we were at the house and we were kind of messing with the cars. He says, "You guys need to put turbos on those things."
Yeah.
And I looked at him like, "What are you talking about?
Right.
What is it? Look, you don't know anything. That's ridiculous."
Yeah.
And now look at today and the performance that we're getting out of turbochargers or combination turbochargers, you know, compound turbos, twin turbos. It's absolutely outstanding how they can manage that type of horsepower now and get it down a track like this or a strip like this, let alone a prepped drag strip.
Now, you got to remember, of course, Dodge was building turbocharged cars back in the 80s. You know, the Charger 2.2, the Shelby Charger, the GLH-S. Yeah, they were front-drive cars, humble beginnings. But again, the first turbocharged cars in America, 1963, they were the Corvair Spider. Of course, the Oldsmobile Jetfire, I believe it was, a little Cutlass-based car. And, of course, you get into the 70s, Buick kind of brings the turbocharger to the V6. But, yeah, Dodge and Plymouth and Chrysler were all there in the mid-80s with the front-drive cars. So
and that Corvair Spider, that's a flat 4 Corvair? horsepower?
Flat six, but
Flat
yeah,
six,
yeah,
flat
a little
six.
turbocharged car, and yeah, pretty peppy cars. I believe 180 horsepower out of 164 cubes. That's the magic of turbocharging. But back then, they were blowing through carburetors, which is a great way to have tuning issues. And in fact, the Oldsmobile Jetfire had a liquid alcohol supplement pump that would have to kick in at full boost. So it actually had this Jetfire juice or turbo juice, whatever it was. So we've come so far with electronics, computers, and cars again that can drive around at 25 miles to the gallon with a gear benders overdrive, and yet run a 6. It's amazing. I mean, stay out of put the egg under the gas pedal to get those 20 mile per hour gallon things, but it's amazing. Best of both worlds.
Best of both worlds, definitely. We're sitting in, we're just standing by now for trophy presentations, and hopefully that's going to come along pretty soon.
Yeah, the master shot. I mean, those two vehicles are a study in contrasts. The Tri-5 Chevy, the 56, mean and lean, and of course the Volvo, also mean and lean, but kind of wearing a more formal suit. But station wagons are a great drag racing platform. Again, the weight over the rear, over the driving wheels, the ballast you can add back there. Of course, the natural ballast of the long roof, as they say. And the good thing about a four-door is it's twice as hard to get your doors blown off.
That's a good way to put it, sir. You see that your Dodge has pulled up, a Dodge, and I guess it would be safe to probably assume that it might be a recipient of one of the quickest or fastest of the Dodge brand vehicles out here.
Yeah, that's a hard luck story. Something was going on inside the car, and a miscommunication, I think, led to the elimination of that Hemi Dart right there. But well, there's always next year.
Well,
I think
that's not your big tire runner-up. That's another Dart. I don't believe that's the Hemi Dart. That's the Swinger. That's I guess a 73 or so.
Good call. Good
Swinger,
call.
Yeah.
It's been a long day. Pardon me.
No problem. No worries. Totally understand.
It's a 72. The
72.
other, 71 with the small lights. Yeah. The other was a 68, the Hemi Dart. But they're both A bodies, similar but not the same.
And must be the quickest of the crowd as far as remote parts goes. Yes,
Are those
indeed.
Bogart wheels or welds? What are those, KJ?
I'm going to think that those might be. They look like they could be race stars. Actually.
Okay. Yeah, it used to be that a Chrysler SS was the light wheel. Of course, they had a steel hoop, cast aluminum center. Of course, the American Racing torque thrust and aluminum or magnesium. But today's modern wheels weigh a couple of pounds in some cases, and we've come so far. Aerospace technology, 5-axis CNCs, whittling a lightweight wheel, no casting involved, no rivets, no welding. It's just a one-piece structure made of an aerospace CNC unit. I mean, technology has trickled right on up to drag racing.
The Chrysler New Yorker that went down had the Chrysler SS.
Yes, it did. Yeah, they're great-looking wheels. A little heavy, but they look good.
I remember those things. I definitely remember them.
Yeah, the Chrysler SS wheel first seen in 1965. That was the debut of those, sold originally by Bell Auto Parts in Southern California. Why do I know this? I don't know. I just do.
You say that a lot, I'm certain.
Yes. Right. To myself more often than not, but hey, somebody's listening.
That's all good. No, you know what? Your knowledge is very impressive and appreciated in a day like today. I'm sure the fans that you gave these gems to and myself, I'm never afraid to learn anything. And sitting next to you, Steve, for an afternoon, you learn quite a bit.
Well, I'm always learning myself, And one thing I love about the Woodward Dream Cruise is that every other person you'll meet on the sidewalk in their tents is an automotive engineer or a refugee or a current worker from the auto industry. So walking up to strangers at Woodward Dream Cruise is a great way to talk to the people who designed and made these cars then. And, the automotive industry pretty much is, still hard right here, and they're made all over the planet, but a lot of the engineers and designers and marketing people are still alive and treasure troves of information. So whenever I come to Woodward Dream Cruise and I have time to walk around, I try to strike up as many conversations as possible. Next thing you know, you're talking to the guy who designed the Buick Grand National's tailed trunk spoiler or the shaker for the Mopars. I mean, it's a cool place. It's a one-of-a-kind place, Woodward Avenue Dream Cruise. And, of course, Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge is the kickoff for the Woodward Dream Cruise.
I'm kind of wishing I was hanging around for the week to attend
Yeah, I fly out in the
Woodward
morning.
Avenue. Yeah, I'm out of here tomorrow as well, but it would really be cool to stay around and be at least part of the week advancing into it. Again, that week kicks off Tuesday, theoretically. People start coming in town. The locals, of course, have been cruising, but people start arriving by Tuesday and just do impromptu, unofficial cruising, and then by Saturday, of course, it's the big deal on Woodward. But leading into it, there's all this satellite stuff happening. It's very, very, very cool. Small little car cruises at parking lots and that type of thing. Just awesome awesome display of hardware, and if you're a muscle car enthusiast, late model or early model, this is definitely the place to be to see probably the biggest assembly of vehicles.
Yeah,
I'd say
you'll see
anywhere.
one of everything, literally. You know, Ram Air GTOs,
And some,
yeah,
you know.
Tri-Power W30 Olds 442s, 1966. You know, that kind of stuff. You see it; it's all here. And one thing I will say: don't make the mistake of just because we're street racing on Woodward here. If you are cruising Woodward during the Dream Cruise, you do not want to chirp your tires. The constabulary is very clear. They don't want anybody messing around. It's a cruise, and generally speaking, the right-hand lane is for local traffic, which is a little faster for folks to get where they're going. The left 2 lanes are for cruising. But yeah, if you're laying rubber, not a good idea. A few years ago, our friend Richard Rawlings, a Dodge spokesperson, did a donut in a Viper, and within 2 seconds, there were cops on him. He got like a $700 ticket.
Wow.
So yeah, you don't want to be messing around out there. It's a look and cruise thing. But here at Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, this is a true street race. Right here, it's legal, and again, one time a year, right here, right now.
We have the Camaro, 69 Camaro pull up as well. So again, we're going to try to, I guess, get to the bottom of are these quickest awards that they're pulling up for, or what? They'll be announcing the awards in just a few seconds. We'll have Hannah down there let us know exactly what's going on. Not just yet, but we'll know very soon. So stand by.
It's funny, you know, the aesthetic of how to build a Camaro. A fellow named Chuck Samuel used to race in the NMCA.
Of Chicago.
Yeah, and he was one of the first to have this tasteful all business, wide tires in the back, not too wide, but just a mean look. And of course, Nick Scava with that 65 Impala, that 2-ton monster.
Absolutely.
And again, the NMCA, which was a Peterson property or a MotorTrend property, if you will, was one of the breeding grounds of that. Hannah with the winners.
Yeah, thanks, guys. You mentioned it. It's time now to give away those special awards. We've made our way down here with both your big tire and your small tire winners. So starting off here, a presentation of $5,000 to Joe Barry here for your 1956 Chevrolet 210. First off, congratulations. And, man, you took him to town there.
Thank you very much. It was a good day.
Perfect. And here is that check here for $5,000. And in your small tire here, we've got Michael Morgan. And, man, this Volvo wagon, listen, you had all of the crowd, I think, rooting for you because this wagon was absolutely out there and obviously had the speed as well. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I did not expect that.
Well, it performed well. That's got to be a pretty good confidence booster, right?
Yep. Thank you.
Perfect. And $5,000 as well here for your small tire winner. But we've also got a couple more prizes as well to hand out. Of course, those being your top finishers here in Dodge. So to hand out those awards is our chief donut maker himself, Preston. Go this way.
Oh, okay. All right, and we have our fastest Dodge small tire winner here. Congratulations on winning. Yep. Is there anything that you want to say?
Thanks for everyone coming out today. Beautiful weather, great day for racing. Thanks for my dad for helping me all weekend and my family out there watching. Thank you.
Excellent, beautiful. So we're going to present you with this check here. Perfect, beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And all right, and unfortunately, our fastest big tire winner wasn't able to make it. So we have his check here, and it will make it to him. But, he's coming in right now. Fashionably late, I love it. Welcome. Lindy Melton is here. Congratulations on winning.
What we win?
Fashionably late. So, do you have anything you want to say?
Oh, no, it was hard today. The car's getting faster and faster, and we're just trying to represent.
Absolutely. And thank you for coming out. Thank you for giving the crowd a great show. And this check is for you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And that's a Gen 3 Hemi in there for all the Chrysler guys watching.
That's what we love to hear. Thank you again. Thank you to everybody that came out, and thank you to the fans.
Well, Steve, it looks like it's over, man. I'm almost sad to say that it's over. It's just been a fantastic day of drag racing. MotorTrend's Roadkill Nights presented by Dodge here on Woodward Avenue. We got to say goodbye, man. But listen, it's been a wonderful day and a pleasure working with you once again doing this call.
Well, thank you, KJ. You know, we came, we saw, we street raced, and nobody went to jail. But don't try this tomorrow. But next year, I can't say for sure, but maybe we'll be back. But it's been a fantastic day for MotorTrend, for Dodge, and for KJ and myself. Thank you all for tuning in and staying tuned in to watch this excellent drag race here on Woodward Avenue.